Chapter 2898. With a guide, a dedicated explanation, and the formidable force of Gu Shi's own troops, the vines before them proved no match for Gu Shi and his men. In just about half an hour, Gu Shi and his men arrived at the old quarters of Yuanzhou City. Gu Shi had been here before. It was originally Beiluyi's territory. However, after Beiluyi fell deeper into the game, most of the residents moved to Yuanzhou City. This area, in turn, became deserted, with only Beiluyi's original families visiting. The previous conflict between Gu Shi and Yuanzhou City stemmed partly from conflicts within the old quarters, and partly from the dirty dealings of Yuanzhou City's aristocratic families. They counted their own people, let alone outsiders. In their eyes, all outsiders were cannon fodder. After seeing through their true nature, Gu Shi no longer considered seeking food from the people of Yuanzhou City. Later, he simply cut off all access to Yuanzhou City. Now that he was back, Gu Shi felt a wave of emotion. He had never imagined that he would end up returning this way. The ambush that had been set up here was gone, replaced by a dense defensive line. A large number of players between levels 10 and 15 were holding the line. Gu Shi noticed that among these players, some were even below level 10. It was clear that humanity had truly mobilized its full potential for this battle. The players who had escorted Gu Shi here also produced tokens or other items to prove their identities, which persuaded them to make way for Gu Shi to enter the ancient city. Shortly after entering the ancient city area, a player around level 30 approached. As soon as the player approached Gu Shi could smell a familiar scent on him. Grass rejuvenating pill? Gu Shi glanced at the player and knew his identity without even asking. Grass rejuvenating pills were given to humans by Gu Shi. Over the years, they must have cultivated them in large quantities, but ensuring that everyone had one wasn't always possible. And Gu Shi could smell that the player wasn't carrying just a single variety of grass rejuvenating pill, but multiple varieties. In this situation, Gu Shi wouldn't believe someone without some kind of backing. Gu Shi nodded at him, simply looking at him. Hello, I'm Gu Yang, Deputy Commander of the Yuanzhou City Defense Force. You can call me Daong or Daegu. Hello, Emperor Armor Gu Shi. When traveling, one's identity is one's own, so of course Gu Shi had to mention his most intimidating one. Emperor. Your Majesty? Whatever. I'm not the kind of person who cares about a title. Gu Shi waved his hand casually. Gu Yang's expression darkened. He said nothing on the surface, but inwardly he was muttering, if you really don't care, why are you saying all this? But there are some things you can't say casually. The people from Yuanzhou City sent Gu Yang here because he's knowledgeable, well-spoken, and knows when to advance and retreat. At least, he wouldn't let his words slip. As soon as Gu Shi said this, Gu Yang quickly said, you don't care, but we can't be rude, right? And we invited you here. If you're wronged by us, it's our fault. Well, I'm here for humanity, Mr. Gu. Now that you're here, please tell me about the current situation. Let me briefly explain. When His Majesty Emperor Jia came in just now, you saw the vines outside, didn't you? Yes, and I heard that these vines are besieging Yuanzhou City. That's true, but ordinary players don't know much about them. These vines are more difficult to deal with than you might imagine. We tried cutting them with swords and burning them with fire, but neither has been very effective. These vines affect everything in the sky and underground. Our communication methods are no longer usable under the influence of these vines. They can also block mental and spatial signals. In other words, under the influence of these vines, Yuanzhou City has become an isolated island. Are there any other enemies within the vines? Gu Shi asked at this moment. This question was actually quite crucial. If there were enemies within the vines, it meant they must have some mechanism, at least allowing humans to survive within them. If there were no enemies within the vines, then it was very likely that these vines were simply destructive. No. It's already difficult enough without enemies, but if we add enemies, we'd be even more helpless. Gu Yang immediately shook his head. Have you ever tried to determine under what circumstances the vines grow faster and slower? Gu Shi asked another question. That's true. When the vines first appeared, we had quite a few people on our side. We hired experts to study them. But I don't know what experiments they performed. But not only did they fail to control the vine's growth, they actually destroyed the expert building. All the experts died. Even if we wanted to find someone to deal with it later, there was nothing we could do. But if Your Majesty DGL wishes, we can investigate. See if the experts left anything behind. Alright, I need to know where they failed. We need to get rid of these vines first. If we don't deal with these vines, we won't be able to proceed. Yes. If we don't deal with these vines, it will be difficult for us to communicate with the outside world. Your Majesty, this matter depends on you. Let's look at the information first. By the way, what's the situation with the Genesis Bridge? The Genesis Bridge is fine. Although it's currently under siege, it can still hold its own. We have various means of suppressing and strengthening each brick. As long as there are no problems within the bridge, no matter how many enemies attack, it will be useless. Hearing this, Gushi nodded. As long as the Genesis Bridge is intact, Gushi still has time to deal with the vines outside. As long as the vines are dealt with, external support can be delivered as quickly as possible, and Genesis on the human side will not be in too much trouble. After all, at this point in Genesis, the battle is all about manpower and resources. And the enemy knows this. Their only resources are in Yuenzu City. If the resources in Yuenzu City can't keep up, the players participating in Genesis will undoubtedly feel uneasy. Then the possibility of Genesis's failure will increase. Thus, the most crucial first battle right now is whether Gushi can deal with these vines. Chapter 2899. After a brief conversation with Gu Yang, his men delivered the research materials from the previous experts. After all, such important information must have several backup copies within Yuenzu City. It would be quite easy for Gu Yang to retrieve some of it. Gushi glanced at the previous expert's experimental direction, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Didn't they use poison? They did, but the poison didn't have much effect on these vines. Gu Yang was guarding this defensive line, and had some understanding of the vine's situation. Before Gushi arrived, he had been trying to find a solution. Although the experts were gone, he had also used some folk remedies. He certainly understood how Gushi wanted to deal with the vines. But the vines before him were truly difficult to handle. Poison had actually been used before, but the results were unremarkable. Gushi was flipping through the information rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had read through the entire document and understood the experiments the experts had conducted. Gushi had to admit that experts were sometimes quite useful. At least, they had exhausted every conceivable avenue. Gushi also saw that the vines had solutions for various situations. Even if they were set on fire, the vines could extinguish the flames on their own. Do you have any ideas? Gu Yang asked after Gushi had finished reading the information. Although he wasn't very hopeful, he still wanted to see if Gushi had any other ideas. There are two avenues that the experts haven't explored yet. Gushi was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. I've seen experts try various elemental approaches, including poison, but the results haven't been very good. But only a few of them explain why they weren't effective. For example, here with the flame, it's recorded that it will automatically spray liquid to extinguish the fire. And here with the branch being cut, it's recorded that it will grow rapidly after being cut, eventually splitting into two. But why aren't these things recorded? Why aren't they working? Gu Yang looked at the spot Gushi pointed, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He only casually asked, having never expected Gushi to have reviewed all the information and even analyzed it in such a short time. While he wasn't sure if Gushi's analysis was correct, it showed that he had truly mastered the subject. Perhaps Gushi's approach could truly deal with these vines. Sure enough, Gushi then said, my idea is simple. The vines before us embody the immortality of a powerful life form. But vitality generally doesn't reach infinite levels. If this thing had infinite life, then it wouldn't be besieging the origin city, but would directly destroy it. So the idea that the enemy is extremely powerful shouldn't be true. Then the vine's lifespan can't be infinite. At most, we haven't reached its maximum health limit, and it's feeding on corpses to regain health. This is what necromancers often do. Breaking the deadlock is also simple. One way is to quickly wipe out the area, killing it before it even reacts. Another way is to create a new creature to compete with it for vitality. This creature can be a plant or an insect. As long as this thing loses its vitality, everything will be settled. Gu Yang's eyes lit up after hearing Gushi's analysis. You have two approaches, so is there a way to solve it directly? It depends on your perspective. Do you have a need for these vines? If not, I just pull them out. This thing is very simple. Easy? Of course it's easy for me. Even if I don't take action now, the undead troops I left outside can clear a path. But if I really do take action, then this thing will have nothing to do with you. I definitely won't give you the benefits I get. We don't want this. Please ask His Majesty the Emperor for help. That's fine. After all, this time we're here for. I'm here to help you. But you better be prepared for battle. I'm worried these vines are just part of the enemy's deployment. Once I take care of them, it'd be troublesome if the enemy attacks. After all, I'm currently in trouble, and some troops are being deployed to fight. Gu Yang patted his chest upon hearing this. Your Majesty, don't worry. We handle this. These brothers have been suppressed for too long, unable to fight. Alright then, let's begin. I won't resort to other tactics. I just go with the plans. Gushi raised his hands, and the petals of the nether spirit flower floated out. Then, a strong wind blew, and the petals flew out. As they flew, they quickly transformed into blue or white seeds. This is the most fundamental characteristic of the nether spirit flower. It absorbs life force to grow into new nether spirit flowers. Gushi had previously used this method to manage his territory when he defeated the Great Lord. Later, Gushi used this method to influence an entire star region. The vines before him, covering an area of about 100 miles, were nothing. Gushi didn't even need to exert his full power. Just a few of his nether spirit flowers would be enough. These nether spirit flowers would give birth to two, and two to all things. In a flash, they transformed into countless seeds that rained down from the sky, landing on the vines. The nether spirit flower seeds were not large, but as they fell, they pierced the surface of the vines like nails. No matter where they landed, as long as they could contact the vines, the seeds would quickly take root, sprout, and grow. The vitality required for this growth came entirely from the vines. The vines before him might be the special abilities of a certain race, but they were definitely not red equipment. And Gushi's nether spirit flowers, with a single blow, could wipe out everyone in an entire game world. What were these vines before him? Gushi could destroy them with a single wave of his hand. Competing with the ghost flowers for vitality, what color do you see? I tell you, it's red. As the first wave of blue and white ghost flowers bloomed, the vines, once brimming with vitality, seemed to freeze, unable to move. Turning around, the situation became even more dire. After absorbing the vine's power, the ghost flowers bloomed more flowers and produced more seeds, spreading outward continuously. More and more ghost flowers and vines began competing for vitality. At first, the vines tried to devour the ghost flowers, but after all, ghost flowers were seeds produced by red equipment, and they were superior to the vines in absorbing and stealing vitality. If the vines hadn't intended to steal the ghost flowers' vitality, it would have been fine. But in this attempt, the ghost flowers devoured even the roots of the vines. Chapter 2900. Wherever the ghost flower passed, the vines quickly vanished. Gushi also knew from the information the ghost flower sent back that these vines, as he had suspected, were neither living nor undead. This was a transformed vine, devoid of intelligence, acting entirely on instinct. Anything that entered its range would be stripped of its vitality, and become part of it. Any attack that entered the vine might initially cause some damage, but over time, the vine would develop a response. After that, the vine would automatically evolve. This growth method of the vines could be said to be quite intelligent. However, these vines were neither living nor undead, lacking intelligence and acting entirely on instinct. Even the vine's owner had no way of fully controlling them. Typically, they would only release the vines and stay away, waiting for them to fully grow before retrieving them through some means. At that point, the vines would transform into a dense mass of vitality and seeds. The vitality would be theirs to use, and the seeds could be used to grow new vines. Through this method, this race had devoured many powerful forces. They were a relatively well-known presence within the depths of the game. They had never imagined that someone in the depths of the game could handle the vines, and drain them completely with such swift speed. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the vines were gone, and the ground that had once been covered in vines was now covered in blue and white ghost flowers. The enemies lying in ambush nearby were all stunned by the scene before them. Several humans wearing vine armor gathered together, discussing what to do. Retreat. Without the insect vines, with our limited fighting power, we're no match for the humans. If we don't retreat now, we'd be the ones to die. At this point, a blue-bearded, human-like being said, if we retreat now, we can still escape. We can plant the remaining seeds later, and self-preservation won't be a problem. But the Grand Vine Master up there. That's my business, don't worry about it. As the Grand Vine Master of the tribe, I ensure the safety of my people as long as I'm here. Pack up now, and we leave. Don't worry about things here anymore. We'll be back later. Hearing this, the humans wearing vine armor no longer hesitated. They all knew that without the vines, they were truly nothing. At best, they possessed sufficient vitality, making them less vulnerable to being killed. But in places like the depths of the game, strong vitality wasn't necessarily a good thing. Without fighting prowess or connections, they could easily be used as cannon fodder or fertilizer. Now that their vines had been broken, if they didn't flee now, once the humans in Yuanzu City reacted, they'd be doomed. They had previously used the vines to kill many Yuanzu City humans. If the Yuanzu City humans retaliated, none of them would be able to escape. So, these guys immediately gave up the idea of fighting again, and quickly fled from various locations. By the time Gu Shi had cleared all the vines, and Gu Yang saw that the area outside the city was safe, and sent his troops out to search for the enemy, they hadn't found even a trace of him. Of course, this was all a matter of the future. At this moment, the ghost flower was still devouring the vines. At this moment, Gu Shi felt that the ghost flower seemed to be influenced by the vines again, undergoing some changes. This change was quite interesting. Originally, each ghost flower was a single flower. Even after producing seeds and regrowing to form a sea of flowers, they were still individual flowers. Aside from Gu Shi being able to sense the location and condition of each ghost flower, the other ghost flowers were not connected to each other. But after devouring the vines, the ghost flowers seemed to have changed. Now, a type of ghost flower with vine-like growth had appeared, with at least 100 flowers beneath each vine. It could be said that with this instant, the quality of the ghost flower hadn't improved much, but if Gu Shi wanted to unleash a powerful move, the ghost flower's speed would be much faster. Because originally, each seed could only produce one flower. Now, each seed could produce at least 100 flowers. The speed here wasn't just doubled, it was 100-fold. This surprised Gu Shi. He hadn't expected the vines to affect the nether spirit flower. You have to remember that Gu Shi's nether spirit flower was a red item, and the only things that could affect red items, besides the void spirit crystal, were the red road strengthening materials. The vines before him were clearly not of that kind. It seemed he'd have to find time to investigate the vine source. A thought flashed through Gu Shi's mind, but he didn't demand that Gu Yang charge out immediately. Gu Shi knew exactly what he was doing here. The situation in Yuanzu City is only part of the problem. Gu Shi can't focus all his energy on it. There are still several major battles to fight. Gu Shi has already dispatched some of his forces to Beifenjuan City. Since more, the core of the undead dragon army, is not here, he has also deployed some troops near the portal. Gu Shi needs to deploy his troops now. In the upcoming battles, his forces will only dwindle. Gu Shi plans to first observe the current situation at the Creation Bridge, and then return to determine the appropriate deployment. At this moment, Gu Shi glanced at the situation outside and said to Gu Yang, "Mr. Gu, the battle outside is almost over. Are we heading to the Genesis Bridge now?" "Oh yes. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Your Majesty, thank you so much for this time. If it weren't for you, our connection with the outside world would have been cut off. I might not be able to accompany you on the rest of the journey. After all, I need to consolidate the current situation and re-establish connections with Changzi City, Peixin City, and Mongwan City. But don't worry, someone will soon come to accompany you to the Genesis Bridge. All our hopes rest on you. Your Majesty, please lead us back to the real world." Hearing Gu Yang's words, Gu Shi also smiled. "Our return to the real world is the result of your hard work and perseverance, the dedication you put in. I alone cannot replace that. Rest assured, as a human being, I will strike the strongest blow for humanity, cleaving through all obstacles and carving a path forward. Let humanity return to the real world." Chapter 2901. The changes outside Yuanzu City were naturally visible to the players inside. Before Gu Yang could even finish everything, Yuanzu City had already dispatched personnel. This time, 2 players arrived. From their appearance, it was clear that they were twins. After arriving, they first greeted Gu Yang before sizing up Gu Shi. From their eyes, it was clear they didn't have much faith in Gu Shi's abilities. But Gu Shi didn't care, he wasn't conquering the world by relying on rank. If it came to a true rank competition, his current level wouldn't be much of a factor. But with Red Suit, things were different. With Red Suit's power, Gu Shi could single-handedly wipe out an entire clan. In the real world, Gu Shi couldn't even take some people seriously. For Gu Shi, this character was nothing. Before the two could even speak, Gu Yang dragged them aside. "You two, be quiet. His Majesty Emperor Jia is a man of great power. He may not speak, but there are certain etiquettes we must obey. If you continue this, you will be sent back, and replaced by someone who understands etiquette." The 2 men's faces darkened upon hearing this. One of them spoke up, "Brother Gu, you must know how much blood our Su family has shed for the Creation Bridge. So what if you know? Your Su family was born with twins, one inside the bridge, and one outside. Every game world within the Creation Bridge has a pair of twins from your family working as stakes. This is what humanity owes you, the Su family. But this was also your own will. You keep talking about this, are you thinking about leaving the last game world?" Gu Shi grew somewhat curious as he listened to their words. He turned his gaze to the twins. Gu Shi noticed that although they were twins, identical in appearance and height, even in occupation, their paths diverged. One focused on attack, the other on defense, but the attacker wielded a shield, while the defender wielded an axe. It was unclear if this was a family trait, or if there was some other reason behind it. Gu Yang spoke to the twins for a few words, before bringing them before Gu Shi. Your Majesty, these two are here to take you to the Genesis Bridge. They are Su Gao and Su Zhuang of the Su family. Just follow them. The Genesis Bridge is like their family's grave. They are very familiar with it. Gu Shi also recognized the Su family's sacrifice for the creation bridge from Gu Yang's words, so he stood up and nodded. The two men, somewhat uneasy by Gu Yang's words, finally smiled at Gu Shi's reaction. It's our fault. Yes, this way, please. Gu Shi didn't know how to comfort them, so he just kept quiet and followed them toward the creation bridge. After re-entering the space of the creation bridge, Gu Shi discovered that the current creation bridge was fundamentally different from the one he had first seen. When Gu Shi first saw the creation bridge, it was a golden, translucent bridge extending straight into the void. But now, when he looked at it again, it had become much more solid. The originally golden, translucent bridge had transformed into a pure red with a gold rim. At the same time, at regular intervals across the bridge's surface, tiles shimmered with a golden glow. Seeing those tiles, Su Gao and Su Zhuang, who had brought Gu Shi here, showed a palpable sadness in their eyes. But Gu Shi's attention wasn't focused on that at the moment. He noticed that the bridge, stretching into the void, was swaying constantly, like a crane swaying in a typhoon on the verge of collapse. The closer to the void, the more pronounced the shaking. Near the Genesis Bridge, many players were constantly entering and exiting various portals, trying to stabilize the bridge before them. This situation is much worse than when I first arrived. The original bridge was golden. Genesis has experienced many problems over the years, not only losing many people, but also a lot of energy and opportunities. Su Gao said. But things have been put under control, and we accumulated some energy. We originally thought the final push would go relatively smoothly, but we never expected to encounter something like this in the end. Su Zhuang followed up. Is this the final step? Gu Shi was now looking towards the bridge of the creation bridge. Not only was he watching, but the head of the goddesses behind him was also watching. Through different perspectives, Gu Shi could see many different things, especially the situation behind the void. Although Gu Shi couldn't see too much, he could still grasp the general situation. Yes, but now the bridge is shaking, and the last cross-world cannot be anchored in the real world. If this final node can't be secured, the bridge will never be completed. Eventually, the game world's energy will be completely depleted, and the construction of the Genesis Bridge will fail. If the Genesis Bridge fails, all of humanity's years of hard work will be wasted, and all of humanity will be trapped deep within the game. The brothers Su Gao and Su Zhuang exchanged words. However, Gu Shi's mind wasn't on their conversation. He was staring at the enemies in the void. Gu Shi's expression was grave. He had already seen the enemy. They were creatures resembling gargoyles. However, compared to normal gargoyles, these were blue and translucent, larger in size, and numbered in the hundreds of millions. They could fly through the void and actively ram into the Genesis Bridge's deck. With each collision, they perished in the millions. But as they died, a layer of blue liquid formed on the surface of the Genesis Bridge. Afterwards, a pale golden energy source was extracted and merged into the blue liquid, ultimately creating new blue gargoyles that charged towards the creation bridge. It was clear they were using their bodies and lives to destroy the creation bridge. Gu Shi had no idea how they were doing this. But one thing was certain, the gargoyles were not living beings, but minions of a certain race. Just like the vines that had previously besieged the Origin City. After destroying the vines, Gu Shi failed to locate the enemy that had planted them. This somewhat frustrated Gu Shi. After observing the situation before him, Gu Shi's gaze began to scan the surrounding area. He had to first locate the enemy's location and prevent them from escaping. Chapter 2902. Gu Shi wanted to locate the enemy as quickly as possible. However, the creation bridge was incredibly large, and while it stretched directly into the void, it only resembled a bridge in appearance, not a true bridge. This creation bridge had been here for so many years, yet no one had even walked on its deck. The creation bridge's defense relied primarily on its sturdiness. As for the battles within the void, the creation bridge had never faced anything as formidable as the one now before. Previously, it simply crashed into them. In the void, the creation bridge could shatter even the fragments of falling worlds with a single impact. This seemingly insignificant enemy might have been chosen specifically to annoy the creation bridge. Even if the humans knew what was happening, they wouldn't be able to deal with it. For one thing, the gargoyles were simply too numerous. Hundreds of millions of gargoyles weren't their limit. What Gushi could see, naturally, could be seen by humans as well. To deal with these enemies, they must at least locate their true location. Otherwise, if they desperately tried to eliminate these gargoyles, only to have the enemy turn around and send out so many more, how could they possibly defeat them? Thus, humans had been dragging their feet on this matter, now hoping to complete the final step as quickly as possible. As long as the creation bridge was finally built, the gargoyles attacking it would be no problem. Watching Gushi's actions, the brothers Su Gao and Su Zhuan understood Gushi's intentions. They hesitated for a moment, but didn't try to persuade him. After all, humans had invited Gushi here to handle these matters. The simultaneous attacks from three powerful enemies left the humans in a state of panic, their confidence shattered. They didn't know how to handle everything before them. As a result, Gushi's arrival lifted the siege outside Yuanzhou City. This was a significant boost for the humans. After all, the humans knew about the vines outside. The fact that they could trap so many humans in Yuanzhou City and cut off their connection to other cities proved that the vines were no joke. The humans had tried many methods, but none could resolve the situation. Gushi arrived and quickly dispatched the vines. It wasn't that the vines were ineffective, but rather that Gushi's strength was too great, and he had the perfect countermeasure to the vines. This made it easy to eliminate one of the enemies. It also gave the humans enough confidence. Apart from anything else, as long as external communication was maintained, it was like reinforcements for the humans. With reinforcements, even the greatest difficulties could be overcome. At this point, Gushi wanted to deal with the gargoyle, and the Gao brothers naturally wouldn't try to stop him. Instead, they tried to find a way to help him. If Gushi couldn't enter the void, they planned to borrow a tool that could allow him to move and locate himself within it. At this moment, Gushi raised his head and said, "I'm going to take a look in the void. When I come back, can I locate myself here?" "Of course. I give you the coordinates. Just locate yourself here." Su Gao responded quickly. Gushi wrote down the coordinates and even used his Polestar GPS to locate himself there. After that, Gushi nodded to the Su brothers, and a marble-paved road appeared before him. This is the road leading to the Pantheon. Gushi's Pantheon is located within the void. Normally, he could enter the Pantheon with a single flash, or he could walk step by step along the road. This road could be short or long. As long as Gushi set foot on it, he was within the Pantheon's perimeter, and no one could pinpoint his location. Gushi had no means of moving through the void, but he could use this method to see what was happening within. At most, he would simply make the marble road longer. For Gushi, this wasn't a difficult task. He was currently doing just that. As Gushi stepped onto the marble road, the construction site of the creation bridge vanished behind him. In its place, a vast void appeared, and within it, only a golden bridge could be seen spanning the sky. From time to time, a blue light flashed across the golden bridge, and with each flash, a red light would appear, as if counteracting the blue light. So this is what the creation bridge looks like in the void. But why are they using gold? It made Gushi think that the red outfit was actually gold. She grumbled to herself, but Gushi didn't stop. The leader of the goddesses kept searching for the enemy's true location. Gushi thought the same as humans. The gargoyles were merely summoned by certain enemies. The real enemy lay beyond. As long as these enemies were completely eliminated, the gargoyles outside wouldn't be a problem at all. So what if they could resurrect repeatedly during battle? So what if they numbered over 100 million? Doesn't Gushi have troops that can be infinitely revived? Doesn't Gushi have troops numbering over 100 million? That's impossible. After glancing at the gargoyles, Gushi activated his Mind Dark Lantern sight, intending to target the gargoyles and search for the entity behind them. Gushi's idea was quite feasible. With just a glance, Gushi saw many gazes fixed on the gargoyles. With just a glance, Gushi understood the situation. There was probably one gaze focused on 200 to 300 gargoyles. That meant there were at least 300,000 to 400,000 enemies behind these gargoyles. Gushi didn't react much to this number. Before, Gushi might have thought this number was high, but now he didn't think so at all. 300,000 or 400,000 troops were nothing. If they were weaker, he could probably destroy them with a single blow. But enemies of this size would be easier to find. After all, 300,000 or 400,000 people gathered together, even if they were packed tightly together, would occupy a considerable area. Not to mention that they were in the middle of a battle, so it was impossible for them to squeeze everyone together. Therefore, their base in the void should be even larger. The humans hadn't noticed it before because they simply hadn't thought about it, and they couldn't enter the void to locate the enemy. Now Gushi was different. He already had the direction and the area. If he still couldn't find the enemy, he would be truly foolish. Gushi followed the direction of the other person's gaze, and soon discovered that there was something clearly wrong in the void. The space there was distorted, and when Gushi looked there, his gaze would unconsciously shift in other directions. Found it. Chapter 2903. Gushi immediately locked onto a location following his gaze. To the naked eye, it appeared to be a vast void. But upon closer inspection, it was a vast floating city. The city before him was composed entirely of a dark blue stone. It resembled an inverted mountain, its base flattened, with numerous buildings built right at the base. This was a relatively common floating city. This one, however, was considerably larger. Gushi estimated that it covered an area roughly the size of Victoria's city. A defensive system comprised numerous towers and walls at the outermost perimeter of the city. The towers were also dark blue, but their tops radiated a dark black glow. It was clear that this city had previously been hidden in the void, and this black glow had played a significant role in its concealment. Atop the walls, many gargoyles, still waiting to depart, rested. These gargoyles, crammed together, not only filled the tops of the city walls, but also lay crouched on the walls themselves. When their disguise was revealed by Gushi, the gargoyles turned and looked in his direction, as if challenging him. This made Gushi laugh. Is this a challenge? At first, Gushi was worried he didn't have a way to appear in the void. Now, wasn't this a direct gift? A city of the dead that could float in the void. Gushi even had a name for this city in mind, Void City. After discovering the enemy city, Gushi had no intention of standing on the marble road again. Dimensional Gate. Gushi immediately activated this move. Back then, Gushi had used this move in the starry sky to reach a black hole. Now, from this void, he could still achieve a drop into a city visible to the naked eye. As the Dimensional Gate activated, Gushi immediately felt the powerful force emanating from the Creation Bridge. In the void near the Creation Bridge, the methods of controlling dimensions and space became somewhat clumsy. It was clear that the Creation Bridge had a method of sealing space. Only in this way could one safely transport people from the depths of the game to the real world through the void. Otherwise, various problems within the void could directly destroy the Creation Bridge before him. This, however, caused Gushi some trouble. At the very least, the process of Gushi's transmission through the Dimensional Gate was quite painful. Fortunately, Gushi had extensive experience in the starry sky. Even if the extra-dimensional portal had a minor issue, his deployment was still adequate. Not to mention, Gushi now possessed methods like the red thread of the underworld, allowing him to return to his original position at any time if he so desired. The Creation Bridge before him didn't actually have much of an impact on him. At most, Gushi experienced a delay while transiting, but he soon reappeared above the city. At this point, the gargoyles in the city also noticed Gushi's arrival. A large group of them took flight, descending upon him like a torrent. These gargoyles weren't as numerous as those that had impacted the Creation Bridge, but their combined number still numbered around 10 to 20 million. As they took flight, the sky was dyed a deep blue. Gushi also noticed that every building in the city was operating. New gargoyles were being trained and rapidly swarming from every corner of the city. They didn't care that Gushi was alone. In their eyes, whether it was just one person or a group, they were all acting in unison. Gushi, in the sky, was amused by the situation before him. Is he competing with me in military strength? This is a first. Gushi couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time someone had ever played this trick on him. These were people coming right to his door. If he didn't take them down this time, he would be in big trouble. Then, behind Gushi, a divine moonlight flashed, enveloping the entire city in white. Undead dragons and other troops, transformed by the divine moonlight, flew out from the white moonlight. Of course, all of this was simulated by Gushi using the divine moonlight. However, no matter how much they simulated it, undead dragons were still undead dragons. Their aerial combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of gargoyles. One could easily defeat 30 to 50 gargoyles. At the same time, Gushi's Death Legion was mobilized. Death Avatar's bone dragons appeared in large numbers from the sky, cooperating with the moonlight undead dragons in battle. Besides these Death Avatar's bone dragons, 3 other Death Avatars appeared in groups. The Death Avatar Incha, the most powerful of the Death Avatars at finding their target, was the Incha. No matter where someone hid, they could find them. Gushi released them to uncover the real players in this city. After all, Gushi didn't believe the gargoyles were the masters of this city. He believed there must be something else behind these gargoyles. The Spider Queen, the incarnation of death, was used to deal with the gargoyles. While the Spider Queen's web wasn't as powerful as Gushi's death mane, it could still entangle some enemies. Most importantly, once entangled, the gargoyles couldn't fly. Gushi could then deploy some ground troops and easily dispatch the gargoyles. The ghost jellyfish, the incarnation of death, were poison-enhanced death incarnations, each traversing a toxic path. This time, Gushi wasn't leveraging their toxicity, but their ability to fly. These death legions, along with the Moonlight Undead Dragon, appeared and immediately engaged the gargoyles, forcing them to stay away from Gushi. At this moment, Gushi deployed the castle of the Death City. This time, Gushi deployed the Dragon City. When Gushi deployed the Dragon City, he issued a single command. All undead dragons, awake or not, come out and destroy all the gargoyles here. In fact, when Gushi gave the order, he had no idea how many undead dragons he could unleash. Just before he left, he received word that Moore's Dragon Blood Bottle quest had been completed and that he had left for his next mission. She had left in a hurry, and Gushi had no idea how many undead dragons she had taken with her. But the current situation meant Gushi had no choice but to give it a try. See how many undead dragons were left in Dragon City. If that didn't work, Gushi would also use those undead dragons that hadn't yet been assigned to the team. After all, judging by the current situation, the battle in the sky still depended on the undead dragons. Chapter 2904. As soon as Dragon City was deployed, Gushi sensed a surge of chaos within the city below. The Death Avatar, In-Cha, which had been deployed earlier, immediately seized upon this chaotic situation and charged forward. Death Avatars, In-Chas, appear to be physical, but they possess abilities such as the ability to pass through walls. As long as they can locate the enemy's position, they can even teleport. In some respects, their abilities are quite powerful. Previously, Gushi could only see the gargoyles throughout the city, but he had no idea where the enemies were. If Gushi hadn't set his sights on the city before him, he would have used the Death Avatar's combined attack methods to destroy it outright. But who made Gushi set his sights on this city? Now, Gushi's fighting style was inevitably a bit gentler. After determining the enemy's position, Gushi, without a second thought, launched the city gate and dumped truck into the city. Those who rushed out of the city gate were the regular troops that Gushi could still mobilize. Gushi knew exactly why he had come here this time. Wasn't it to eliminate the enemies that kept crashing into the Creation Bridge? The gargoyles were charging over there, and Gushi couldn't get through for the time being. But he could still kill the enemies in this city. As soon as Gushi's troops were released, they followed the Death Incarnation, the In Messenger, and together they attacked somewhere. At this time, Gushi also saw the people in the city. They looked similar to humans, but their skin was a dark blue. Gushi immediately had a feeling that they were related to the Celestials, though he didn't know why. But Gushi knew it was a package. These people were clearly divided into two groups. One was stronger, wearing overalls, holding various tools, and a large belt around their waists, from which hung pockets filled with various gear parts. It was obvious that they had created the gargoyles. The other group wore mage robes, and their pockets were similarly filled with scrolls and other items. These were the mages who commanded the gargoyles. After being forced out of their hiding places by the Death Incarnation, the In Messenger, they showed no fear and instead actively attacked the Death Incarnation, the In Messenger. From their attack methods, Gushi could tell that their levels were roughly between 18 and 25. In the depths of the game, this was only considered an average level. This level made Gushi somewhat puzzled. Is there no one in this race who is more powerful? This hierarchical structure is clearly unreasonable. While pondering this situation, Gushi deployed a sufficient number of troops. Regardless of the enemy's situation, the priority was to capture this area first. At this point, the enemies also noticed the city gates they had been deployed to, and their first priority was to control the gargoyles to attack them. However, they had never anticipated that Gushi's main gates had been upgraded to a relatively high level. In addition to significantly increasing the speed of troop deployment, the defense system at the gates had also been significantly strengthened. This city knew how to build defense towers on the city walls, and Gushi certainly knew how to deploy various defenses on the walls near the gates. There were quite a few gargoyles in this city. If they charged, the guards at the city gates might have been quite flustered. But these players with odd-looking skins weren't nearly as strong as the gargoyles. They weren't as numerous as one might imagine. There were only about 500,000 of them in the entire city. Furthermore, they weren't under unified command. Instead, they were fighting or making other arrangements in different districts. When Gushi's troops entered the city, they reacted, but they instinctively controlled the nearby gargoyles to fight. They had no intention of attacking themselves. This held true for both the melee and ranged magicians. This situation surprised Gushi. In his mind, these were still players, after all. Even the worst performing players would have some courage to attack. They were clearly putting everything in the hands of the gargoyles. How could they have such complete trust in the gargoyles? If all the gargoyles were destroyed, how would they defend themselves? Gu Shi had plenty of troops at his disposal, but whenever he strengthened his forces, he prioritized his own combat methods. At the very least, he had to ensure he had sufficient troops around him. Just like now. As soon as Gu Shi saw the chaotic battle below, he immediately released the Black Blood Knights. Also released were over 760 Emperor Knights. In the Knight's Blood Road, Emperor Knight had already subdued all the Black Blood Knights. Perhaps in terms of combat power, the Emperor was slightly stronger than the Black Blood Knight. But in terms of seizing strategic opportunities, the Emperor far surpassed the Black Blood Knight. As soon as they rushed out, they quickly seized the opportunity, launching an attack with the Black Blood Knights and their undead servant. It was clear that the Emperor's attacks were all directed at the city's most vulnerable points. Their charge forced the enemy to engage them directly. This situation startled Gu Shi. He truly wondered how the Emperor had determined that this was a suitable place for fighting. However, this situation was also a good thing for Gu Shi. Gu Shi no longer had to focus on the battle below. At this moment, Gu Shi's attention was slowly shifting to the battle in the sky. As soon as the Dragon City was launched, all the undead dragons within it flew out. Although some of the undead dragons were captured by Maul, there were still a considerable number of undead dragons. As Dragon City was launched, millions of undead dragons immediately took flight, while over 8 million more were crawling out from beneath the city. Watching the undead dragons rising from the ground beneath Dragon City, Gu Shi finally believed that Moore had completed the Dragon Blood Vials mission. After all, Gu Shi clearly remembered that his initial undead dragon force wasn't as numerous or diverse. The undead dragons here were clearly Moore's achievements. But now, they were the main force of Gu Shi's aerial battles. Millions of undead dragons took flight, filling the entire sky in the blink of an eye. How many gargoyles remained within the city? How could they compare to the undead dragons? As the two sides clashed, the gargoyles were torn and bitten by the undead dragons, shattered to pieces. Chapter 2905. As the third wave of millions of undead dragons took flight, Gu Shi decisively issued his order. If you can reach the void, attack those gargoyles. My request is simple, destroy all of them. Upon Gu Shi's command, some undead dragons actually charged into the void. However, they retreated only moments later. The void is not as simple as it appears. Once all the undead dragons entered the void, they immediately lost all power. No matter how they flapped their wings, it was useless, they simply could not move forward. Finally, with no other choice, they retreated. However, Gu Shi understood that since the enemy before them could fight in the void, they must possess the ability to fly. So, Gu Shi immediately set his sights on the gargoyles. Under Gu Shi's command, the undead dragons pounced on the gargoyles once again. This time, the undead dragons' actions were quite simple. They devoured the gargoyles and examined their bodies for any unusual items. Gu Shi immediately released some undead laborers. Some of these undead laborers were transformed from gargoyles, while others were transformed from players in the city. Whatever their origins, their presence served a single purpose, to allow Gu Shi to inquire about the city's situation and how they moved through the void. After asking, Gu Shi finally found out. This city was indeed originally owned by the Celestials. The Celestials, like humans, would occasionally have their cities fall into the depths of the game. However, some of the Celestials possessed passages connecting the deep game to the real world, so even if some cities fell, they had methods to counter them. The city before them was quite unique. Because their previous city lord had heard about the depths of the game, he feared his city would fall there, so he reinforced it in many ways. In the end, he encountered something he didn't want to encounter. The city had a problem, and had fallen into the depths of the game. If that were the case, it might not have been a big deal. At most, the city would be in the deep game, and the Celestials would just bring the people back to the real world. But the city had implemented some measures to prevent it from falling into the deep game. These measures weren't very effective when the city fell, but they were quite effective when it fell into the deep game. In the end, the city was stuck in the void. It was a situation where it couldn't go up or down. The Celestials saw that saving the city would be costly and require a huge investment of effort, making it pointless. But not rescuing them seemed unreasonable. Their fellow Celestials had fallen into the void, and not saving them would be a disgrace to the clan. However, how about this? Excise them from the Celestials. That way, they wouldn't be considered Celestials, and not rescuing them wouldn't matter. So, the city went from falling into the depths of the game to missing. They were no longer Celestials, but a new race known as Void Celestials. Because they had always lived in the void, although they occasionally entered the game world to obtain resources, the Void Celestials didn't have a very good life. Their professional heritage was influenced by the power of the void. Even their bodies were affected by it, becoming somewhat semi-void. Most importantly, their reproductive methods had changed. Originally, they gave birth to one child per birth, but now they gave birth to a string of children. With the power of the void, they could produce large numbers. Add to that their ability to move through the void, and the void celestials have returned to the celestials' attention. Although the celestials no longer consider the void celestials members of their own clan, they have nonetheless provided them with considerable support. For example, the current city's expansion to its current size is largely due to resources airdropped by the celestials. The void celestials' racial traits, career paths, and most importantly, the gargoyles' technology, all stem from support from the celestials. They also regularly assist the celestials with small tasks, such as this time, by directly crashing into and destroying the creation bridge. After all, the celestials know that the depths of the game are a treasure trove. With one more faction connecting to the depths, they gain less. So, the less faction connected to the depths of the game, the better. After all, the celestials fear no one except the myriad spirits. Although the void celestials has separated from the celestials, the people in their city still consider themselves celestials. Their thinking is essentially the same as the celestials. Over the years, they've been moving through the void, practically being called the second brother of the void. This shows how unpopular they truly are. Of course, besides the void celestials, Gushi also inquired about their professions, and the reason their city was moving through the void. At the heart of their city lies a void crystal. Because of the void crystal, and because they've been in the void forever, their city has become void-like. Gargoyles are combat machines they specially crafted to fight in the void. They considered creating combat machines like stone men and titans. But they simply can't. Titan lightning doesn't reach far in the void. And stone men move even slower and can't fly. This leaves them with the possibility of using flying creatures like gargoyles, whose bodies are affected by the void's power, transforming into void units, which offers some combat advantages. Gushi's undead dragons have never been exposed to the void. If they were to fly into it, they wouldn't be able to fly very far. Gushi also understood why these people, whether melee or spellcasting players, constantly use gargoyles in battle. It's because they live in the void, and their weapons have become void weapons. That's right, it's a void weapon. It can be used in the void, but isn't very effective against non-void creatures. It's the same situation as the death gear used in the death territory. They're all weapons specific to that region. They're fine for fighting in the void, but they're ineffective in the game. So, these players have long since developed a fighting style that relies entirely on gargoyles. Even in the void, they fight this way. As for their own combat effectiveness, Gushi asked, these void celestials, every single one of them, are just clothes hangers-on. They were geared just to hold a few stats. Their combat effectiveness is practically zero. Chapter 2906. The void celestials were unaware that Gushi had already thoroughly understood their plans shortly after entering the city. At this moment, they were still fighting against Gushi's troops. Because Gushi's undead had already reached them, the void celestials were forced to bring out their best skills. There are two types of void celestials: fabricators, who appear to be melee fighters and are the primary force in creating gargoyles. The other type is controllers, who appear to be magic fighters and can simultaneously control large numbers of gargoyles in battle. Working in pairs, with enough stone, they can quickly create a fairly effective gargoyle army. If they have time, they can even enhance the gargoyles, such as increasing their flight or combat capabilities. Each void celestial has their own unique methods. Fabricators have dedicated stone carving workshops, where they can significantly increase their gargoyle production speed. Controllers have dedicated control towers, where they can simultaneously control multiple gargoyles. When attacked by Gushi's men, the void celestials managed to save themselves. But their self-rescue methods were still somewhat lacking. Every time, it was just gargoyles. They really had no other options besides the gargoyles. And their gargoyles didn't have any exceptional special abilities. If they could be like Gushi's arrow tower hunters, even with some minor issues, they could still dominate the battlefield. But aside from the gargoyles, they truly had no other means. Gushi's undead dragons in the air were a thing of the past. The troops just released on the ground were mostly under Emperor's command. While Emperor wasn't as good as the heroes transformed by Yi Xuanfeng, their grasp of the battle situation was no less impressive. After a single encounter with the Void Celestial, they knew its weaknesses. Emperor naturally wanted to exploit them. Wasn't the Void Celestial about to release gargoyles? I won't let you release them, and I won't let you create them. I suppress you now, until you don't even have time to create gargoyles. A single charge will wipe out more than half of you. I won't even give you time. I see what you can do. With Emperor's presence, even without the heroes transformed by Yi Shuangfeng, the situation wouldn't be so dire. Not to mention Gu Shi's soldiers constantly charging out from all directions. Under the command of the Emperor and the hero, they moved through the city like they were at home, appearing at various locations from time to time. These locations happened to be exactly where the Void Celestials had to rescue them. The Void Celestials had just secured their defenses, and before they could react, another line of defense behind them was breached by Gu Shi's men. 1 or 2 times was fine, but after so many, they clearly sensed something was wrong. But they couldn't fight Gu Shi's troops head-on. Because of their classes and their void weapons, they had forgotten how to fight. Even their movements with their weapons were clearly wrong. How could they possibly fight against Gu Shi's regular troops, who had emerged from their victory, coupled with the addition of the undead dragons, which were unable to enter the void? The number of gargoyles in the sky dwindled rapidly. Without the gargoyles' protection, these Void Celestials were caught in a dilemma. They wanted to gather together, but they dared not. If they gathered, they would be wiped out en masse. But fighting alone, they would be instantly annihilated. The gargoyles couldn't be mobilized. Furthermore, Gu Shi's men were incredibly fast at demolishing the city. In a blink of an eye, they could demolish some of the buildings on the ground and unearth the Void Celestials hiding. Under these various tactics, the Void Celestials were completely suppressed. Any movement they made was immediately suppressed. No matter how large their movements, it was useless. After all, their little tricks couldn't escape Decade's sight. Any movement, Decade would immediately strike. Then the troops would swiftly descend and annihilate the Void Celestials. It was fine once or twice, but after a few too many times, the Void Celestials also clearly sensed something was amiss. They could only turn to their own leaders and ask them to find a solution. But there was another rather baffling problem. There were no aristocratic families in this city. The original lord of this city built the floating city on his own. The only ranks in the city were the lord, apprentices, and slaves. If you really counted them, only the lord was considered human, the others were cannon fodder. But when the city fell, the lord perished instantly, while the apprentices and slaves, due to their greater numbers, survived. The two sides fought several battles for various reasons, but ultimately neither side could prevail. Finally, a management agreement was reached, establishing a seemingly unremarkable parliamentary system. The parliament was divided into 3 levels. Slaves governed their own affairs, apprentices governed their own affairs, and finally, the 2 factions negotiated agreements. Precisely because of the parliament's disarray, the Void Celestials were unable to establish any power inheritance through bloodline. Usually, they gathered their forces in guilds. When faced with problems, the Void Celestials would simply turn to their guild leaders for advice. But what could they do in such a situation? If they truly possessed such a talent for war, this city wouldn't be what it is now, they would have completely dominated it. Now, the Void Celestials' actions of seeking out their superiors had directly exposed their superiors to Gu Shi. Gu Shi was unsure who to trouble. Seeing this opportunity, he immediately ordered his men to expedite the execution of the city's administrators. Meanwhile, the Council of the Void Celestials was still debating how to respond to the current situation. While they were discussing this matter, the Void Celestials were on the verge of a fight. They simply couldn't agree on a single point. Some wanted to abandon the battle and flee, some wanted to fight Gu Shi, some wanted to signal for the Celestials to come, and some wanted. In short, there were only 30 council members, but 40 or 50 different opinions. When they couldn't convince their comrades, they resorted to using their fists to convince them. There were quarrels, fights, taking sides, fighting in secret, saving lives, and so on. Those who didn't know would have thought something had happened. How could they possibly reach a conclusion in such a situation? Step by step, the fate of the Void Celestials was being dragged into a dead end by them. Chapter 2907. Gu Shi's men followed the fleeing Void Celestials, and quickly found the Void Celestial Council's location. When the Emperors charged in, the Void Celestial Council members were still fighting. Seeing the gate kicked down, the Void Celestials inside paused for a moment. After realizing what had happened, they screamed, each with a different reaction. Some of the Void Celestials were truly fierce, unconcerned with their own lack of fighting power, charging directly outward, intent on engaging Gu Shi's men head-on. Some were so frightened they sat on the floor, unable to move. Some had already fled, while a few, seeing the situation, decisively lifted up the ground and climbed down. The one leading the charge was an emperor. He observed the Void Celestials' reactions. Whether they fought back, fled, or simply collapsed on the ground, all were within his consideration. In contrast, the few who lifted up the ground were not among them. Decade immediately understood that something was amiss, and dozens of undead servants rushed in. As they leaped down, several dark blue gargoyles rushed up from below. These gargoyles were noticeably smaller, but more agile. After bursting out, they immediately pounced on the undead servants' faces. Their level was clearly much higher than the gargoyles outside, their combat power and spirituality enhanced across the board. However, they never imagined that the undead servant who had rushed in here was no insignificant cannon fodder, but a demigod-level undead servant. Following behind was a level 60 undead servant. These were all Gushi's spoils of war. If one truly treated the undead servant as cannon fodder, then one would become one themselves. Just like the gargoyles before him, they were clearly used to protect key positions. If they were on the battlefield outside, a one-on-one fight against an undead dragon would be no problem. But right now, they were no match for him, being instantly overwhelmed by the undead servant. One undead servant crushed 3 gargoyles, and then sent out a signal. Important discovery. Gushi, standing in the sky, watching the battle below, also received the signal immediately. Because the undead servant had originally emerged from the night blood path of the nether flower. Gushi immediately knew what was wrong. Instantly, the night blood path opened up here, and a large number of undead servant and undead laborers rushed out. The undead servant was used for combat, while the undead laborers were used to dig through the area. As soon as they appeared, they completely dug up the already exposed floor. The decade behind them could immediately see the tunnel below, and the faint blue light emanating from its depths. This was undoubtedly the core of the city. Capture this place, and the city would be taken. Decade decisively gave the order, and charged in himself. When they rushed out, they already knew Gushi's orders and requirements. Capture the city before them. This was the best opportunity. As long as they captured the core of the city, the rest could be dealt with later. After receiving the feedback from the nether flower, Gushi wasn't idle either. He immediately unleashed his blood thread net, and transported himself to this area. Gushi's idea was simple. He had to come take a look. If anything came up that his men couldn't handle, he could intervene. However, upon entering, he saw a dark blue fist thrust upward, and a dark blue golden figure sent an undead servant flying. This sight made Gushi gasp. He hadn't expected golden figures to be here. In fact, these golden figures weren't the city's official troops. These golden figures were simply experimental devices. After the city fell into the void, they researched numerous military concepts. Only the gargoyle was most suitable for this city. The remaining troops all had various flaws and issues. In the end, all the experimental and prototype models of these troops were sealed away in the city's core. Since they weren't to be destroyed or used, they were simply left there. Over time, no one remembered these experimental machines and prototypes. Who would have thought that, because no one paid any attention to them, these experimental machines had survived? The one that rushed out now was the first generation of the Golden Man experimental machine. Its combat power might not be great, but its strength is more than enough. As Gushi approached, he saw him punch a demigod-level undead servant back several steps. Seeing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. It seemed that his hand of death was still lacking some powerful weirdness. This guy is clearly a power type. It seems he could be used to suppress them. Although he wields the power of the void, to Gushi, any power that isn't compatible is considered strange. Most importantly, Gushi's molten crushing hand is forged from the Golden Man, the incarnation of death. For Gushi, sealing the Golden Man inside was the perfect choice. So, Gushi immediately raised his hand, and the molten crushing hand directly grabbed the Golden Man. The Golden Man had just sent the demigod-level undead servant flying, and was gloating over it. He had been sealed in the city's core for so many years, absorbing the void power within, all for this day. Now it was time to show everyone that the Golden Man was the most suitable puppet unit for combat, and the gargoyles were all heretics. But he never expected Gushi's molten crushing hand to grab him on the head. The Golden Man retaliated and struck the molten crushing hand. With that punch, the Golden Man felt as if his strength was drained from him, his fist hitting nothing. Then he felt as if he were transported to a place surrounded by thick metal. Standing still, he felt only a single sensation, countless pressures pressing down from all sides, threatening to crush him into dust. The Golden Man immediately sensed something was wrong. He pushed his hands against the ground, attempting to stand, only to find a large number of iron chains erupting nearby, locking him tightly and dragging him toward a nearby altar. The Golden Man exerted force with his feet, forcibly grabbing the chains and attempting to pull them free. But at that moment, the Golden Man felt something flash through the sky, and another Golden Man, roughly his size, slammed down heavily, landing squarely on him. Bang! The two golden men rolled half a circle on the ground before being dragged underground by countless chains and arms, never to be seen again. Chapter 2908. Boom! As the third golden figure captured from the city core was thrown into the smelting and crushing ghost prison and dragged underground to be suppressed, a dinging sound suddenly rang out in Gushi's ears. Your Death Hand's second enhancement has been completed. The Death Hand's level has been upgraded to Orange +3, and all the functions of the second pair of Death Hands are fully activated. Ghost Prison Enhancement Effect: Speed and Strength. All Death Hands gain speed and strength. Strength and agility are increased to 3 times the user's base strength and agility, affected by the number of Death Hands and the corresponding Ghost Prison energy. The base attribute multiplication effect is further enhanced. The Ghost Prison can also be autonomously enhanced, and the enhanced effects affect all Death Hand arms. All Death Hand arms will be affected by the Ghost Prison, becoming stronger and more flexible. All energy and strength consumed by each Death Hand arm comes entirely from the corresponding Ghost Prison. Divine Skill Assimilation Effect enhances the Death Avatar. When using the Hand of Death, you can automatically deploy the corresponding Death Avatar, Death Mantis and Golden Man. This Death Avatar is a special, enhanced version, with effects exceeding those of a normal Death Avatar. All Death Avatar skills are increased by 5 to 10 levels, and attributes such as Dragon Slayer, Lightning, and Strength or Agility are increased. The enhanced attributes are similar to those of the strange or strange creatures suppressed in the Ghost Prison. The third pair of Death Hands begins selection, and the divine skill to be enhanced is the Death City. As soon as Gushi saw the current situation, he realized that his Death Hand was finally nearly complete. Next, it was time to consider the third pair of arms. While the second pair of arms offered some options, the third pair offered no options at all. Of the 3 divine skills of death, only the Death City remained untransformed into the Hands of Death. And before that, Gushi had already prepared the Death Cities to transform into the Hands of Death. These were the 2 massive Death Cities he had snatched from Octopus Head. These 2 massive Death Cities had been stored within Gushi's sacred moonlight for a long time. It could be said that Gushi had been waiting for this day. Now that the second pair of the Hands of Death had completed its transformation, Gushi no longer paid attention to the core of the city. He dodged and reached a relatively open area. Sacred moonlight descended from the sky, enveloping him. The 2 pairs of Death Hands that had already appeared now sheathed their weapons and equipment, their palms facing the sky, as if welcoming the moonlight. Amidst this moonlight, 2 Death Cities appeared. The 2 cities weren't very large at first, but as they flew out, they practically covered the Void City before them. This terrified the Void Celestials still struggling within the city. These Void Celestials assumed that Gushi couldn't take their city, and would simply destroy it. Then why would they release 2 such massive cities? Wasn't it just to clamp the city from one side and grind it into powder? They'd done this before. How could their city have grown so large in such a short time? Where did they get the technology and techniques to create the gargoyles? When they did this, they naturally had to be prepared for something like this to happen to them. Seeing the 2 cities suddenly appear, they immediately thought of their usual methods. At this moment, they wanted to control the city before them and crash it into the 2 Death Cities. This was their usual method for attacking cities sliding from the void. Generally, their city would crash into them, then send in the gargoyles to attack. Once the cities sliding through the void were pulverized, their city could devour the fragments. But this time, they had no other options. For one thing, Gushi's troops were pressing down on their city, leaving neither the gargoyles nor the Void Celestials a chance to fight back. For another, the Void Celestials' leaders had been wiped out by Gushi, and their core members were already in his hands. Even if the city wanted to crash into Gushi's 2 Death Cities, they were powerless. It could be said that all the surviving Void Celestials in the city were plunged into a state of despair. But Gushi paid no attention to this. He released the 2 Death Cities not to destroy the city before him. Rather, he intended to transform them into his third pair of Death Hands. The Death Cities falling from the sky did not crash into the city before him. Instead, they grew to their largest size in the sky before rapidly shrinking and changing. Finally, they formed a pair of arms as white as jade and landed behind Gushi. After these arms met the Death Hands, they quickly became stained dark purple. Finally, it changed to the same color as the original 2 pairs of Death Hands. At the same time, the corresponding ghost prisons quickly appeared. However, these 2 ghost prisons were different from the previous 4. These 2 ghost prisons were directly 2 Death Cities. Gushi could clearly sense that these 2 ghost prisons, without a single human, possessed the means to unify the remaining 4 ghost prisons. It was clear that the newly appeared Hands of Death and Ghost Prison had already merged with the previous Hands of Death the moment they appeared. Under these circumstances, the first stage of Gushi's Hands of Death was easily completed. At this moment, the image of the pair of death hands popped up before Gushi's eyes. Original Death Hand, orange, right hand, exclusive class equipment, Gucci. Special, upgradable, upgrades after equipment, and Ghost Prison meet standards. Equipment, upgrade standard main hand weapon, siege or destruction orange equipment, wrist guard or glove, orange equipment, same as left hand, ring, orange equipment with siege or area destruction enhancements. Original Death Ghost Prison, upgrade standard right hand enhanced altar, siege enhancement effect, suppression council chamber, Ghost Prison core, Ghost Source altar, suppresses 5 powerful monsters or creatures, 0/5, sky breaking magic tower, establishes 3 magic tower defense lines, 0/3, Ghost Prison operation altar, 18 locations, 0/18. Alienated Death Hand, orange, left hand, exclusive class equipment, Gucci. Special, upgradable. Upgrade after your equipment, and Ghost Prison meet the upgrade criteria. Equipment, upgrade criteria main hand weapon, orange city defense or shield equipment, wrist guards or gloves, orange equipment, the same as your right hand, ring, orange city defense or large shield equipment. Altered Death Ghost Prison, upgrade criteria left hand enhanced altar, city defense enhancement, suppression council chamber, heart prison core, altered altar, suppresses 5 powerful monsters or creatures, 0/5, twisted moat, deploys 3 monster moat areas, 0/3, Ghost Prison operation altar, 18 locations, 0/18. Note, after meeting the upgrade criteria for the last pair of Death Hands, the Death Hands level will be upgraded to orange +5 quality, and the red equipment upgrade quest will be unlocked. Chapter 2909. With the completion of the last pair of Death Hands, Gushi understood the purpose of the third pair. If the first pair of Death Hands was for magical attacks, and the second pair for physical attacks, then this third pair was purely for siege warfare. The original Death Hands and the altered Death Hands, one focused on attack, the other on defense. They simply treated Gushi as a death city for defense. Even the necessary weapons and equipment were geared towards this goal. It's unclear what the underlying strategy was. You have to remember that Gushi initially thought that these Death Hands would control troop deployment with one hand, and weather or environmental deployment with the other. After all, deployment was the most common use of the Death City. But now that the Death Hands route was revealed, Gushi had to accept it. At the same time, Gushi also sensed the different functions of these Death Hands. Unlike the other 4 Ghost Prisons, the corresponding Ghost Prisons for these 2 Death Hands were actually 2 super large Death Cities. Previously, Gushi stored these 2 massive Death Cities within the sacred moonlight for their nourishment, thus avoiding the inclusion of undead. But things are different now. These 2 Ghost Prisons can now house at least tens of millions of undead. And they can form a self-sustaining cycle. Gushi doesn't need to do much, simply arrange for the undead to enter, and the rest will be left to others. Next, these undead will use these 2 Death Cities as a hub, allowing the undead within them to enter the other 4 Ghost Prisons, forming a closed loop. All the resources and energy within the Ghost Prison, as well as the suppressed uncanny in life, will become the energy source for these 6 Ghost Prisons. Finally, all Gushi needs to do is use these 2 Death Cities as bases, and the remaining 4 Ghost Prisons as cores to form a new, independent underworld. This is the final growth strategy for the Hand of Death. Of course, this is just a growth strategy, not the quest to upgrade the Hand of Death to red equipment. After completing the Hand of Death, Gushi actually had a feeling. The original Hand of Death didn't require too many quests to become red equipment. All he needed to do was to complete the orange equipment and altars required for the final pair of Hands of Death, and then suppress enough life or uncanny within. Once the criteria were met, the Hand of Death would automatically transform into red equipment. Just like the transformation of Death's hair into Death's mane, it was actually a very easy process. However, the Hand of Death was already bound to the head of the goddesses. The 2 pieces of equipment had already become mutually resonant equipment. Although the Hand of Death hasn't yet achieved red armor, it has already set a goal with the chief of the goddesses, potentially allowing for resonance. So, when the Hand of Death completes its final enhancement, Gushi will know in advance the 4 paths it has. He will then have to choose a path that resonates with the chief of the goddesses. At the same time, the level of this path will be raised to the level of the path resonating with the chief of the goddesses. This is why Gushi needs to complete a quest. Of course, there are benefits to this. If Gushi chooses to resonate with the path of Holy Moonlight, Then when the Hand of Death achieves red armor, it will likely become a unique red armor with a unique path, rather than 3 ordinary paths. Of course, whether these exclusives are personal, death-specific, or class-specific depends on Gushi's quest selection and quest completion. At worst, this path will be class-specific, and there won't be a situation like Death's Main, where only ordinary red equipment is available at the beginning. Precisely because of this understanding, Gushi didn't complain about the additional red equipment upgrade quest for Death's Hand. If it weren't for this, Gushi, upon seeing the so-called red equipment upgrade quest, would probably have gone straight to Death and asked him what was going on. After dealing with Death's Hand, Gushi landed back in the city's council chamber. At this point, all the council members in the council chamber had been eliminated. The floor had also been lifted up. The several Golden Man experimental machines and prototypes that had been sealed in the core area had been suppressed by Gushi into the ghost prison. Now, Gushi could directly see the city's core. Beneath the floor lay a massive, dark blue crystal, over 10,000 meters long and over 100 meters thick, resembling a giant beetle sprawled on the ground. Around the crystal, numerous glass tubes and metal components operated. Gushi could see that these metal components drew in external void energy, transforming it into energy and injecting it into the massive crystal. This void energy was then channeled from the crystal through the glass tubes into every corner of the city, becoming a vital energy source for its operation. It was as if the city before him could fly in the void. The gargoyles, capable of fighting in the void, relied entirely on this void energy. As long as Gushi could seize the void energy before him, he could control the city's movement within the void and deal with the gargoyles colliding with the creation bridge. Gushi, understanding this, naturally knew how to deal with the city before him, transforming it into a death city. Gushi immediately leaped down. However, he did not land on the crystal. Instead, as he landed, a pair of arms emerged from behind him. At the same time, sacred moonlight automatically illuminated and infused the arms. Gushi's newly acquired primordial death hand and altered death hand were now effective. The 2 arms, imbued with sacred moonlight, pressed against the crystal. Gushi then exerted force with both hands, and the arm sank into the crystal. Gushi could clearly feel his death hands infusing the void crystal with the power of death without affecting its original properties. Once the power of death completely assimilated the crystal before him, it would become the foundation of Gushi's death city. This method of transforming a dead city is much slower than destroying a city and then transforming it into a dead city. But it does have its advantages. One is stability. This method allows even unoccupied cities to undergo transformation. While it might take a little longer, there are no other inconveniences. Another advantage is stability. Through this method, the city's unique characteristics are fully preserved. No matter what characteristics the city had before the transformation, they will remain the same afterward. There will be no reduction. And this is exactly what Gushi needed. He needed to preserve the city's ability to move through the void. Chapter 2910. As the pair of death hands flew into the void crystal, Gushi felt something. Void crystal assimilation takes approximately 3 to 5 days, and the transformation of a city like this into a death city would take at least 10 days. This speed is significantly slower than directly converting a city into a death city. However, Gushi was accustomed to the rhythm of large-scale battles lasting several days. Furthermore, this method guaranteed the city's transformation into a death city, unlike the fluctuating odds of Gushi's own conversions. Therefore, Gushi didn't complain about the current timeline. In any case, in the current battle situation, Gushi had already fulfilled his role in aiding the creation bridge. Didn't you see that the gargoyles heading towards the creation bridge were already somewhat out of control? After all, the controllers who controlled the gargoyles were mostly dead, and these gargoyles could only act according to their original plans. If they were killed and then revived for some reason, there would be no controller to guide their attack plans. They would simply follow the actions of the nearby gargoyles. Finally, without a controller to guide them, they could only fight on instinct. Under such instinct, the situation would become unfavorable for the gargoyles. Because these gargoyles had no idea where the Genesis Bridge's weaknesses lay, they usually just followed suit, leaving the controllers to adjust their routes. Now that the controllers were gone, they could only rely on instinct to charge forward. As for turning back, they wouldn't do that. After all, they hadn't received the signal to retreat. With this, the pressure on the creation bridge was significantly reduced. The humans outside the creation bridge naturally witnessed this scene as well. In fact, they had been keeping an eye on the situation here since Gushi entered the void. When a city appeared in the void, they knew that inviting Gushi over was the right decision. They had fought for a long time without even knowing where the enemy was, but with a single strike, Gu Shi had driven the enemy city out. Even if Gu Shi hadn't been able to defeat the enemy, this immediate situation alone was enough for the humans. Not to mention the undead dragon horde that Gu Shi had unleashed. The humans outside the creation bridge could clearly see that number of undead dragons. It could be said that if humans pushed hard, they could still muster such a force. But after that, the other human worlds wouldn't need to be defended. The creation bridge wouldn't need to be dealt with. After deducting the various positions, the remaining human forces wouldn't even be as numerous as Gu Shi's. Even if the city were discovered now, it would likely take several days for humans to mobilize their forces. Rather than mobilizing everything in that time, it would be better to let Gu Shi take care of the city before them. But it wasn't as if humans hadn't done anything. Gu Shi had helped to deal with the source of the gargoyles, so humans could deal with the gargoyles that struck the creation bridge on their own. The creation bridge's handling of the gargoyles had been quite good before. It's just that these gargoyles were numerous, had good vision, and, most importantly, were incredibly difficult to kill. After defeating one wave, another would immediately follow. At first, the humans were confident in their attack, but later, they lost all confidence and simply let the gargoyles charge forward on their own. The creation bridge wasn't that fragile, and the gargoyles couldn't simply destroy it. Now, with Gu Shi's actions, he had taken care of the city behind the gargoyles. This gave humanity hope. Some humans had also discovered that the gargoyles' attacks were no longer very structured. This was a good thing. Now was a good time to defeat these gargoyles. Remember, combat is mutual. The gargoyles that were killed earlier were only able to quickly resurrect by absorbing the power of the creation bridge. While this caused some trouble for the humans, it also demonstrated one thing. The creation bridge could actually absorb the gargoyles' power and replenish its own strength. However, at that time, the gargoyles were controlled by someone behind them, commanding them whether they advanced or retreated, and they targeted the weaknesses of the creation bridge. The creation bridge had killed the gargoyles, but before they could seize the energy source, the gargoyles attacked. So the creation bridge itself suffered heavy losses with little gain. But now things were different. The gargoyles were visibly out of control. If humans couldn't seize this opportunity, they would be doomed. So, humans immediately spread the news. The humans guarding the creation bridge or completing their missions didn't receive these orders, but those resting in Origin City and those guarding the creation bridge received the news. Some human players capable of fighting in the void, and those who could control large numbers of subordinates, received the news immediately. At this moment, humans no longer cared about their status or whether they had orders. If they didn't take action now, would they really wait until the creation bridge collapsed before taking action? So, every human player who thought they could make it rushed to sign up. Even if they couldn't kill the gargoyles en masse, they could still kill 100 or 2. At this point, the more people on the bridge, the better. Kill the gargoyles, and turn their corpses into part of the creation bridge. The humans immediately shouted slogans. At this moment, Gu Shi also noticed the changes taking place on the creation bridge. Gu Shi was actually quite envious of these hundreds of millions of gargoyles. This was a prime place for population growth. Not to mention anything else, just the thought of Gu Shi slaying just one of these gargoyles. The Knight's Blood Road contained 100 million undead laborers, or undead servants, while the city of Aridov contained 100 million gargoyles and other undead. And this is just the base number. If the gargoyles could continue to resurrect and be killed, in the end, Gu Shi could reach at least 200 to 300 million people. This is no simple number. Consider how few people Gu Shi has under his command. This is a massive population regeneration point. It's a pity that Gu Shi can see so many gargoyles, but he can't eat them. Gu Shi currently doesn't have the ability to fight across the void. By the time Gu Shi captures the city before him and transforms it into a dead city, it might be 7 or 8 days away. Judging from the current human reaction, the gargoyles will be nearly wiped out by then. If Gu Shi rushes over, he might not even get a sip of soup. That's why Gu Shi secretly sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed with this incident. Chapter 2911. Though he lamented missing out on the biggest catch, Gu Shi wasn't idle. On the one hand, Gu Shi directed his troops to expedite the clearing of the city before him, while on the other hand, he considered ways to send some troops to the Genesis Bridge to fight the gargoyles. This was something Gu Shi had been thinking about from the very beginning. However, the nature of the Genesis Bridge tightly sealed off the surrounding void. The closer one got to the Genesis Bridge, the more stable the space became. Gu Shi's dimensional portal and other means of teleportation couldn't reach the Genesis Bridge directly. At best, they could only reach a distance of about 1 or 2,000 kilometers from the Genesis Bridge. While this distance wasn't a big deal in the void, Gu Shi's troops simply couldn't make it. Even if Gu Shi could send the undead dragon through the dimensional portal, they wouldn't be able to fly that distance. After all, in the void, 1 or 2,000 kilometers is very short. But for an undead dragon, a flight of 1 or 2,000 kilometers would take at least half an hour. And that's considering the speed of an undead dragon at full charge. If it were truly like a battle, it wouldn't take 2 or 3 hours to complete the 1 or 2,000 kilometers. And now, undead dragons lose their ability to fly as soon as they enter the void. Forget 2 or 3 hours, they can't even fly for 2 or 3 seconds. As for Gushi personally rushing over to the Creation Bridge to open the city gates, Gushi himself hadn't even considered it. It wasn't that Gushi was worried about the final battle in the city before him, but rather that Gushi himself lacked the ability to travel in the void. His Pantheon passage could be laid out across the void, but he couldn't extend it for thousands of kilometers. Laying it out a little would mean Gushi was taking advantage of the red suit, but laying it out continuously would be shameless. This made Gushi jealous, yet helpless. In the end, he could only watch from where he was. Meanwhile, the battle on the Genesis Bridge was raging. After confirming that the gargoyles were only SOSO, the human players were bringing out their best. Although Gushi couldn't see that far, he could still discern the color of the flames there. The dark blue that had once held the upper hand was now largely invisible. Gushi suspected the battle there would likely end before his side transformed into a city of death. By then, Gushi would truly gain nothing. As Gushi was muttering about this, one of his men suddenly approached him. "Sir, look at these weapons." Gushi took the weapons and examined them. His eyes lit up. Gushi's men found the city's barracks and armory, and removed the weapons stored there. Although no longer recognized by the Celestials, the Void Celestials were still Celestials, and they still maintained some of their celestial ways. They usually worked hard to ensure that every Void Celestial had a piece of orange equipment. Of course, all of their orange equipment was Void equipment, usable in the Void, but less effective in ordinary environments. Generally speaking, various effects in the Void were increased by 200%, while in the normal game world, their effects were reduced to approximately 50%. But that wasn't what Gushi saw. As he held the weapons, his eyes lit up. Items marked with the Void equipment mark were of little use to Gushi. Even if he captured the city, he would only have one Death City in the Void. Gushi didn't need more Void equipment to equip the troops in the city. The weapons and equipment in these warehouses held little appeal to Gushi. On the contrary, due to the Void equipment stats, some of the orange equipment wasn't very good, and they could only be used in the Void, so what was the point of having them? But now, Gushi saw another path. Gushi didn't need these Void weapons, but they could still have other uses. For example, since Gushi was free anyway, he could simply pick up the Void equipment and, using the power of dead objects, transform them into Death equipment. Unlike the Death City, Gushi's handling of the Void equipment was quite direct. Gushi didn't need any Void attributes. The dead object effect simply wiped out all Void attributes from the Void equipment, replacing them with Death attributes. At first, Gushi acted like a slave, transforming dead objects one by one. But later, Gushi realized that this was taking too long. When would this batch of equipment be finished? You have to remember that the Void equipment in this arsenal is only a fraction of the total. Gushi's men are currently clearing the battlefield, where there are hundreds of thousands of Void Celestials, and the equipment they carry is the bulk of the inventory. Even if Gushi ignored the purple equipment, the orange equipment was enough to keep him busy. After converting just a few Void equipment, Gushi realized things couldn't continue like this. If this continued, he would be stuck here for quite some time, unable to leave. This wasn't what Gushi wanted, he had his own things to do. Let's not even talk about the final section of the Creation Bridge. He still had no idea what was happening with Gushi's magic wand. Gushi simply didn't have the time for this. So, Gushi began to consider a solution. Not converting was definitely not an option. With so many valuable materials, not converting them would be a waste. Converting them piece by piece wouldn't work either. Gushi didn't have the time or energy. So, there was only one option left for Gushi, large-scale conversion. Speaking of this, Gushi recalled his own summoning of spirits. Before he discovered the summoning tower's ability to summon spirits on a large scale, he had summoned them one by one. It was only later that he learned how to use the summoning tower to summon spirits en masse. Now, an idea suddenly struck Gushi. In Gushi's eyes, the dead object technique was practically no different from necromancy. Necromancy involves injecting a soul into a corpse, then transforming it into the corresponding undead spirit depending on the situation. Currently, it was Gushi's Blood Calamity aura and the Ghost King's cloak that caused him to summon either a Blood Calamity or a Corpse Witch. For a normal player, the corpse's attributes would determine the type of undead spirit it spawned. The dead object technique was similar, except the soul became the power of death, and the objects used for transformation were normal objects. They didn't necessarily have to be damaged or discarded. While the materials required were different, the principles were similar. Gushi thought for a moment, and immediately deployed a necromancy tower. Afterwards, Gushi entered the tower and began to study the similarities and differences between the dead object technique and necromancy. Chapter 2912. It really works. After experimenting in the soul summoning tower, Gushi discovered that his approach actually worked. However, there are still many things that need to be adjusted. First, dead objects aren't necromancy. You can't just stuff souls into them and raise the undead. This involves the replacement of death power and fine-tuning of equipment attributes. Why did Gushi initially process each piece individually? Wasn't it because each piece of equipment was different? Batch processing is possible, as Gushi did, with just a flick of his wrist and the injection of death power, transforming equipment into dead equipment. This is only possible when Gushi is processing one-on-one. Other methods simply can't achieve this. Large-scale processing can only be achieved through the nurturing of death power. But for Gushi, nurturing is not impossible. As long as the dead object's impact area is large and the number of equipment that can be transformed simultaneously is large, even nurturing for 10 days or half a month is not impossible. For example, if you were given hundreds of thousands of pieces of orange equipment, even if you converted 1 piece per second, you could only convert 600,000 pieces in 7 days without stopping. But could you do it non-stop? Can you guarantee 1 piece per second? The equipment doesn't take time to be delivered. You don't need time to pick it up. Wouldn't you need to expend any energy? 600,000 pieces in 7 days is the highest estimate. Realistically, if you could produce 100,000 to 200,000 pieces of death equipment in 7 days, that would be quite good. But nurturing it is indeed possible. As long as something like the summoning tower is built, and there's enough death energy, Gushi only needs to start and finish. He doesn't need to do anything else the rest of the time. In 7 days, not only 600,000 pieces, but even 1,000,000 pieces would be no problem. After all, the equipment isn't exactly small, but it's also not too big. 30 spears could fit in the space where a person stands. With a little more shoveling, a wooden barrel could probably hold 50 swords. Stacking the equipment in boxes wouldn't be a problem. There are many possible approaches. If Gushi were even more ruthless, he could even cram tens of millions of pieces of equipment into one place. So, while both approaches have their advantages, Gushi decided to build the inanimate object conversion tower. However, Gushi wasn't planning to focus on this city. He planned to temporarily set up a tower in this city using the spirit summoning tower as a small-scale experiment. Once the experiment was successful, he would build a larger one in his own city, Aridov. After all, the city in front of him existed primarily for navigating the void. If it weren't for the ability to fly through the void, Gushi wouldn't even bother looking at this city. After all, this city was essentially registered with the Celestials. Although not particularly high on the list, the Celestials recognized it. If they ever discovered Gushi had swallowed this city, their attention would turn to him. But the ability to move through the void was exactly what Gushi desired. Gushi therefore took it with all his might. As such, Gushi naturally couldn't place the death equipment conversion site here. He was experimenting here because he had nothing else to do. While waiting for the city to transform into a death city, he could use this time to conduct a series of experiments. Since he was free anyway, Gushi couldn't leave right now. Since he couldn't fight the gargoyles in the void, having something to do was a good thing for him. After handing over the battle in the city to his subordinates, Gushi truly focused his attention on this matter. Besides that, Gushi was still analyzing the skill of the dead object. He had an idea that other necromancers might also be able to use this skill. After all, as long as the concept was understood, a necromancer could operate it. It was easy for a necromancer to understand that equipment could die and be resurrected, but figuring out what to do with a dead object after it was created was more difficult. Pure death equipment like Gushi's was better. It could be used for various ghost realms, as well as suppressing certain special locations. If all else failed, it could serve as a backup. But for ordinary necromancers, who didn't often venture into the realm of the dead, death equipment was actually of little use to them. At least on the surface, it seemed useless. Necromancers can transform into liches or something after death. But you can't give them equipment that can only be used after death while they're still alive. So Gushi felt that the most important thing for him right now wasn't how to invest in low-spec death gear, but to consider what use these death gear had, or at least what advantages these death gear had that would make them suitable for necromancers. This was actually the most difficult thing to consider. Because any necromancer who truly had access to death gear would, no matter how poor, at least have a piece of orange gear. After all, he wasn't one of those players deep in the game, stingy with orange gear. It was precisely because of this that Gushi felt he needed to research further. He wanted to see if death gear had any benefits that could be used by a necromancer. So, while renovating the summoning tower, Gushi also crafted 2 monkey-style death gear. And he just kept researching there. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the battle outside. This time, Gushi had some good luck. While researching the death gear, he happened to discover a better way to deal with it, which greatly accelerated the progress of Gushi's summoning tower renovation. Gushi had originally thought he would be busy renovating the summoning tower for the next few days. Unexpectedly, with this discovery, Gushi had already finished a summoning tower test subject in just 2 days. At this time, the major battles in the city were almost over, and the remaining battles were just sporadic ones. If Gushi hadn't finished converting the Death City, he could have left early. Now, Gushi had all the purple equipment in the armory removed and stacked near the newly built experimental tower, preparing to begin the first round of testing experiments. As for why he didn't use orange quality void equipment, it was simply because Gushi estimated that the purple quality conversion would only take about 2 days. If there were any problems, Gushi could make temporary adjustments. If he used orange quality equipment, it would take longer. Even if the city was completed by then, Gushi was afraid he would still have to stay in the city, which would delay the process even further. Gushi was quite clear about the choice. Chapter 2913. Pile up. Move faster. As the first experiment with the death equipment conversion tower began, Gushi's attention shifted away from the external battles. His entire focus was on transforming the death equipment. During this experiment, Gushi performed complete, incomplete, and small-scale conversions of dead objects. He also calculated the time required to convert various quality equipment through the death equipment conversion tower. Gushi also examined the properties of the death equipment produced by the incomplete conversions, and the conversion of small amounts of death energy. At this moment, Gushi suddenly had a thought. He seemed to understand how these dead objects could be used by human necromancers and how to attract them. What do necromancers care about most? Undead? Corpses? Levels? All true, yet none of them. Because when Gushi considered this situation, his mind was always focused on the necromancer. He had actually forgotten that players are players first, and then professionals. Even the lowest profession was still a player. Gushi should consider this from the player's perspective. If death gear can improve stats, even with the slightest flaw, many people will want it. Death gear, if not fully converted, does have 2 quite interesting features. Gushi feels that ordinary necromancer players, and even ordinary players, would be willing to accept these 2 features. Furthermore, these 2 features are unique to death, other special equipment simply can't possess them. This made Gushi happy, because he discovered that these equipment could indeed provide players with some benefits. One of them was saving lives. Complete death gear could only be used in the land of death. While its power increased, it actually decreased in the real world or in the game. As for its ability to gather the power of death and suppress something, normal death gear was generally useless unless it was used in large quantities. But incomplete death gear was different. While incomplete death gear was still death gear, it was significantly more susceptible to death, and was completely unusable in the real world or in the game. This situation was similar to void gear. But this item had one advantage. It could be located. This locating didn't refer to real-world locating, like something like a flying thunder, where I stab it into the ground and then teleport. This type of locating meant locating within the realm of death. If a player with death gear died, their soul could be directly located, and then, through some undead means, they could be rescued. This way, many players who died in the game, their reincarnations unknown, finally have a chance of salvation. Even if their chances of resurrection run out, they can still, through the necromancer's methods, become undead and continue fighting for humanity for hundreds of years. Most importantly, Gushi has a feeling that the undead located and brought back by the death gear will still be players. Although this hasn't been tested yet, Gushi believes it's one of the reasons players will appreciate the death gear. If proven, the mortality rate of human players will decrease. This is also a good thing for undead players. First, their status among humans will improve. They could even be promoted to the status of doctors. After all, no one knows whether they encounter any trouble in the game they're participating in. If you die in the game, if you have companions around, you might be able to be resurrected. But what if everyone dies? How can you resurrect them when you don't know where they died? In this case, one dead person locates the dead, and one undead person resurrects them, and everyone comes back, right? if you offend a necromancer, do you still expect such preferential treatment? If the necromancer says they can't locate you, you won't even have a chance to be resurrected. And after resurrection, even if you're still a player, you be an undead player, and your class will undergo some changes. So, Gushi believes that with this, the status of the undead among humans will be further elevated. Besides this, Gushi has discovered another situation that will please the necromancer. If the previous situation was a player's way of saving their lives, then this one is a necromancer player's way of improving their minions. Yes, this is death gear imbued with a small amount of death power. To be honest, even if this thing were considered death gear, it wouldn't even be considered death gear. This is because the death power within it isn't enough. A necromancer could simply inject some Yin Chi into the broken weaponry, and it would be done. It's precisely for this reason that this weapon, which isn't considered death gear, isn't unusable in the real world or in-game, unlike death gear. Instead, they can be used like ordinary weapons and equipment. Also, due to the energy-gathering properties of death gear, when multiple pieces are placed together, they cause the Yin energy within them to converge, creating a resonance-like effect. This isn't random talk. Gushi stumbled upon it while converting equipment using the death gear conversion tower. Of course, this resonance effect isn't as strong as the resonance of red gear. However, some of the properties of many pieces of equipment can be combined to create a single effect. For example, consider two pieces of equipment, one capable of casting fireball and the other capable of casting wind. If these two pieces resonate, a strong wind will blow the fireball, causing a massive explosion. Or, for example, if one piece of equipment has an armor-piercing effect and another has a highly toxic effect, if these two pieces resonate, even the strongest defensive warrior will be poisoned. And this is just the resonance of two pieces of equipment. What if the entire undead army's equipment resonates, and this type of equipment isn't actually death gear, it's simply infused with Yin energy, which doesn't affect its use in the real world or in-game. In other words, normal players can equip this equipment. However, since normal players lack coordination, even if they cover their entire body with this equipment, the resonance generated is minimal. Furthermore, this equipment is modified from old equipment with Yin Chi. Its durability isn't very high, not only breaking down easily, but also requiring frequent replenishment of Yin Chi. Thus, Gushi doesn't believe normal players would be willing to use this equipment. Gushi is considering this equipment for ordinary undead units. A large number of units, with the same attributes and effects resonate, creating a powerful concentrated attack. This is exactly where this equipment should be used. And since undead mages have the most undead under their command, they definitely have ample Yin Chi, so they would definitely be willing to take this equipment. Chapter 2914. Because of a discovery that had made Gushi's eyes light up, he had recently devoted all his energy to this task. He even sent some of the data back to Hades University through Yenryu, hoping they would do him a favor and test the success and validity of Gushi's experiment. From then on, Gushi devoted most of his time to this task. If the city before him hadn't completed its transformation into a dead city, becoming the Void Ghost City, a dead city Gushi could move through the void, perhaps Gushi would still be conducting various experiments. As the Void Ghost City's transformation was complete, Gushi finally realized what was happening. So much time has passed. Standing up, Gushi glanced around. He realized that after the Hand of Death's transformation, the Void Ghost Realm before him no longer resembled its original state. The original Void Ghost Realm was a floating city, filled with towers of various sizes, beneath which stood workshops for crafting gargoyles. But after Gushi's transformation, the entire city's style had changed. First, the city's color shifted from its original eerie blue to a moonlit silvery white. At the same time, most of the city's buildings collapsed due to the transformation, leaving vast tracts of empty space. The only thing that remained standing was the void crystal beneath the city. This was the key to the city's existence and movement within the void. Without this void crystal, the city couldn't move within the void. Although most of the buildings were demolished, the central meeting hall remained, its style altered at best. The meeting hall before him had transformed into a silvery white Gothic-style building. However, the decorations on the building weren't the usual skulls typical of the undead, but rather twisted, entangled arms. This was clearly intended to prove one thing, that this city was different from a normal dead city. It was created by the Hand of Death. Gushi didn't give much thought to the city's style. In the meeting hall, Gushi looked at two building plans left in the city. One was for a structure called a walled low building, designed to create gargoyles. Walled low building, special use 100 resources, and 2 units of stone to construct a 1-meter-long walled low building, special, around the perimeter of the city's buildings. After completion, You can train 3 gargoyles per week for every 3 meters of wall. After completion, the health of the protected building increases by 300. After completion, for every 10 meters of wall added, all gargoyles in the city gain a buff that restores 1 health point every 10 seconds. At first, Gushi was almost taken aback by the building's name. Did all the gargoyles now come from here? But after looking at the blueprints, Gushi realized he underestimated some of the building names. Some of the building names were truly realistic. The gargoyles in this city literally grew from the walls. In the original city, all buildings had outer walls. These walls weren't very high, only about a meter, and every few meters there was a gargoyle squatting. These gargoyles normally served as streetlights, but when needed, they would take flight and engage in combat. Gushi immediately understood why the building before him was called the Walled Low Building. He also realized that this was the core structure of the city before him. Because this building wasn't considered large or medium-sized, the architectural design clearly stated that the Walled Low Building was to be built outside the normal buildings. For every 3 meters of Walled Low Building, 3 gargoyles can be trained per week. As for the maximum number of gargoyles that can be trained per week, that depends on the total length of such low walls within the city. As for the protection of the walled building, that's what the wall is supposed to do. After all, adding a layer of wall is like adding a layer of armor to most buildings. There's also the matter of restoring the gargoyles' health. Gushi felt that the rapid resurrection of the hundreds of millions of gargoyles after their deaths in battle was likely due to the wall's level being upgraded to a certain level, and its length being sufficient. Otherwise, given the circumstances at the time, such a method of continuous resurrection wouldn't be feasible on the battlefield. At the time, Gushi had thought they had absorbed the energy of the creation bridge. Now it seemed that Gushi's understanding of some cities' methods was still too superficial. Gushi was quite satisfied with the properties of the walled low-rise building before him. Gushi also planned to build a walled low-rise building while constructing the city and transform it into an undead attribute. After all, gargoyles are actually undead creatures, but because of their puppet-like nature, they can also be considered part of the tower's route. Coincidentally, Ede had been researching the undead transformation of the tower's creatures. Perhaps placing the researched items in this city would bring about some unexpected changes. In addition to the walled low buildings, there's also a building blueprint. This building blueprint is similar to the walled low buildings, both of which have special properties within the city. Balanced floor tile. Balanced floor tile. Special use 100 resources and 2 units of stone to construct a special floor tile. Special, on the city's road, 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. Once completed, every 3 meters of road increases void energy absorption by 1%. Once completed, it improves the stability of the floating city or flying castle. Once completed, it protects all buildings and pedestrians within a 10-meter radius from the effects and damage of void power. Just by glancing at the properties of this item, Gushi understood that it was designed for the floating city. The city had already begun construction on this item before the floating city even entered the void. And without this balanced floor tile, the people within the floating city wouldn't be living in such peace. At least they couldn't guarantee they could easily survive in such a floating structure. After the floating city entered the void, the feeling of weightlessness intensified. If it weren't for these balancing tiles, it wouldn't be long before many people would be lost in the void, or even harmed by it. For Gushi, although he had already transformed the city before him into his own city of death, this void ghost city would eventually have to move within the void. The walls and low buildings before were optional, but the balancing tiles before them absolutely had to be built, and ideally, they would cover the entire void ghost city. After a moment's thought, Gushi glanced towards the Genesis Bridge and finally gave the order. Chapter 29:15. At this moment, at the Genesis Bridge, the gargoyles that had been constantly pounding it were gone. Gushi could already see that the bridge's color was slowly returning to its golden color. This was clearly due to the Genesis Bridge's abundant energy. It was clear that the 2 simple issues hindering its construction had been resolved. Now lay the most difficult step: how to connect the final game world to the real world. Gushi had no way of handling this situation. Because Gushi had participated in Genesis at its inception, he had not participated since. Even if Gushi asked to enter Genesis now, no one would be willing to let him in. All Gushi could do now was to ensure that the Genesis Bridge was no longer under attack. This final connection would depend on the efforts of the players within Genesis. Thinking of this, Gushi shook his head helplessly. Then, using a pole-star positioning, he arrived directly near the Genesis Bridge. At this point, the 2 Su brothers had already gone to attend to other matters. However, the higher-ups in Yuanzu City hadn't forgotten Gushi. They had arranged for someone to wait for him. As soon as Gushi appeared, Players immediately came to greet him. Your Majesty, thank you for your hard work this time. Not at all. For humanity, this is all I should do. How are you doing now? The external danger has been eliminated. Now we can focus our efforts on building the final game world. The expert team has developed a plan. As long as there are no more enemy attacks, the final game world will be completed in approximately 3 months. Hearing this, Gushi nodded. Then be careful. All these years of hard work have been put into this. Don't let your guard down in the last 3 months. If it affects the entire Genesis, you suffer a huge loss. The more you are now, the more cautious you must be. I will stay in that city and guard it nearby. Also, I will leave a number of troops outside Yuanzu City. You can borrow them directly if needed. I will send troops as long as the situation is reasonable. Gushi was truly concerned about the progress of Genesis. It was the last 3 months, and Gushi didn't want any more problems. After all, Gushi had a huge stake in the Genesis Bridge. If the Genesis Bridge was destroyed, while the impact on Gushi wouldn't be significant, he would still gain nothing. So, in some ways, Gushi valued Genesis more than the average player. At this point, the player also said, I will. By the way, we have another favor to ask of your Majesty. Go ahead. We also like your Majesty to go to the real world and send a signal for our creation bridge. Gushi's expression paused noticeably upon hearing this. Okay, I agree. This matter wasn't actually a big deal. Even if Gushi didn't plan to travel to the real world himself, he could just send a message to Shinhua, and Shinhua would handle it personally. After all, this was a great opportunity to increase humanity's luck. Not to mention the benefits this deep-dwelling area of the game could bring to humanity, the sheer vitality that so many players entering human society would bring was reason enough for Shinhua to personally handle this matter. At this point, the man added, Your Majesty, you should be worried. We long suspected someone is preventing us from returning to the real world. I know that. It's a decision made by players, who connect the real world with the depths of the game, and don't want another player on the board. You just need to hold everything steady. I handle the rest. As soon as Gushi said, I handle the rest, he felt a weight sink, as if a heavy burden had fallen upon his shoulders. But Gushi could clearly sense that the hearts of the humans before him were rallying around him. While there was some pressure, overall, it was a good thing. Just then, several more high-ranking officials from the human side arrived. The pressure on the Genesis Bridge had been greatly reduced, allowing them to come and see Gushi. If it weren't for Gushi, none of them would have been free yet. As soon as these high-ranking officials appeared, Gushi could smell the scent of grass-rejuvenating pills on them. It seemed that grass-rejuvenating pills had become quite popular among the humans. Gushi nodded to them, a gesture of greeting. The higher-ups didn't seem to care, and quickly gathered around to discuss the situation at Genesis. As they spoke, they began to inquire about the source of Genesis's recent attack. Gushi's eyes lit up. Why, you want revenge? Of course. This time they're digging up our roots. If we don't take revenge, the next 3 months won't be easy. Although I'm not entirely sure, based on the current situation, the Celestials are most likely behind the attack on Genesis. From what I understand, the Celestials have a presence deep within some of the game's factions. They also routinely use these methods to hinder the growth of other races. They do this all the time. I encountered it several times before. While there's no definitive evidence this time, it's undeniable that the one who released the gargoyles is a descendant of the Celestials. So, if you're looking to avenge this, the Celestials are a good target. The human leaders were completely speechless. They'd been deep in the game for so long, their connection with the outside world had been nearly severed. They had no idea what the Celestials were like. But seeing Gushi's serious tone, they understood that this enemy was formidable. So one of the leaders asked, Your Majesty, what are the origins of this Celestial? In the real world, the 3 major races rank second, and humans rank third. The gap between them is enormous. This means that all the races behind humans, combined with humans, cannot match the strength of the Celestials alone. The real world is essentially a conflict between the Celestials and the myriad spirits. But if we seek revenge, we have a chance. The Celestials generally don't pay much attention to minor races like us. We actually still have one chance for revenge. But are you ready? I mean revenge. The human leaders exchanged glances, unsure whether to believe Gushi's words. They knew from their ancestors that humans weren't the strongest in the real world. But they had never heard of the Celestials. Whether Gushi's words were true or not, they couldn't immediately determine. They could only smile awkwardly and ultimately said nothing more. Although Gushi didn't express much at the human leader's reaction, he was still shaking his head inwardly. These humans simply couldn't compare to Shinhua and the others. Chapter 2916. For the next 3 days, Gushi remained in Yuanzhou City. Only after confirming that Yuanzhou City would not face any further ambush in the near future did Gushi prepare to leave. Before leaving, Gushi made it clear to the Yuanzhou City leadership that he had matters on his plate, and they were quite important, and that he could not remain here forever. However, Gushi had already promised that as soon as he finished his work, he would return to help defend Yuanzhou City and the Genesis Bridge. Gushi was unsure of the time frame, but he assured them that it would be at least 2 months, and at the latest, before the Genesis Bridge was completed. The Yuanzhou City leadership was willing to believe Gushi's words. After all, Gushi had truly helped them greatly in this regard, at least he could be trusted. Also, Gushi's combat prowess was precisely what Yuanzhou City, and even humanity, currently lacked. Until the Genesis Bridge was completed, and they returned to the real world, they had no choice but to trust Gushi. After all, they now see everyone as an enemy, with no trusted allies. After Gushi explained the situation, he left Yuanzhou City. To ensure a repeat of the previous situation where he couldn't locate the enemy, Gushi had specially left a gate in the old part of Yuanzhou City. This gate would remain open, allowing Gushi to enter Yuanzhou City if he couldn't. The Yuanzhou City officials were quite happy to accept Gushi's request. After all, every step Gushi took was life-saving for them. If he refused now, he wouldn't be able to find anyone when he really needed them. After finishing his tasks, Gushi quickly returned to Arida's city. At this point, he was full of inspiration for Death Gear. Jin planned to hand the results of his experiment over to Eve for research, to see if he could first build a Death Gear conversion tower to convert orange-quality equipment into Void Gear. In addition, Gushi also planned to leave the construction of the Void Ghost City to Eve. It wasn't that Eve had the potential to be a city lord, but Gushi felt that the earliest city was likely converted from a tower-based system. Although many things had been modified here due to the Celestials and the Void City, for Gushi, this was just right. Since Eve had been researching the undead transformation of towers, and apart from the gargoyles, golden men, and titans, Gushi hadn't encountered any other units that had been converted from the tower-based system. Gushi hadn't seen any of Eve's own Jinn, or the Naga, who were supposedly the easiest to transform. He didn't know where this had gotten stuck. Now, Gushi hoped Eve could capitalize on the expansion of the Void Ghost City and have a turn of events. If an undead Jinn or undead Naga emerged, that would definitely be a boon for Gushi. The same goes for the conversion of Death Gear. If Gushi wanted ordinary necromancers to value Death Gear, he couldn't just keep using dead objects to convert Death Gear. Making it practical for ordinary necromancers was a must. If he couldn't do that, Gushi would at best become a Death Gear arms dealer, unable to promote it to the entire human race. After all, while humans might recognize the properties and effects of Death Gear, it wasn't essential. Without widespread adoption, Gushi's research became impractical. Therefore, Gushi needed a method that could be used by necromancers. Whether it was through ordinary means or robotics, at least ordinary necromancers had to be able to achieve the incomplete Death Gear stage. Gushi couldn't research this, so he had to hand it over to Eve. Eve's eyes lit up at the task Gushi had assigned her. She felt her existence had renewed meaning. She ignored Gushi's remaining concerns and simply asked, "Sir, is there anything else you would like to hear? If not, I will proceed with the experiment." What else could Gushi say about this? He couldn't say it wasn't time to begin. Gushi simply waved his hand and let Eve retreat. Then, Gushi's men began reporting to him on the gains from the battle. The one who came to report was Li Yufeng. Although Li Yufeng didn't participate in this battle, she was in charge of the post-battle cleanup and various statistics. The statistics she had were the most detailed and comprehensive. Gushi only needed to take a glance to know the gains and losses. Of course, the losses here refer only to property losses. With various resurrection methods, even if soldiers died in battle, they could be brought back one by one, so there were no casualties in terms of soldiers. After all, it's impossible to report the number of deaths and experience lost in the battle report. It's better not to mention this. The losses on the city side merely record the number of casualties, and the amount of weapons and equipment lost. The rest is unrecorded. The harvest record, however, is quite comprehensive. First, let's look at the vines. Although most of the vines themselves were consumed by the ghost flower, and used to strengthen the knight's blood path, and the ghost flower seeds, the vines are still living beings after all. Killing them will definitely result in a response. Under the double death, the undead naturally transformed. This time, the transformed vines were also vines, but they were filled with skulls. Unlike the destroyed vines, these vines have levels. All vines start at level 20, which is a relatively good level for the outer reaches of the game. But there's a problem. These vines with skeletons cap at level 25. After this level, the vines only gain experience for killing enemies. When enough experience is gained, 2 new vines will branch out, starting at level 20 and reaching a maximum of level 25. This type of vine can normally control a large area, but its movement speed is not very good. At a speed of 1 to 5 meters per hour, even the gold men can outrun the vines. Gushi feels that this type of vine would be a good synergy with the undead arrow tower hunters, and could also be placed on the edges of Changxi Mountain to prevent enemies from infiltrating. As for other uses, Gushi hasn't thought of them yet. However, Gushi has a feeling that there are some untapped uses for this type of vine. Unable to figure it out, Gushi could only have his men sort the vines, separating the regular troops from the background undead. Then, he would expand the number of vines and consider other uses for them. After all, this is a rare species, and can't just be used for show. Chapter 2917. Aside from the vines, Gushi's biggest draw was the gargoyles. Void Celestial players were converted, but their total number was less than 800,000. Upon death, all of them were transformed into ghosts and zombies. These clearly correspond to the creators and controllers within the Void Celestials. What Gushi didn't expect was that the controllers were more likely to be converted into zombies, while the creators were more likely to be converted into ghosts. This was a bit surprising. The number of gargoyles, however, was approximately 9 million. After all, most of the gargoyles in the city had gone out to attack the Creation Bridge. The wave that was killed were either temporarily summoned gargoyles or experimental machines guarding the city. This number was actually quite large. It's a pity. If Gushi had been able to reach the Creation Bridge, he would have had at least 1 or 200 million gargoyles. However, the situation of these nearly 10 million gargoyles was much better than that of the gargoyles in Gushi City. Their level starts at level 17, with some gargoyles nearing level 25. There are even higher level ones, but Gushi didn't manage to defeat them. Most importantly, these gargoyles possess abilities like teleportation, flight in the air, and ranged attacks. Gushi immediately had Luna select them. Suitable ones were retained to join the regular army and serve as air force, while unsuitable ones were placed in various cities as residents. After all, these gargoyles could still be useful for delivering messages or running errands. As for the materials from the demolished city, a considerable amount was also retrieved. If Gushi hadn't ultimately needed that city as a death city, he would have even demolished its foundation. There's also equipment from the Void Celestials here. While there aren't many Void Orange items, they still number in the tens of thousands, certainly hundreds of thousands. All of this is considered Gushi's haul this time. These items are currently being processed by Catherine and the Red Guard blacksmith. Anything that can be used will be taken and modified and put to use. Anything that can't be used will be sent back to the furnace for reforging. Of course, Gushi didn't plan to reforge all the orange items this time. He intended to convert them into death equipment and use them where he needed them. After all, Gushi now has a death kaleidoscope and an octopus head pyramid, both of which require death equipment deployment. It's still unknown how much material will be required. Just as Gushi was flipping through the report, Shea arrived. How's the situation? Before Gushi returned, he had already ordered Shea to investigate the origins of the forces attacking Yuanzu City. At the same time, Gushi had Shea check the situation behind them, wanting to see if there were any remaining enemies. These kinds of things should either be left alone or eliminated immediately. You can't just fight halfway and then let go the rest. And if possible, at least warn the people behind them. Gushi already knew that the Celestials were behind these forces. But the Celestials' influence within the game itself varies. For example, in the case of the War God statue incident, the Celestials were the focus of their attention, while the Void Celestials were less important. As for the group controlling the vines, they were likely tricked by the Celestials. Gushi didn't want to be repeatedly called back to Yuanzu City for rescue in the coming days. So, eliminating forces potentially connected to the Celestials wasn't a difficult task for Gushi. As for the fighting, he could simply leave it to his men. With the heroes of Yishuangfeng by his side, Gushi didn't have to worry about his men being ambushed. And since the undead troops couldn't be ambushed and would seize the opportunity, there was nothing to fear if they were released. At most, the enemy would be farther away, making it more difficult to reach them. If Gushi really went all out, he could easily wipe out the small forces in his area. But Gushi didn't have that in mind. Gushi asked Shea to check for enemies currently mobilizing troops and heading towards Yuanzu City, and for forces that might mobilize and reach Yuanzu City within 3 months. Those already mobilizing troops and heading towards Yuanzu City were undoubtedly enemies targeting Yuanzhu City. Gu Shi wouldn't feel anything was wrong when these people started fighting. Once they said troops, they were enemies. Who cared where they were? As for the forces that could be mobilized and rushed to Yuanzhu City within 3 months, they were truly caught in an unprovoked disaster. They were simply within Gu Shi's attack range because they were relatively close, perhaps even having some connection to the Celestials. This time, if Shea provided intelligence that included them, and if they had sufficient troops, Gu Shi wouldn't mind attacking them directly. Of course, if they didn't make any movement, Gu Shi wouldn't initiate provocation. After all, Gu Shi also needed to maintain a reputation. He couldn't let his reputation be completely ruined. As soon as Shea arrived, she handed Gu Shi the intelligence she had gathered and emphasized a few points. Sir, this time, only one force is clearly heading towards Yuanzhu City. However, this force has no connection to the Celestials. It's considered an old, indigenous race from the depths of the game. I don't know why they targeted Yuanzhu City, but they really sent a large force this time. A large force? How many people? Gu Shi perked up upon hearing this. About 700,000. Shea's grasp of intelligence was quite good. Gu Shi didn't underestimate the enemy just because they only had about 700,000. In the depths of the game, the races that survived were all quite capable. Look at that city in the void. There are only 800,000 players inside, but they can move through the void and summon nearly 100 million gargoyles. This 700,000 man force dared to attack Yuanzhu City directly. They must have some special skills behind them. Otherwise, how could they have dared to charge directly towards Yuanzhu City? You have to understand that because of the Genesis incident, the number of players gathered in Yuanzhu City has exceeded anyone's imagination. Not counting those who have entered the Genesis game, nor the native residents of Yuanzhu City, the number of players transferred in from various cities alone has already exceeded 20 million. These 20 million are all serious players, with certain level and combat power requirements. They were previously trapped by the vines, because they had no way to deal with them. But in a real head-on battle, 700,000 people wouldn't be enough to defeat each of these players. So, there must be something behind these 700,000 people. Gu Shi looked at Shea, waiting for her to explain the rest of the story. Chapter 2918. Sure enough, Shea immediately shared the latest intelligence. This 700,000 man force is from the Sioux. Big mercenaries? Gu Shi had spent considerable time in the game's depths, so he had some familiarity with some of the more prominent races within. The Sioux status within the game's depths is comparable to that of humans in the real world. They might not even be in the top 2, but they definitely be in the top 5. Sometimes, they could even be in the top 3. And their fame wasn't just due to their sheer numbers, but also because they were truly widespread throughout the game's depths. They were also considered big mercenaries, meaning that as long as they had the money, it wouldn't be a problem to have one Sioux fighting another. 700,000 Sioux, that's a significant number, even in the depths of the game. After all, 700,000 Sioux could easily spark a local war. The worst part was, if you were attacked by the Sioux, you couldn't blame them. The Sioux wouldn't make an enemy unless they were paid. So, upon hearing the enemy was Sioux, Gu Shi abandoned some of his plans. For example, he might find the enemy's lair when they were on the move and launch a surprise attack. Another plan might be to find the enemy's enemies and let them attack. Now, none of them worked. In the end, Gu Shi could only say, determine where they're heading. I then launch a city gate and disperse them. This arrangement was the best Gu Shi could come up with. After all, he was facing fearless mercenaries. What about the others? Since the Sioux tribe couldn't handle it, Gu Shi naturally had to focus on the other enemies. While the others hadn't made such obvious moves, it was still possible to single out 1 or 2 typical ones. When the time came, he could attack these 2 typical ones and announce his stance to the outside world. This would at least deter nearby forces. At least for a few months, it would keep them from causing trouble for Yuanzhu City. 3 months later, the final construction of the Genesis Bridge would be completed. By then, it wouldn't be them harassing Yuanzhu City, but the humans. At that point, Gu Shi wouldn't need to worry about this matter anymore. The higher-ups on the human side would handle everything themselves. But for now, Gu Shi still had to take action. He picked through the intelligence and casually drew a range. Let's go with these few. They made the most obvious jumps and are of similar strength, making them a good backup. Shea didn't comment on Gu Shi's choice. In Shea's opinion, if Gu Shi could get his hands on any intelligence, he could defeat them all without fail. Gu Shi had only chosen a few to attack. It wasn't a big deal. Gu Shi had more than enough troops to take them all out. On the one hand, Gu Shi had no such plans. After all, He wasn't stupid enough to challenge all the forces just for a few undead and to help the origin city. On the other hand, he simply didn't have the time. Gu Shi could simply draw a circle and decide who to attack. That was easy enough. But deploying the troops was quite a hassle. As the master of Death City, Gu Shi needed to personally open the city gates and deploy his troops. Otherwise, by the time Gu Shi had assembled his troops, transported them outside Chongqi Mountain, and then continued on the road to their designated location, 3 months might have already passed. What a waste of time. So Gu Shi only chose a few to fight to prove his point. The rest of the time, Gu Shi had other things to attend to. For example, his magic wand. The last time Xia came, she only mentioned that something had happened with the magic wand, but didn't provide any details. Xia had been investigating this matter for the past few days. After all, this matter involved a piece of red equipment. If she didn't get to the bottom of it, not only Gu Shi, but even Xia herself wouldn't be able to sleep. And what Gu Shi was looking at now was the information in front of him. After reading it, Gu Shi set it aside and looked up at Xia. Is this information true? It's probably true, Xia said with certainty. Gu Shi also understood that if Xia said it was 80% true, then it was true. He had never imagined that his magic wand would have such an opportunity. It turned out that the incident with the magic wand before Gu Shi set out for Yuanzhu City was not a big deal. It was the undead guardian, who had been watching the magic wand, that suddenly noticed that the warming effect of the magic wand had suddenly stopped. This situation shocked those who were revitalizing Giant Rock City. Gu Shi kept the magic wand with him for warming, which showed that he was optimistic about revitalizing Giant Rock City. If anything happened to the magic wand, even if they were all killed, they would not be able to compensate. So the news spread. Later, because Gu Shi was unavailable, Xia had to come investigate the situation. And Xia didn't disappoint Gu Shi, she actually uncovered some information. The ethereal crystals that Gu Shi provided daily to nurture the magic wand were intact, the required energy was being supplied, and the ritual was proceeding normally. There couldn't be any mistakes. The sudden halt in the magic wand's nurturing progress had another reason. Not long ago, a player or someone else carrying a near red level magic wand passed by the activated Rock City. The magic wand they held was actually the same level as the one Gu Shi was nurturing, both near red. But their nurturing progress was faster than Gu Shi's. They were even approaching full red level status. While it's unknown how this person managed to sneak into the activated Rock City, where only the undead can enter, their actions were somewhat unethical. When he arrived, he happened to see the magic wand being nurtured. He didn't know how he stolen its nurturing progress. This meant that since his tampering, all of Gu Shi's efforts to nurture his magic wand had been transferred to this player's magic wand. If this continued, unless this player's magic wand successfully nurtured and advanced to red equipment, Gu Shi's own magic wand's nurturing progress would remain stuck. Xia hadn't yet determined what would happen next, but one thing was certain: if this player wasn't dealt with, Gu Shi's magic wand would be ruined. So now, Gu Shi had a murderous intent within him. No matter how the enemy affected his magic wand, he had to die now. Chapter 2919. Revitalizing Giant Rock City. Gu Shi stood at the city gate, watching the undead coming and going, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Behind Gu Shi was none other than Xia. Some of the information regarding the enemy was inappropriate to write down. It could only be explained in person at the designated location. Standing at the entrance ceremony Gu Shi had designed specifically for the magic wand, Gu Shi stared intently at his own magic wand. Under the combined gaze of the mind's dark lantern, the Yellow Springs dragon robe, and the head of the goddesses, Gu Shi could see clearly. Although his magic wand was still there, the ritual wasn't performed for him. An outer covering had been placed over his magic wand, redirecting the growth potential of the nurturing ritual to another location. In other words, someone had covered Gu Shi's magic wand with something similar. Illusion. And it was a red armor level illusion. Gu Shi immediately made his judgment. In other words, the enemy possessed red armor. But the next moment, a hint of a smile flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. The red suit is right. Without the red suit, I wouldn't dare play this game. This truly disregards Gu Shi. Sir, after I realized something was amiss here, I didn't dare to conduct further investigations against the enemy. I simply kept an eye on the pedestrians passing nearby, and the flow of the warming effect. You were right not to take action. The enemy may appear bold, but he's actually very cautious. Gu Shi spoke seriously. At this moment, Gu Shi reached out and touched his magic wand. In Gu Shi's sight, his hand felt like it was flowing through water, and he touched a staff identical to the illusion outside. But to the others, this layer of ripples was absent, as if the illusion attached to the magic wand didn't exist. Everyone saw Gushi simply pick up his magic wand. Only Gushi knew that this wasn't the case. With a single effort, Gushi pulled the magic wand up. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the portion covered by the illusion. After the magic wand was lifted, the illusion quickly fell to the ground. It eventually turned into yellow sand, unnoticed by anyone. As expected, a hint of a smile flashed through Gushi's mind. Gushi could see that the illusion the enemy was using, like his own ghost flower seeds and death mane threads, was the foundation of his ultimate red armor move. This illusion possessed a certain spirituality of its own. It was attached to Gushi's magic wand, coating it with a layer of skin and drawing away Gushi's warming effect. But if someone removed the magic wand, it would automatically shrink, turning into yellow sand, awaiting its next transformation. After all, it was just an illusion. Illusions must be flawless. If someone took the magic wand and left it there, even a fool would know there was something wrong. So the person who cast the illusion had a trick up their sleeve. When the magic wand was present, the illusion covered it, transforming it into its form. When the magic wand was absent, the illusion turned to sand, awaiting its return. The change took only a fraction of a second. If you weren't paying close attention, you wouldn't notice. But Gushi had been staring at this spot since he arrived. Forget a second, even a fraction of a second would be noticeable. Upon realizing this, Gushi became playful and inserted the magic wand back in. Pulled it out, inserted it back in, and then pulled it out again. Gushi experimented relentlessly, inserting and removing it once every second at first, then increasing in speed until the illusion couldn't react. Shea, standing nearby, could clearly see the illusion shifting. Anyone could see something was amiss. But the illusion before him, uncontrolled, continued to evolve according to its original plan. Finally, Gushi smiled and inserted the magic wand into the other side. His hand, clad in the ghost flower glove, reached out and grasped the yellow sand. As he grasped, some ghost flower seeds fell to the ground, absorbing the power within. At the same time, some threads of the death mane from Gushi's waist emanated from the sand and fell into the sand, analyzing its source. At the very least, Gushi had to determine the enemy's current location. If he couldn't find the enemy's current location, he had to locate the enemy's magic wand. Gushi couldn't tell if the enemy was still defending this area, but one thing was certain: their magic wand was definitely not far away. After all, the effects of Gushi's nurturing ritual weren't particularly strong, and the energy within couldn't travel very far. If the magic wand were tens of thousands of kilometers away from the activated rock city, even if that energy were transferred, it would be useless. Let alone interstellar or intergame teleportation. So, Gushi was confident that the enemy's magic wand wasn't hidden too far away. It's quite possible it's just outside the city, or perhaps, if the opponent is a bit bolder, they place the magic staff directly inside the living rock city. After all, judging by the current situation, the opponent is at least a master of illusion. He can use illusions to deceive everyone, and with such confidence, he might not even take Gushi seriously, believing that Gushi can't detect him. He might even feel a sense of pleasure. I put it here, in your house, and you won't be able to find me. But is Gushi really that easy to fool? The moment the seeds of the nether spirit flower fell, they trapped the yellow sand that the illusion had transformed into. If the illusion was about to activate again, Gushi would perform a yin-yang transformation and drag it into the underworld. If that didn't work, the death mane could still cut through everything. If it could cut through fate, what could illusions not cut through? Under the influence of the nether spirit flower, this part of the illusion was broken. Without the illusion's obstruction, Gushi could see the changes nearby. The threads of death's mane also found tiny, almost unnoticed scratches on the ground. These scratches looked insignificant, but upon closer inspection, they were actually channels for the flow of energy. Gushi's ethereal crystals, along with the energy nurtured by them, flowed through these tiny scratches. Now that he knew the scratches, Gushi could naturally locate the direction of the energy. He immediately took a step toward that direction. Blood thread net. With this move, Gushi appeared in front of a relatively clean tavern in the next instant. Gushi raised his head and glanced at the tavern sign. So close. Chapter 2920. Revitalized Rock City was originally a city of the dead, housing the undead from the cenotes. It is a city with a high degree of undead autonomy. Besides the undead from the cenotes, other undead from the wild also come to revitalized Rock City to make a living. Some who enter revitalized Rock City never intend to leave. Some of them simply use revitalized Rock City to start businesses. For example, the undead from the wild are more numerous in the black market, but some also thrive elsewhere in the city. The tavern before us is a case in point. This is a tavern built by undead from the wild, primarily selling alcohol, providing accommodations, and also offering information. All of this is depicted on the sign. For example, the wine glass on the sign indicates that alcohol is available for sale, the lantern indicates that you can stay overnight, and the magnifying glass indicates that you can sell information. This tavern is also very close to the main gate of revitalized Rock City. From this vantage point, you can see the long queues waiting to enter. This location is quite prime. Undead entering revitalized Rock City, hoping to stay there for a short period, will immediately see this tavern. In the eyes of some business people, this place is undoubtedly a prime location. However, this place has been occupied and developed by undead from outside, demonstrating just how open-minded Gushi is in revitalized Rock City. It is precisely this openness that has attracted numerous undead from the wild. Some individuals of unknown origin have also taken the opportunity to sneak in. Gushi stared up at the magnifying glass sign above the sign for a long time, unmoved. After Shea arrived, she remained stationary behind Gushi. When Gushi didn't move, she didn't move either. Finally, Gushi reached forward and struck the sign with the magic wand he'd been holding. The sign crackled with a blow, startling the waiters inside the tavern. The waiters rushed out immediately, and some undead even drew their weapons, ready to attack if Gushi didn't offer an explanation. After all, Gushi's actions were essentially destroying the sign. But Shea, standing behind Gushi, was the first to act. She stood before Gushi, sword in one hand and magic wand in the other. If the undead moved, Shea would strike and kill them. Don't assume Shea is just an intelligence agent. Back when Gushi had few men under his command, even Luna had fought. Even now, Luna still possessed some fighting prowess. Not to mention that Shea had initially challenged the Death Incarnation. It was Shea who vanquished Gushi's Death Incarnation, the Bone Dragon. Shea also possessed the quasi-red longsword that Gushi had passed down. Though she didn't have it in her hand now, Shea's swordsmanship hadn't declined at all over the years. If any of these undead had even the slightest thought of attacking, Shea would have slain them all. By this time, the soldiers of the animated giant rock had also noticed the situation. They immediately recognized Gushi's identity, and immediately mobilized the animated giant rock's garrison. Without even needing Gushi's orders, the large force quickly closed in. In their eyes, everyone attacked by Gushi was an enemy. Gushi, however, didn't consider that at this moment. He struck hard, bringing the magic wand in his hand down upon the sign once again. Under Gushi's blow, the location of the impact on the sign shifted noticeably. The original magnifying glass-like symbol had transformed into one resembling Gushi's magic wand. This was clearly where the enemy stored the magic wand. As Gushi had said before, if the enemy wanted to exploit Gushi's ability to nurture the magic wand couldn't be placed too far away. But no one had expected that the person would actually place it right under Gushi's nose. Although it was concealed by illusion, was it really okay to hang it directly under someone else's sign? Gushi grumbled inwardly, and his bony lightning hand reached out, grabbing the magic wand symbol. Then, green electricity pulsed from his bony lightning hand, as if attempting to destroy it. However, the skeleton lightning hand's special ability was to control lightning. The lightning didn't actually do much damage to the skeleton lightning hand. Instead, the lightning gave the skeleton lightning hand an opportunity. With a single reach, he forcibly pulled a staff from the symbol of the magic wand. This staff was of a different style from Gushi's. Gushi's magic wand was a necromancy staff, with a skull head, a metal shaft, entwined with spider silk, and a bit of obsidian at the end. The magic wand before him was clearly of the elemental style, combining lightning and poison. The staff, with its green, pulsating gemstone head, red wooden shaft, and golden metal tail, was pulled out by the white lightning hand. A bright blue electric current leaped from the tail, traveling up the shaft and into the gemstone head, transforming into green lightning that attacked. With Gushi's years of experience as a necromancer, if this green lightning weren't poisonous, Gushi would have absorbed all of his own necromancer's poisonous mist. While he didn't quite understand what toxic lightning was, he could tell that this was the path of this magic staff. As the white lightning hand pulled the magic staff out, the waiters in the tavern were stunned. They hadn't expected their sign to be in this state. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. And just then, a bolt of lightning erupted, striking the rushing waiters with green lightning. The strike sent the waiters flying, their bodies rapidly dissolving into a green liquid, vanishing before Gushi's sight. Well, the power of this poisonous lightning is truly formidable. Gushi glanced at the situation and, exerting force, his bone lightning hand pulled the magic wand further out. At this moment, a voice reached Gushi's ears. This thing is mine. Then, an arm composed of countless butterflies appeared at the end of the magic wand. With a clenched hand, it grasped the magic wand tightly. But Gushi laughed. Yours? This is clearly the magic wand I nurtured. As Gushi spoke, the corpse-mounting god of war and Eve both appeared nearby, activating the effects of their red suits. Chapter 2921. With the appearance of Gushi's two subordinates, Gushi was also non-idle. He immediately released the death kaleidoscope. The death weapons that had just been inserted into the death kaleidoscope were still trembling, and a thick death aura immediately spread outward. When the undead in the city sensed this death aura, they immediately looked in Gushi's direction. Feeling the purest death power emanating from the ground, all the undead became excited. It's not that they didn't sense the danger posed by this death power. Remember, just a tiny bit of death power had nearly killed Gushi. But for the undead, danger was nothing. To have so much death power before them, and yet to miss it, was the ultimate abomination for them. So the wild undead in the city rushed towards the location of the death power. However, as they rushed forward, they didn't notice that their bodies were shrinking, and finally disappeared into the death kaleidoscope. They couldn't withstand the influence of the death power, and were ultimately transformed into it, becoming part of the death kaleidoscope. Of course, there were also those who could withstand it. As long as they could survive, they would be incredibly lucky. Even Gushi's several death-themed red armor pieces could be enhanced by absorbing even a little death power, let alone these undead. If they could survive this power, everyone would undergo a qualitative transformation. However, Gushi wasn't unleashing the death kaleidoscope at this moment just to transform some undead in the wild. Gushi wanted to establish his own home turf. The enemy had already appeared, and Gushi had no intention of letting them go. Anyone who dared to attack Gushi's near-red suit would be prepared to be destroyed by Gushi and have the suit taken away. First, he transformed the surrounding area into a death kaleidoscope, making it his home turf. Whether the enemy came real or just an illusion, it wouldn't matter. The death kaleidoscope would teach everyone a lesson. That's right, teach them a lesson. After the death kaleidoscope was released, the butterfly-shaped arm withered instantly. After the butterfly landed on the ground, it instantly turned into a dead leaf, vanishing in the breeze. The magic staff was also easily extracted by the white bone lightning hand and dragged to Gushi's front. At this moment, a large number of butterflies appeared before Gushi. However, due to their sheer number, their vitality was extremely weak. They couldn't even fly 2 steps in the death kaleidoscope's territory. The wind blew them all away. Seeing this, Gushi almost laughed. Can't you? Aren't you trying to steal my magic wand's healing time? I let you, and now it's mine. Are you mad? Gushi smiled as he waved the newly acquired magic wand with his bony lightning hand. Then Gushi considered how to transfer all the healing time from this magic wand to his own. Gushi had already figured it out. Even if some healing time was lost, this one would still progress much faster than Gushi's. If he could just use this time to improve the healing process of Gushi's magic wand, it would definitely accelerate significantly. After draining all the healing time from the magic wand, Gushi would take a small loss and turn it into a dead object. He could then use it as a shadow of his own magic wand. Or, he could simply let his own magic wand swallow it. In any case, Gushi had the strength and means to deal with the magic wand. Seeing his magic wand about to be taken away by Gushi, and Gushi still using it to hit him in the face, the opponent also became angry. With a flash of scream, a large red-skinned demon holding a scythe emerged from a ball of flames. The demon wore black armor, and the scythe in his hand flashed with red light, clearly showing its considerable power. But Gushi shook his head. It seemed that the player was not here. If he were there, he definitely wouldn't be in this state, even using illusions. The great demon before him looked like one, but he didn't think about where he was now, the death kaleidoscope. If this wasn't Gushi's own technique, even someone of Gushi's strength would be affected standing here. The great demon before him looked incredibly real, from his appearance to the aura emanating from him, even the sulfur on his breath. But the fact that he stood unaffected within the death kaleidoscope proved it was fake. This thing wasn't even made with care. In fact, Gushi had really misjudged his enemy. It wasn't that the other party didn't want to be careful, but that he lacked the ability to do so. The necessary ingredients for the illusion, namely the butterflies, vanished immediately under Gushi's influence. Without the butterflies' aid, the illusion wasn't as potent as expected. This great demon was truly a direct projection, designed to buy time, giving the enemy time to arrive. For the great demon to behave this way was actually quite impressive. Gushi, however, was unaware of all this. He was observing the great demon, mentally contemplating how to deal with the illusion. While Gu Shi was still pondering this, a halo flashed beneath his feet, and the weird dragon aura activated, sending several dragons swiftly swooping down upon the great demon. Gu Shi smiled. It seemed the weird dragon aura could handle the illusion before him, and that was all. As long as it wasn't a mental illusion, Gu Shi knew there was a way to deal with it. While controlling the weird dragon to battle the great demon, Gu Shi raised his hand and cast layer after layer of blood thread net. Gu Shi was searching through the blood thread net for traces of the enemy. It was impossible for the illusion to have arrived before the enemy had. However, Gu Shi was quickly slapped in the face by the great demon. The monstrous dragon he had released was chopped to pieces in just a few strikes. Although new monstrous dragons immediately appeared within the monstrous dragon aura, Gu Shi could discern that the enemy's illusion had reached a high level. This was the level of substituting the false for the real. In other words, whether an illusion was real or not didn't count, neither did what you said nor what you saw. Only what the illusionist believed to be real was real. Of course, this was just the beginning. When an illusionist could perceive something as fake and immediately make it fake, they would have reached an exceptional level. Right now, this illusionist hadn't reached that level. His great demon simply misidentified the false as real. At least in the great demon's mind, he wasn't an illusion, he was real. So, the great demon was now sweeping forward with its scythe. As soon as Gu Shi's monstrous dragon was released, the great demon would slice it to pieces. Chapter 2922. After the great demon repelled two of the strange dragon's attacks, Gu Shi was about to resort to other means when Shea slashed out with her sword. Then the corpse-mounting god of war and Eve both looked towards a certain location. They both saw that a high-intensity energy source was approaching at an extremely high speed. A large gate composed of ghostly flowers immediately appeared behind Gu Shi. A red string wrapped around Gu Shi, ready to drag him into the gate if any problem arose. At the same time, Gu Shi's remaining 5 death hands rose simultaneously, and regardless of whether they were armed or not, they immediately surrounded the head of the goddesses. Gu Shi clearly sensed what his men had sensed. Now, only Shea was fighting the great demon. However, Gu Shi could see that Shea was practicing something with the great demon, and was not in much danger herself. Gu Shi then stopped paying attention to the situation here, and focused all his attention on the impending enemy. Just as Gu Shi was preparing himself, a buzzing sound was heard from afar. A long arrow shot straight towards Gu Shi. The arrow flew at an incredible speed, reaching him almost immediately after the sound. Thankfully, Gu Shi had prepared the blood thread net from the outset. As the arrow appeared, Gu Shi was dragged to a relatively safe location. However, the gate formed by the gathering of nether spirit flowers behind Gu Shi was destroyed by the arrow. Gu Shi, retreating to a distance, observed this situation and realized the enemy's strength. 2 red items resonated. After the arrow, a rather oddly dressed player appeared before Gu Shi. This player wore a white mage robe with blue stars painted on it, had a thick white beard, and carried a small backpack filled with various potions. He was clearly dressed like a professional mage. But in his hand, he held a wooden longbow, and at his waist hung a nondescript quiver filled with arrows of varying lengths. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that a rather unique necklace was wrapped around the player's left hand, which held the bow. Although none of his equipment emitted any light, Gu Shi immediately understood that the quiver and necklace were red items. Moreover, they resonated with each other. The long arrow that had just been fired, and the previous illusion technique were all derived from the power of the red items. As for the quality of these 2 red items, Gu Shi was not yet sure. But Gu Shi believed that as long as the enemy wasn't using exclusive red equipment, he had the ability to defeat them. As for the dual red equipment resonance, he had it in his possession, and now Gu Shi had already met his enemy. While Gu Shi's manipulation of fate might not be as good as those players who specialized in using fate-related red equipment, it was definitely much stronger than that of ordinary players. Gu Shi could even try to go back to the time before the red equipment player obtained the equipment, and see if he could deliver a ruthless blow. As for whether red equipment could protect players from the influence of fate, if you ask that, Gu Shi's answer is definitely overthinking it. Just think of the black sky curtain on Eve over there, and you understand that the fate of the red-clad players can also be targeted and addressed. Gu Shi raised his head, a plan quickly forming in his mind. Seal the area first. No matter what, trap the enemy here first. So, the holy moonlight and the dark blood path pushed outward, completely enveloping the surrounding area. Gu Shi's contracted undead had been working with Gu Shi for so long that they already knew his combat habits. Although Eve had always been a researcher, she still had some combat experience. As soon as she saw Gu Shi's movements, she understood what he was trying to do. Seal the area. Eve knew this job too. The black sky curtain had only been on her for a short time, and many of the paths had yet to be established. But she could still use the shadow path. Eve waved her hand back, and her cloak automatically unfolded. Black shadows merged with Gu Shi's dark blood path, quickly tinting the surrounding area black. By this time, the corpse mounting god of war understood what he had to do. Gu Shi had trapped everyone in this area, so he was definitely going to cast some curses. The most significant characteristic of cursed armor was that the curse could not be removed. At least not until the battle was over. And there wasn't just one curse, but layers upon layers, one after another. The longer he stayed here, the more curses he would bear. Whether he could ultimately curse someone to death was uncertain, but reducing the enemy's combat effectiveness by more than half was certainly possible. The corpse mounting god of war relied on this ability, combined with his ability to destroy cities and buildings to fight. Of course, there's also the ability to control gravity. But the corpse mountain god's attack was aimed squarely at this player's combat power. Curse blood mist erupted, completely ignoring everything else, casting curse after curse upon him. When this player arrived, he anticipated Gu Shi's attack. He also anticipated Gu Shi possessing a red equipment item. After all, when he initially plotted against Gu Shi's magic staff, he already noticed that Gu Shi had added void spirit crystals to the cultivation area. Void spirit crystals are something only red equipment experts know about. Ordinary people wouldn't know what they're for. So, to determine if a near-red equipment item has a master behind it, simply observe the methods used to cultivate it. Those who added void spirit crystals are definitely backed by a red equipment expert. If they used ordinary methods to cultivate it, they were definitely lucky, having accidentally completed the near-red equipment quest. After discovering the void spirit crystals, this player dared to come and take advantage of it, simply because he believed in himself. After all, he possessed 2 pieces of red armor, and 2 paths had resonated. Also, his class had already incorporated the power of red armor. This meant that his ability to manipulate red armor was far superior to a typical player with only 1 red armor. Furthermore, he was a freelance player, without any family or race to protect. Even if discovered, he was confident he could escape. He would then periodically return to trouble Gu Shi. Over time, Gu Shi might not be able to hold out. However, he had never anticipated that Gu Shi possessed not just 1, but several pieces of red armor, and that he was also supported by several other red armor players. He immediately sealed off the area, intent on completely trapping him and leaving him no chance of survival. Chapter 29-23. Thinking this, the free player twirled his hand, and the bow and arrow in his left hand unexpectedly transformed. The original longbow had been made of wood, but with this twist, it transformed into a longbow made of black bone. This longbow emanated a strong malevolent aura. At the same time, a portion of the curse placed upon the free player was drawn onto the longbow. Gu Shi, upon seeing this, understood that this free player possessed a certain ability. From his movements, it was clear that he was quite familiar with various curse battles. Even if he lacked the ability to cast curses, he could still dispel some of them. However, Gu Shi took action the moment the opponent transformed his longbow. Now, the free player's full attention was focused on the corpse mountain war god, making this the perfect time for Gu Shi to strike. Gu Shi had his own reasons for choosing to blockade the battlefield from the outset. Gu Shi himself possessed more red equipment than the free player before him, and he also had 2 helpers by his side. But Gu Shi also had a weakness. He lacked any red equipment for main battles. His red equipment was all for support routes. Most of his equipment wasn't particularly lethal. While he could easily injure ordinary enemies, instantly killing a player with red equipment was unlikely. Gu Shi's biggest concern now was his inability to instantly kill the enemy. The best he could do was use various tactics to wear down the free player's vitality. But every free player who had reached this level was a veteran of countless battles. They all possess considerable combat experience. They fight with intelligence and know to flee when faced with danger. Gu Shi doesn't want the free player to realize the situation is amiss and flee mid-fight. That would be extremely disadvantageous for Gu Shi. Even if Gu Shi snatched the opponent's magic wand, it would be useless. One of this guy's red-clad items clearly features an illusion. This kind of person is a serious problem if they lurk. Even if Gu Shi isn't afraid, he still has to consider the Death City under his command. If the opponent escapes and uses an illusion to transform into an undead, Gu Shi could find a way to identify him. But how could his men recognize him? Gu Shi can't stay in his own Death City forever, right? So, while Gu Shi might not take action normally, it's fine. But when he takes action against the red-clad player, it's with the intention of killing him. When Gu Shi realized he couldn't instantly kill the enemy, he would definitely choose to seal off the battlefield, leaving them no chance of escape before slowly turning back and grinding them down. Gu Shi's current battlefield blockade methods are quite sophisticated. Just look at the current battlefield layout. The Holy Moonlight Trial, Gu Shi's exclusive path, the Night Blood Road, is the official blockade, and the Blood Thread Net was laid out in advance. As for the Death Kaleidoscope that was initially deployed here, it served as the foundation for the enemy blockade. Under the influence of this Death Kaleidoscope, any player standing there, as long as they are still alive, will be affected by the power of death. Even if it's not noticeable now, over time, players will be corroded by the power of death and eventually die within the Death Kaleidoscope. This is also the source of Gu Shi's confidence in wearing down the enemy. Eve casts Shadow, coordinating with the Night Blood Path. The Night Blood Path directly uses darkness, while Eve's Shadow is pure shadow. If the Corpse Mountain God hadn't been targeted by the free player, and was now focused on dealing with the Corpse Mountain God's cursed blood mist, he should have amplified the Earth Furnace to strengthen the blockade. Although he couldn't do that now, he still used his body to hold off the free player's attack. At this moment, the Corpse Mountain God directly opened another path for himself, infinite power. This is a method used by the cursed armor to enhance its combat effectiveness. In addition to multiplying the user's strength, it can also control nearby gravity. The Corpse Mountain God sometimes uses this move. After all, fighting outside requires some melee skills. When he discovered that the free player's longbow absorbed some of the curse power, he bestowed infinite power upon himself. Then, he took off and charged towards the free player. At this moment, the free player didn't wait for the longbow to absorb all the curses from him. He had already realized that the speed at which he could absorb the curses couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were being absorbed. Waiting for the longbow to absorb all the curses would be impossible, even if he waited until his death. He had to act quickly, and kill one of Gu Shi and the other two. Only then would he have a chance to break free from the encirclement and escape this strange position. So, the free player immediately moved farther away, and a long arrow appeared in his right hand. As the arrow appeared, Gu Shi felt a distinct distortion of space. Gu Shi's initial guess was correct. Among the free player's equipment, the quiver and necklace were red items. The quiver was called the Phantom Feather Arrow, similar in appearance to Gu Shi's Death Mane. It was a red variant of the Sky Feather Arrow, possessing illusionary effects and ultra-long-range attack capabilities. As for what it could conjure up, it depended on the player's imagination. But one thing was certain, this was a red item that served as a primary attack weapon. In terms of attack power, it was significantly stronger than the red item Gu Shi was wearing. His necklace, on the other hand, was a supporting red item, called the Reversal Necklace, which had the ability to alter the attributes of his weapon. For example, the mage robes he wore made him look like a mage at first glance, right? But in combat, with the Reversal Necklace, the robes could be transformed into heavy armor with exceptional defense. All magic resistances were converted to physical resistances, and various effects could be adjusted. Just like the longbow he held, the changes within were brought about by the necklace. Free player immediately deployed his most familiar tactics. The Phantom Feather Arrow instantly split in two, then four, and finally, swiftly transformed into a single arrow. Even with just this one movement, Gu Shi knew something was amiss. A multitude of nether spirit flowers instantly appeared before him, and a marble path appeared before him. If anything went wrong, Gu Shi would be sent to the Pantheon, where he would fight. As Gu Shi's defense shifted, free players' arrows were unleashed. Because of their proximity, the arrows fired with incredible velocity. In a split second, the long arrows erupted into a hail of arrows, raining down upon Gu Shi and the others. At that moment, the Corpse Mountain War God rushed over to free player and slammed him into the ground. Chapter 2924. Bang! The Corpse Mountain God's impact instantly sent the free player flying. At the same time, the Corpse Mountain God himself flew backwards. Several arrows were lodged in the shield to the Corpse Mountain God's right. As he flew backwards, the arrows suddenly transformed. Two of the arrows lodged in the shield transformed into snakes, twisting their heads to bite the Corpse Mountain God's arms. The rest transformed into bottles of different colors, smearing their contents onto the shield. The Corpse Mountain God's shield wasn't the quasi-red armor from Wen Yang, but the one originally held by the statue. It was simply a showpiece, completely useless. It offered no defense, no weight. As soon as the potion landed on the shield, it quickly decayed. But the Corpse Mountain God was stunned, and the shield returned to its original form. The shield then crushed two snakes to death. However, the earlier rain of arrows also landed near Gu Shi and Eve. Gu Shi and Eve had no shields, so they primarily dodged the incoming attacks. At the same time, Gushi used his dead string to cut off some incoming arrows. However, he never expected the cut arrows to veer midair and transform into dragonflies, flying towards Gushi. This made Gushi realize that the earlier increase in the number of arrows, then the subsequent increase to 1, and finally the rain of arrows, were all illusions. The arrows fired by the free players were the trigger for the illusion. The arrows weren't meant to kill, but to deliver the illusion to Gushi. It seemed that this illusion was the free player's ultimate weapon, and the dragonflies before him were merely deceptive. He must have other tricks up his sleeve. Gushi's mind flickered, and sacred moonlight descended. Death Ripple. Gushi hadn't used this move in a long time, but he had to admit, it was incredibly useful at a time like this. A large-scale wave of death power, centered around Gushi, entered all life forms caught in it, and those weaker would die instantly. Most importantly, Gushi was currently standing directly within the death kaleidoscope he had set up, which contained the purest and most concentrated death power. Gushi himself couldn't withstand this kind of death power, let alone the others. Add to that a wave of wild undead had just perished here. Gushi's death ripple launched, reverberating relentlessly in the area before him. Each reverberation dealt a devastating blow to the free player's illusions. It also dealt severe damage to the free player. Under these circumstances, the free player who had just been knocked out by the Corpse Mountain War God was forced to change into his mage robes. As the necklace in his hand shifted, his white mage robe with blue stars quickly transformed into a gray one with a white skull pattern. Protected by this robe, Gushi's death wave prevented him from being completely wiped out. But in that instant, the free player spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Gushi saw a flash of golden light above the free player's head. After the golden light faded, his energy and spirit instantly returned to normal. Gushi was stunned. No way, you just given up your life-saving upgrade? This was a bit too fast. The timing was clearly wrong. Just as Gushi was puzzled, the free player's body disintegrated into bubbles right in front of him. Gushi thought it was another illusion, but when he turned around, he realized something was wrong. The free player had vanished. This startled Gushi. He immediately activated Death Ripple and then Death Kaleidoscope, but he still couldn't find the enemy. At this moment, Gushi understood that the free player had increased his strength. He must have been using the resonance of his two red armors. However, Gushi couldn't yet understand where this resonance was occurring or where his attack point was. Gushi only understood that the enemy hadn't left. He had simply hidden himself using a method he didn't fully understand. Gushi could do the same thing himself. If Gushi could hide himself in the Temple of the Gods, not even the Storm of Fate would be able to find him. But now, with the situation before him, Gushi was in a dilemma. After all, if Gushi couldn't find his enemy, no matter how powerful his tactics were, they were useless. And Gushi couldn't remain trapped here forever. This wasn't Gushi's home turf. The free player was well aware of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left his magic wand here, stealing Gushi's chance to warm it up. Watching the battle pause before him, Gushi's gaze narrowed, his eyes swirling as he immediately formed an idea. Trying to stall for time? That's quite interesting. I'd like to see who's pressed for time, you or me. Gushi's mind moved, and with a powerful thrust of his bony lightning hand, he thrust the stolen magic wand downwards, piercing the ground. Then, Gushi pressed his hands against the column, triggering the dead object effect, channeling the nearby death force into the magic wand. Gushi's actions were clear. He intended to transform the magic wand into a death gear right in front of the free player. The implication was clear. Even if I drain the incubation time within to nourish my magic wand, I won't give you this final shell. While Gushi was using the dead object method to treat the magic wand before him, the Ghost Dragon Mighty Hand also produced Gushi's own magic wand. He placed the magic wand on top of the free player's magic wand, and then the Primal Death Hand produced a void crystal and placed it between the two magic wands. Through the void crystal's transfer, the incubation time in the free player's magic wand was transferred to Gushi's. If the free player, who was the dead object, couldn't see what was happening before, then the free player would definitely understand this void crystal transfer. This was how he stole Gushi's incubation time. He was merely stealing. Gushi had blatantly transferred the incubation time. If he delayed any longer, the incubation time in the magic staff would soon be depleted. Even if he snatched the staff back, he would have to start incubating it all over again. This situation infuriated the free player, who had hidden himself through the resonance of two red items. This was his third red item. He had put so much thought and time into this magic staff, nurturing it to this point. Now all that incubation time was being taken away. How could the free player resist? He couldn't help but move, and it was this movement that allowed Gushi to seize his opponent's position. Chapter 2925. I found you. Gushi's eyes lit up as he watched the bubble explode before him. In a flash, Gushi had already figured out where the enemy was hiding. Just then, the free player had truly transformed himself into a bubble, hiding within space. This situation was just like Gushi using the resonance of his 2 red items to send himself to his fate. If he hadn't jumped out himself, a normal person wouldn't have been able to detect his presence. For now, Gushi had discovered it, but he had no idea what the opponent was doing. The only thing he knew was that this move involved an illusion. At the very least, his disappearance and reappearance required an illusion as a trigger. Just like when Gushi activated the resonance of his 2 red items, he had to place a gate of the nether flower, and then let the red line pull him in. The person before him needed to activate a bubble to use the resonance of his 2 red items. Until he reached a certain level, this was inevitable. The explosion of the bubble just now allowed Gushi to catch a glimpse of the enemy. The silk thread at the enemy's location instantly shot out. Death string, however, Gushi was still a step too slow. The death string only cut through a few objects, but failed to injure the free player. Instead, the free player took this opportunity to fire another arrow at Gushi. This arrow still rained down like a hail of arrows. But each one felt incredibly artificial. No matter who saw these incoming arrows, they would have felt they were fake, an illusion. But in reality, these arrows were real. At least their lethality was quite good, slightly more powerful than Gushi's black-feathered arrows. The free player had simply used a trick to make the enemy think these arrows were fake. If anyone wasn't on guard and got hit by an arrow, they would be dead. Gushi was no fool. In such a situation, he would definitely be on full alert. However, when these arrows flew towards them, they didn't transform into different creatures like before. An arrow is an arrow. Because of this, the transformation of these arrows was relatively simple. As they flew, they multiplied in number and speed, eventually forming a net of arrows. And this net encompassed the entire area Gushi had blocked. At this moment, Gushi's wind-shattering hand swung behind him, and threads of Death's mane swiftly sliced upwards. Threads appeared near all the arrows. But the free player had already considered this. Until they struck the enemy, all the arrows were illusions. No matter how strong Gushi's silk thread was, it couldn't defeat the illusion. This situation forced Gushi to resort to other techniques. Gushi thought, "Aren't you an illusion? Then I make you physical." Ice Ripple. Gushi rarely used techniques like Death Ripple, let alone Ice Ripple. But this one was truly useful at this moment. A gust of cold wind blew, slowing the incoming arrows considerably. At the same time, a large number of undead appeared from the sacred moonlight, blocking the arrows with their bodies. After being struck by the arrows, the undead would immediately transform into moonlight, and from moonlight into new undead. In a short while, the fastest arrows were all consumed. The other arrows, trying to split in 2 or 4, were unable to do so. The ice ripple sealed the arrows. If the arrows were illusions, it would be fine, but when they split, they would briefly become solid, frozen in place, and eventually fall to the ground. With this wave of manipulation, the overwhelming wave of arrows completely vanished. However, Gushi did not miss the opportunity he had finally seized. He simply raised his hand, and the sacred moonlight shot towards the location where the free player had been spotted. At that moment, a bubble of air dissipated, and the free player hit himself once again. But as the bubble dissipated, Gushi smiled. As the bubble dissipated, the sacred moonlight finally shone through. The free player's hiding place was no longer so secure. However, Gushi's expression shifted at this moment. As if sensing something, he quickly twisted his left hand and pressed his own magic wand against the free player's. In just that moment, Gushi could already feel the progress of his magic wand's cultivation increase by an unfathomable amount. Originally, Gushi's magic wand required at least 1,000 years of cultivation. Even with Gushi providing a large amount of void spirit crystals, this time never dropped below 800 years. Unexpectedly, in just this one moment, Gushi's magic wand absorbed nearly 300 years of cultivation time. The magic wand's cultivation was now more than halfway complete. From Gushi's perspective, the free player's magic wand still had approximately 400 years of cultivation time left, though this time was divided between lightning and poison. Unlike the previous 100% conversion of magic energy, Gushi could only absorb about 30% of the lightning energy, and 50 to 60% of the poison energy. For over 400 years of cultivation, absorbing roughly 200 would be considered a good start. However, to consume this time, Gushi would need to do more. Understanding this, Gushi stared at the free player and quickly exerted control, focusing all his energy, arm and head, on this task. The speed at which the death materialization injected death power into the free player's magic wand increased significantly. Gu Shi intended to use the power of death to accelerate the transfer of the magic wand's cultivation time. At the same time, he had to make a move to force the hidden free player, forcing him to reveal his weakness again. The free player understood that Gu Shi was trying to force him out. But what good would that do? Gu Shi was using an overt strategy. The free player had come to steal the time Gu Shi's magic wand was taking to incubate, which meant it was almost finished. Gu Shi's actions had effectively severed the magic wand's roots. This was no different from simply stealing the red equipment. Gu Shi didn't believe this guy could hold back any longer. Before the magic wand became a deadly item, the free player would definitely emerge. By then, Gu Shi, having understood the free player's hiding method, could unleash his full might. But Gu Shi never anticipated that he was waiting for the free player to make a move, while the free player was also analyzing Gu Shi. And this time, he had seized Gu Shi's weakness. The weakest Eve. Chapter 2926. From the outset of the battle, Eve had done nothing except activate her red-clad shadow path to help Gu Shi seal off the surrounding area. Her shadow path subsequently played no role at all, making her less visible on the battlefield than Shea without her red path. At least Shea had killed a great demon. Eve looked like a useless being who had done nothing. Eve's shadow path was a crucial component of the current blockade. Defeating Eve would create a gap in the blockade, giving the free player more room to maneuver. But the free player never expected that Gu Shi didn't care who he attacked, he was just waiting for the other player to attack. When a bubble appeared out of thin air, Gu Shi attacked immediately. This time, Gu Shi didn't even wait for the bubble to explode or transform into something aggressive. When the bubble appeared, Gu Shi raised his hand. Then a white light emanated from behind the bubble. Ah! The previously vanished free player was unexpectedly brought out from his hiding place. In fact, this was entirely due to Gu Shi's careful management of his leader of goddesses. When the free player attacked, Gu Shi had already spotted where he was hiding. The free player had used the resonance of his 2 red armor pieces to create a false dimension through illusion. With his mastery of illusion, the free player could already make the false appear true. He had also used his necklace to modify the properties of the false dimension, making it undetectable and invisible. This is the most powerful aspect of the free player's choice of dual red item resonance. The free player's illusions can make the false appear true, concealing the false within the true, allowing them to transform into a variety of creatures with varying attributes. The necklace's path can modify attributes, transforming them from possible to impossible. When these 2 paths resonate, they can instantly create the world. At this point, no matter what the free player envisions, no matter how exaggerated, it can be transformed through the dual red item resonance. For example, the free player just now was thinking about finding a possible hiding place, unaffected by Gu Shi's curse and death power. The result was the hidden transformation just now. But this kind of resonance also has a problem. The free player must think through every detail. As long as there are flaws or inconsistencies in the idea, the dual red item resonance can still create the right solution for you. However, any inconsistencies will result in random effects. Just like the free player's hiding space before, it was apparently quite impressive in every way, but when the free player hid, Gu Shi couldn't see it and couldn't hit it. However, whenever he entered or exited, or launched an attack, bubbles would inevitably appear or explode. This gave Gu Shi an opportunity. Just now, the sacred moonlight shone directly into the space where the free player was hiding. And when the free player opened the space again and prepared to attack, all the sacred moonlight that had previously shone and transformed into tiny avatars of death, attacking the free player. The free player had never imagined that Gu Shi could make the moonlight become alive, a living being that could shrink and attack actively. The free player was caught off guard, and was blasted out by the death avatar's full-force attack. This immediately interrupted the free player's train of thought. Originally, he should have attacked Eve at this moment, breaking her blockade and connecting to the outside world. But now, not only did he fail, but he also exposed himself. Looking at the free player appearing in the center of the battlefield, a hint of a smile flashed in Gu Shi's eyes, but his movements did not stop. The original death hand and the altered death hand simultaneously grabbed towards the free player. These death hands had not yet been equipped with corresponding orange equipment. They only assisted Gu Shi in performing magical operations, or capturing enemies. It wasn't that Gu Shi didn't want to equip the death hands with orange equipment. After all, Gu Shi had a considerable amount of orange equipment of various origins. Even if his men had divided up a lot, there was still some left in the city. It was because the requirements for these death hands were the most difficult. They were to be equipped with siege and city defense weapons. Gushi hadn't really researched this thing much. At least the mobile version hadn't been researched to orange quality. Even if he notified the Red Guard blacksmith to reforge it now, it would still take time for research, design, and crafting. Until the orange equipment was forged, these death hands could only fight with bare hands. While bare hands didn't affect the death hands' movements, they certainly didn't have any of their benefits. Gushi treated these arms as ordinary arms. When grabbing the free player, he struck from the left and right, blocking all of the free player's movements. After the hands of death launched their attacks, Gushi had his own time. Deathstring and Nether Blossom simultaneously slashed towards the free player. After these two attacks, there was also a hidden black feather arrow. Gushi was truly using all his strength, hoping to seize the opportunity to kill the free player directly. The free player had never expected that Gushi would spot the slightest flaw in the resonance of his two red armors, and seize the opportunity. At this critical moment, the free player even pulled off a new trick. Facing the incoming hands of death, he fired two arrows simultaneously, blocking them. Then he seemed to make a movement, but it was as if nothing had happened. In any case, his body stretched out a trail of phantoms, the effect not unlike that of a 9.9 yuan surveillance camera. It was these phantoms that directly affected Gushi's attack decisions. Whether it was Gushi's hand of death, the death string, or the ghost flower, they were all drawn to the phantoms, their attacks directed towards them. Gushi's attacks instantly destroyed the phantoms. But just like that, the free player vanished once again. This situation left Gushi speechless. He hated enemies who used illusions like this the most. After battling for ages, he finally caught the enemy's weakness, only to have a simple trick distract him. When he turned back to find the enemy, he was gone. He was clearly in the sealed space, clearly carrying the curse and the power of death, yet he simply couldn't be found. This feeling of frustration filled Gushi with rage. Since he acquired the red armor, he had never fought such a frustrating battle. He couldn't let that guy continue like this. He must die here today. Chapter 2927. After the free player escaped again, Gushi quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. At the same time, he decisively ordered, Eve, use the dark curse. Eve's combat talent wasn't bad, but her energy was focused on various experiments, making her reaction time slower. But after Gushi said this, Eve immediately realized what was happening. The most crucial thing now was to force the free player out. The previous curse Blood Mist wasn't effective enough, the dark curse needed to be added. At least the dark curse was effective against those who were hiding. If the opponent came out openly, they wouldn't be cursed as much. However, if the opponent hid themselves, the situation would be different. The dark curse could cause those hiding to accidentally be cursed themselves. This was actually a problem with the dark curse's path. It was all about the enemy's mindset. It could be said that a large part of this curse was actually generated within the enemy's own mind. Until the enemy's mindset had settled, there was no way to dispel the curse. Gushi knew this, which was why he had Eve unleashed this move in advance. No matter what, curse the enemy first. Eve did just that. She had already laid out shadows across the entire field, so laying down the dark curse wasn't too difficult. As Eve unleashed the dark curse, the free player immediately checked his own condition. After all, Gushi had given the order in front of him. Even if he didn't know what the dark curse was, he knew it wasn't a good thing. However, he checked his condition and discovered that the number of curses on him was still increasing. This was due to the effect of the cursed blood mist. The fact that cursed armor was named after a curse meant that it possessed a special skill in curses. Not only was it easy to accuse someone of the curse, but it was also difficult to remove. The most frustrating thing was that as long as the curse existed, new curses would spawn over time. Furthermore, curses could interact with each other, so a seemingly insignificant curse could easily take someone away. When the free player was in hiding, half of his energy had been focused on clearing away curses. Now, he could barely remember which curses had just been generated and which hadn't been dealt with before. What should he do? A question arose in the free player's mind. Just then, the Corpse Mountain God struck again. Unlike Eve, the Corpse Mountain God had far greater combat experience. At the very least, he could read the battle situation. Previously, he had only done two things: setting up the cursed blood mist and knocking the free player out once. If that was all he could do, then there was no need for Gushi to summon him. As soon as the Corpse Mountain God of War saw the free player vanish again, he immediately activated the Earth Melting Furnace. Under the power of the Earth Melting Furnace, the original power of Gushi's Death Kaleidoscope was actually melted into the cursed blood mist. When the free player checked the curse on himself, he found that his health was rapidly decreasing. This terrified the free player. He made a decision immediately. Escape, absolutely must. Generally speaking, after reaching the red equipment level, players become more difficult to kill. Once the dual red equipment resonance activates, the likelihood of killing a player is even lower. Previously, the free player had been thinking about retrieving the magic wand. Additionally, Gu Shi's tight blockade of the battlefield prevented him from even considering escaping, instead focusing on killing Gu Shi. Then he set his sights on Eve. Later, he even considered retrieving the magic wand. Now, all his plans were futile. If he didn't escape, he would likely die in battle. He had just used up his last chance to level up. To break through again, he had to complete the promotion game quests. This was arguably the most dangerous moment for the free player. Gu Shi could kill him at any moment. Players weren't the type to be so impulsive as to forget about escaping. The moment they sensed danger, their first thought was how to escape. A thought quickly flashed through the free player's mind. This was also his method for achieving dual red armor resonance. However, there were many things to consider. If he couldn't immediately think through everything and form a complete plan, the dual red armor resonance could run into problems. Just as the free player hesitated, Gu Shi, following the lead of the Corpse Mountain God, struck. This time, Gu Shi mobilized the Death Legion. Under Gu Shi's command, the Death Incarnation, Yin Cha, was released. Unlike other Death Incarnations, the Death Incarnation, Yin Cha, possessed the ability to seek out its enemies. After all, throughout history, many people have sought to avoid the search of death. But no one could escape. The fact that the Yin Cha and the Grim Reaper were looking for someone played a large role in this. Gu Shi's thought was simple. Even if you hid, you were still alive. As long as you were alive, the Yin Cha would find you. Gu Shi also believed that the Death Avatar, the Yin Cha, had such powerful abilities, so he immediately released them. This put pressure on the free player. He had been hesitant at first, but now he didn't even hesitate. He had noticed that some of the Death Avatars, the Yin Cha, had already turned their attention to his current location. However, the illusionary space hadn't yet been broken, so the Death Avatars, the Yin Cha, had only a sense of it. But if he delayed any longer, he might be discovered. In this situation, escaping on his own and being discovered were two completely different things. Escape on his own, and the initiative remained in his hands. If he was discovered, then Gu Shi would have the initiative, and the attacks would continue unabated. So, the free player steeled his resolve and reached out, grabbing a long arrow. Then the free player moved his left hand, and the longbow in his hand transformed again. This time, the longbow was full of twists and strangeness, looking like a bow made of countless arms intertwined. The free player took a deep breath and placed the long arrow he had grabbed on the bow. As the longbow was pulled, the arms that formed it transformed into numerous hand bones. At this moment, Gu Shi also noticed the free player's sudden appearance. Upon seeing the free player's appearance, Gu Shi immediately launched his primary attack methods, using Death Mane and Ghost Flower. Drawing souls, Ghost Flower draw, but at this moment, the free player smiled. The next moment, he loosened his grip, and a long arrow shot out. The long arrow broke through Gu Shi's blockade of the area, and at the same time, the free player who had fired the arrow exploded on the spot, transforming into a bubble and disappearing from Gu Shi's sight. Chapter 2928. Escaped, didn't escape. These were the thoughts that flashed through Gu Shi's mind as the free player fired that arrow. He had already seen that. Just then, the free player had used illusion to transform his body into an arrow, then released it. As for the person shooting the arrow, it was merely a dummy conjured by the magic. At first, it might have seemed real, but after the person escaped, it vanished. This was what Gu Shi saw, the person exploding and vanishing before his eyes. Luckily, the free player's arrow was shot by Gu Shi's avatar of death, the Yin Cha. Gu Shi then realized that the arrow had been fired by the free player who had escaped. However, after leaving the area blocked by Gu Shi, the free player quickly transformed into something else and vanished. Normally, at this point, Gu Shi wouldn't have been able to find the person even if he had wanted to. In the end, Gu Shi had no choice but to let it go. Everyone took a step back. Gu Shi didn't suffer any loss, having even snatched the free player's magic wand. But Gu Shi didn't. Who said the free player escaped? He hadn't escaped at all. A large portal formed of ghostly flowers quickly appeared behind Gu Shi, and a red thread dragged Gu Shi into the free player's fate. By actively initiating the resonance of the two red items, Gu Shi aimed for more than just trapping the enemy. Killing him was Gu Shi's minimum goal. To ensure the kill, Gu Shi deliberately shifted the fate line further. It didn't begin when the opponent appeared before him, but when they set their sights on his magic wand. But Gu Shi never expected that the fateful node he chose would reveal the powerful side of this free player. First, this free player truly mastered illusion. If fate hadn't consistently landed on the free player, Gu Shi wouldn't have imagined he'd resort to illusion for just a few steps. And besides blending into the crowd, he also manipulated the surrounding environment to conceal his presence. Most importantly, his illusion sometimes depicted him alone, sometimes a small group, and sometimes even the entire city. If this person hadn't already entered Gu Shi's territory and been trapped by him, Gu Shi wouldn't have been able to defeat him. This only intensified Gu Shi's murderous intent. After all, such a person harbored hatred for Gu Shi, and who knew when he would strike? For this reason, Gu Shi watched with even greater caution, analyzing the opponent's tactics while considering whether to strike first, and then strike the free player. The free player, unaware that Gu Shi was staring at his fate, continued to work. Using illusionary magic, the free player reached Gu Shi's magic wand unimpeded. He examined the wand's condition, observing the ritual Gu Shi used to nurture it, and the number of void spirit crystals he had poured into it. Then the free player picked up a random branch and pulled the magic wand from his pocket. As Gu Shi stared in astonishment, he placed the magic wand and the branch together, injecting the green current from the wand into the branch. Then, under the free player's illusion, the branch transformed into a magical wand. This startled Gu Shi. He hadn't expected the magical wand, which was about to be nurtured, to be conjured up by illusion. But Gu Shi quickly realized this situation could actually be true. This free player had a knack for making the fake look real, transforming the fake into the real. The magical wand Gu Shi had snatched was truly an illusion. Although he didn't know how a free player could conjure up something of the quasi-red equipment level, Gu Shi believed everything he had witnessed in his destiny. At the same time, Gu Shi realized something. The free player wasn't just stealing his own nurturing time, he was probably stealing it from many other players, or factions, who were also nurturing their magical wands. He was just being quite skillful. He was using illusion to steal the nurturing time. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't matter. They were all fake anyway, and if they didn't arrive, my loss wouldn't be great. Moreover, he could obviously steal the incubation time of multiple magic wands simultaneously. Who knows? There might already be magic wands being stolen by free players right now. This made Gu Shi furious. You came here to steal my incubation time, but you didn't even bother to give me a genuine magic wand. Just using a fake one? Then what about all the incubation time I took away from there? Was it also an illusion you created? No, I'm going to make you suffer a great loss. Gu Shi's mind moved, and as the free player put away the genuine magic wand, he suddenly made a move. Using the dead string, he entangled the magic wand with the branch-shaped object. This anomaly startled the free player for a moment. He glanced around but found nothing amiss. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to steal Gu Shi's recuperation time. He placed the magic wand he had transformed from a tree root on the sign of a tavern not far from Gu Shi's recuperation location. But he didn't know that Gu Shi had just reversed the effect of the death string, connecting the magic wand and the twig's fate line together. The magic wand was the twig, and the twig was the magic wand. Whenever Gu Shi wanted to squeeze the recuperation time out of the twig, he would simply extract it from the real magic wand. While Gu Shi was performing this maneuver, the free player had already completed his arrangements and quickly left the activated Rock City. After leaving the activated Rock City, the free player quickly changed his appearance. In the activated Rock City, he was dressed as an undead, but after leaving, he changed his appearance, reverting to the style Gu Shi had first seen him in. But by this point, Gu Shi was already a little unsure whether this person really looked like this. After all, as a master of illusion, the free player could freely customize their own appearance. Changing one's race was easy enough, let alone altering one's appearance. Now, Gu Shi was chasing the free player, not with his eyes on his face, but on his soul and destiny. After all, no matter how much you can't change the soul. You can't sever the thread of fate. As long as the person matched, Gu Shi didn't care what you looked like. After leaving the revitalized Rock City, the free player stood in the wilderness for a moment. Come out! You've been following me for so long. It would be a bit unreasonable if you didn't show up. Chapter 2929. What? You don't dare come out? Do you think I'm trying to scare you? I'm telling you, you entered my domain. Inside, your every move is under my watchful eye. I'm not taking action, simply to save your face. Gu Shi didn't take any of the free player's words to heart. Just as he hadn't been able to find the free player on the blocked battlefield before, so now the free player couldn't find Gu Shi. Even if he had doubts, it didn't matter. As long as Gushi didn't jump out, the enemy wouldn't be able to find him. Now the offensive and defensive dynamics had shifted. However, the free player had merely put on a show. Seeing no one else had jumped out, he quickly departed, leaving Gushi standing still. This situation puzzled Gushi. What had happened to Fate? If everyone had left, why hadn't he chased after them? But the scene before Gushi's eyes shifted, and the sky quickly darkened. A day or so passed in a flash, and then a grain of sand on the ground rapidly grew larger, transforming back into the free player. He glanced around and said, somewhat bewilderedly, "That's impossible. I clearly sensed someone entering the phantom feather arrow's heart-piercing range. How could there be no one?" The free player was deeply puzzled. While stealing the time to warm up his phantom wand, he noticed someone staring at him. Don't doubt the free player's abilities. The fact that he managed to fight his way through the game alone and obtain 2 red outfits is a testament to his exceptional perception. He felt someone watching him, and that was definitely someone. Moreover, he had switched between various illusion modes along the way, yet the person watching him remained undeceived. This situation made free player quite uneasy. This feeling was particularly strong when he set up the method to drain the magic wand's incubation time. For a moment, he even felt as if he were being tricked. Though the feeling eventually faded, suspicion still remained. At the time, he had considered not letting this place go, but for some reason, he still resorted to tampering with the magic wand's incubation time. After leaving, free player was actually puzzled by his actions. You know, he was always cautious, and if he encountered any aversion, he would immediately leave. Why would he do this time? Thinking that someone was using psychic power, free player deliberately set up a trap to see if there was indeed an enemy following him. But the illusions he had sent had already gone far away, and no one watching him had appeared. This situation made free player doubt his assumptions again. Should I just give up on this attempt? The free player pondered, contemplating returning to dismantle the arrangements. After all, he felt unsafe this time. But just then, the free player turned and looked in a certain direction. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Damn it! How could we be attacked? Finally, the free player, no longer concerned with the matter of activating Giant Rock City, quickly headed towards the location of the illusion he had conjured. This time, the free player truly left. Gushi, influenced by the fate line, followed him closely. However, Gushi could clearly sense that the free player had clearly intended to revitalize Giant Rock City. While he didn't know what he was planning, one thing was certain: he had noticed Gushi's previous actions. It seemed he had to be more cautious. Gushi could still use the resonance of the 2 red-equipped players to crush them. These 2 red-equipped players, especially the free players, were incredibly cunning. The moment they sensed something was amiss, they reacted immediately. This time, it was fate's automatic correction. Next time, they wouldn't be so lucky. At this moment, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. He had to expedite the handling of the Hand of Death upon his return. Only by upgrading the Hand of Death to red, and then resonating with the head of the goddesses, would Gushi feel a sense of security. Until then, Gushi should focus on studying and leveling up. Gushi reflected that he hadn't strayed too far from the free player. The free player also encountered a number of issues over the next period of time. But none of these matters concerned Gushi. Each time the free player felt uneasy and wanted to return to the activated Rock City to dismantle his arrangements, he would always encounter one or another problem. If his desire to return was stronger, the problems he encountered would be more difficult. If his desire to return was weaker, the problems he encountered would be easier to resolve. At this moment, Gushi began to wonder if the free player had encountered a storm of fate and was now trapped within it. It was precisely for this reason that Gushi could only stare at the free player from within the fate line, not daring to take any further action against him. Gushi had already made plans. Wait until the free player was trapped in the battlefield before attacking him. He intended to block the free player's escape route in his final attempt. The moment he transformed himself into an arrow, Gushi would strike and send the player flying back. Gushi believed that by trapping the free player in his sealed battlefield, and with his understanding of the free player's combat style from his long experience of stalking him, he would not allow the free player another chance to escape. Although the free player possessed 2 pieces of red armor and had already achieved red armor resonance, his primary combat strategy was still based on the phantom feather arrow. The necklace was more of a support item. This was clearly a standard single-core, multi-red armor development strategy. Before becoming independent, the free player must have received a fairly good education. At the very least, he was well versed in the enhancement and development of red armor. This standard growth method, combined with the creative power of illusion, has led to the current fighting style of free players. When fighting, deception is the primary method. Deceiving the enemy and yourself. Deceiving the enemy weakens their combat effectiveness, while deceiving yourself convinces yourself of your own immense strength, deceiving yourself that you can win the battle. Deceiving yourself to avoid being harmed. Deceiving the enemy to prevent detection. In short, the fighting style of free players has always been this way. To deal with this kind of player, either avoid being deceived or deny them the opportunity to deceive. Gu Shi had already figured it out. Didn't he ultimately want to transform into an arrow and escape Gu Shi's blockade, then send him somewhere he couldn't escape? Chapter 2930. With his will in mind, Gu Shi quickly sprang into action. Although he still followed the free player, closely monitoring his every move, he began making various arrangements through subtle means. Some arrangements needed to be made in advance. This would prevent Gu Shi from being caught off guard when the free player finally escaped. At the same time, Gu Shi began to guide the free player's fate. Gu Shi discovered that as long as the free player attempted to return to the activated rock city ahead of time, he would encounter various problems, and even suffer attacks from various levels. This situation was truly good news for Gu Shi. Gu Shi, with a sudden thought, deliberately led the free player towards the activated rock city. The result was just as Gu Shi had expected. As long as the free player's intentions moved, he would encounter various things. Although the free player was a dual red suit sympathizer, certain situations would still affect him. Sometimes, he could even trigger attacks like natural disasters. After a few attempts, the free player understood what he was up against, and simply stopped heading towards the activated rock city. The free player pretended to be unaware of this situation, which actually made his subsequent actions much smoother. Gu Shi, who had been leading the attack, also noticed something was amiss with the free player. However, Gu Shi was not familiar with either of the free player's red suits. He could only make some guesses based on his previous battle style. However, Gu Shi was not completely certain of many details. Furthermore, Gu Shi was currently under attack, so he could not attack proactively, and could only rely on fate to guide him at certain points. So Gu Shi didn't realize that the free player was secretly manipulating things. He didn't activate the giant rock city himself, but he continuously cast illusions. He moved at an incredibly high speed across various areas. Every time he arrived at a place, he would use a large number of illusions. Gu Shi initially thought he was going to do something, but after observing, he realized that the illusions seemed to be just concealing him and had no other purpose. Under these circumstances, Gu Shi couldn't take direct action and could only watch. The scene before him sped up again. Gu Shi estimated the time and realized that it was almost the time between his return from the Genesis Bridge and the time to activate the giant rock city to deal with the illusion wand. Gu Shi knew this was a critical juncture. Although he had already made arrangements in advance at the activated giant rock city, whether the free player could fall into his trap as planned depended on Gu Shi's final actions. So, at this point, Gu Shi became serious. He searched for the free player's weaknesses, thinking about how to give him a ruthless blow at this moment. At that moment, the free player seemed to sense something and looked up in the direction of the activated rock city. Gu Shi was startled, then realized what was happening. He cursed inwardly, then immediately took action. It turned out that Gu Shi's arrangements at the activated rock city had been disrupted by the illusions arranged by the free player. There was still nearly an hour before Gu Shi arrived at the activated rock city to deal with the magic wand. Gu Shi couldn't afford to worry about much now. He had to align his fate with his timeline. So, Gu Shi immediately launched his long-prepared attack plan. The underworld battlefield, the ancient battlefield, the battlefield assimilation, the battlefield was overwhelmed, and the rebellion was rising. Gu Shi unleashed every attack method in the underworld battlefield. In the next instant, everything around the free player became part of the underworld. And he himself became part of the underworld battlefield. Then Gu Shi immediately unleashed the death incarnation, the Insha, and joined the undead in the underworld battlefield to attack the free player. The free player was immediately surrounded. However, faced with this situation, the free player actually breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that the enemy attacking him was the undead. This was a stark difference from the methods he had encountered recently. Every time he tried to revitalize Giant Rock City, he would encounter strange situations. These situations were straightforward and speechless, and seemed like the methods of a Destiny-type professional. Compared to the ethereal and illusory fate, the visible undead tactics before him weren't actually that difficult to deal with. The free player immediately used illusion to conjure beasts and other creatures to engage in combat with the undead released by Gu Shi. However, he didn't notice that Gu Shi had vanished. Gushi's decision to unleash the underworld battlefield wasn't because it could harm the free player. Gushi simply wanted to tell the free player that he was going to stop him from revitalizing Giant Rock City. This was a clear signal to the free player of his true identity. The idea was to provoke the free player to turn his attention to activating Giant Rock City. It was nearly an hour before the free player was supposed to appear in activating Giant Rock City. Gushi was well aware that fate was becoming more sensitive at this time. If he acted rashly, it was very likely to trigger a fate storm. Gushi himself had triggered 2 fate storms. Although Gushi couldn't guarantee that a fate storm would occur, he had to consider himself. In this situation, Gushi would definitely choose to flee as far as possible. As for the free player, fate would give Gushi a perfect answer. The netherworld battlefield that was projected before him was simply to provoke the free player, making him believe that the one preventing him from returning to activating Giant Rock City was a necromancer, the master of activating Giant Rock City. This would encourage the free player to focus on the undead, and not attribute everything to fate. Only in this way could Gushi avoid the likely fate storm, and avoid being dragged into the tide of fate for such a small figure. The free player was unaware of this. Seeing the undead before him, he genuinely believed that everything he experienced along the way was the work of the animated rocks necromancers trying to stop him. But he underestimated himself. Not to mention the little tricks he used along the way, did he really think these undead could stop him? Confidently, the free player activated his red suit's abilities, actively attacking the undead, who had suddenly appeared, and made moves toward the animated rock. As a result, due to the effects of the uprising, more and more undead emerged from the ground and attacked the free player. Under these circumstances, the free player didn't notice that the fate around him was fluctuating more and more, and the storm of fate was slowly forming around him. Chapter 2931. In the revitalized Giant Rock City, Gushi, who was watching another person discover the problem with a magic wand, suddenly looked up and gazed into the distance. Storm of fate. Luckily I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been the one to suffer. Having witnessed 2 storms of fate, Gushi immediately sensed something was happening in the distance. He turned to take a look at the current situation. He had already deployed everything he could. As long as nothing unexpected happened, these arrangements would be sufficient. So Gushi ignored the situation here. A gate made of ghostly flowers appeared behind him, and he allowed the red thread to drag him out. As Gushi withdrew the resonance of his 2 red armor, the free players from the other side had already attacked. Affected by the storm of fate, the free players had suffered greatly along the way. Now, he felt the easiest moment was when he was fighting his way through Gushi's underworld battlefield. As for the situation on the road behind him, he couldn't understand where the attack came from, or how it could land on him. No matter how he used his illusions, creating countless identical simulacra, the attacks always landed precisely on him. And the closer he got to the living rock city, the stronger the attacks became. He couldn't dodge many of them, relying only on his own strength to withstand them. For a while, he couldn't even move, and could only send some illusions ahead to stop Gushi's actions. When he finally arrived at the living rock city, he saw that Gushi had already broken through all the illusions he had set up, and was fighting the great demon he had conjured. This made the free player quite unhappy. His eyes flushed slightly as he leaped forward, preparing to attack Gushi. Unexpectedly, Gushi was even quicker than him, instantly sealing off the surrounding area and transforming it into an independent battlefield. Gushi himself hadn't noticed that as he sealed off the space, several locations within activated Rock City rapidly lit up, and a larger, netherworldly battlefield spread outward from activated Rock City. The undead within activated Rock City received the message, and were told to either hide or evacuate the city quickly, refusing to cause any trouble. So, despite such a major incident, not a single troop or undead within activated Rock City came to disrupt it. Of course, Gushi was unaware of all this at the moment. He was intently targeting the free player. The Death Wave, carrying the power stored within the Death Kaleidoscope, struck the free player, striking him half to death. The Death Ripple's attack was already formidable, and combined with the effects of the Death Kaleidoscope and the injuries sustained by the free player along the way, it dealt a devastating blow to the free player. If the free player hadn't reacted quickly and immediately upgraded to save his life, another wave of Death Ripple would have likely annihilated him. Neither the free player nor Gushi noticed. As the free player upgraded, the fate storms that had been following him also lost their target. Finally, these fate storms circled over the activated Rock City, ultimately injecting themselves into Gushi's arrangements within the city. This was something Gushi, who was using the resonance of his 2 red armors, hadn't anticipated. As he emerged from the resonance of the 2 red suits, the free player transformed himself into an arrow and burst forth from the sealed battlefield. This time, Gushi didn't watch the free player flee, he immediately activated his own arrangements within Fate. Gushi had previously deployed a larger death kaleidoscope within the activated Rock City. To accomplish this, Gushi drew upon the power of the ley lines within the activated Rock City, as well as the energy within the city itself. Most importantly this time, Gushi adjusted the layout of the death kaleidoscope outside. He had been following the free player all along the way, and while he couldn't guarantee absolute certainty, he could still grasp some of the free player's intentions. Gushi believed that upon escaping the sealed battlefield, the free player would immediately employ illusions to blend into the surrounding environment and crowds. He would conceal his identity and location within the crowds and surroundings, then send out numerous illusions in all directions. In the end, no one would know where he was or when he left. So this time, the battlefield Gushi had chosen for the free player was the empty battlefield. Aside from death, there was no other living thing in this battlefield. No, not even a ghost, let alone a living thing. In this newly constructed kaleidoscope of death, there was nothing but death. There was nothing else. If the free player transformed into a normal person, Gushi would immediately discover them. Attacks would then come from all directions, taking the free player directly away. In this way, whether he escaped or not would be indistinguishable. If he doesn't transform into a normal person, but instead tries to transform into the surrounding environment, he have to transform himself into a being similar to the power of death. A second or two might be fine, but over time, he might actually be dead. Unless he can transform into Gushi or death, he'd be immune to all of this. But transforming into Gushi is useless. Gushi isn't playing any real or fake Sun Wukong tricks with you. Doesn't Gushi even know who he is? Just attack any moving enemy you find. The free player isn't stupid, he can't transform himself into Gushi. As for death, if the free player can transform himself into death, Gushi will admit defeat to his illusionary abilities and respectfully ask the free player to leave, even handing over his illusion wand. After the free player leaves, Gushi will go to Death's territory and tell Death what's going on. There's no need to say anything else. Just say, "Brother Death, your son is wandering deep within the game. I just saw him a few days ago. He looks exactly like you." Gushi didn't need to do the rest. He just had to wait there for Death's thanks. So Gushi had truly thought of everything during the red armor double resonance. The only thing he hadn't considered was that when the free player leveled up, the Fate Storm didn't follow him, but instead fed into Gushi's plan to activate the Great Rock City. When the free player transformed into an arrow and shot himself out, the Fate Storm briefly affected Gushi's Death Kaleidoscope. The current Death Kaleidoscope became the Fate Kaleidoscope, and the free player's arrow easily broke through Gushi's blockade of the battlefield. But he couldn't break Fate's blockade. As the arrow struck the ground, it quickly transformed into the free player's original form. He looked around in confusion. There was nothing but darkness nearby. The free player's face was filled with disbelief. He wanted to hold his head and scream, "No!" Chapter 2932. As the Death Kaleidoscope reopened, Gushi also sensed the changes in the outside world. He hadn't expected the Fate Storm to intervene at this moment. For a moment, Gushi wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, Gushi knew very well that this wasn't a good thing for the free player. Gushi's Death Kaleidoscope had already been modified once before. Now, with the Fate Storm added to the mix, Gushi couldn't imagine what was going on inside the Death Kaleidoscope. Gushi hesitated, then decided not to go in. Was going in courting death? In this situation, Gushi had to find another way. After all, the window was short. If the enemy found a flaw and escaped, all Gushi's efforts would be in vain. An escaping enemy would then be a nuisance. Therefore, he had to find a way to deal with him. After closing down the previously sealed battlefield, Gushi immediately focused his attention on the Death Kaleidoscope that trapped the free player. At the same time, Gushi's mind raced with various thoughts. Each one suggested a way to deal with the Death Kaleidoscope, but none of them seemed appropriate for the current situation. This left Gushi feeling quite helpless. At this moment, Gushi was considering whether he could gather the Death Kaleidoscope, inject all his death power into it, and use it to kill the creature within. Wait. Gushi paused. It didn't seem impossible. When Gushi first mastered the Hell Kaleidoscope, he already had the ability to retract and expand, to expand and contract. The reason Gushi was able to deploy the Death Kaleidoscope ahead of time was because he had exploited the Hell Kaleidoscope's deployment characteristics. Previously, Gushi had been contemplating how to get in. Now, Gushi wasn't thinking that way anymore. He was intent on shrinking the Death Kaleidoscope's area and determining the free player's location. Gushi had directly delegated the task of shrinking the Death Kaleidoscope to the head of the goddesses, the primordial Death Hand, and the altered Death Hand. Gushi himself was attending to other matters. He was releasing the petals of the Ghost Flower, and the blood-threaded net of Death's mane to traverse the shrinking Death Kaleidoscope. After all, Gushi had been following the free player for quite some time, and was well aware of how disgusting the free player's illusions could be. He could even transform a street dog, not treating himself like a human being. Gushi didn't want to let the free player out because of a carelessness on his part. The Ghost Flower's petals monitored fate, while the Death's mane's threads monitored souls. Only areas of the Death Kaleidoscope that had been treated in this way would be closed by Gushi. At the same time, Gushi would transfer the death power within this Death Kaleidoscope area to the remaining unexplored areas. Under Gushi's manipulation, the Death Kaleidoscope area he had previously set up gradually shrank, and the activated Rock City slowly revealed its original appearance. Most of the undead within the city had already left. They watched from a distance, far from the activated Rock City, awaiting Gushi's new orders. A few of the undead within were closely watching every move in the city. Their expressions shifted from lively to somewhat dull, and finally, as if they had lost their energy, they simply stood there, unable to move. The undead nearby were also puzzled upon seeing this. They reached out and patted the bodies, causing them to disintegrate like dust, falling to the ground without leaving anything behind. In reality, these scattered undead were the free player's backup plan. He had been continuously sending out illusions created by his magic to revitalize Giant Rock City. Some were intercepted by Gushi, while others didn't arrive for various reasons. In any case, during the time Gushi was following the free player through the resonance of his 2 red armor pieces, only 5 or 6 illusions actually reached the revitalized Giant Rock City. One transformed into a butterfly, preparing to provide the free player with the basic materials for his illusions, but was killed. One transformed into a great demon, attempting to seize the magic staff of illusion, but was also killed. The remaining few had been treated as ordinary undead by Gushi's men and relocated outside the city long before the free player arrived. At that time, Gushi had issued a death order. Anyone who remained in the revitalized Giant Rock City would be killed by his men. You think that in just such a short time, all the undead in animated Rock City were sent out again. It takes time for them to walk after all. Gushi's smooth battles and tight blockade of the animated Rock City battlefield were all due to the advanced preparations made by Gushi, the Destiny. The undead sent out of the city also monitored each other. If one suddenly disappeared, the nearby undead would immediately search for them. For a moment, the phantoms that had transformed into undead were less free than those that had transformed into objects. Now, these phantoms that had transformed into undead had simply turned to yellow sand, indicating that their source had been cut off, and something had happened to the free players. Indeed, Gushi had already reclaimed most of the Death Kaleidoscope area and concentrated all of its death force into the area where the free player was hiding. The free player was now advancing within the Death Kaleidoscope area. Although his necklace could alter the attributes of his equipment, shielding him from some of the death force, as the death force grew stronger, his body was inevitably eroded by it. At the same time, the orange gear in his hands had begun to materialize, clearly indicating that the death force had begun to affect his equipment. The 2 red items hadn't materialized yet, but judging by the current situation, with more death force, it wasn't impossible for them to do so. And by then, even if the free player wanted to stop them, it would be too late. He would die before the red equipment materialized. The free player tried hard not to stop, but it was no use. In his death, the free player could no longer sense any trace of life. He felt like a wandering ghost on the road to the underworld, unaware of where he was going, simply walking forward. In reality, the free player was quite unwilling to give up. He still had many other tricks at his disposal. He could use illusions to transform into different forms, hide himself, or even have an illusion replace him. But even so, what good would that do? In the kaleidoscope of death, there was no one. Who could he deceive with his illusions? Even if he tried to transform himself into an ancient god through a convincing illusion, it would be useless. In the end, he would still face certain death. Chapter 2933. As the free player slowly lost control of his subordinates, Gushi could clearly sense the changes within the Death Kaleidoscope. The death power within the Death Kaleidoscope had already exceeded its capacity. Standing outside the Death Kaleidoscope, Gushi could clearly feel that the death power within the Death Kaleidoscope seemed to be about to overflow. However, Gushi did not stop his movements. He could clearly sense that a trace of stubborn life force still remained within the Death Kaleidoscope. It was clearly the life force of the free player. Although this trace of life force was weak, It also meant that the free player was not yet dead. Gucci needed to wait a little longer. However, Gucci was now somewhat hesitant, wondering whether to transfer all the death power from the remaining death kaleidoscopes into it. Would transferring more death kaleidoscopes into it cause any problems? At this moment, the last death kaleidoscope suddenly contracted. The trace of life force finally disappeared. Then Gucci felt a puffing sound from within the death kaleidoscope. It was as if something had exploded. Gucci's expression froze, and sacred moonlight instantly enveloped the death kaleidoscope. Followed by another puff. Gucci understood that this was the effect of the red equipment's unbinding. But something seemed amiss. Two pieces of red equipment, both already resonating, how could they have such limited power? Were they completely devoured by the death kaleidoscope? That was unlikely. Gucci's death kaleidoscope was merely a mutant skill. Even if it contained a threatening amount of death power, it couldn't easily unbind the two red items. There must be something wrong here. Could it be an illusion created by the free player, trying to trick him into entering? Gucci's heart tightened, and he didn't rush to release the death kaleidoscope. Instead, he stretched out his hands. The knight's blood path opened, and an undead servant emerged from it. Seeing the undead servant emerge, Gucci finally breathed a sigh of relief. The person was already dead. Gucci could distrust the pop-up notification before him, believing the kill notification was an illusion, but he also had to trust his own skills. The knight's blood path couldn't be created by illusion. At least the effects of the red equipment couldn't be created by illusion. The undead servant before him emerged from the knight's blood path, proving that the free player was dead. Realizing this, Gucci took a step forward and entered the death kaleidoscope. At that moment, Gucci saw a storm, like golden threads swirling endlessly within his death kaleidoscope. Wherever the storm blew, golden lines painted the ground. Gucci couldn't help but curse inwardly upon seeing this. What the hell? This was the first time he had seen the storm of fate materialize. Gucci felt that if he dared take another step forward, there would be no escape from this wave of the storm of fate. But if he didn't move forward, Gucci couldn't bear to leave the corpse hanging within the storm of fate behind. It wasn't that Gucci couldn't bear to leave the free player's corpse behind, but rather that he couldn't bear to leave behind the quiver at his waist and the necklace in his hand. Those were two pieces of red clothing. As Gucci hesitated, the storm of fate shifted a little closer to him. Gucci immediately took a step back, exiting the death kaleidoscope. However, Gucci's attention remained fixed on the fate storm. Gucci noticed that the fate storm's inattention wasn't because he hadn't been involved in it in the first place. It was because the fate storm had other things to do. As it swirled, the fate storm repelled several vortex-like entities. Gucci was initially confused, but as the vortexes persisted, he began to understand a little. This free player has something special. One of his two red items of clothing is related to a major event in the future. And it shouldn't be here. While he didn't know which one it was, Gucci was certain that if these two items fell into his hands, the key to the fate behind this would be completely broken. The fate storm before him was here to remedy this problem. No wonder, when Gucci had used fate to plot against the free player, fate automatically intervened whenever he considered revitalizing Giant Rock City. Gucci had assumed that fate's influence was just that profound. He hadn't anticipated the red outfit on this free player's persona, but it turned out to be a rather remarkable one. Knowing this, Gucci was somewhat tempted by the two red outfits. He wondered if he could steal the red outfits and hide them in the Pantheon, hoping they would escape fate's influence. If not, he still had one level left to level up. But just as Gucci was pondering this, his vision suddenly shifted. He found himself staring at a massive fire in a star field. Hundreds of planets across the entire star field were consumed by the flames. The image flashed by for a moment. Although Gucci didn't understand the location of the burned star field, he understood one thing. It was fate's warning. If he attempted to take the two red armor pieces, the fateful consequences of burning the star field would fall on him. If Gucci believed he could handle it all, then he should go in now and take them. The storm of fate wouldn't stop him. Gucci closed his eyes and recalled the image he had just glanced at. The image contained only a single star field, but Gucci truly didn't dare to move. In the star field, he saw three ancient gods who had died instantly in battle. Perhaps these three ancient gods didn't have impressive names like Death, Netherworld, or Hades, but ancient gods were still ancient gods. Gucci wasn't yet at the level to challenge the ancient gods. Right now, Gucci had no desire to ask which piece of red armor was so powerful. The equipment that could successfully kill three ancient gods. Gucci simply wanted to know. After he gave up the red armor piece, the storm of fate wouldn't want the rest. When Gucci showed signs of retreat, the storm of fate sped up its efforts to process the free player's corpse. The quiver at his waist was swept away by a vortex, and the necklace wrapped around the free player's left hand was severed along with his left hand by a mysterious force and forcibly dragged away. After both red garments were snatched away, the storm of fate quickly dispersed, as if it had lost its source and target. The corpse, previously swept into the air by the storm of fate, slammed face first onto the ground with a thud. Then, the power of death surged in, transforming the corpse into a new power of death, completely merging into the death kaleidoscope. Watching the scene before him, Gushi felt the urge to ask, "What sin have I committed? I'm only at a few levels, and yet I encountered this. How about I change my name to Hades now, and ensure my own safety?" Chapter 2934. Despite internally complaining, Gushi waited a moment, only entering his death kaleidoscope after the fate storm completely dissipated. Returning to the death kaleidoscope, Gushi could clearly sense a distinct aura permeating the area. The fate storm was gone, but its traces remained. Golden streaks could be seen sporadically on the ground. At the same time, a thick layer of death power was overflowing. As Gushi walked within the death kaleidoscope, he could clearly feel a tingling sensation of water droplets forming on his skin. Gushi felt that if he weren't the master of this death kaleidoscope, maintaining some degree of control over it, this death power would undoubtedly begin to consume his body, annihilating him. The death kaleidoscope before him was complete. This would undoubtedly be a powerful weapon in the upcoming battles. Thinking this, Gushi walked towards the spot where the free player had fallen. The free player's corpse had been reduced to dust, merging into the earth of the death kaleidoscope. His red equipment had also been carried away by the fate storm, leaving nothing behind. Some of his other equipment, however, had survived the storm. What most caught Gushi's attention was the longbow that the free player had been holding. During the battle with the free player, Gushi was most impressed by the longbow in his hand. This longbow had transformed at least 3 times in the free player's hands, each time with a different effect. Although Gushi understood that these changes were due to the necklace, he had to admit that the longbow had played a role. Now the longbow lay on the land of death, transformed back into its original wooden form. But Gushi, even from a distance, noticed something amiss. On the bow's limbs, Gushi spotted tiny skull markings. Clearly, the longbow had absorbed enough of the power of death to become a piece of death gear. What a pity. Gushi had originally wanted to see what special properties this longbow possessed, to see if he could use it. Now that it had become a piece of death gear, it could only possibly be used in places like the land of death or the death kaleidoscope. Thinking this, Gushi stepped forward and reached out to pick up the longbow. Huh? Just as Gushi was about to pick up the mage's robe beneath the longbow, he suddenly noticed something different. Although this longbow had become a piece of death gear, it had something else in it. You obtained the orange equipment, the Strangler longbow. Strangler longbow, orange, death gear, main hand weapon, unowned. After equipping, increases attack power by 100%. Required equipment, strength 20, agility 20. Special 1, condense death, a special path of death. You can condense the power of death into arrows or string. After killing an enemy, you absorb the enemy's death power and convert it into energy for the longbow. Special 2, magic breaker bow. This bow forgoes physical attacks and devotes all its attack power to magic break. It can break through shields, mazes, spider webs, and swamp magic. Special 3, rapid shooting bow. This bow forgoes attack power and fires a large number of arrows in a short burst. The number of arrows fired increases over time. Special 4, armor breaker bow. This bow forgoes magic attacks and focuses on physical attacks. It has extremely destructive power against physical defenses. Explanation 1. You may look down on this bow, but you have to admit that it has a path of death. Instructions 2. Just pick up the bow and shoot. Looking at the newly acquired Strangler longbow, Gushi understood that it had been affected by the power of death and had become orange quality death equipment. At the same time, due to the influence of the death power, all of its original properties were wiped out. Gushi took one look and realized that all those bows and other things behind it were useless. The real key lay in the death power. Picking up the Strangler longbow and turning it over in his hands, Gushi's thoughts began to wander. He quickly picked up the free player's robe. The robe had now become a necromancer-style robe, imbued with a deathly aura far thicker than that of the Strangler longbow. But Gushi's mind wasn't focused on that. Gushi noticed that the situation of this robe was very similar to that of the Strangler longbow. All of its power had been converted into its original characteristic death power. The rest was merely ordinary effects. The death power of the 2 death gear items was similar in type. Both absorbed the enemy's death power upon killing them, and converted it into energy. Gu Shi had a feeling that the remaining items, as long as they weren't completely broken and weren't purple quality, would end up in the same situation. This gave Gu Shi a new idea. Gu Shi had been pondering the use of death gear crafted from inanimate objects. While he had two promising ideas that could be adopted by humans if the experiments were successful, even enhanced equipment wasn't as appealing as some other scenarios. For example, transforming ordinary soldiers into mythical soldiers through death gear. The key to mythical soldiers is the presence of a red path on the soldier's body. It didn't matter if it was inherently possessed by the soldier, attached to the equipment, or even etched into the soldier's body, as long as the path existed. The orange quality death gear before him didn't have a red path, but it did have a death path. Gu Shi spotted a phrase in the description, death special path. Gu Shi didn't even need to guess, he knew this path, compared to the red path, was equally useful. In other words, if Gu Shi could produce orange quality death gear, even if just 1 out of 10 orange death gear pieces had a death special path, the number of mythical soldiers he could ultimately cultivate would be considerable. Gu Shi possesses tens of thousands of orange gear. The batch of orange gear left behind by the void celestial beings all needs to be converted into death gear. And in Aridov City, there's still a batch of orange gear left behind by Octopus Head that hasn't been processed yet and is still being adjusted and modified. If Gu Shi doesn't want them anymore and converts them all into death gear, the amount of death gear he can obtain will be off the charts. If even 1/10 of the death gear can be used to craft mythic soldiers, Gu Shi's combat effectiveness will undergo a qualitative change. Looking at the equipment attributes before him, an idea flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. Chapter 2935. Thoughts aside, Gu Shi's movements didn't stop for this reason. After all, he had come to deal with the matter of the magic wand, and the free player was merely a side issue. Although Gu Shi had played so many chapters, if you counted carefully, it had only been less than 4 or 5 hours since he entered the activated Rock City. He had an important matter to attend to. That was the incubation time for the magic wand. With the death of the free player, all the objects he had previously conjured vanished. The magic wand that Gu Shi had snatched away also turned into an ordinary branch. Thankfully, the incubation time that had been transferred earlier was due to the fate connection draining away the original's incubation time, and it hadn't disappeared. Otherwise, Gu Shi would have cried. Now, Gu Shi was searching the place where the free player had died, trying to see if the original magic wand had been left behind. Gu Shi remembered that when he followed the free player, he hadn't hidden the magic wand anywhere else, but had always kept it with him. Gu Shi now desperately wanted to find the free player's magic wand and make up for his loss. However, all of the free player's fate threads had been shattered by the fate storm. The thread Gu Shi had previously wrapped around the magic wand was also gone. Now Gu Shi could only search among the pile of garbage on the ground. But among the remaining items, the magic wand was nowhere to be found. This made Gu Shi wonder if the magic wand had also been carried away by the fate storm. If that were the case, it would be infuriating. You snatched 2 red items, and I won't say anything. You want the quasi-red items too? You're really coming to me to buy 3 items? 3 red items all at once. Gu Shi's heart was bleeding. Gu Shi had already planned it out. He would convert the free player's magic staff into death gear and place it in the death kaleidoscope. The phantom feather arrow would be bound to Gu Shi, trying to resonate with the death mane. The necklaces would be distributed to see which contracted undead needed them. And now, there was nothing. What frustrated Gu Shi the most was that, even though he was deeply upset, he didn't dare say anything. He thought, okay, but if you open your mouth, you never know when the storm of fate will be waiting. Gu Shi knew very well that once you're tainted by fate, you can't shake it off. This time, it was a loss. It was a good thing that he didn't get tainted by a lethal amount of fate. Gu Shi relaxed, having never expected luck to be on his side. Perhaps because of Gu Shi's honesty, or perhaps because Fate Storm felt bad about robbing him of his belongings and secretly added a bit of his fortune, Gu Shi, while cleaning up the battlefield, managed to unearth something he hadn't expected. Looking at the longsword before him, now reduced to a hilt, Gu Shi couldn't help but marvel at the ambition of this freelance player. In addition to the magic staff, he had even crafted a quasi-red item. The Holy Angel's two-handed greatsword. If complete, it would have been a 2-meter-long two-handed sword, its blade rippled with a golden sheen. But now, only a 50-centimeter-long hilt remained. The rest were impossible to find. After receiving the Holy Angel's two-handed greatsword, Gu Shi immediately understood what was happening. The free player truly relied on his mastery of illusion to be ruthless. In addition to Gu Shi's magic wand, he also nurtured several pieces of near-red equipment using the same method. He usually used illusions to guide them while nurturing, and kept the near red equipment with him. For this reason, whenever he saw someone nurturing a piece of red equipment, he would go and take action. Sometimes, it didn't have to be the same piece of near red equipment. Any piece of the same type or with similar stats could be stolen. Just like the time when Gu Shi's magic wand's nurturing time was stolen, it was just a coincidence. If he hadn't encountered Gu Shi's magic wand, other wands would have worked just as well. If that didn't work, he could also steal lightning or poison-type near-red equipment during its nurturing time. As a result, the number of near-red items carried by the free player was quite a bit. When the Fate Storm struck the free player, aside from the Phantom Feather arrow and the necklace, nothing else was truly damaged. However, the Fate Storm severed the placement of the quasi-red items, interrupting their incubation time. Also, due to the Fate Storm, several of the quasi-red items were shattered, leaving nothing behind. Only the Holy Angel's longsword was lucky enough to be nearly finished incubating, and since it was made of metal, a fragment survived. In the end, it was retrieved by Gu Shi. Gu Shi examined the fragmented two-handed sword and carefully examined its attributes. The previous explosion had almost completely depleted the two-handed longsword's remaining time, leaving only 400 to 500 years of it, and that was for the longsword and light attributes. Most importantly, the two-handed longsword was completely destroyed. Even if it were retrieved now, it would be useless. No amount of incubation time would be enough to create a longsword worthy of a holy angel. After a moment's thought, Gu Shi glanced at the magic staff still in his hand. It would be somewhat of a waste to rush the longsword's incubation and transfer it to the magic staff. If he forced the transfer, Gu Shi would probably only get 30 to 50 years of the 400 or 500 years of incubation time, at best. But then Gu Shi reconsidered. He wasn't the only one incubating. Back at the war god statue on the Corpse Mountain, Shea's Stargazer sword was also being incubated. This Stargazer sword was a gift from the Grand Lord's backer. The Grand Lord had previously nurtured it, and later placed it at the war god statue on the Corpse Mountain for nurturing. Its nurturing progress would undoubtedly be faster than that of the magic staff. Before the magic staff completed its quasi-red armor quest, Gu Shi had invested all of his void crystals into the Stargazer sword. In fact, the Stargazer sword's nurturing progress was already quite high. Gu Shi had a feeling that if he could transfer the 400 or 500 years of nurturing time spent on the long sword into the Stargazer sword, perhaps the Stargazer sword's nurturing would be complete. This was another bonus. For Gu Shi, whether the magic staff or the Stargazer sword succeeded first was practically irrelevant. As long as the red armor was his, and the benefits rotted within his own family, it was fine. At least his efforts hadn't been in vain. His arrangements hadn't been in vain. Thinking of this, Gu Shi put the hilt away, and once again searched the spot where the free player had died. Chapter 2936. Gu Shi reviewed the last portion of the information, but his luck ran out. He ultimately failed to find anything useful from the free players. After searching for a long time without finding anything of value, Gu Shi sighed and put away the last portion of the death kaleidoscope. Alright, notify the undead to return. Gu Shi took in the surroundings. Because Gu Shi had sealed off the battlefield at the outset of the battle, and then used the death kaleidoscope directly afterwards. While it had drained some of the energy from the ley lines that activated Giant Rock City, it hadn't caused much damage to the city. After giving his orders, Gu Shi handed the hilt of the sword he had brought back to Shea. Take this. Later, take some void spirit crystals to the Corpse Mountain war god statue. Forget about the rest for now. Let's see if the Stargazer sword can be fully nurtured. Oh, good. Shea hadn't expected to gain such a benefit from this battle, having contributed little or nothing. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. But she immediately thought of her own affairs, and was about to speak when Gu Shi waved his hand. Don't worry about the intelligence. I won't be running around these next few days. At most, I go to Beifenjiwen City to check the situation there, and see who is attacking my city. It doesn't matter whether there's intelligence support or not. Get the Stargazer sword first. You be in great use later. Shea nodded affirmatively. Shea had also witnessed the previous battle. Gu Shi's decision to have Eve and the Corpse Mountain War God take action was a complete failure. The Corpse Mountain God of War was clearly more accustomed to sieges or urban warfare, while Eve hadn't shown any signs of activity beyond casting shadows and dark curses. How dare he take the red suit? If it were me, I would have found a place to hide and humiliated myself long ago. Now the master finally understood that only the three of them, the earliest contracted undead, who followed the master, were the most capable. Gu Shi didn't dwell on it. After handing the hilt to Shea, he returned the magic staff to its original position. This time, Gushi's magic staff actually had an advantage. Although the incubation time had been interrupted for a few days, the subsequent incubation time absorbed not only made up for the previous losses, but also gained several hundred more. Now, Gushi no longer had to wait another 800 or 900 years for the magic staff to be successfully incubated. Gushi was already wondering if he could achieve even faster results if he also took some incubation time. As the magic wand was returned to its original location, the undead, having received the order to withdraw, rushed back from outside the city. Unbeknownst to the great battle that had taken place in the city during their absence, the undead continued their usual obedient procession, lining up to enter the city and touching the statue where the magic wand rested. Each touch marked a step in the warming ritual. Gushi observed for a moment and discovered that the magic wand's warming ritual had begun. Although the progress bar was moving rather slowly, it was still moving. This was far better than the previous situation where the bar remained motionless. It seemed the problem had been solved this time. While there were some imperfections, it was a good thing nonetheless. Gushi relaxed instantly. He decided not to rush to Beifinjuan City, but to relax for a day in revitalized Giant Rock City, perhaps exploring the black market. After all, Gushi understood that constantly being so busy would put considerable pressure on himself. His mind would be constantly tense. Ordinary battles might be fine, but in a crucial battle, Gushi's energy level might be insufficient. Thus, proper relaxation was crucial for Gushi. At this point, Gushi waved his hand. "Alright, everyone go back. I take a look around." As he spoke, Gushi turned and headed towards the interior of revitalized Giant Rock City. The Corpse Mountain God of War immediately dodged. Shea and Eve exchanged a glance before turning and departing. They both had their own things to do. Shea wanted to quickly nurture her Stargazer sword, while Eve still had many unfinished experiments. They had come to fight because they were the only two red-clad beings Gushi could call upon. When Gushi's red-clad minions increased in number, she wouldn't have to run back and forth like this. Gushi had no idea what his men were thinking. At this point, he wandered around the revitalized Giant Rock City briefly before entering its depths. Gushi hadn't really managed the revitalized Giant Rock City much. After all, the city was originally intended for the cenote undead, and later attracted the wild undead. As for the city's development, neither the heroes Gushi sent nor the leaders who followed him had much to do with it. They only needed to control the city's garrison and the various plots of land. Let the other undead do as they please. The undead are all similar, with very low requirements for food and shelter. Just like this building made of stacked coffins before him, undead who can't find a place to stay will come and stay for a day or two. For the undead, this is a pretty good place to stay. After all, the coffins are relatively intact, and the undead don't mind such things. In their opinion, as long as the coffins are of similar size, and provide a place for them to lie down and sleep, that's all they need. However, what Gushi noticed here wasn't these, but the strange undead wandering around the coffin room. These undead were clearly not from Gushi's side, nor were they the undead from the cemetery, but they weren't the wild undead who had heard of the revitalized Giant Rock City. These undead gave Gushi a sense of being born and raised there. This situation struck Gushi as a bit strange. He wasn't sure where these people came from. So Gushi approached and asked a few questions. After asking, Gushi finally understood where these undead had come from. It turned out they were the undead who had walked from the Yellow Springs Road and passed through the gates of hell. However, their strength was modest, and they did not wish to participate in the battle, so they left Chongshi Mountain and came to live in revitalized Giant Rock City. Although they lacked combat prowess, they were considered legitimate residents of Gushi's army. Revitalized Giant Rock City naturally would not reject them. So, they were allowed to live there. These undead, having passed through the gates of hell, all knew Gushi's identity. When they met Gushi, they were delighted, and some even presented him with an offering. This gift made Gushi's eyes light up. Chapter 2937. As he entered the territory of Beifinjuan City, Gushi was still clutching the item he'd taken from the player in the activated Giant Rock City. Playing with the item in his hand, Gushi hadn't anticipated that his luck would finally strike him. He now possessed a pure black, seemingly unremarkable long sword. The sword's blade was intact, jet black, without many other attributes. Essentially, it was a gift from a resident who had just met their leader and presented him with their best possession. But upon receiving the long sword, Gushi felt a sense of relief. He was accepting the trust of the undead, the hearts of the people in his territory. So, Gushi immediately understood that this unremarkable long sword, barely even green, could be crafted into his own powerful sword. As he hurried towards Beifinjuan City with the sword in hand, Gu Shi became more and more convinced of the soundness of his plan. For Gu Shi, resources were now plentiful, and he no longer had to painstakingly gather materials for a single piece of purple equipment. Not to mention a white longsword that wasn't even green quality. Even a gray longsword could be forcibly upgraded to purple quality if Gu Shi so desired, and even orange quality wasn't out of the question. What truly mattered to Gu Shi was the thoughtfulness embedded in the longsword. It was the undead's trust in Gu Shi that brought something special to the longsword. Originally, the undead had shown only obedience to Gu Shi, but now their attitude toward him had noticeably shifted. Although this change was subtle, it was quite interesting to him. Gu Shi had been thinking a lot along the way. By the time he was about to reach Beifenjuan City, he had already formed a rough idea of how to craft the yin sword. Gu Shi had already ordered his men to prepare the materials, waiting for the matters in Beifenjuan City to be settled. He would then take care of this matter after returning to Aridao City. Gu Shi's eyes grew serious as he saw he was about to reach Beifenjuan City. Beifenjuan City was located in the real world, and Gu Shi's Tribulation Road had also been laid out there. Supplies and troops from other death cities could also be transported to Beifenjuan City via the Tribulation Road. It can be said that when Beifenjuan City came under attack, Gu Shi immediately mobilized troops and supplies. But Gu Shi could never have imagined that the battle here would turn out like this. Some of Gu Shi's troops were stuck on the Tribulation Road, especially the supplies that were slower to transport. They were now all stuck on the Tribulation Road. What's going on? Gu Shi hurried forward, riding the evil coffin, as he took in the situation. It's been so many days. How could the fighting here have reached this point? Sir. A spirit rushed over upon seeing Gu Shi. Gu Shi took one look at the spirit, and knew he was one of Catherine's men. Whether he was responsible for appraisal, commerce, or even transport for the caravan, Gu Shi wasn't sure. What happened? Why is this place blocked? Gu Shi was actually more concerned about this matter right now. Sir, Beifenjuan City seems to be experiencing some trouble. The enemy is a rather difficult race. Upon hearing Gu Shi's question, the undead quickly explained the current situation. It turned out that Beifenjuan City was under attack from a rather puzzling race. The Elementals. Of course, these were races from the real world, and they were definitely ranked. Those without rankings had long been driven deep into the game. The reason Gu Shi's undead army was stuck on the Tribulation Road wasn't because they were difficult to defeat, but because the Elementals were simply too easy to defeat. The troops Gu Shi sent were completely defeated by the Elementals besieging the city on the first day. But once the Elementals died, some of their special abilities automatically activated. When fire and energy elementals died, their corpses turned into a vast sea of fire, and the flames could not be extinguished until the fuel was exhausted. These flames were extremely lethal to the undead. As long as they stood in the flames, the undead would continuously lose health until they burned to death. And even more surprising, the elementals could benefit from health or combat enhancements by simply standing in the corresponding elemental environment. This elemental field isn't limited to fire. For example, the water element's death creates a heavy rain, while the ice element's death freezes the surrounding area. If you don't kill these elementals, they attack the undead. If you do, they transform into field magic, taking away another wave of undead. They can even affect Gu Shi's various attacks. The corpse wizard's poisonous clouds and mists, washed away by the rain and burned by the flames, are completely ineffective. The blood disaster's lightning can't penetrate the thunderclouds formed by the wind and electricity elements. The undead troops Gu Shi initially dispatched were unaware of this. They attacked too quickly. After that, Beifenjuan City was transformed into a land of elemental chaos. Now, outside of the city proper, no other area was suitable for fighting. Hearing this, Gu Shi broke out in a sweat. Before coming, he anticipated the various troubles he encountered, but he never imagined the situation would be this awful. The heroes of Wild Twin Phoenix, who orchestrated all this, naturally seized the opportunity and launched an attack on the elemental enemies. By the time they turned back, everything was irreversible. They could only halt their advance on the Tribulation Road and avoid charging directly into the elemental zone, lest the troops and supplies they worked so hard to transport be wasted in the elements. What's the current situation? Had those elementals mobilized their forces again? They did, and taking advantage of the chaos outside, they almost broke into the city. But those inside didn't care about the further chaos outside and launched an attack directly from the outside. That's how they kept the enemy out. The undead quickly explained the current situation. Let's go and take a look. Gu Shi made way for the undead. When faced with something like this, Gu Shi had to go and take a look. After all, this concerned his own city of the dead. If he didn't go, and this city of the dead was gone, the situation would be extremely dire. Hearing Gu Shi's command, the undead quickly made way. 6 evil coffin guards then quickly appeared outside Gu Shi's evil coffin. As the vanguard of the evil coffin charged, they immediately formed a charging formation, with the ghost behemoth at the forefront. Gu Shi glanced at them and raised his hand. Now that we're here, charge. Chapter 2938. As he rushed out of the Tribulation Road, Gu Shi finally understood why his men were stuck there. The situation before him was truly a chaotic, area-wide attack. All manner of elemental disasters converged. Despite a torrential downpour in the sky, the flames on the ground remained unaffected. Some stones, thick layers of ice covering their surfaces, were trapped within the flames. Lightning danced across the ground, each jolt causing changes in the surrounding environment. As Gu Shi rushed into the chaotic scene in his evil coffin, he immediately felt the elemental disasters bearing down on him. If only 1 or 2 enemies had caused these disasters, it would have been fine. The disasters caused by the death of so many elemental creatures had already increased the damage to its maximum. As soon as Gu Shi's men entered the area of the elemental disasters, the damage from all directions could easily incinerate even the weaker undead. These natural disasters were difficult to eliminate, and for a time, Gu Shi's undead troops were unable to cope with such troubles. But once Gu Shi arrived, these troubles ceased to be a problem. Whether it was the Yellow Springs Road or the underworld battlefield, they could handle the situation at hand. After only a brief burn, Gu Shi immediately unleashed the Naiha Bridge. The Naiha Bridge could separate yin and yang, and the effects of natural disasters like these had no chance of reaching the Naiha Bridge. After fending off the elemental disaster, Gu Shi quickly began to think about his immediate response plan. He was now only a few hundred meters away from Beifengjiwen City, and the people there must have seen him. They should be figuring out how to come down and rescue him now. Thinking of this, Gu Shi was speechless. It had been a long time since he had encountered a crisis requiring his men's rescue. It seemed that races that could survive in the real world were all quite capable. They didn't just rely on their red armor to survive in the real world. But with only a few hundred meters to go, Gu Shi didn't need his men to rescue him. With a thought, the Naiha Bridge stretched outward, spanning the distance and resting directly on the city wall. The evil coffin moved swiftly, carrying Gu Shi to the top of the wall. At this moment, the undead troops from Beifengjiwen City quickly surrounded them. The leader was none other than the wild twin phoenix hero sent by Gu Shi. When he saw Gu Shi, he crossed his arms. "Sir, I already know the situation. This isn't your fault. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. How many days can the city hold out?" "The city can still hold out," Wild Twin Phoenix Hero said quickly upon hearing this. "We can't fight outside the city right now, and any attacks from outside will be neutralized. But they can't break into the city either. If we just defend it, we can still hold it off. It's just that external communication has been cut off, and many things in the city can't be transported back to Chongqi Mountain." Gu Shi rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Was this the time to talk about this? Was he asking about the city's supplies? He was really concerned about the enemies outside the city. Gu Shi didn't have time to fight a protracted war here. If that didn't work, Gu Shi would consider asking the humans where these elements came from, and whether they could be eliminated at the root. That's right. While others were thinking about defending the city, Gu Shi was thinking about exterminating the clan. So, genocide shouldn't be done too often. Doing so will lead to a misguided approach. Consequently, confiscating property and exterminating the clan is far too brutal. Seeing Gu Shi's attitude, Hero Yi Shuangfeng smiled. Of course, he understood Gu Shi's current thinking. He had even thought so from the beginning, which was why he had immediately annihilated the elemental troops attacking the city. But didn't the elementalists become a problem after their deaths? If there hadn't been such trouble, he would have completed the mission Gu Shi assigned him long ago, and there wouldn't have been this situation. Now, he wanted to persuade Gu Shi, but he didn't know where to begin. After all, his arrival hadn't resolved the crisis, but had only caused more trouble. Under these circumstances, he had no position to persuade Gu Shi. Hero Yi Shuangfeng could only stand aside obediently. Instead, a leader stepped forward. Gu Shi had met this leader before. Later, when his command of leaders grew, he had been assigned to Beifengjiwen City as its lord. From his attitude, Gu Shi understood that after Wild Twin Phoenix Hero arrived, he had handed over full command of the battle to him. He himself had defended the city and remained silent. If Gu Shi hadn't arrived this time, he wouldn't have shown up at all. When he saw Gu Shi, he immediately bowed deeply. "Sir, what do you think of this battle?" Standing on the city wall, Gu Shi looked out at the chaotic elemental area. "Sir, I feel like they're here to find something." And in their eyes, Even if they don't find it, they don't want it to get out. The leader immediately made his judgment. Gushi was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected this person to say such a thing. But on reflection, Gushi felt that this was indeed possible. After all, he had no conflict with the elemental race before him. His own Beifinjiwen city wasn't a crucial location. Most importantly, they came to attack the city, and even though they couldn't defeat them, they fought desperately, eventually even causing a natural disaster outside the city, severing the connection between Beifinjiwen city and Gushi's other cities. In a normal siege, this situation would be completely absurd. Although elemental troops could move freely within the various elemental disasters, and even receive some of their blessings, the effects of these blessings were obvious to everyone. It was only a small amount of blessing. Most importantly, they only released the natural disasters outside the city. As long as Gushi's troops didn't leave, they would be unable to deal with the undead within. Even if the undead leader hadn't mentioned this, Gushi would have noticed it with more observation. Now that the undead leader had said this, Gushi was even more convinced of his perspective. The elemental race had come here to steal something. They clearly had the attitude that if they couldn't steal it, they couldn't let it get out. Have you noticed anything unusual in Beifinjiwen city recently? The leader shook his head. No, since I arrived, I've been setting up Beifinjiwen city according to the original plan and haven't broken any of the rules. All supplies, except those left behind for city construction, have been transported back to Arida city. There's nothing unusual here. Chapter 2939. The undead leader pondered Gushi's question. Just as he was about to shake his head, something struck him. Sir, I seem to remember something we unearthed a few months ago. Let's go take a look. Gushi paused, then decided to take a look. As for the battle outside, Gushi paid no attention. He simply pointed out the area outside. The Naiha Bridge was set up, connecting the city wall and the Tribulation Road. The trapped undead troops took this opportunity to enter Beifinjiwen city. As for the rest of the battle, it was all left to the heroes of Wild Twin Phoenix to handle. If the elemental troops outside didn't take action, then so be it. If they showed any intention of attacking, they would simply be defeated. Following the undead leader to the rear of Beifinjiwen city, Gushi was still there, surveying the situation. This was Gushi's first visit to Beifinjiwen city. Previously, Gushi only knew the various statistics about Beifinjiwen city, knowing that it was a relatively normal mining town. Weekly, it produced 100,000 units of common resources, 10,000 units of rare resources, and approximately 2,000 units of purple resources. These resources were a small supplement to Gushi's already depleted resources. And this was only the weekly output within the city, not including the various mines outside. Due to the recent external fighting, the city's warehouses were now full. Many items were piled up in the open space outside the warehouses. When Gushi arrived, he could still see some undead carrying various supplies. Although these supplies were dumped outside, they were still organized. At least the supplies piled outside were well organized, neatly stacked according to their respective categories. When Gushi approached, he could clearly see that the main materials were a type of wood resembling bones, and stones with flesh-like patterns. Clearly, these were suitable building materials for the undead style. No wonder the reported supplies for the road construction on Changshi Mountain had decreased significantly recently. It turned out to be these materials. The leader then opened a door. Sir, this is it. Look, that's what we dug up a while ago. When Gushi first glanced at the object, he didn't notice anything unusual about it. It was simply a piece of flesh-like stone. The reason it was kept in the warehouse and not moved out was simply because it was too large and not a significant item. Moving it would be a waste of time. So, it remained piled inside the warehouse, and no one moved it outside. As Gushi gazed at the massive stone, 6 meters tall, 31 meters long, and 19 meters wide, the leader explained. When we mined this stone, we considered splitting it. But there's something strange about it. When it's laid together, it's purple, but if you force it, the resulting material is gray. So while it's a bit of a hassle, we're still bringing it in. Gushi circled the stone. How can you be sure this is what they want? I'm not entirely sure, but besides this being somewhat interesting, we haven't found anything else unusual. Gushi reached out and pressed on the stone, and its properties were transmitted to him. Just as the leader had said, this was a piece of purple quality stone. Even if it weren't cut into pieces, even if it were a single piece, it would be equivalent to over 3,000 units of building stone. This might be quite a lot in Beifinjiwen city, but it wasn't a big deal to Gushi. Gushi had a space dedicated to producing orange quality materials. This purple quality material was only considered high quality, and didn't have much impact. Besides, The stone before him wasn't a spiritual material, nor was it the kind used to strengthen weapons and equipment. This thing was clearly building material, the most common kind. This made Gu Shi shake his head. But Gu Shi still planned to experiment. If this thing really was attracting the elements, then he had to understand why he was being attacked. Of course, it was impossible to find nothing. Gu Shi had already made up his mind. If he couldn't find anything, he would have the undead carry the object to the city wall and dismantle it into stone fragments in front of the elemental troops to use as catapult projectiles. Gu Shi didn't believe it. If the elementals were truly coming for this stone, they wouldn't take action. With this last resort in mind, Gu Shi's movements became noticeably more casual as he examined the stone. Perhaps because Gu Shi had become accustomed to this. While studying the stone, he instinctively thrust a dead object into it. After this move, Gu Shi realized what he had done. He immediately withdrew his hand. But the dead object's effect still remained on the stone. Then, Gu Shi clearly sensed that something was amiss with the stone. A strange, deathly aura emanated from it. Then, a large number of stone fragments began to fall from the stone surface. Gu Shi's eyes lit up. Looks like we really found something valuable. The leader was a smart man. He immediately mobilized his troops to the wall. With Gu Shi here, the defense of this area was not a problem at all. But the leader was unsure whether Gu Shi's activation of this object would attract the attention of the elemental forces outside. If they discovered that the object they were looking for had been activated, they would definitely react. While the wild twin phoenix heroes on the city wall possessed the ability to seize opportunities, this was the leader's Beifenjuan city, and he didn't want any problems to arise due to a single factor. So, the leader immediately left to mobilize his troops. Left alone, Gu Shi stood before the stone, closely observing the changes. Under the influence of the inert object, the stone before him began to crumble, initially in small fragments, then in large chunks. In the blink of an eye, the entire stone collapsed into numerous fragments of varying sizes. Gu Shi immediately locked onto one of the stones. Without even needing to approach, he understood that this stone must be the source of the elemental race's attraction. Gu Shi stepped forward, and at that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. "Don't touch it." Chapter 2940. A new week. In fact, when Gu Shi saw the object shattering from the giant rock, he understood the current situation. Gu Shi wasn't surprised at the sound in the sky. In Gu Shi's eyes, even the sudden appearance of a red-clad elemental creature was possible, because a large number of shadows appeared around the rock before him. These shadows resembled the objects Gu Shi had encountered in the red-clad game world. Gu Shi was not mistaken. And when the shadows appeared, Gu Shi also saw a human figure made of stone appear from time to time. Gu Shi had a suspicion that this rock had been ejected from the red-clad game world. While he didn't know why it had landed here, one thing was certain. Even if this object wasn't red-clad, it was related to it. That was enough. Although Gu Shi already had several pieces of red-clad clothing, no one would ever have too many. Moreover, red gear doesn't depreciate directly in value like orange gear does later on. Gu Shi won't find tens of thousands of red gear in a single battle. This item retains its value quite well. Most importantly, the current red gear truly improves Gu Shi's combat effectiveness. Unlike orange gear, Gu Shi no longer has the urge to check its stats. So Gu Shi turned and looked outside. The blood thread net and the ghost flower quickly flew outward. If any enemy dared to appear, Gu Shi would be able to detect it at any moment and instantly kill them. As for Gu Shi, the hand of death and the head of the goddesses behind him quickly gathered around the stone to examine its condition. At least Gu Shi wanted to know the origins of this stone. But just as the hand of death was about to pick up the stone, which was now emitting a double image, a purple-red shadow appeared before Gu Shi. He punched Gu Shi. Gu Shi flipped his hand, and the death string cut towards the shadow. But the shadow's reaction was extremely fast. Before Gu Shi's death string could wrap around it, its body dissipated. Then Gu Shi saw a purple-red light quickly wrap around the stone and circle. With this rotation, the double image on the stone suddenly vanished. After all this, the purple-red shadow reappeared some distance away from Gu Shi. Before Gu Shi could strike again, he immediately spoke. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to move? Do you know you almost let something out?" Hearing this, Gu Shi looked intently at the purple-red figure. He felt as if he couldn't quite make out its face. Adding to the constant inflection in its voice, Gu Shi had no idea who it was, but one thing was certain, he had no such friend. But the man's manner of speaking left Gu Shi speechless. "I don't even know you, yet you come up and speak to me like an acquaintance, even like a superior. Who are you? Why should I obey you?" Just then, the purple-red figure seemed to realize something. Oh, sorry, I forgot who I am. But this is an urgent matter, so please forgive me. As he spoke, the purple-red shadow gradually solidified, transforming into a purple-skinned humanoid. Although his features were still unclear, his facial features had finally taken shape. Appearing before Gu Shi, the figure said, "Hello, I am from the Fulgur Elemental Tribe, my name is Kasha. However, I am not here on behalf of the Fulgur Elemental Tribe, I am here for this object." Gu Shi stared at Kasha, wondering if he had any red clothing, and whether his full-strength attack would be enough to stop him. Perhaps because Gu Shi's gaze was amiss, Kasha quickly explained, "Don't attack yet. I mean no harm to you. Sending someone to attack my city without any ill intentions?" Gu Shi had no desire to explain anything to Kasha. He was now examining Kasha's body, wondering where he could strike, where he could kill him with a single blow. "Brother, please be reasonable. I know sending troops here was a bit excessive, but there's nothing we can do about it. Brother, don't do anything. Calm down. I have benefits and compensation." Seeing Gu Shi about to strike, Kasha hurriedly said. Gu Shi only stopped when he heard the word compensation. However, it was clear that Gu Shi hadn't put away the blood silk net and the nether spirit flower. He was still on guard against Kasha. "Brother, don't be so angry. We are all red armor users. Although we serve different masters, there's no need for red armor users to fight to the death. Wouldn't it be nice for us to be friends? Why didn't you think about making friends before you attack my city? Wasn't I sent here to deal with the stone heart, which shouldn't be circulated, and I didn't attack the city with all my might? If I had, I have left nothing behind. I was just laying siege. If you hand over the stone heart, everything will be fine. And I lost a lot of soldiers, haven't I?" "That's your business," Gu Shi said calmly. "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I don't mind annihilating an entire race. Fulgur elementals, right? No, why are you so violent? No, no, no. I have an explanation. I have an explanation." Seeing Gu Shi about to attack, Kasha quickly offered his own explanation. 2 balls of red light. Gu Shi could clearly see that the balls of light contained a large amount of ethereal crystals and red road reinforcement materials. Although Gu Shi suspected this item was likely elemental, so what? Since Gu Shi couldn't use it himself, couldn't he trade it away? "Okay, your point makes sense. Let's sit down and talk." Gu Shi suggested that Kasha sit down for a discussion, but he showed no sign of inviting Kasha to sit down. Instead, he simply took out the evil coffin and sat on it himself. Kasha felt somewhat helpless at Gu Shi's attitude, but he could only accept it. After all this went against his plan. He hadn't accomplished a single thing, and instead, everything fell into Gu Shi's hands. To ensure this mission was accomplished, he had to invest even more. "I'm afraid this time I'm going to lose money." Kasha grumbled inwardly, but he still gave Gu Shi a somewhat helpless smile and began to explain the situation. Chapter 2941. After listening to Kasha's explanation, Gu Shi finally understood that Kasha's so-called principle was simply to help others. That's right, after reaching red armor, there's really not much a player can level up. Some players, even after obtaining red armor, don't even consider raising their own level. After all, the skills gained from leveling up are inferior to a single attack from a red armored player, so what's the point of all the hard work? But some players, especially those from races that aren't particularly high in the rankings, don't see it that way. Their races often have 2 or 3 pieces of red armor. One is used to suppress their race's luck, while the remaining pieces are used in the exploration of new lands, striving to seize opportunities for their race. Some races simply serve as mercenaries, using 1 or 2 actions to gain a large amount of resources. Kasha took on just such a mission to attack Beifenjiwen City. The mission was given by a cross-race red armor guild consisting of 3 exclusive red armored players and nearly 100 ordinary red armored players. This time, the mission was to prevent the resurrection of an earth elemental creature that was supposed to be sealed within the red suit game. Kasha happened to be nearby, and since he was a member of the elemental tribe, he accepted the mission. His mission requirements required that he seal the earth elemental creature, whether through force or negotiation. As long as he could, he would be considered successful. As for the losses incurred during this mission, the Red Suit Guild would fully reimburse them and give Kasha a reward. Hearing this, Gu Shi gently lowered the coffin lid and asked a question that had been on his mind. "I see you noticed our situation long ago. Why are you surrounding us instead of attacking?" "Brother, you're human," Kasha said with some resignation. "Do you really think he doesn't want to just charge into the city and take care of everything?" Gu Shi is a human, one of the top 3 races. While humans can't compare to the Celestials or the myriad spirits, they're in a league of their own when it comes to races. Most importantly, if he takes the city directly and offends the humans, and after completing his mission, he's captured by them, who will ultimately bear the brunt of the losses? The only way forward is to attack the humans first and win over those who can speak on their side. Then prove your strength and pressure them into negotiations. Finally, complete the mission through negotiation. This is the right way. Not only can the mission be accomplished this way, but it also allows for public training. Don't be fooled by the fact that all the elementals Kasha has unleashed have died in battle outside. In reality, he only needs to give the order, and the chaotic elemental calamity will be withdrawn, so the losses aren't that high. Of course, Kasha didn't elaborate on this with Gu Shi. He simply said he was afraid of humans, and unwilling to make enemies. Whenever he encountered a mission like this, he scared them first, then negotiate if possible. He primarily engaged in verbal warfare. He didn't even take the middleman's margin. He reported the losses exactly, never cheating anyone or deceiving anyone. After hearing Kasha's words, Gu Shi, despite his displeasure with Kasha's behavior, still asked, "Is this fun for you? What's the point of all your hard work? Making friends is the key to survival. Although I don't get much out of doing these things, I do have connections. We're all Red Armor players. If I need you and can offer you a reward, would you be willing to be a mercenary? Besides, since everyone is your friend now, even if you can't walk all over the real world, you won't be surrounded by enemies, right? Let me tell you, are you aware that some players have joined the Celestials and the Myriad Spirits, forming teams to disrupt others' Red Armor quests and making enemies everywhere? You said that when I'm against them, who will be able to draw more friends? Well, that makes sense. Kasha is indeed a reasonable person. If he could offer more reason when drawing people, Gu Shi wouldn't mind helping him. After understanding this, Gu Shi inquired with even greater concern about the situation with the Stone Heart. Stone Heart, you saw it too, that massive Earth Elemental. That's one of the lamer elementals. An Earth Elemental, a former Red Armor player. Let me see the name, Kasha said, as he flipped through a notebook and carefully read the information. Yes, that's it. Her name is Salna, yes, that's it. She is a girl. She attacked 5 elemental races in a row, killing over 100 million Earth Elementals, and condensing their power into 109 Stone Hearts. After that, she planned to reach a higher level. To achieve this, she stole red equipment from several factions, and even went so far as to rob the Celestials under the guise of the Myriad Spirits. The Celestials sent 30 red equipment players to siege her, but she managed to escape. Finally, the Myriad Spirits and Celestials joined forces, sending 100 red equipment players to ambush and defeat her. But she possesses 109 Stone Hearts. Each one can automatically resurrect her. So no matter how hard we fight, we can't kill Salna. The only way to solve this problem is to seal her Stone Hearts in the red game. But Salna has been trying to escape. Although we don't know how the Stone Heart was sent, it's definitely a means for Salna to escape. I came here to reseal it, take it away, and send it to a red game world. My losses along the way, as well as the cost of opening a red game world, have all been covered. In addition, everything I obtain in the red game world will belong to me. Do you think I would come here for this? Okay, Kasha said, turning back to his own quest. Do you want it? No, just name your price. I accepted this quest, and I won't share it. But you got this Stone Heart, so just name your price. Don't worry, no matter how high your price, I won't bargain, because I'm not the one paying. Kasha winked at Gu Shi, clearly saying, offer more, and I share in the profits later. Gu Shi knew that the Red Armor Player Guild with over 100 members was a sham. The Celestials, or the Myriad Spirits, were definitely behind this. Gu Shi could just offer a high price, even a single piece of red armor, and he'd have a decent chance of getting it. However, that would make the Red Armor Player Guild, and the Celestials behind them, a mortal enemy. After sealing the Stone Heart, they mobilized their forces to encircle and suppress Gu Shi. And without the red armor, there wasn't much for Gu Shi to ask for. Wait, Gu Shi looked up at Kasha, a smile in his eyes. Chapter 2942. Then let's ask for 10,000 pieces of orange gear. Okay, no problem. Wait. Seeing Kasha agree so easily, Gu Shi quickly stopped him. Is that really okay? I'm not talking about 1 or 2 pieces of orange gear, I'm talking about 10,000 pieces of orange gear. Why not? I'm not paying for it anyway. If you ask for a high price and offend people, I won't be blamed, Kasha said nonchalantly. In Kasha's opinion, even if Gu Shi wanted a piece of red gear, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he wasn't the one being targeted. Gu Shi's greed had brought disaster upon himself, so who could he blame? Seeing Kasha's reaction, Gu Shi understood Kasha's current attitude. He was just enjoying the fun. Whether Gu Shi offended the Red Gear Player Guild or was besieged by hundreds of Red Gear players, like the one in Stone Heart, was none of his business. He would just report the matter. Fortunately, Gu Shi reacted quickly. Forget it, I was just joking. But if this thing is really worth the price of a red equipment, I won't ask for more. I definitely need some void crystals and red equipment road enhancement materials. Of course. Kasha glanced at the reasoning he had just given Gu Shi and nodded seriously. Since he had already given so much for his own self-rescue, the Stoneheart trade should only be more, not less. As expected, Gu Shi continued, for these two items, let that red equipment guild decide the price. I want undead or death path items. Don't try to fool me with elemental path items. Also, 30 pieces of orange equipment as bonus items. I need orange equipment, city defense and siege weapons. You're quite selective. Orange equipment like city defense and siege weapons is notoriously hard to find. If you rely on yourself, you might not find anything good. Kasha glanced at the situation in Beifenjiwen City and understood Gu Shi's intentions. Before, Beifenjiwen City's defenses were truly poor. Most battles were conducted from ranged positions, either from arrow towers or by direct assault. This was actually quite typical of the undead. But facing the situation presented by Kasha's elementals, they found themselves somewhat awkward. The poisonous fog and lightning were restrained, and any undead troops charging out would be affected by the elemental scourge. This time, Gu Shi was truly undermined. Although his contact with Gu Shi was brief, Kasha knew that a necromancer who could build his own city to such a size must be a man of great intelligence. After discovering the loophole, he would immediately find a way to remedy it. Finding some orange equipment for siege or defense was a natural task. Okay, it's not too difficult. They have it all if they combine their forces. And the quantity you're asking for isn't excessive. I agreed to it straight away. Then it's settled. As Gu Shi spoke, he made way for Kasha to take the Heart of Rock. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, Kasha understood what he meant, and this made him look at him with a higher regard. Because their agreement was only verbal, apart from the fact that he had asked Gu Shi to calm down, Gu Shi hadn't gained anything. If he really ran away with the item, Gu Shi might not be able to catch up even if he tried. But Gu Shi generously gave it to him, not worrying at all that he might run away. This attitude made Kasha look at Gu Shi with a higher regard. Okay, brother, you've given me such a favor, I can't just throw it away. Wait for me for 10 days, and I send the item back to you. If there's one missing, I dismantle my own equipment and give it to you. Thank you for your help, Gu Shi said, bowing to Kasha. In that case, wait here. I'll be right back. With that, Kasha embraced the stone heart, then transformed into a purple-red streak of light, and disappeared from Gu Shi's sight. Watching Kasha leave, Gu Shi smiled slightly. Interesting. I hope you get what I want. After Kasha left, Gu Shi didn't stop to relax. Although Gu Shi's men had fought poorly in this battle, it wasn't their fault, but it did expose a problem. His men weren't very adaptable. When faced with an elemental scourge, charging in would only result in death by incineration, and all ranged attacks would be countered. So there's no other way? They really treat their brains like ornaments. Even the elementals know about the mutual restraints, don't they? They claim to be necromancers, and even magicians can manage this well. So, if they encounter elemental forces in the future, won't they have to fight? Gu Shi was so enraged by this situation that he nearly spat blood. Before, when Kasha was around, Gu Shi couldn't say anything about his subordinates. Now that Kasha was gone, Gu Shi showed no mercy at all. He summoned all the heroes and leaders of Beifenjiwen City and began to curse them. Regardless of whether they were stationed here beforehand or sent in later, Gu Shi simply treated them as worthless, defeated and killed. Gu Shi was truly furious this time. The garrison troops were somewhat better off, but the reinforcements were the regular troops Gu Shi had mobilized from the city of Aridov. If they were in such a mess, what combat effectiveness would Gu Shi's troops have? What the hell was Gu Shi talking about with elite troops? If anything, he could just use the scourge. After his scolding was almost over, Gu Shi pointed at the heroes and said, "When you return, every one of you must train. If you don't train well, you must retreat to the secondary lines and make room for the regular troops." Hearing Gu Shi's words, all the heroes lowered their heads. They were too confident, and their previous successes had been too smooth. If their problems hadn't been exposed this time, and Gu Shi hadn't discovered them in the real battle, Gu Shi's troops would have suffered a great loss. There's still time. Gu Shi has already devised numerous training methods. Even if they're not training, they can't be idle. They must be allowed to study various tactics. When Gu Shi was weak, he could still find heroes like Yongdo under his command, develop magical rituals to enhance the effectiveness of magical attacks, and even create unique attack units like the Black Spear Battalion. Now, Gu Shi's men have increased in number, their levels have risen, and their weapons and equipment have been enhanced. But what's the result? Have they forgotten their roots, believing that being able to release a poisonous mist or lightning bolt from a distance makes them good soldiers? This time, Gu Shi is taking this opportunity to teach these guys a lesson. Chapter 2943. After scolding him, Gu Shi ordered his troops to retreat to Arida's city. As for Gu Shi himself, he remained in Beifenjiwen city for another day. During this day, Gu Shi inspected the layout of the city, both inside and outside, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Beifenjiwen city. Gu Shi did not place excessive demands on Beifenjiwen city's output, simply requesting that it be handled according to standards. As for any unusual finds, they did not necessarily need to be delivered directly to Gu Shi. After all, this situation was a complete accident. If such an unexpected situation were to arise again, Gu Shi would be happy to handle it. After all, this was a benefit that Gu Shi had initially anticipated. After all, this was a benefit that he had already secured, something he hadn't anticipated. After finishing his current tasks, Gu Shi reviewed the current situation. Genesis still had a few months to go, so there was no need to rush there. The matter with the magic wand had also been resolved. Of the things that had previously scrambled Gu Shi, the only remaining issue was the dragon blood bottle. However, the dragon blood bottle matter was for more to handle. Gu Shi didn't need to rush. Now, Gu Shi was waiting for Kasha to deliver the promised supplies, which gave him some time to relax. At this moment, Gu Shi was thinking, with 9 days left, should he go somewhere to explore? For example, he could go to Hades University to study the use of death equipment, or try to send some undead into the death kaleidoscope to see if he could create some mythical soldiers. If he had time, he could also go see Sister Beauty. Gu Shi had so many questions about the realm between the ancient gods that he wanted to ask someone. With this thought in mind, Gu Shi immediately performed a polestar positioning in Beifenjiwen city and headed out. It wasn't until 9 days later that Gu Shi returned, using the polestar positioning. Gu Shi's eyes were dark, his face pale. One hand pressed to his forehead, the other to his waist. Behind him, the hand of death supported Gu Shi's body, preventing him from collapsing. Finally back. I didn't expect I'd become so obsessed with studying. I really wasn't that studious before, Gu Shi said, as he found a place to sit down. It seemed his body had really failed him after not exercising for so long. No, it's not that I can't do it, it's that I haven't eaten well. I eaten some of the food links he sent me recently, but it wasn't much. And the food from the undead isn't tasty. It must be because I haven't eaten well. I have to find a place to have a good meal later. Gu Shi shook his head, clearing all the thoughts from his mind. Gu Shi then glanced around and finally collapsed on some supplies that hadn't been moved yet, awaiting Kasha's return. Brother, you're really in a good mood. No, brother, why do you look like that? Are you afraid you miss us and have been waiting here the whole time? Not long after Gu Shi collapsed, Kasha's voice rang out. No, I've just been traveling a lot these past few days, and I'm exhausted. It must be your mobility that's so good. With just a turn, you can ignore everything and teleport. How could I be better? I only have this ability thanks to my red suit. Kasha smiled faintly. But I got you everything you asked for. This is a 500-year-old void crystal for the undead and death categories. This is ghost-devouring wood and soul-refining fire. These are the growth materials for the undead or death-type red path. 5 ghost-devouring wood and 7 soul-refining fire, for a total of 12 units. And here are 30 pieces of orange equipment. All of them are for siege and defense. Take a look for yourself. Kasha spoke as he took out various items. Gu Shi's first pick was naturally the void crystal and the red path growth materials. These items are hard currency among red path players. Although Gu Shi was eager to see what was inside the 30 pieces of orange equipment, he immediately grabbed the void crystal. Seeing Gu Shi's actions, a subtle smile flashed in Kasha's eyes. Gu Shi then asked, by the way, has the stone heart been sealed? Yes, it's been sent to a red path game for sealing. It will be very difficult for this thing to escape next time. Next time? Gu Shi was stunned, then had a feeling that there might be some hidden reasons behind Rockheart's escape. However, this matter didn't concern Gu Shi much, so he couldn't inquire about it in detail and could only pretend he hadn't heard. Kasha had other things to do. After Gu Shi finished counting the void spirit crystals, Kasha turned around and left automatically, just as he had when he arrived. After Kasha left, Gushi gathered all the goodies. With a twist of the underworld red thread in his hand, he jumped to the fiery Victoria City. Blacksmith. As soon as Gushi appeared, he sensed that something was amiss with the surroundings. The temperature was noticeably higher than before. Looking up again, he could see the heat wave surging at full force. This clearly wasn't right. So Gushi immediately gave orders. The next moment, the Red Guard, the blacksmith, appeared beside Gushi. Sir. What's going on? Why is it so hot? Sir, Lady Catherine sorted through the elemental ethereal crystals and red path growth materials you sent back last time, and gave the lightning and metal ones to Lady Eve. The water and earth elements were sealed, and the fire elements were sent here, where I used them in the Great Furnace. The Great Furnace has completed its final incubation, and is undergoing its red transformation. Gushi's interest piqued. It seems I returned just in time. Yes, sir, you returned just in time. If it were 2 days later, even if the Great Furnace had stabilized, someone would have needed to bind it. The Red Guard, the blacksmith, said with a look of regret. You can't. Gushi thought for a moment, but ultimately didn't utter the words. The Great Furnace was, after all, a red level item. While it was nearing red level, the red level guard blacksmith could still use it. But once it reached red level, a dedicated person would be required to bind it. The red level guard blacksmith was leaning against the Corpse Mountain War God statue, so he couldn't bind the Great Furnace. As for transporting the Great Furnace to the Corpse Mountain War God statue, that was probably out of the question. Because the Great Furnace required a significant amount of heat and flames, which the Corpse Mountain War God couldn't provide, it had to be placed here in Flame Victoria City. So, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Once the Great Furnace was completed, where would he find a contracted undead capable of doing the blacksmith's work? Chapter 2944. The unexpected success of the Great Furnace's incubation put all of Gushi's original plans on hold. He simply sent someone over to deliver the death-attributed Void Crystal to Catherine, asking her to allocate the incubation time to the activated Rock City and the Corpse Mountain War God statue as needed. This would be used to supply the Magic Wand and Stargazer's Sword, which were currently in incubation. This would help to accelerate the incubation progress of the Magic Wand and Stargazer's Sword. As for the remaining items, they would be placed with Gushi until he had observed the Great Furnace's successful incubation. After delivering the Void Crystal, Gushi followed the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, to the Great Furnace. The furnace now looked significantly larger than before. The entire furnace was now fixed to the ground, with numerous metal gears and pipes rigidly connected to its exterior. Crucibles and carts moved back and forth above the furnace, transporting molten iron, metal, and magma. Meanwhile, the magma melted through the ground, swirling around the furnace. From a distance, the furnace looked less like a massive blacksmith's forge and more like a gigantic magma machine. It's only been a short while since I last came here. How did it become like this? After the incubation period, this thing automatically evolved. I'm not sure of its properties now. The red-clad guard, the blacksmith, explained to Gushi that the furnace's changes were truly beyond his control. At this moment, Heatwave also appeared beside Gushi. Although Heatwave was invisible, Gushi could clearly feel a gust of hot air blowing towards him. Under this scorching wind, the nearby temperatures, which could incinerate a person to charcoal, surprisingly had no effect on Gushi. It was clear that the heat wave was protecting him. At this moment, Gushi noticed that the entire flame city of Victoria had reignited. The buildings within the city turned a crimson red in the flames. White smoke rose from the dark red streets, and magma flowed in the rivers. The entire city seemed to be stimulated and alive with the flames. Although Gushi had many red armors, this was the first time he had seen one successfully nurtured. At first, he had thought that nurturing a red armor was just a formality, like nurturing the Black Throne of the Griffin or the Cursed Armor. Gushi had never expected the situation to turn out like this. However, not many people get to witness such a scene. As soon as the strange phenomenon appeared, Gushi observed it intently. And Gushi noticed that, unlike his imagination, all the power of the flames was not concentrated in the furnace. Instead, the flames were spreading outward, even igniting the area outside the city. Gushi wanted to ask what was going on. But at that moment, all the pipes and crucibles surrounding the furnace collapsed, and the metal parts melted as they hit the ground, as if the entire furnace had broken down. Gushi immediately jumped out, wanting to see if there was something wrong. Thankfully, the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, held Gushi back. "Sir, it's okay. This is normal." Gushi didn't rush out. As he calmed down, he noticed that the entire furnace was rapidly shrinking, until a small furnace appeared before him. The furnace stood about a meter tall, cast entirely from black iron. Its round opening, about 80 centimeters in diameter, resembled a chimney placed on the ground. It sat atop the bright red lava, but no matter how the lava swirled, it had no effect on the small furnace before it. It's done already? Gushi was puzzled. It had such a significant effect before, and now it had only this effect? Looking at the pipes and materials still melting in the lava, Gushi didn't know what to say. It should be done, the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, said cautiously. Gushi thought for a moment, then stepped forward, approached the black iron furnace, and reached out to grab it. As he grasped the black iron furnace, Gushi suddenly realized that what he saw was merely an illusion. It looked like it was cast from black iron, but it felt like leather to the touch. Inside the furnace, a gigantic eye stared upward. This was a style favored by Octopus Head. Gushi muttered to himself. In reality, he hadn't known that the dwarven-style iron blocks outside the great furnace were actually added by Octopus Head. Even Octopus Head couldn't stand the great furnace's current state. But now that things had come to this, Gushi no longer cared what the red suit looked like. As long as it was red suit, it was fine. Sure enough, Gushi took a look at the great furnace's attributes, and a smile immediately crossed his face. Melting furnace, red, external equipment, unbound. After equipping, can melt orange quality equipment or red quality materials in bulk, forging orange quality or near red quality equipment in bulk. Equipment attributes can be transferred to another piece of equipment. Equipment requirements, secondary blacksmith, complete the bind quest. Special Route 1, Lava Land, active skill. This route pours extremely hot lava and molten iron from the furnace, controlling the surrounding temperature to rapidly solidify or remelt the lava or iron. Route skills 1, volcanic ejection, molten iron backflow, lava river, melt everything. Special Route 2, flame extraction. Active skill. This route uses flames to burn items, leaving behind their most essential parts, or to burn away their essence, thereby strengthening or destroying equipment or materials. Route skill 2, quality enhancement, burn everything, all things dissolve, divinity retained. Special Route 3, furnace battlefield, a fire-attributed area-based route. This route creates a magma furnace area, dragging enemies into the magma for battle. Within the magma, the user of the furnace can absorb the lava's power to strengthen themselves and use it to kill enemies. Route skill 3, magma pool, magma escape, magma heavy armor, flame devour. Special Route 4, twisted flame, a flame-based route, active skill. This route allows you to control flames for attacks, primarily focusing on melee attacks. You can focus the power of flames and fuse them into equipment or creatures. Route skills 4, flame blast, incinerate, devouring spirit fire, rain of fire. Special 1, after binding equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes to protect it. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound person, the route's most powerful skill will automatically be unleashed. Special 2, after binding equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes as your primary combat route. This route is more powerful than the other routes. Increased by 150%. Special 3, after binding equipment, you can choose one of 4 routes to unlock a combat aura, and can unlock 3 additional combat auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4, after binding equipment, you can allocate the use of a specific route and lend it to other players or subordinates. Note 1, this red equipment is specifically used to craft weapons and equipment. While it doesn't significantly increase combat power, it has a different effect on equipment crafting. Note 2, fire can bring everything, but it can also burn everything. Note 3, fire is only the starting point of equipment, not its end point. Chapter 2945. Gushi's face suddenly darkened as he smiled, turning to look at the red guard blacksmith. You really can't use this thing, right? No, I'm just a red guard. I can't equip red armor. The red guard blacksmith was somewhat reluctant. It was red armor, and the most suitable red armor for him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But even if he were truly tempted, he wouldn't be able to use it. Let's not even consider whether Gushi could transform the great furnace into the Corpse Mountain War God statue by sending it. Even if the transformation was successful, the final product wouldn't be the Red Guard blacksmith, but the Red Guard Great Furnace. All the hard work of the Red Guard blacksmith over the years would be wasted. The Red Guard blacksmith's obsession was stronger, but he wasn't as foolish as one might think. On the contrary, he was quite strong in his profession. Then I have to find someone else to bind this thing. Gushi himself didn't have the corresponding secondary job, so he couldn't bind the Great Crucible. Now Gushi was only thinking about where to find another contracted undead to bind this red armor. Seeing Gushi stop talking, the Red Guard blacksmith couldn't help but sigh. The Red Guard blacksmith understood that the Great Crucible was no longer relevant to him. He would have to consider his role under Gushi in the future. The blacksmith would definitely be responsible for it, but judging by the Great Crucible's properties that Gushi had just checked, it was unlikely that he would be able to mass-produce orange armor or even nearly red armor. Regarding the fusion of metals and the creation of alloys, the Red Guard blacksmith would no longer be needed. Currently, the Red Guard blacksmith's only job is to craft specialized equipment, such as researching new orange equipment, crafting blueprints, and crafting custom orange equipment with special attributes. If the Red Guard blacksmith can't even maintain this, then he'd be completely useless. The Red Guard blacksmith understood this, so even after realizing he couldn't bind the red equipment, he continued to show off in front of Gushi. Gushi had recovered from the excitement of successfully nurturing the Great Furnace. He needed to consider who to bind the Great Furnace to. But before that, Gushi had some things to do. Summoning the Red Guard blacksmith aside, Gushi took out the 30 pieces of orange equipment he had obtained. Kasha was a man of integrity. He actually took the siege weapons and city defense equipment when asked to do so. Most of the orange equipment he pulled out this time consisted of ballistae, catapults, and rams. Perhaps Kasha had searched extensively, but the orange equipment ranged from large to small, technological, magical, and even some with twisted and bizarre designs. Gushi himself couldn't quite understand much of the equipment. He only knew they were siege weapons and city defenses. Gushi couldn't use these items directly. He needed to transform them into the orange equipment he needed. Hearing Gushi's words, the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, immediately said, "That's a piece of cake. I can handle this without even using the Great Forge. I have no problem crafting orange equipment, let alone transferring its attributes to other equipment. I'm familiar with this matter. No need for the Grand Forge." Gushi glanced at the Red Guard blacksmith. "Sir, really? You mean to combine 30 pieces of orange equipment into 5 orange items, 1 weapon for each hand, 1 ring for each hand, and a pair of gloves or wristbands, right? This is actually a very simple matter. Let me first look at the properties of the materials here. Sir, give me a week and I can handle everything. By the way, what kind of weapon would you like?" The Red Guard blacksmith thought for a moment, then finally asked. "Weapons." Gushi was silent for a moment. He currently wielded the Secret Realm sword staff and the flaming 6-path lantern in his main hand, a one-handed weapon and an offhand item. Then came the bone lightning hand and the ghostly dragon soul hand, each holding a lightning-like halberd in one hand and a universe ring in the other. Then came the wind-breaking shattering hand and the molten crushing hand, each holding a claw in one hand and a harp in the other. It seemed that Gushi could use any weapon. Now it was time for Gushi to speak for himself. Gushi didn't have any good ideas for a moment about what kind of weapon he wanted. Gushi's gaze shifted back and forth among the 30 pieces of orange equipment, pondering which would be best for him. As his gaze shifted, he suddenly focused on one of the siege weapons. This siege weapon was crafted from a large number of purple and red crystals, its exterior clad in silver-gray metal to resemble a dragon. It looked like a dragon-shaped cannon. However, there was clearly something underneath that could propel it forward. Noticing Gushi's gaze, the Red Guard blacksmith immediately asked, "Sir, do you want a cannon or a musket?" Gushi shook his head. "Neither. Don't you think this looks like a pillar of light?" "Pillar of light?" The Red Guard blacksmith took another look at the cannon and immediately understood what Gushi meant. Gushi was looking at the cannon from a different angle, so the crystal encased in dragon metal looked like a pillar of light. The Red Guard blacksmith somewhat understood Gushi's meaning. "Pillar of light, huh? Let me think about it. Maybe I can come up with something suitable. Anything else?" Gushi glanced at the remaining siege weapons again, and among them, Gushi saw something like the blade carts that the elves used to launch flying blades. But none of these were what Gushi wanted. Gushi finally shook his head. "Just 1 attack and 1 defense. A little more power, a little less movement is fine. Everything else is up to you. Also, the ring doesn't need to be too ornate. If it's not suitable for gloves, a wristband is fine." Gushi quickly stated his requirements. The Red Guard blacksmith listened, his gaze shifting to the materials. As for the equipment's attributes, Gushi and the others didn't discuss them. The Red Guard blacksmith will handle everything. As the Red Guard blacksmith had said before, there are 30 pieces of orange equipment here, each with at least 3 or 4 special features. You can pick a few good ones from anywhere, and you won't go wrong. As long as Gushi considers the appearance, the rest is really not a big deal. After confirming everything, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and didn't take out the materials for strengthening the red path. He turned and headed out. This time, Gushi intended to search for a suitable corpse to craft into a new contracted undead. Chapter 2946. As he headed out, Gushi reviewed his current situation. Due to his previous level increase and diligent study, he still had a few spots available for contracted undead. The reason Gushi had previously contracted so few undead wasn't because he didn't have enough spots, but because he lacked suitable corpses and ideas. Now that he needed one, even if he didn't have a suitable corpse, Gushi would find a way to find one. This situation gave Gushi a headache, and he couldn't help but sigh, I still don't have enough resources. After returning to Arida City, Gushi summoned several of his contracted undead and explained the situation. The contracted undead looked at each other. None of them had any objections. After all, they all had their own great furnaces, and none of them could be bound to them. And asking Gushi to bind a great furnace to an ordinary undead was clearly inappropriate. Gushi wasn't wealthy enough to assign the red suit to ordinary undead. The red suit would definitely remain for himself. We conquered them ourselves, nurtured them ourselves, so why should we give them to others? So, the contracted undead was Gushi's best choice. Gushi had chosen the right answer from the start. However, there was a problem. Where would the corpses for the contracted undead come from? Who could guarantee that they were the most suitable? Why don't we go to Yin City? They have the most corpses there, Linksy said at this point. If it were any other contracted undead, we have no problem going to Yin City. But for this contracted undead, we can't go to Yin City. Gushi shook his head decisively. I've been too conspicuous in the real world lately. Not only do I have several red garments on me, but I also have the Bailey incident to deal with. For now, the humans aren't bothered. But by making such a big fuss about searching for the blacksmith's body, I'm directly telling everyone I have a red blacksmith's garment. Things are more complicated with the humans, and there are also the celestials, and the myriad spirits there. The less trouble I have, the better. Sir, if you don't want to go to the real world, we actually have another plan. Luna suddenly spoke up at this moment. Are you talking about Yuanzu City? Gushi reacted quickly, immediately thinking of the human side. Not Yuanzu City, but Changzi City. Changzi City itself is famous for forging weapons and equipment, and they have a considerable number of blacksmiths. We don't need any living blacksmiths. We just need to find the bodies of some of the more famous ones. Luna said calmly. Gushi was silent for a moment. This was a suitable idea. Among the items left behind in the original agreement between Gushi and the humans were corpses that could not be transported. It could be said that if Gushi went to claim a corpse now, no matter who it was, he would always find it. Mary, handle this matter. Contact the people in Changzi City directly. Gushi was silent for a moment before issuing the order. Mary nodded. Foreign affairs were her responsibility, and the task Gushi assigned her wasn't too difficult, so she immediately accepted it. Gushi then turned to look at Catherine. The successful incubation of the Great Furnace was a welcome boost for Gushi. Now, Gushi wanted to know how the recently given void crystals were being used. Sir, the 500-year-old void crystals you brought back have been distributed. This time, priority will be given to the magic wand. A total of 376-year-old void crystals have been given. This will cover the remaining incubation time required for the void crystals. Currently, activating Giant Rock City is urgently processing this matter. According to information received from activating Giant Rock City, it will take the magic wand 3 to 4 months to digest these 376-year-old void crystals. After the incubation period, there will be another 1 to 2 months of advancement. In about 6 months, the magic wand will have completed all of its tasks. The cultivation process will take 6 months, and it will become red equipment. Half a year is enough. What about the Stargazer Sword? All 124 years of void crystals have been sent to the Stargazer Sword. But the Stargazer Sword itself doesn't belong to the death-oriented red equipment. The void crystal conversion rate isn't very high, and most remaining constant due to the influence of the Corpse Mountain War God, converting it into approximately 115 to 121 years of cultivation time. There's still nearly 300 years left before the cultivation is complete. Catherine was quite sensitive to numbers, and she answered immediately when Gushi asked. I understand this. I find a way to deal with the void crystals. What about the other near-red equipment? Myriad Worlds and the Mind Magnifier are currently researching. Myriad Worlds has found a method for cultivation, but the Mind Magnifier hasn't found a suitable solution. Most importantly, the Mind Magnifier doesn't require the mind crystals we assume, or the void crystals of the mind-oriented variety. It's a special kind of void crystal. This void crystal has never been found, and neither has the nurturing ritual. This matter remains stuck. Eve also spoke at this time. She handles all research-related matters under Gu Shi's command. Strengthen the nurturing of the myriad realms, find suitable corpses, and prepare new contracted undead. At this moment, Gu Shi was already considering whether he should assign a corresponding contracted undead to each piece of near red equipment he nurtured, to avoid the situation where all the red equipment was released, but no one was equipped. Just then, Titanium Lion raised his hand. Sir, I can use the myriad realms. Gu Shi glanced at Titanium Lion, reacted, and finally realized. Do you have this thing? I discussed it with the undead origin. The myriad realms is actually an in-game communicator, primarily used to transmit messages within the game, and spread rumors along the way. While I don't know what the effect will be once the red equipment is released, as things stand now, I can use it. And it's quite useful to me. This way, I can communicate the current state of the game world in advance when the game world opens. This way, the opening of our game world will change in a direction that benefits us. Although the Titanium Lion has always been inconspicuous, its role is still significant. Gu Shi thought for a moment. Gu Shi planned to equip the contracted undead with red equipment first. Since the Titanium Lion knew this, there was no need to look for anyone else. Gu Shi nodded in agreement and began to inquire about the possibility of nurturing the Mind Magnifier. Sir, the Mind Magnifier is even more unique than the other two quasi-red equipment. Why don't we exchange it for other quasi-red equipment? Chapter 2947. With the help of the contracted undead, Gu Shi quickly resolved the most pressing matter at hand. Of course, Gu Shi's subordinates also took the opportunity to discuss with Gu Shi some of the issues they had suppressed, and set a new direction. It can be said that this meeting was very fruitful. Among these gains, Gu Shi also received 3 pieces of good news. The first was regarding the Titanium Lion. Last week, the Titanium Lion discovered that a promotional game world had suddenly appeared within the game worlds cast by the ancient godhead. This promotional game world was specifically designed for Gu Shi. It was the game world where the underworld king could ascend to the netherworld ghost saint. This indicated that the ancient godhead had been completely subjugated by Gu Shi and was now deploying game worlds tailored to his needs. Gu Shi had not considered this, but since the Titanium Lion said so, he was willing to believe it. The second was the matter of Gu Shi's retired soldiers. That is, the placement of the corpse witches and the blood disaster. With Eve's intervention, this matter will proceed much faster than if Gu Shi had handled it alone. The Corpse Witch Ecological Park has been finalized, and they're currently adding some unique features. Thanks to Eve's joint research with the College of Humanity, the Corpse Witch Ecological Park has been transformed into the underworld land god Mountain Wind. According to the latest experimental report on the Corpse Witch Ecological Park, the latest plan is for one corpse witch to command 1 square kilometer of land. They are semi-rooted in the earth, influencing the environment through their own corpse energy and yin energy. They can control everything within this square kilometer, and their presence isn't necessary. Simply being there to suppress the Earth's energy is sufficient. This will increase the yield of all resources on this land. They even have enough corpse energy or yin energy to support their subordinates. And if Gu Shi encounters something on Chongqi Mountain, they can quickly locate the enemy or quickly resolve any issues. Of course, this setup also requires investment. First, there's the investment in resources and equipment. Besides the influence of the Night Blood Road, Gu Shi also needs to provide these corpse wizards with something special. Among them are the undead vines Gu Shi obtained while fighting vines. These are quite interesting. Thanks to Eve's research, they originally only split after reaching level 25, and only split into 2 level 20 undead vines. Now, however, they can split at level 20, and each split can produce level 1 undead vines, with the number of vines numbering in the tens of thousands. These will also become permanent fixtures of the Corpse Wizard Ecological Park, serving as a connection between the corpse wizards and the earth. They will also serve as defenses against or attacks on enemies, and can connect with nearby corpse wizards. It's safe to say they fully exploited the power of these undead vines. Next, Gu Shi will need to assign them official positions. When these necromancers are dispatched, they might not have a position as ghost messengers, but they definitely have a position as menial servants. How else would the necromancers manage this square kilometer of land? Manor owners? Finally, Gu Shi will also provide these necromancers with a path to learning. At the very least, as a magic-based unit, necromancers need to learn new knowledge and spells. They can't just start by casting a poison mist, and then end up casting another one. They needed to constantly learn, and they needed to gather together to research new magic. They couldn't just leave the regular army and sit back and wait for time to pass. The corpse witch ecological park now had only a skeleton. The flesh and blood and other elements needed to be filled in. But for Gushi, this was already a much better idea. Before, Gushi only knew the corpse witch ecological park was a good idea, but he couldn't articulate why, or how it would develop. Now, there was finally a clear path forward. Even if it was just the beginning, it was better than knowing nothing at all. The third piece of good news was somewhat unexpected for Gushi. If it weren't for Princess Anna and Luna's reminder, Gushi would have almost forgotten about it. The good news was that Gushi's golden apple forest had a good harvest this time. Among other things, there were 3 orange-quality golden apples. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that a red-quality golden apple had appeared in the golden apple tree in the city of Aridov. Gushi was quite familiar with high-quality golden apples. The Griffin Black Throne was initially propelled forward by a golden apple, ultimately upgrading from orange-quality equipment to red-quality equipment. Now, upon hearing of the appearance of another golden apple, Gushi's heart leaped. In the current situation, every golden apple was irreplaceable for Gushi. It was as if Gushi lacked a contracted undead to bind red equipment. He didn't even have the materials. But if he made a wish to the golden apple, a corpse would surely be transformed into the appropriate material. It wouldn't be impossible to even improve the incubation time of several of Gushi's nearly red armor pieces. Golden apples. It's been so many years, and 2 golden apple trees have only produced this one fruit. We need to consider what we all need, and how to utilize these golden apples. Sir, do you plan to seize the axe of creation? Princess Anna suddenly asked. Gushi was stunned. He could have seized the axe of creation right now, but now was not the right time to do so. It wasn't because Gushi couldn't spare the time to do so, but because he didn't have the manpower to hold the red armor. Although Gushi had joked that one day he would have the Hand of Death equip all of them with red armor, but the Hand of Death hadn't even become red armor yet, and Gushi didn't have that much red armor to use for his own equipment. As for putting a powerful weapon, like the axe of creation in the hands of his subordinates, that would have made Gushi somewhat unhappy. After all, if the red suit wasn't in hand, there would be a chance that Gushi wouldn't be able to show up when he needed someone. So Gushi finally shook his head. At this moment, Gushi's contracted undead began to discuss how to use the golden apple. Right now, Gushi's most important task was still the Genesis matter. Next came the matter of the dead objects and dead equipment. Gushi had a certain degree of control over these matters, and didn't need to use the golden apple to enhance them. There was no use for the golden apple in the remaining matters. Just as Gushi was debating whether to store the golden apple, Linksy suddenly said, "Sir, why not give the golden apple to the goddess of beauty? She's sure to appreciate it." Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but press his hips. This wasn't a good idea. Chapter 2948. 20 days later, Gushi finally staggered back from the goddess of beauty's territory. Gushi had gained many benefits from his second visit to the goddess of beauty in such a short period of time. As soon as the golden apple was presented, the goddess of beauty happily gave Gushi a special show and asked him what he wanted. In truth, Gushi didn't want anything. He was simply provoked by one of his subordinates, and since he had been idle for a while, he was too lazy to work, so he sneaked out. So Gushi said, "Just give it to me as you see fit." And so, he presented the golden apple, which could influence the formation of the red outfit. The golden apple clearly held a higher status in the goddess of beauty's sphere than the red outfit. After all, the goddess of beauty had suffered losses from the golden apple, and was deeply obsessed with it. Gushi had come all this way to send the golden apple. "If you want anything, I give it to you. But if you don't want anything, wouldn't that be a disrespect to me? I must give you something better." So the goddess of beauty returned Gushi with a small gift. This was the place where the god of fire and craftsman hid his private funds. In the words of the goddess of beauty, when the queen of heaven attacked the ancient gods, she used the deities of the entire pantheon as materials. Their goddess had been released because of Gushi, but the male god was still trapped somewhere. The items hidden by the god of fire and craftsman were practically ownerless. Gushi could simply take them. As for the few red pieces of equipment inside, they were all blacksmith supplies. The goddess of beauty had no regard for them at all, and didn't even want to touch them. But what if Gushi wanted them? Gushi had given her a golden apple, so what was wrong with borrowing a flower for a small tribute? So the goddess of beauty simply gave these things away like small gifts, not caring at all about how much they'd be in demand in the real world. Octopus Head had put so much effort into nurturing a massive furnace. The goddess of beauty then replied bluntly, "I don't know how many he has. Anyway, they're all his old tools. Red is definitely red. Don't worry, a blacksmith's tools wouldn't be enhanced. But they're completely useless. I remember the only time he used all his strength was when he crafted the original magic box. The rest of the time, they were just toys he collected. Take whatever you like. If anyone's so foolish, just use my name. I don't believe anyone would dare to steal these things. Seeing the goddess of beauty acting so arrogantly, Gushi happily accepted the treasure. Of course, in return, Gushi worked very hard. Before, Gushi's efforts were limited to just holding his waist and then running away. But this time, Gushi truly fought tooth and nail. Let's just say, upon returning from the goddess of beauty's territory, Gushi, not to mention the food he had in hand, had already reached level 24. You can imagine just how desperate Gushi was. This time, the upgrade reverted to the path of using the Underworld King's 2 skills, leaving the remaining 3 skills. At the time, Gushi didn't think much about it, and simply used the Underworld King's 2 skills. In Gushi's view, this might be his last chance to experience the Underworld King's skills. At level 25, the skills of the Underworld Ghost Saint would be granted. If you miss it, you never get it again. So, without further ado, Gushi went straight for the Underworld King's skill. After selecting this skill, Gushi realized that among the 3 extra skills, there was actually one that caught his attention. Undead Phantom. A skill exclusive to the Necromancer Lord, allowing his necromancers to learn and master charm or enchantment skills, regardless of talent or race. When Gushi first saw this skill, he felt a pity for not looking more closely. His necromancers have now become liches. Although Gushi hadn't used necromancers much recently, he had to admit that they were still quite useful at certain times. Most importantly, liches can learn multiple magical skills, and once they master one, they automatically acquire the others. Charm and enchantment spells are among the few that are difficult to learn. Without a special talent, they simply can't be learned. Now, after all this opportunity, Gushi had missed it, which made him somewhat upset. As for the Underworld King's skills, they're merely average. If it weren't for the Phantom of the Undead, Gushi wouldn't have regretted it. But after comparing them, Gushi felt a certain amount of regret. Looking at the Underworld King's 2 skills, it's clear that the Underworld battlefield has become too homogenized. Battlefield Grindstone, exclusive to the Underworld King, upgradable, requires a level 6 Underworld battlefield and a level 6 Ancient battlefield. Consumes 3,000 mana and simultaneously deploys 2 or 3 Underworld battlefields. Underworld battlefields become enemies, and the undead will freely kill each other, creating a flesh grinder effect. Anyone entering the battlefield's grinding wheel will be affected by the flesh grindstone's effects, automatically losing health until everything is completely consumed by the flesh grindstone. Note, this attack consumes the hell battlefield space to trap and kill the enemy. Once activated, the hell battlefield cannot be retrieved. Battlefield Devour, exclusive skill of the Hell King, upgradable, requires Hell battlefield level 6 and Ancient battlefield level 6. Consumes 1,000 mana and targets the designated Hell battlefield. Once activated, the Hell battlefield will devour everything nearby and rapidly transform them into death. All life within the Hell battlefield's location will be swallowed into the Underworld, becoming part of it. Note, this attack consumes the Hell battlefield space to kill the enemy. Once activated, the Hell battlefield cannot be retrieved. It can be seen that both of these are using the Hell battlefield as a last-ditch effort. But does Gushi really need to resort to such desperate measures? Gushi himself is not a hoarder, and he doesn't have the urge to collect a certain number of skills. He really didn't have time for this choice, so he could only follow his instincts. After all, the Underworld King's skills were better for him right now. But then something like this happened. What could Gushi say? He didn't have many regrets though. At least the beauty god didn't give him time to regret. If Gushi hadn't needed to complete the game world advancement at level 25, the beauty god might have kept Gushi distracted, leaving him dazed. Later, the beauty god brought Gushi some supplies to help him recover, preventing him from bringing up the issue. But even after returning, Gushi felt completely lost. Now, Gushi had only one thought in mind: to start the game world advancement early and reach level 25. Of course, back in Aladovi City, this thought remained just that. He still had a lot of things to do. At least the matter of the Death Hand was more important than the advancement. Chapter 2949. During the 20-plus days that Gushi was busy, his men hadn't been idle either. The Red Guard blacksmith had already processed all 30 pieces of orange equipment. At the same time, the bodies of the blacksmiths from the human side had also been brought in. These bodies were all from famous old blacksmiths from the human side, each with a unique record in human history, and their names even appeared in the textbooks Gushi had studied. It could be said that the humans had brought out their best. The orange equipment and the like were relatively fine, but Gushi had a different idea about the bodies. If there was only one large furnace, Gushi would definitely use these corpses to create a contracted undead. But the situation was different now. The treasure trove of the god of fire and craftsmanship contained the tools of the god of fire and craftsmanship, and an indefinite number of red-quality blacksmith tools. Using this method at this time was not a good idea. Gushi didn't want all of his contracted undead to be blacksmiths. And having a single contracted undead manage so many pieces of red equipment was also unacceptable. No matter how caring the contracted undead may be, they're still undead. While they can equip red gear, in some ways, they simply can't match the spirituality of the living. And blacksmithing requires spirituality even more. The more red gear you equip a contracted undead, the more wasteful it becomes. Gushi initially considered having the blacksmith resonate with more red gear, but after some thought, he decided against it. For a moment, Gushi was torn, unable to make up his mind. Gushi pondered whether he have to wait until he recovered the red-quality blacksmithing tools to see what they were capable of, and whether they had any impact. For now, Gushi decided to equip the death hand weapon first and then upgrade. Currently, Gushi didn't have a single upgrade cache, which made him feel quite uneasy. He see what time it was later. If it was early, he go treasure hunting. If it was late, he deal with the Genesis matter first, then retrieve the well-preserved magic wand and go treasure hunting again. In any case, treasure hunting was a must, given the several pieces of red equipment. Gushi hadn't imagined such a rich opportunity awaiting him. If he missed it, he regretted for the rest of his life. Now it was just a matter of time. He decided which task to tackle first. Thinking of this, Gushi gathered his strength and rallied himself before returning to Flame Victoria City. The security in Flame Victoria City was now noticeably tighter than before. When Gushi arrived, he could see numerous undead moving amidst the flames. It was clear that Flame Victoria City had grown in importance over the past 20 days. It even had its own dedicated undead troop. When Gushi arrived, he immediately headed for the Great Furnace. The red-clad blacksmith was still working there. All the nearby buildings had been converted into blacksmith shops and other related structures. It was clear that the mayor of Flame Victoria City had grasped the situation. So, he simply abandoned some things and built Flame Victoria City as a flame-forging city. Blacksmiths became the pillar industry of Flame Victoria City. Concentrating all blacksmiths to mass-produce a wide range of equipment was Flame Victoria's most important choice. And where could such concentration be more crucial than right next to the Red Guard? So, over a period of time, various blacksmiths and related buildings were built here. At the same time, large quantities of metal and resources were transported here. This became what Gushi saw when he arrived. When he saw Gushi, the Red Guard blacksmith immediately came forward. "Do you have any ideas?" Gushi asked the Red Guard blacksmith upon seeing him. "No, I don't have any such ideas," the Red Guard blacksmith said decisively. Gushi nodded. He understood the Red Guard blacksmith's situation. The Red Guard blacksmith also knew his core strengths, crafting and researching various equipment. Although Gushi now has an extra set of grand forges, doesn't it still have a binder? Among Gushi's blacksmiths, the Red Guard blacksmith is still the boss. He needs to seize every opportunity to grow and improve himself. If the Red Guard blacksmith can forge red equipment, even if he no longer has any red equipment, he will still be unique under Gushi's tutelage. So, the Red Guard blacksmith won't bother with such things at all. He rather forge more equipment with that time. "How's the orange equipment preparation going?" After understanding the Red Guard blacksmith's mentality, Gushi didn't try to comfort him. He directly asked about the thing that concerned him most. "It's ready, sir. Come and see." The red-clad guard, the blacksmith, guided Gushi to a spot slightly behind the smithy. There, an obsidian equipment rack held the 5 finished pieces of equipment. As for the other orange equipment, they were all piled to the side. Gushi glanced at it and noticed that some of the orange equipment had clearly been disassembled, while others were in better condition, seemingly untouched. "Sir, these are the 5 pieces of equipment crafted to your specifications. A weapon, a piece of armor, 2 rings, and a pair of gloves." Gloves. Gushi took a quick look, and his eyes were drawn to the gloves. The gloves before him looked like they were made of numerous gears, skulls, and vines. Even as they lay there, the gears on them kept turning. "This is the moat." Noticing Gushi's attention focused on the gloves, the Red Guardian blacksmith quickly explained. These gloves weren't particularly ingenious. They simply combined the special effects of 4 moats. Gushi could place mines, poison pools, spike pits, piranha channels, and other environmental effects around him. If he placed more, he could create a large-scale moat. It could be said to be a piece of orange equipment for battlefield battles. To create this moat, the Red Guardian blacksmith dismantled 2 pieces of orange equipment and stripped away the most important characteristic of one. The death hand behind Gu Shi swiftly stepped forward and placed the moat on his hand. Without Gu Shi having to do anything, several mechanical mines appeared around him. After landing, they quickly burrowed into the ground, eventually concealing themselves. Chapter 2950. After trying out every orange item here, Gu Shi nodded in satisfaction. Everything the Red Guard blacksmith had done was perfect for him. Leaving aside the gloves and moat, even the 2 rings were crafted to Gu Shi's specifications. One increased the power, attributes, and effects of siege weapons. Wearing this ring, even a novice could destroy a city wall with an ordinary catapult. The other increased the effectiveness of defensive weapons, including their strength and attributes. Put simply, with this ring, even an ordinary city wall could be transformed into a protective shield. While neither ring possessed any inherent attributes, they enhanced other orange items, even the gates and walls Gu Shi had launched, beyond imagination. The final weapon and armor were crafted to Gu Shi's specifications. The weapon was forcibly modified from that cannon-like object. Because Gu Shi wields it with one hand, its size is significantly reduced, resembling a one-handed warhammer crafted from purple and red crystals. 9 dragons are cast in metal on the hammer's surface. For this reason, this warhammer is named the 9-Dragon Cannon. As for its attributes, it's definitely for siege purposes. It can fire 9 beams of light simultaneously, though its power is slightly less than that of a nuclear Gatling gun. But if you think about it, one is an orange-equipped skill, and the other is a death incarnation with multiple self-destructs. The difference in power is perfectly natural. You can't expect an orange-equipped weapon to match the power of Gu Shi's death incarnation, right? This simply gives Gu Shi an additional skill, allowing the primordial hand of death to wield a weapon. If Death Hand didn't need it, Gu Shi wouldn't even bother researching it. The same goes for the defensive equipment on the other side. This defensive item is called the Lotus Shield Wall. It looks like an ordinary square shield, but it's actually much more complex. Behind this square shield are 9 layers of shields. From light shields to net shields, iron shields, and wooden shields. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that all shields can be transformed into small shield walls. As for the defensive effect, it's similar to when Gu Shi first mastered the wall casting technique. For Gu Shi, it's just a token of appreciation. No matter how powerful this orange item is, or how large the wall it casts, it can't compare to the wall cast by his own Death City. This orange item simply completes Death Hand. Nothing else matters. At most, it looks better in hand and allows Gu Shi to worry less. Well done. After equipping all the orange gear to the Hand of Death, Gu Shi nodded in satisfaction. The Red Guard blacksmith also laughed. Sir, what are you going to do with all this gear? Do you have a plan? Gu Shi had originally intended to store the unused orange gear in the 2 Death Cities. But judging by the Red Guard blacksmith's attitude, did he have other plans? Yes, sir, I have an idea for a large piece of gear. After hearing what the Red Guard blacksmith said, Gu Shi nodded. Very well, then I leave these things to you. Gu Shi longed to ask what the Red Guard blacksmith was referring to as the large equipment, but as things stood, he was only in the planning stages and hadn't yet fully developed a plan. He wanted to launch a satellite before Gu Shi found the user to bind the Great Crucible, so as to confirm his position among Gu Shi's blacksmiths. After assembling all the orange equipment, Gu Shi experimented with its power, especially familiarizing himself with the effects of the 9-Dragon Cannon and the Lotus Shield Wall. Then, he turned his attention to the Flame Victoria area. Tell them to expand this area later. I'm going to get a batch of red tools. Although he hadn't yet figured out how to bind these red tools, he was definitely going to get them back. Gu Shi hadn't considered storing these tools anywhere else. Flame Victoria City was the perfect place to store them. After all, these tools were all blacksmith tools, so they could be stored together or separately. Separating them would require the hassle of building other cities and garrisoning them. It would be better to simply gather them all together and improve their defenses. However, the Red Guard blacksmith had never heard of this before, and when he heard about a batch of Red Guard tools, his eyes lit up. This might be an opportunity. A chance to sit back and watch the tigers fight. If Gu Shi had a group of Red Guard blacksmiths bound to him, they would surely be a fierce rivalry. Then he might have a chance to become the leader of these blacksmiths. Then, the equipment he couldn't forge might just be forged by one of his subordinates. The thought of it made the Red Guard blacksmith happy. Sir, how many tools do you have? I'm not sure. I only found a treasure location, and I plan to check it out after Genesis ends. Because of this, the corpses I prepared earlier can't be used for the time being. The Red Guard blacksmith looked at Gushi puzzled. Why can't they be used? I don't have many contracted undead slots. I can't convert all of them into contracted undead. Gushi expressed his concerns. The Red Guard blacksmith then realized that his thoughts seemed to differ from Gushi's. No, sir. Have you considered other ways to bind these red suits? The Red Guard blacksmith quickly offered his suggestion. Other ways? Gushi looked puzzled. Are there other ways to bind red gear? Seeing Gushi's reaction, Red Guard blacksmith knew he must have been misinformed. Gushi was clearly considering assigning a contracted undead to each red gear tool. Let's not even talk about whether Gushi had considered attaching multiple red gear tools to a single contracted undead. Simply, Gushi's approach was flawed. He must have been expending too much mental energy on the goddess of beauty recently. He still hadn't recovered. He could even think this wrong. Who knows what he's thinking? Red Guard blacksmith grumbled inwardly, but he still spoke to Gushi. Sir, you don't need these red gear tools for battle. They're just blacksmithing tools. You can bind them to the city, sir. Just like the Black Throne of the Griffin. Bind to the city. Gushi's eyes narrowed, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Chapter 2951. In front of the Chongqi Mountain Game World portal, Gushi looked at the still unstable downward passageway before him, and couldn't help but raise his lip. What's the situation now? The advancement game world has taken shape, but this entrance is our first time dealing with it, so it's not very stable yet. Gushi didn't know what to say to Titanium Lion's answer. But Gushi also understood that the entire Chongqi Mountain now served him alone. The game world portal could be open to the public even if Gushi didn't enter, and Titanium Lion had plenty of experience. But the advancement game world was truly a one-on-one game world. This was also Titanium Lion's first time dealing with it. He had worked really hard to build several portals, but in the end, he couldn't stabilize the passageway. Gushi glanced at the downward passageway. Okay, I asked someone about the situation. I got the relevant information back. How long can we get everything done? 10 days after I get the information. Titanium Lion gave a relatively lenient estimate. In reality, he was already considering how to handle the situation. Originally, the situation wasn't so urgent, but who could have imagined that Gushi would waste an upgrade opportunity just by going out for a while? Now, even if Titanium Lion were to chase this thing away, he wouldn't be able to. Building a teleportation channel would be easy. But what if Gushi entered the channel and something happened? As a contracted undead, Titanium Lion wouldn't dare gamble with Gushi's life. So, at this moment, Gushi and Titanium Lion looked helpless. Forget it, I tell someone to send the information over, and you can study it. I won't run around before the promotion. But you must speed up your progress. Genesis is probably almost done with the final build. I'm planning to get in on the action. Not having an opportunity to level up always makes me feel uneasy. What Gushi said was true. Without an opportunity to level up, Gushi felt like he could die at any moment. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Now, Gushi really wanted to seize the opportunity to level up as soon as possible. Since he couldn't level up immediately, Gushi simply used this time to research the path ahead for the Underworld King. With the Ceremony of the Dead, Underworld Edition, in hand, Gushi had a deeper understanding of the King of Fengdu's path. Starting from level 15, each position has a corresponding strategy. The Lord of the Underworld grants players an identity in the Underworld, like a form of ID. This proves that this person holds status in the Underworld, not belonging to the living. He must, in any case, be considered a ghost messenger. A level 20 Underworld King possesses a territory in the Underworld, even if it means seizing another's, and possesses the combat power to secure it. Without a territory in the Underworld, no matter how powerful, a player is merely an outsider to the Underworld. The Underworld Ghost Saint focuses on educating and establishing their own order. Using their own Underworld as their territory, they establish the Underworld or Ghost Palace. That's why they are called Underworld Ghost Saints. Afterwards, once all the undead have been successfully educated, their faith is united, forming incense, and through this incense, they become gods. This is the Golden Commanded Earth God. Of course, the reason it's a divine god and not a heavenly god is entirely because the Underworld is located underground and doesn't yet have the power to reach the heavens. Divine gods are also key to the Lord of Mount Tai. If you're not a mountain god of a famous mountain, you wouldn't be embarrassed to even approach the Lord of Mount Tai. Gushi wondered if, at the level of Golden Commanded Divine God, he could be considered a god. It's like the status of the goddess of beauty in the game. Over the past 20 days, Gu Shi had asked the Goddess of Beauty about the stage between level 60 and Ancient God. But the Goddess of Beauty wasn't clear, and only when you reached that level yourself would you understand. So Gu Shi only had this guess. As to whether it was true, he wasn't sure. After Golden commanded Divine God, the path becomes simple. Fight your way from the underworld to the living world, and then claim the throne there. This is the Ghost Emperor. Then fight your way back from the living world to the underworld, and take the throne and rule the underworld. This is the Ghost Emperor of the underworld. For Gu Shi, he already mastered the most difficult step. He didn't even need to become emperor, he already held the title, a top-tier, red-colored one. Gu Shi easily mastered these 2 steps. After becoming the Ghost Emperor of the underworld, the most crucial hurdle on this path is reaching the level 45, Lord of Mount Tai. Many players get stuck at this step, unable to advance further. The most challenging aspect of this is the existence of a famous mountain, and its suppression by you. If you don't have this, and are willing to acknowledge that your underworld lies beneath Mount Tai, you can still achieve this step. However, after making this choice, if you want to advance further, you have to compete with countless lords of Mount Tai for a path. From this point on, the game transitions from PvE to PvP, with players of the same level now competing against each other. If you can't make it out, you'll be stuck at level 45. For those who make it out, the remaining 3 steps are: control the underworld and become the son of heaven, with everything in the underworld under one's control. Control life and death, and become the Star Lord of the heavens, the one who controls life and death. Destiny determines death, and no one can disobey. The Star Lord of the Ghost Department, or perhaps simply the Star Lord of the Big Dipper. Finally, descend from the sky, controlling death, and becoming the Emperor of Fengdu. At this point, Gu Shi is a true deity. From there, it's all about vying for the title of the underworld. It can be said that Gu Shi's progression through the Book of Death, Underworld Edition, has been quite smooth. Rereading the Book of Death, Underworld Edition, Gu Shi is mentally checking if there's anything he can prepare or handle ahead of time. Soon, Gu Shi remembers that he hasn't crafted his yin sword yet. Last time, I just happened to have the materials, but I never found the time. Now we have to wait another 10 days. Although Gu Shi has to work during these 10 days, he can still come over to deal with the yin jian issue after work. This is still possible. After all, Gu Shi has always said he wanted to forge the yin jian, but it has been delayed for so long. The Soul Return seal has been in Gu Shi's hands for who knows how long, and now the yin jian is just an idea. This progress is somewhat slow. Even if Gu Shi doesn't need the purple weapon right now, he still has to show his attitude towards it. After all, in the next few levels, these 2 pieces of purple equipment will be used in many places. So, seeing that there was still plenty of time, Gu Shi's mind simply drifted to this. Chapter 2952. Gu Shi did what he said. Compared to the Soul Return seal, crafting the strict sword was much easier for Gu Shi. For one thing, he had an idea, and for another, Gu Shi was right on his own territory, with all the materials he needed readily available. Gu Shi didn't need to think too much, he simply took the materials and crafted. Taking the longsword he had obtained from the revitalized giant rock city in his hand, and recalling some of the records in the Death Ceremony, Underworld Edition, Gu Shi understood that the strict sword was, in fact, a means for the Underworld Ghost Sage to rally people's hearts. Generally speaking, it's not too late to craft the strict sword after reaching the level of Underworld Ghost Sage. And it's not too early to craft the strict sword now. So, the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, watched Gu Shi go out and come back. He simply asked for some materials, and began to work on them. The red-clad guard, the blacksmith, took a curious look and saw Gu Shi adding some materials to a black long sword. When it comes to crafting weapons and equipment, Gu Shi isn't even a novice, let alone a beginner. He hasn't even begun. Gu Shi was operating a basic furnace, melting various materials. As for the large, already red-clad furnace, it sat to the side, Gu Shi not even moving it. "Sir, how about you learn some blacksmithing?" "Forget it, I don't think I'd do that." Gu Shi immediately shook his head. Learn blacksmithing? Even with the many red-clad blacksmiths in front of him, Gu Shi had no interest. Managing so many cities, and constantly learning had already left Gu Shi with no energy. And then come back to do the heavy physical labor of blacksmithing? Gu Shi really didn't want to be dragged here to forge iron, then dragged back to process various documents, when he was already overwhelmed by daily tasks. It was normal for subordinates to handle this kind of work. Wasn't that normal? If Yin Jian hadn't wanted to forge it himself, he wouldn't even have been able to hold a hammer. After a casual reply, Gu Shi stared intently at the molten metal in the furnace. Gu Shi didn't know the timing and temperature of forging. He simply read the instructions for making Yin Jian from the book. According to the information in the Book of the Dead, Underworld Edition, Yin Jian was actually created to gather people's hearts. Forging is just a means of gathering people. If you don't know how to forge, it doesn't matter. Once the metal is melted, you can simply insert the sword into it to absorb the metal. As for simpler operations, they were impossible. For example, Gu Shi couldn't place a metal ingot on the long sword and let the sword and the ingot fuse naturally. Although Gu Shi really wanted to do so, he simply couldn't do it. To prevent his longsword embryo from melting too quickly, Gu Shi kept a constant eye on the temperature of the molten metal. Sometimes he would ask the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, for advice. When the molten metal turned a bright yellow, Gu Shi raised his hand and plunged the long sword into the molten metal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gu Shi quickly counted 10 in his mind and pulled the long sword out. The high temperature had softened the sword considerably, and a layer of bright red liquid metal had formed on the blade. Gu Shi did not place the long sword in the coolant afterward. The surface temperature of the long sword was now extremely high. Even without any prior experience in forging techniques, Gu Shi knew that placing it directly into the molten metal would likely ruin it. Gu Shi shook the long sword twice, then symbolically struck it with his hammer. Then he swung the sword repeatedly, his gaze fixed on the newly installed furnace with each swing. A new ingot of metal had been placed inside, rapidly melting under the intense heat. As before, Gu Shi stared at the color of the molten metal in the furnace. This time, once it reached a bright yellow, he plunged his sword into it. The Red Guard blacksmith was at a loss for words regarding Gu Shi's speechless handling of the situation. What kind of behavior was this? Who would forge iron like this? But Gu Shi had no other choice. This was a technique offered in Death Ceremony, Underworld Edition. This technique was actually called spiritual substitution. It was a last resort, primarily for players without the blacksmithing talent. The idea is to use weapons and equipment to absorb molten metal, strengthening them. The ratio of the molten metal is always different. For the first 5 times, regardless of the ratio, it's pure metal. Later, bones or other undead materials are gradually added to the molten metal. After the 15th time, the molten metal is completely metalless, consisting entirely of undead materials. After the 20th time, all weapons requiring spiritual replacement are replaced with undead materials. This replacement doesn't involve directly transforming into a deadly weapon. It involves transforming a metal long sword into a bone sword. Yin Jian directly explained that this method could be used. For Gu Shi, crafting a purple longsword with his own hands was a sign of growth. However, the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, couldn't bear to watch. In his opinion, Gu Shi was wasting materials. He felt he couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he would snatch the long sword from Gu Shi's hand and personally handle it. And then, if he succeeded, he would offend Gu Shi, so he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. So, he simply stopped watching, leaving Gu Shi alone to handle everything. Gu Shi, on the other hand, ignored this. He was having a lot of fun anyway. Under Gu Shi's control, his longsword quickly reached 20 transformations. The furnace before Gu Shi was now filled with a dark blue molten metal. If you looked closely, you could see human faces occasionally emerging from the molten metal. This was the result of the metal's complete transformation into undead material. Gu Shi's original black long sword had now turned a grayish-white, its metallic sheen completely vanishing. However, the longsword ultimately didn't transform into a bone sword. At most, it was a grayish-whiter color. At this point, Gu Shi hadn't stopped working. Because the corresponding prompt hadn't appeared yet, the processing wasn't complete. Furthermore, the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, didn't mention that crafting the Yin sword only required 20 transformations. It seemed that the number of transformations was clearly insufficient. More transformations were still needed, but the proportions of the molten metal would likely need to be adjusted. Gu Shi flipped open the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, and took a look before issuing new orders. Chapter 2953. With the 27th melting complete, Gu Shi, having just drawn his sword from the molten metal, was about to give it a symbolic 2 hammer strikes before moving on to the next recipe. Unexpectedly, he felt the sword tremble in his hand. Then Gu Shi immediately understood what the Death Ceremony, Underworld Edition, said. As long as the standard is met, one will understand its meaning. Gu Shi knew the sword was complete. So, Gu Shi raised the sword toward the sky and chanted aloud. In the name of the Emperor, I forged this sword with my own hands. With the hearts of all, the sword will be formed. Then countless points of light flew in from all directions, and landed on the sword. Then the sword's color changed from grayish-white to a faint blue, resembling a lightsaber. At the point where the blade meets the hilt, A blood-red inscription reads, A. You have forged the exclusive longsword of the Lord of Mount Tai, the Emperor's Heart Sword, purple. Emperor's Heart Sword, purple, special. When equipped, increases strength by 6, agility by 6, and constitution by 6. Required class, Underworld King, Master of the Underworld's Chengchi Mountain. Special 1, Undead Focus. As long as you possess the Emperor's Heart Sword, all undead under your command within the Underworld will feel a sense of popular support, automatically generating public support, and the undead will gradually gain intelligence. Special Effect 1. After wearing this equipment and activating the Undead Focus effect once, you must wash the sword with blood once a day, otherwise you will incur a wound and bleed profusely. Special 2. Imperial Sword. Within the Underworld you control, this sword represents your status. You can give it to your underlings or undead to wield, granting them the power to mobilize the Underworld's earth veins, spiritual energy, and slay the undead. Special Effect 2. After wearing this equipment, you will be baptized by the aura of the Underworld once a day. Over time, your flesh and blood will separate from your body, turning you into a skeleton. Special Effect 3. Slay the general and offer the flag. Use this sword as a ceremonial sword to slay enemies or other creatures as a flag offering. After the flag offering, your troops' combat effectiveness will be temporarily increased by 30% to 100%, depending on the level of enemies or creatures killed, affecting an army of 100,000 troops and lasting for 3 days. Special Effect 3. After wearing this equipment and activating the Slay the General and offer the flag effect once, you must seal the sword in ice, otherwise it will cut through the bearer's body. Note 1. You have gathered hearts and minds. All the undead in the Underworld now know your name. Even those on the road to the Underworld will understand your greatness. Note 2. This is a piece from the Taishan Lord's Majesty set. You can also call it by its true name, the Emperor's Heart Sword. After reading the attributes of the Emperor's Heart Sword, Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head. He hadn't expected His Majesty set to be in this state. Normally, the seal should rally the people's hearts, and the sword should slay external enemies. But he had never imagined that now, the sword would gather the people's hearts, and the seal would suppress the fortune. But on second thought, this was understandable. Due to the longsword's original properties, the Emperor's Heart Sword had actually taken on the path of an imperial sword. Whether it was patrolling the Underworld on behalf of Gu Shi's status, or beheading generals, and offering sacrifices, it was all a means of boosting the people's morale in the Underworld. While the undead didn't need morale, the support of the people could increase their intelligence. In other words, with the support of the people, the undead would be less rigid. At the very least, the undead would know what they were doing and, like the reanimated undead in Giant Rock City, would lead their own lives. After watching the Ceremony of the Dead, Underworld version, Gu Shi knew that the undead in the Underworld, in the direction of the Underworld, actually had their own lives. Gu Shi's proactive approach to this matter means he's already embarked on the path of the Ghost Saint of the Netherworld. Cultivating the undead will become much simpler later. After all, the undead under Gu Shi's command currently consists primarily of those with magical abilities, along with some vampires, who can learn and participate in research. Skeleton, zombie, and ghosts are all mindless beings. Once these undead are educated, the situation will be different. They will learn some knowledge, and Gu Shi's city will no longer be as rigid as it is now. And outside the city, small villages and towns will emerge. This would be extremely beneficial for Gu Shi's control of the Underworld. After all, Gu Shi's biggest problem with the Underworld right now is that there's too much territory to manage, and the undead, who have retired from the army, have little ability to survive. Opening the path to the Underworld Ghost Saint would give Gu Shi a solution. Gu Shi was thinking that after dealing with the blacksmith's contracted undead, he would consider hiring a contracted undead to manage education. After that, the administrative system for the Underworld officials would need to be fully established. It couldn't be just a superficial effort like before. Gu Shi planned to first learn from the Underworld's methods and establish a system of Underworld officials and judges. This way, once the undead were dispatched outside the city, he could properly manage them. However, this matter would require discussion with his subordinates to determine who would be in charge. Mary was relatively experienced in handling such matters. But Gu Shi was still considering whether to let Li Yufeng give it a try. After all, Gu Shi had a feeling that Li Yufeng would be more suited to the Yinsha system. Just then, the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, noticed that Gu Shi had finished processing the yin sword. He hurried over. "Sir, do you still need that molten metal?" Gu Shi was stunned. The yin sword was made possible thanks to that molten metal. But Gu Shi was being rather wasteful with the molten metal. Each portion of the molten metal was used only once, and basically just a little bit of it. Gu Shi didn't say what to do with the remaining molten metal. Throwing it away would be a waste, but using it would be useless. I really don't know where else it could be used. Especially the pure undead molten metal at the end. There really isn't much use for it. After hearing the red-clad guard, the blacksmith's question, Gu Shi flipped through the Death Codex, Underworld Edition, and pointed to a section of text. Gather all the remaining molten metal, and craft it into weapons for the Insha. I need it later. The red-clad guard, the blacksmith, peered over and saw the blueprint for a 5-piece set of blue equipment. However, from the red-clad guard's perspective, he could tell that in Gu Shi's underworld, this blue equipment would be more effective than purple. This was because it represented Gu Shi's status. Before he possessed the Emperor's Heart Sword, Gu Shi couldn't craft such equipment. But now, that was no longer the case. Gu Shi, who was preparing to build the Insha system, needed this equipment. Chapter 2954. After determining his target, Gu Shi's action was remarkably rapid. In just 10 days, Gu Shi had already established preliminary arrangements for the Insha system. In fact, it was quite fitting that the Corpse Witches Ecological Park was under development, so Gu Shi simply used the Corpse Witches as a foundation to establish his own Insha system within Changxi Mountain. This time, Gu Shi truly treated the Corpse Witches assigned to the Corpse Witch Ecological Park as land. Each Corpse Witch was commanded by Gu Shi to suppress 1 square kilometer of land, and for every 1,000 Corpse Witches, a Sanluo Palace served as the administrative center. All Sanluo Palaces would then aggregate this information and send it to nearby dead cities or cities. Finally, everything would be centralized in the city of Aridov. As for the undead civilians below the Corpse Witch Ecological Park, as long as they stood on Gu Shi's territory, they would be his subordinates and receive his protection. If they encounter any trouble on Gu Shi's land, they can immediately seek help from a nearby Corpse Witch, who will swiftly assist them. If the problem is more serious, the Corpse Witch can directly report it, and troops mobilized from the nearby Death City will quickly resolve the situation. Although the current Insha system is only in its infancy, with only fixed positions within the territory and other Insha still to be established, the current situation shows that it is already a well-developed system. It ensures Gu Shi's management and security of their own underworld, and also ensures that Gu Shi can mobilize all the resources of the entire underworld when needed. During these 10 days, Gu Shi witnessed the establishment of his Insha system. He was incredibly excited. Every day was incredibly fulfilling. He even had a feeling that as he continued this process, his control over the underworld would become increasingly easier and more standardized. This convinced Gu Shi that his approach was sound. This kind of growth was irresistible. If Titanium Lion hadn't come to remind Gu Shi that the path to the game world was ready, he might still be lost in the operations at hand. 10 days already? Gu Shi glanced at the map on his desk and said with some regret, "Yes, actually, the path to the game world was ready a day ago, but the master was busy and didn't see the news. Well, it's time to advance to the underworld, Go Saint. The more the Insha system runs, the more I feel I need more manpower." Gu Shi muttered, then waved outside and gave Li Yufang a few instructions. After finishing his tasks, Gu Shi returned to the game world portal with the Titanium Lion. Unlike their last visit, the entrance to the game world was still a downward passage. But the passage had stabilized. A large amount of multicolored light streamed back and forth across its surface, remarkably similar to the game world portals Gu Shi had previously witnessed. It was clear that the game world portal before him had stabilized. It was no longer the game world portal where one could never predict what would happen next. Various relevant information had already appeared. Gu Shi merely stood in front of the entrance to the game world before Titanium Lion presented the information. "Sir, here are the entry requirements." Gu Shi took a look and found the requirements normal. He then handed the information to Titanium Lion. "Alright, I understand. I go in first. You stay here and keep watch. If there's any news about Genesis from the humans, remember to notify me immediately." Gu Shi's most important and time-sensitive task right now was Genesis. Other matters weren't as time-sensitive. "Sir, don't worry. I notify you as soon as I have any news." "That's good." With that, Gu Shi stood in front of the entrance. He extended his hand, and a netherworld battlefield was projected onto the passage. Gu Shi then took a step forward and landed on the netherworld battlefield. As he landed, the netherworld battlefield instantly expanded outward. Apart from anything else, Gu Shi could see that his underworld battlefield had immediately devoured the downward passage. At the same time, above the battlefield, numerous undead began to rise from the ground. Gu Shi's underworld battlefield was deployed haphazardly, He had no idea whether these undead rising from the underworld battlefield were soldiers he had deployed to fight in the underworld battlefield, or if they were already part of the enemy's underworld battlefield. But at this moment, Gu Shi didn't care. He glanced at the undead and stood there calmly. Beyond the area protected by the underworld battlefield, the environment outside was rapidly changing. From Gu Shi's perspective, he could clearly see the stars in the sky drifting away like a stream. Beneath the stars, the sun and moon also shifted constantly, giving him the feeling of entering a time tunnel. He could feel time accelerating. Gu Shi was quite accustomed to this situation. After all, he had experienced fate's acceleration several times before, so this slight acceleration was nothing. He was simply curious about the nature of this game world. Would the red armor he was carrying affect the power of the game world he was advancing to, and would it bring him more red armor quests? As Gu Shi pondered this question, he noticed that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. The death zone, once reminiscent of an eastern underworld, was now slowly turning into yellow sand. At the same time, the skin of the undead, who had just risen, was rapidly shrinking, transforming from ordinary undead into mummies. The wind blowing towards him was filled with the scent of spices. Gu Shi suspected that if there were some background music, it might have been Egyptian. Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head at this situation. What kind of situation was this? He was clearly an Eastern Underworld-style necromancer, so why did he encounter various problems every time he advanced? Could it be that the mummy before him had some connection to the underworld? Last time, it seemed to be the three Shang families. Who could it be this time? Gu Shi couldn't help but shake his head, watching the undead, who had just emerged from the ground, being bandaged and dragged back underground. Only after his own underworld battlefield had completely merged with the surroundings before him did Gu Shi stand up, release the evil coffin, and prepare to survey his surroundings. Chapter 2955. Gu Shi had just stood on the evil coffin and looked around when the sky around him quickly darkened. It was as if the sun had entered another realm, taking away all the sunlight. Looking closely at the sky again, he would have noticed a multitude of strange objects, like patches filling in the gaps in the sky. This situation left Gu Shi somewhat puzzled. Where had he been? Even if we reached enemy territory, you have to give me a reasonable explanation. At least you have to let me know what's going on. I can't just arrive here knowing that this is the suspected mummy's territory and nothing else. Just as Gu Shi was lost in thought, he felt the space shift, and sunlight shone upon him once more. He had been transported to the desert, and all around him were piles of huge stones. These stones were 10 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 4 meters high, solid in texture, clearly not something that would be found in the desert. Upon seeing these stones, Gu Shi immediately sensed they were the stones used to build the pyramids. After jumping off the evil coffin, Gu Shi leaped over to the stones and took a closer look. He discovered a large amount of rotten wood beneath them. Some scattered bones were scattered on the ground. It was obvious that the slaves transporting the stones had lost their way in the desert. These large stones, mined from who knows where, had no way of getting to the pyramids. Thinking of this, Gu Shi sighed and patted the stones with his hand. As a result, Gu Shi's expression changed slightly after the slap. Just when Gu Shi touched the stone, he got a hint. This wasn't stone, at least not building stone. It was concrete, a man-made artifact. Even within the stone were rebar and human stakes. This startled Gu Shi. What version of the mummy world had he entered that would allow such a fuss? At this moment, a dinging sound reached Gu Shi's ears. You have stumbled upon something hidden beneath the surface of this world. A high priest has discovered secrets hidden within history, and seeks to uncover them, and restore the true history. But how could the pharaoh allow his plans to be thwarted? So, the pharaoh killed the high priest and sealed him in a bronze coffin filled with carnivorous scarabs. He then immersed him in mercury and sealed him in a pyramid constructed of pure yin, preventing his resurrection. After discovering this, you face two different choices. Pharaoh or high priest, you must choose one to support. Advancement quest, true history. Quest prerequisites, Necromancer Underworld King route, completed, level 24, completed, max experience, completed, 3 Underworld King skills reach level 6, completed, a complete Underworld battlefield, completed. Quest description, history is wisdom passed down from ancient times. Some embrace history, some reject it, some modify it, and some devour it. But no matter the choice, the hidden power within history remains, and no one can ignore it. Quest requirements. Find the truth of history and choose a faction to join, either modifying it or uncovering the true history. Quest reward. Underworld King advances to Underworld goes Sage. Note 1. Without the power of history, how can enlightenment endure? Note 2. No one knows what true history is like. Looking at the information before him, A hint of disdain flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. So the target this time is history. Perhaps other underworld kings wouldn't be able to immediately learn about historical events, but Gu Shi is different. Once the dual red equipment resonance is activated, Gu Shi can personally visit any historical episode he desires. So this quest doesn't seem difficult. The only real challenge is choosing a faction to join. Right now, Gu Shi isn't even familiar with the various factions here, nor does he know which ones are available. You can't just ask Gu Shi to find a place and say, I want to join you, right? If that were possible, this wouldn't be a promotion game world, but just an ordinary game world. Gu Shi, somewhat embarrassed, turned his gaze back to the massive stone. At this moment, another ding sounded in his ears. Ding! Player with red quality equipment detected. Red quest, optional, initiated. Note, this quest will affect your promotion. Please complete it as soon as possible. Red quest, deified corpse. Quest description. In the desert, corpses are all owned by someone. Most exist as mummies, but some are connected to spirits and are not mummified. These corpses are called deified corpses. They are often more terrifying than mummies, yet unaffected by spirits. If you encounter one, do not let it go. Quest requirements. Find a deified corpse, 0/1, take a deified corpse, 0/1. Quest reward. Special undead contract. Note 1. As long as you can defeat the spirit behind the deified corpse, these non-mummified corpses will be the best material for crafting undead. However, before contracting them, be sure to find out who the spirit behind them is, or you be killed instantly. Note 2. This is also a test of your undead contracting skills. Note 3. There are many reasons for the creation of deified corpses. Some are undiscovered after death, while others are due to punishment. There are many factors involved, so be careful not to act rashly. Looking at the red mission before him, Gu Shi couldn't help but think of the high priest mentioned in the first mission. The mission description stated that after the high priest realized something was wrong, he was immediately sealed alive in a bronze coffin. This meant that he hadn't been mummified. Although Gu Shi didn't have any mummies under his command, he did have several pyramids and had studied mummification. He knew that mummification involved removing the internal organs and applying spices. This method of sealing the body alive obviously made it impossible to open the coffin again, so the others didn't know. But this high priest's body was definitely still containing his internal organs. Perhaps he was the source of the deified corpses. It seemed that the key to his main quest lay in this high priest. Why not first seek out this high priest and see if he's discovered something unique in history that would compel the pharaoh to personally eliminate him, and to do so in this very way? Perhaps this high priest is the most crucial figure in the entire Ascension game world. Chapter 2956. Gu Shi had experienced many game worlds, and now he could discern many things from game prompts at a glance. Gu Shi had already immediately considered his target. Leaping onto a rock, Gu Shi pointed at a corpse on the ground. With a summoning spell, a spirit rose from the ground. This time, Gu Shi instinctively suppressed his battle aura and Ghost King cloak, preventing the spirit from becoming a blood scourge or a corpse witch. However, the spirit's level was beyond Gu Shi's control. As soon as it rose, the spirit reached level 28. After standing up, he glanced at his hands, then at the battle aura on the ground, before turning to look at Gu Shi. From his hollow eye sockets, it seemed as if he possessed his own memories and wisdom. He was now considering what to say. Gu Shi didn't care. He pointed at the spirit. Where did this stone come from, and where is it going? The undead spirit didn't answer Gu Shi's question, but instead looked at the bones on the ground. Gu Shi immediately understood what was going on. He raised his hand, and undead spirits composed of moonlight quickly appeared and dragged the bones up. Soon, a severely tattered map was delivered to Gu Shi. The map was made of a kind of straw paper. If it weren't for the constant lack of rain in the desert, it would have rotted away. Even so, the paper was already brittle. When Gu Shi picked up the paper, he could see some lines drawn on it. Afterward, Gu Shi felt somewhat helpless. This piece of paper was a very successful map, but the problem was that in the desert, a map was useless. Just a few lines, nothing. At least Gu Shi didn't know his current location, nor did he know the location of his final target. This map was as good as not having it. After flipping the map back and forth several times, Gu Shi could only sigh. A figure wearing the Yellow Springs dragon robe appeared and immediately helped Gu Shi check the direction of the earth veins. Although the desert was quite barren, there were still the necessary earth veins. Earth veins in the desert represent groundwater, wind direction, and the possibility of oases. Gu Shi always found something unusual when he looked through the Yellow Springs dragon veins. Soon, Gu Shi discovered a faint earth vein fluctuation about 30 kilometers away. This discovery finally brought Gu Shi a sigh of relief. He had been worrying about being trapped and dying in the desert. It would be a bit ridiculous to not know what to do when completing a promotion mission. As he leaped onto the evil coffin, Gu Shi waved his hand, and sacred moonlight descended from the sky, dragging several massive stones toward the two dead cities. Then the evil coffin sped off, heading for the location where the earth vein had been discovered. As the evil coffin unleashed its speed, a vast amount of yellow sand was swept up by it. Gu Shi himself didn't pay much attention. In his eyes, the commotion caused by the evil coffin wasn't that significant. Several times before, the evil coffin had even toppled the city walls. The yellow sand wasn't a big deal, so Gu Shi simply glanced behind him and stopped trying to deal with it. Gu Shi had never imagined that the dust he stirred up would actually attract another group of people. When Gu Shi reached the location of the earth vein, he saw a large amount of yellow sand rising directly in front of him. It looked like tens of thousands of cavalrymen were charging in that direction. While this number seemed small to Gu Shi, it was still the first wave of living people he had seen here. Gu Shi wasn't sure if they were friends or enemies, so he waved his hand, and a city gate appeared beside him. Then, city walls, defense towers, moats, spirit summoning towers, and other structures appeared on the desert. Gu Shi even had the leisure to casually adjust the position of the city gates and walls. The city defense enhancement ring he had just acquired demonstrated its considerable power. The level of the city gates and walls that were deployed was clearly significantly increased. Most importantly, a layer of yellow sand covered the outside of the walls, strengthening their defenses. At the same time, Gu Shi's newly acquired glove moat began to take effect. Various mines, pits, and venom began to appear in the yellow sand. To most people, what appeared to be a vast expanse of yellow sand lay beneath, but beneath it lay a multitude of hidden dangers. If anyone rushed forward, Gu Shi wouldn't even have to intervene, these moats would have wiped them out. Of course, Gu Shi also deployed his own dump truck. Gu Shi was well aware of the situation and no fool, so he wasn't trying to play dumb. If he didn't deploy all his troops in this situation, then when would he wait? Would he wait for someone else to attack him directly? Gu Shi had just deployed 20 dump trucks and arranged a group of undead troops to mount the wall when the enemy troops appeared from the yellow sand. Their appearance puzzled Gu Shi. This was a cavalry unit, not a camel caravan, capable of navigating the desert. The men riding on them were wearing white or black turbans. They had deep-set eyes and noses, yellowish-black skin, and facial tattoos depicting animals like scorpions, centipedes, and flying eagles. Gu Shi was quite puzzled by their situation. Riding horses in the desert was a strange way to fight. But if they wanted to ride, they could ride. At least their presence suggested one thing. Their camp might be nearby, perhaps even an oasis. And this oasis would likely be quite large, capable of supporting over 10,000 horses, a considerable investment. Their population must be at least 1 million people. This was good news for Gu Shi. A large number of people meant it was a significant town. It was far better to gather information here than to search for nomadic camps and ask people whose knowledge they were uncertain about. Arrange yourselves. Gu Shi glanced at the enemy and handed the battle over to his men. In a small-scale battle like this, only heroes could act. Even Amilcar, intent on a cavalry engagement, showed no intention of charging. What Gu Shi hadn't expected was that this cavalry unit would abort mid-charge. Looking at the suddenly appearing city wall, they halted their horses. The leaders conferred, turned, and fled. Chapter 2957. Stop them! The hero in charge of commanding the battle quickly gave the order upon seeing the enemy trying to escape. However, he didn't kill them. After all, Gu Shi had questions for these people. Although he could still remember some things after transforming into an undead, questioning the living directly would yield more detailed information. At the hero's command, dump trucks quickly pursued from both sides. Gu Shi, however, didn't rush to attack. He looked in the direction of the cavalry. Gu Shi felt that these cavalry couldn't gather quickly. Their charge towards him was likely a mistake. They were likely gathered here to ambush someone, and the dust they kicked up led them to mistake it for an enemy, causing them to charge in. After seeing that something was wrong, he turned around. They fled, perhaps because they believed they couldn't defeat Gu Shi, but also to ensure they had sufficient troops. After all, they still had enemies to defeat. These men had been in the desert for so many years, so their intelligence was impeccable. So their enemies would surely be nearby, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Gu Shi stood higher and looked around. Perhaps he could pinpoint their location. Gu Shi's gaze wasn't a big deal. They actually spotted a different location. To the southeast, A large amount of yellow sand was also rising. The amount wasn't large, but it was moving at a rapid speed. It resembled a long worm running across the sand. However, judging by the appearance of these cavalrymen, this wasn't the giant sandworms commonly seen in the desert. If such a thing really existed, only a fool would concentrate over 10,000 troops and launch a charge. A real charge like that wouldn't be called a charge, it'd be called a feeding attack. So Gu Shi immediately suspected it was most likely a train running through the desert. Although building a railway in the desert was a bit far-fetched. But what if, after observing the situation over there, Gu Shi turned back to the cavalry being intercepted by his men? Gu Shi thought to himself, since we're already here, we might as well stop both sides. So Gu Shi pointed at the possible location of the train. About 30 dump trucks appeared. Gu Shi had no experience blocking trains. But some of his men had done so before. After all, Gu Shi's Chongqi Mountains already had a river and railway. Some dump trucks could be quite useful in chasing trains. As the dump truck rushed out, a 3-life stone mirror appeared before Gu Shi, revealing the distant scene. Just as Gu Shi had guessed, the new enemy approaching from afar was a train. However, this train clearly wasn't high-tech. Forget about the interstellar voyages of the real world. Even the trains found deep within the game couldn't compare. The train before him was a pure steam locomotive with red carriages. But it was obvious that this train wasn't for passengers or goods, but rather a special train. Behind the locomotive were coal cars, a defense car, a water truck, a main car, a dining car, and a rear guard car. There were only 6 train cars, which is why it could travel so fast in the desert. What also left Gu Shi speechless was that, despite being a train, there were no proper tracks. This allowed the train to move quite freely in the desert. When Gu Shi's dump truck surrounded it, the train actually turned and tried to escape elsewhere. If Gu Shi hadn't deployed a sufficient number of dump trucks, it might have been completely overtaken. When the battle ended, Gu Shi discovered that the cavalry and the 2 groups of people on the train were indeed enemies. They all knew each other, and when they were brought to him by his men, they almost came to blows. This made Gu Shi quite happy. It was good that they were enemies. This way, Gu Shi could understand their backgrounds and the current situation, separate them, and question them one by one. Gu Shi glanced at the men brought before him, and gave the order immediately. Tell them the consequences if they don't answer honestly. If I can't get any answers from the living, I can ask the dead. Gu Shi addressed the men below him. Although these men were filled with conflict and eager to kill each other, they held no real hostility toward Gu Shi. In fact, even if they did harbor hostility, they had restrained it. After all, those who had acted too aggressively were already dead. As soon as Gu Shi asked this, a black-robed man emerged from the cavalry and bowed his head. True God, my name is Eddie. I am a descendant of the pharaoh, and the keeper of his tomb. I recruited all the tomb keepers this time. If you have any questions, just ask me, true God. Gu Shi ignored him, and looked at the men captured from the train. These men were clearly wealthier than the black-robed tomb keepers. They wore red robes made of a more expensive material. My name is Mode, and I'm the museum's director. Sir, I'd like you to let us go. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi wanted to say bullshit. You, a museum, are running a train directly across the desert without tracks. Do you think you believe it? Gu Shi was actually furious. He had originally intended to question both sides, to see who would make the choice. He hadn't expected a liar to emerge. Don't blame Gu Shi for his ruthless actions. Gu Shi simply raised his hand, and the death string quickly wrapped around Murd, slicing him to pieces. Then the ghost flower floated forward, opening the knight's blood path, and out stepped an undead laborer. Watching the undead laborer emerge, Gu Shi glanced at the shredded flesh on the ground and muttered, "Waste." Then Gu Shi looked at the undead laborer. "Tell me about them. What are they doing in the desert?" Before the undead laborer could say anything, Eddie beside him quickly spoke up. "They are the high priest's men. They entered the desert to search for the high priest, who has been buried for 1,000 years. Wait, I haven't asked you yet. Forget it, since you already said it, just be more specific." At first, Gu Shi was a little annoyed that Eddie had jumped the gun, but seeing Eddie's serious expression, Gu Shi nodded. "Okay, go ahead. Don't bring your own opinions into the conversation. Just get straight to the point." Chapter 2958. Frightened by Gu Shi, Eddie calmed down considerably. He quickly recounted the situation. Although he didn't dare to express his own views, he clearly expressed his dislike for the red-robed men. In Eddie's words, the red-robed men were the high priest's lackeys. They were criminals destroying the historical texts protected by the pharaoh. Especially now, their actions, digging up historical artifacts, sending them to museums, and then selling them to foreigners, were a betrayal of history. This time, they had received information. In 3 days, the once in 2,000 years open-door day for the underworld would arrive. They wanted to use this opportunity to bring the high priest back from the underworld. Then, the high priest would wreak havoc on history and destroy all of Egypt. Looking at Eddie's indignation, Gushi didn't know what to say. If it weren't for the outrageous attitudes of the red-robed men, Gushi really didn't want to communicate with Eddie and the others. Gushi could clearly see that people like Eddie held ancestral laws above all else. Even though they were told not to bring too much of their own perspective into their conversation, they still unconsciously brought some of it into the mix. They also seemed to be poorly educated, with most of their knowledge coming from family or tribal traditions. When they talked about these things, Gushi felt like he was listening to a myth, and even a very false one. Because they kept emphasizing one thing: the high priests were destroying history, while the pharaohs were protecting it. But there's a serious problem here. They keep talking about the pharaoh, but they never clarify which era this pharaoh belongs to. The description is as if there's an emperor protecting history, while a general wants to destroy it. The general died because of this, and the emperor has been issuing orders to keep an eye on him and prevent his resurrection. To someone who doesn't understand the situation, this might not make much sense. But if you think about it carefully, you immediately see the problem. You need to tell me which dynasty and which emperor this is. And who is this general? You clearly have historical records. How could there be no records of this? But when I tried to ask more, you were completely clueless, which made Gushi quite upset. Several times, Gushi wanted to interrupt Eddie and go find the red-robed guys to ask for more details. But Eddie was a perceptive person. As soon as he saw something was wrong, he would immediately reveal more. Finally, Gushi grew annoyed and shut up, not daring to make his own request. After questioning the others in black and white robes, Gushi heard similar stories. None of them had Eddie's self-control. When Gushi questioned them, they simply cursed the high priest's minions for destroying their history. But when he actually asked them about their history, they had no idea. Finally, an old man in white robes spoke up. "True God, if you want to know history, go to those white-skinned treasure hunters. Although they're hanging out with these red-robed dogs, they're outsiders, here to help us search for lost civilization and history. They have historical artifacts in their possession. If you want to know more detailed history, you can go find them." Gushi glanced at these people speechlessly. Their double standards were too obvious. The red-robed people opened a museum, and they called them red-robed dogs. White people have come here to do archaeological work, digging through the ground, and they still believe that white people are searching for lost civilization and history, and that they came to protect them. What's wrong with these people's brains? Speechless, Gushi could only drag a few of the red-robed people over. Compared to the black-robed and white-robed people, these red-robed people were actually somewhat educated. It's just that the only one with a higher education was chopped to pieces by Gushi. The rest were the train driver, and Mute's bodyguards, among others. They had different explanations for Gushi's question. For example, regarding the high priest behind them, they had an explanation. The pharaoh was revising history, and the high priest was the one who protected it. It was only when the pharaoh discovered the high priest's actions that he ultimately killed him and sealed him away forever. But when Gushi tried to ask for more details, that strange feeling returned. Gushi discovered that the high priest's subordinates had some knowledge of the names and identities of some historical pharaohs. Just like how Chinese people can easily recount the names of the Qin Emperor and the Han Emperor. But when it came to their ancestor, the high priest, and the pharaoh, who had been his enemy, they were clueless. They didn't even know the exact era in which the high priest and the pharaoh lived, only that it was 2,000 years ago. This was incredibly strange, because it didn't make sense. After all, they had previously vowed that this was some kind of year in the underworld, the perfect time for the high priest to escape. With such precise timing, there was no reason they would have forgotten the era in which their ancestors lived. And based on what they described, that era wasn't a chaotic one, and there was no historical gap. How could they have forgotten their ancestors? This situation puzzled Gushi, and even his own mission instructions began to doubt him. He wondered if both factions were rigged. Should he just use his red armor to resonate with history? If he could go back to that era, Gushi would know what happened. But the moment this thought came to mind, Gushi smothered it. Gushi had a feeling that both the pharaoh and the high priest were a bit fake. If all the information turned out to be false, Gushi would suffer a great loss if he used the dual red equipment resonance. The biggest taboo in playing Destiny is not to tamper with it. Doing so will bring trouble upon you with a fate storm, so just avoid it. But if the person you're looking for is a fake, the situation is different. The user of destiny will be drawn into a false destiny, and they themselves will gradually become more false. This deception is undetectable, and by the time someone realizes it, it's already too late to escape. In the end, they might be trapped in this false destiny forever, never to find their way back. So, Gu Shi's thought was fleeting, and he abandoned the plan immediately, turning his attention to the third faction. Chapter 2959. You come with me, and the rest of you, get out of here. Gu Shi lifted Eddie, and threw him onto the evil coffin. Then, Gu Shi glanced at the red-robed men and pointed at one who looked like a butler. Come here, lead the way, to your museum. The red-robed man was quite honest. He understood that the situation was stronger than he was. Eddie, the organizer of both the black and white robes, was still alive, but their leader had been killed. If he hadn't behaved more, they might have been killed in a heartbeat. So, he came directly to Gu Shi, treating him as his boss. After lifting them onto the evil coffin, Gu Shi ordered his men to release the black-robed men and their companions. Gu Shi wasn't sure which side he would join yet. Killing them indiscriminately would affect his judgment of the factions. However, Gu Shi also clearly warned these men that if they dared to appear before him again, he would not let them go. With that, Gu Shi led his men, and under the guidance of the red-robed man, they headed towards the city where the red-robed man museum was located. After Gu Shi left, the black-robed and white-robed men who had been released quickly attacked and killed all the remaining red-robed men. Their movements were so swift, as if they were afraid Gu Shi would even think of them. Gu Shi was aware of this situation. After all, the evil coffin had only been out for a short time, and the 3 live stone mirror was still recording what had happened there. However, Gu Shi had not killed these men, so for him, it did not affect his judgment of the faction. Furthermore, Gu Shi was somewhat displeased with the red-robed man's attitude. They become so degraded. What was the point of being so arrogant? Even their high priest might not be of any use to Gu Shi. That was why Gu Shi decided to use the black-robed and white-robed men to deal with the red-robed man. The rest of the journey was much easier for Gu Shi. The red-robed man had come by train, and the entire journey was managed by this butler-like red-robed man. He could easily navigate the desert. In less than an hour and a half, they had exited the desert and arrived at a rather strange-looking city. The reason this city was so strange was because it blended ancient and modern styles. From a distance, it looked like an ancient city built over 1,000 years ago, rapidly modernized due to external invasion. But there was something else that Gu Shi couldn't understand. The ancient aspects of the city felt fake to him. This feeling arises from the fact that the city's overall style is a fusion of ancient and modern, while other parts give off a more modern feel. The most important thing is the details. Although Gu Shi didn't understand the deities behind mummies, he could still tell if statues of deities had auras. The various statues and murals in the city looked antique, but when Gu Shi saw them, he immediately assumed they were from last week. It was like having a blue and white porcelain TV at home. You didn't even need someone to authenticate it to tell if it was real. It wasn't until he reached the city center that Gu Shi discovered some statues that seemed somewhat spiritual. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss in this city. This city, to highlight its antiquity, had deliberately placed statues in decorated locations. They even went so far as to create the impression that these statues had been there for countless years, from a very distant past, as if they were a part of the heritage and history of the home or city. But Gu Shi, with a fleeting glimpse, knew the identities of the deities behind these statues. He was speechless at the city's misplaced identity. The city before him looked like someone had placed a stone tombstone in their living room. No matter who saw this arrangement, they wouldn't think it was justified. So, even after just one tour of the city, Gu Shi felt a growing sense of something was amiss. Something was amiss in this city, or perhaps even in this advancement game world. He patted the butler. Have we reached the museum yet? Yes, it's just up ahead. Show us the way, and hurry up. Don't take us on a detour through the city, Gu Shi said bluntly. The steward's forehead was covered in sweat when he heard Gu Shi's words. Eddie, who was following behind Gu Shi, said, God, do you want me to kill this guy? I know where their museum is. I lead the way. No need. Just keep an eye on him and keep him quiet, Gu Shi said, looking towards a certain outpost he had just passed for the third time. This outpost was clearly not a local garrison. 3 white soldiers stood outside. They wore khaki, short-sleeved military uniforms, and carried antique-style rifles. As they stood guard outside the sentry post, though with expressions of reluctance, they possessed a sense of superiority. It was clear that they were the rulers of the city before them. The moment he saw them, Gu Shi felt as if everything about the mummy had been erased. This was not the mummy world he had imagined. At that moment, the evil coffin also stopped outside the red-robed man's museum. The museum before him was not of a local style, but a two-story building steeped in British style. As he disembarked from the evil coffin, Gushi took a quick look at the museum. Where did the initial investment for your museum come from? If asked about anything else, the butler might not know. But when it came to the investment, the butler was quite clear. Those white-skinned guys came to us on their own initiative, the butler said immediately. Before that, we were simply collecting the true history of various eras, following the high priest's wishes. You could say that most of the true history available on the market was in our hands. Then the white-skinned individuals arrived and discovered hidden history and civilizations. So to help us, they funded the establishment of this museum. We also assisted them in their search for ancient cities hidden in the desert. We also helped them find people to search for and excavate civilizations that had been buried underground for countless years. It can be said that these white-skinned individuals made our work much smoother. They also found some unique evidence, proving my lord was right. The pharaohs were revising history, and they were the sinners of history. Chapter 2960. Greed. Gushi muttered to himself, adding another note to the high priest's red-robed subordinates. However, he still walked into the museum. Upon entering, Gushi's first glance gave him the impression that the place had been robbed. Numerous display cases had fallen to the ground, and all manner of antiques, both spiritual and non-spiritual, were scattered about. A vast amount of materials covered the floor, creating a chaotic scene. What happened? The butler shouted. Eddie, who had followed in, couldn't help but smile at the sight. What else could it be? They stole too much and were retaliated against. Seeing Eddie's joyful expression, the red-robed butler's face was filled with anger. He wanted to punch Eddie and knock him down. But Eddie was clearly a general, while the red-robed butler was clearly a civilian. Furthermore, Gushi glared at him, so the red-robed butler obediently stepped aside. Clean this up. Eddie and the red-robed butler were both stunned. Clean this up? Just the two of them? How long will this take? Then, a large number of white impermanents appeared behind Gushi. This was Gushi's ghost squad, the strongest of Gushi's transport troops. As soon as they appeared, they flew out in all directions. Soon, the entire museum was filled with a sinister aura. All the materials on the ground automatically flew up, quickly sorting and reorganizing according to the text on them. The various antiques were also sorted by whether they had spiritual power or not. Those with spiritual power were singled out. Most importantly, several hidden chambers were discovered, and the various antiques within were unearthed. Gushi raised his eyelids as he looked at the items being presented, then turned to the red-robed butler and said, "It seems you haven't completely forgotten your roots." It turned out that in front of Gushi, there was more information here, and the amount of gold, silver, and gems among the antiques was actually not that large. There were actually a large number of statues, and various sacrificial offerings stored here. In other words, although these red-robed men were selling these antiques for profit, at least they hadn't forgotten their original purpose. Gushi immediately found a place to sit down and examine the antiques one by one. Of course, the only genuine antiques Gushi picked up were genuine ones with some spiritual power. He didn't care for fake items used to deceive people. Eddie and the red-robed butler had no idea what Gushi was going to do. They could only stand quietly in the corner, watching Gushi's Bai Wuchang, white ghosts, clear out the museum before them. After waiting for over an hour, Gushi finally put down his items. He looked up at the red-robed butler. After you take the money, you need to give those white guys the corresponding antiques, right? Yes, we're hired by them to search for lost civilizations. So what did you find? I see you have a record of your finds, but I haven't seen any actual items, so I'm not sure what great finds you found. Gushi asked with feigned curiosity. Upon hearing this, the red-robed butler immediately began to speak. It had to be admitted that everything in the museum was handled by this red-robed butler, and he kept records of every antique sold. According to the red-robed steward, the white-skinned people only wanted two kinds of things. One was more straightforward, antiques made of gold, silver, or gemstones. They hated these things the most. As long as they saw gold or silver, even if it was fake, they would take it. The best-selling items here were golden mummy coffins, the kind custom-made to fit the individual's body. The other type was beautiful-looking antiques, like murals and statues, which were their favorites. This seemed to align with the white-skinned people's reactions, but Gushi saw something different here. Many of the items here were first discovered by white-skinned archaeologists, who then sent the red-robed people to search for them. And after they found them, it was these white-skinned archaeologists who first deciphered the archaeological data. There were many items here that the red-robed people had no idea about. Most importantly, the white-skinned people paid very readily for these archaeological discoveries. It seems like every time they make a discovery, they hold a press conference, remove the items, and pay them on the spot. The red-robed man saw this as a sign of the white-skinned man's willingness to cooperate. But Gucci saw something fishy going on. Gucci suspected that the deciphered contents of the antiques found by the white-skinned man were all fake. Otherwise, how could it be possible that the locals didn't know the contents, yet outsiders could easily decipher them? Just ask those who have only learned simplified Chinese characters if they can read traditional characters in context, or if they can read bronze inscriptions and large and small seal scripts. Ask a white-skinned foreigner who claims to be able to easily decipher all the oracle bone inscriptions. Would anyone believe him? Gucci could tell at a glance that something like this was fake. There was no need to look for proof. Even from the deciphering records left by the red-robed men, Gucci could see that the original text and the translation didn't match. The original text was even composed of random fake characters. It was obvious that these were a scheme by the white-skinned people. As for how Gucci knew all this, Gucci has specialized in the deadly script. His mastery of language and writing is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although Gucci couldn't communicate with words, he could still tell if there were any flaws in a text. These things are all made up. Gucci raised the information in his hand. At first, they made it up, but later on, they completely lost their nerve. Look at this first bit, at least they followed your conventions. And then, there's this part, isn't this your history? Can't you tell for yourself? Eddie and the red-robed butler were both completely bewildered. One of them hadn't read much, while the other was wondering if he ever actually done something like this before. Seeing them like this, Gucci immediately pointed out the issues he identified. Look, see here? This pattern appears 3 times in these documents. The first time, they translated it as a water god, but here, you see the same pattern. If you say it's a city, I accept it. Naming a city after a deity is understandable, after all. What about this last bit? What does it refer to? The last pharaoh of a dynasty fell from a chair and died. Do you think this makes sense? This is just a lie. Chapter 2961. Gucci could easily point out 100 problems with this translation. The red-robed butler broke into a cold sweat, and Eddie sneered. I've been saying this, they're the destroyers of history. The entire lineage of the high priest must die. But Gucci didn't respond to Eddie's words. He said calmly, I don't know what these things you're passing down are about. But this doesn't align with what I know. All this time, you've been saying that your high priests are protecting history. I don't think you call that protecting history. That's right, they're destroying history. Eddie spoke excitedly. Seeing the red-robed butler's ideals crumble made him happier than killing him. Gucci glanced at the 2 men, then carefully flipped through a book on the history of ancient dynasties. Looking at the history inside, Gucci couldn't help but frown. True God, have you found evidence that they're revising history? I said the high priest was a demon they. Unexpectedly, Gucci put down his history book and looked up at the red-robed butler. I want to meet with your high priest. Before the red-robed butler could reply, Eddie said, True God you. What? Do I need your opinion on my actions? Gucci glared at Eddie. He really didn't want to care about the situation in the various factions before him. He just wanted to know what was going on. Why was history so strange? Reading these historical records, he felt that many of the pharaohs in them seemed to be in a hurry. There are countless pharaohs who ascended the throne at 5 and died at 12, or who ascended the throne at 10 and died at 11. The most infuriating thing is that they left descendants, often as young as 5 or 6. After their deaths, their descendants would continue to reign until the end of the dynasty, when it was replaced by a new one. It feels as if, knowing only a beginning and an end, they managed to cram the lives of 422 pharaohs into this short timeline. That's not the worst part. The most important thing is that before this pharaoh's accelerated death, this world was in the mythological age, where the rulers were gods who could live for thousands to tens of thousands of years. After this pharaoh's accelerated death, there was a 3,000-year gap, as if all civilization had been swallowed by the wind and sand. If there were no flaws in this, Gucci would definitely eat his brain. Gucci suspected that the historical revisions the high priest or the pharaoh were referring to were related to this forced insertion. Without knowing where the pharaoh died, where he was buried, or whether his remains had been stolen, Gucci's best option was to seek out the high priest for information. After all, the high priest likely died because of this incident. Even if it wasn't, he undoubtedly knew the circumstances behind it. Therefore, seeking out the high priest would be the easiest option at this point. Hearing Gucci's intention to seek out the high priest, the red-robed butler nearly jumped. God, I go get the train ready now. No need. Just lead the way, just like before. Oh, The red-robed butler then remembered how fast Gushi's evil coffin moved. Where a train might take days to reach, the evil coffin could arrive in just hours. So the red-robed butler quickly agreed. Eddie, meanwhile, looked around, as if wanting to spread the word and have someone come to stop Gushi's actions. Don't bother looking. It's useless. Your army is too small for me to handle. I just want to know the truth. I don't mean to be your enemy. But if you really want to die, then I don't care whether you live or die. After saying this, Eddie froze. Why were they so quiet before? Wasn't it because they couldn't win? Gushi could easily deploy several times his number. How could they fight him? They were human, not undead. They get tired if they fought for a long time, and they die if they were hacked to death. Most importantly, they still have families. If all the able-bodied men in their tribe were exterminated, the women and children wouldn't survive either. For now, it's better to behave yourself. Seeing Eddie calm down, Gushi nodded. He was about to leave, when a group of white-skinned soldiers suddenly rushed in. Looking at these arrogant white-skinned soldiers, Gushi didn't know what to say. They were weaklings with a combat level of 1 and a combat power of 5. How could they be so arrogant? Most importantly, don't they have good eyesight? Although there were only a few living people here, Gushi's white impermanence hadn't been withdrawn yet. Don't they see all these ghosts here? The white-skinned soldiers didn't care. As they rushed in, they raised their muskets and pointed them at Gushi and the others. Hands up! Hurry! Gushi raised his lip. These guys are courting death. The ghost squad transformed into the white impermanence immediately surrounded the soldiers from all sides, ready to kill them all. The red-robed butler quickly stopped Gushi. Although he had only known Gushi for a few hours, he had a clear understanding of his personality. He was someone who wouldn't be provoked. Anyone who provoked him was a direct enemy, ready to kill. The red-robed butler was well aware of the strength of the soldiers in this city. They were basically a bunch of scum, but the status they represented in the city was different. Attacking the military would only lead to a massacre. A conflict must not occur at this moment. In truth, the red-robed butler didn't understand Gushi at all. Gushi never cared about matters like whether to massacre the city or not. As a necromancer, the difference between his own city massacre and the enemy's was simply whether he could obtain more undead. As for whether the city's residents lived or died, Gushi truly had no such concern. Gushi, stopped by the red-robed butler, grinned. I give you only 1 minute. If these guys don't leave in 1 minute, you won't be allowed to leave. The red-robed butler, upon hearing this, grew nervous. He hurried toward the soldiers, looking for someone to talk to. At least someone who would listen to his advice. Just then, the figure of a woman in linen caught his eye. The red-robed butler's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed to the door, shouting. Chapter 2962. Miss Rachel, why are you here too? The red-robed butler said as he walked out. Under the watchful eyes of the white-skinned soldier, he grabbed the woman hiding in the corner. After being grabbed by the red-robed butler, the woman gave an awkward smile. Butler Spring, huh? Didn't something happen at your museum? Gushi also walked out at this moment. He glanced at the woman and said bluntly, What's going on? The red-robed butler said quickly, My God, this is Miss Rachel, one of the museum's financial backers. Participating in the archaeological excavation? Gushi immediately understood the red-robed butler's implication. However, Gushi took a closer look at the woman and noticed that her skin had a tan, clearly from being exposed to the sun outdoors. It was clear that she wasn't the type to just sit in an office and wait. She was participating in the field excavation. Oh yes, she? Okay, let's talk to her. If nothing else, we leave. Gushi didn't want to engage in further conversation with these white-skinned individuals. There was no need. By the time he had to talk to them, Gushi would have already found the high priest's body. Ah, then here. We already found all the necessary clues. Do you still need this? Gushi glanced at the museum behind him. The useful items here weren't really important, they were all fakes, and the logic behind them was flawed in various ways. Gushi didn't care at all. If these white-skinned individuals wanted it, then give it to them. Upon hearing this, the red-robed butler shook his head decisively. Wait, who are you? But just as Gushi was about to leave, Miss Rachel became displeased. In her opinion, Gushi's lack of attention was inappropriate. It has nothing to do with you. Without a second thought, Gushi prepared to take a detour to the evil coffin. At this point, Miss Rachel also became furious. Capture him. The white-skinned soldiers nearby immediately raised their muskets and aimed at Gushi. But the next moment, a white impermanence appeared behind them. These white impermanents simply grabbed at their bodies, dragging a ball of soul into their bodies. Although Gushi's ghost squad was a transport unit, their level wasn't particularly high. But that depended on what they were compared to. These white-skinned soldiers were all level 1. Forget Gushi's ghost squad. Even a random skeleton soldier on the side of the road could easily be dispatched. Most importantly, Gushi was getting annoyed. Such a trivial matter had dragged on for so long. Did he really think Gushi wouldn't kill anyone in this game? After watching all the soldiers with their weapons fall, Miss Rachel finally realized that Gushi wasn't one of those city dwellers. He wouldn't get away with it. So she immediately stepped back. Gushi simply glanced at her and jumped onto the evil coffin. Eddie and the red-robed butler followed obediently. Before they could settle, the evil coffin took off. The evil coffin wasn't at its fastest speed inside the city, but it was exceeding the standards of vehicles of that era. Once outside, it reached Mach 7, stirring up the yellow sand behind it. Only then did Miss Rachel regain her composure. She looked at the corpse of the white soldier lying on the ground, a flicker of fear in her eyes. She knew full well that if Gushi hadn't been so anxious to leave, she might have died. The current situation frightened her, but she wasn't the type to scream when faced with danger. She didn't know what to do. At that moment, a somewhat scruffy-looking white man appeared nearby. He had blonde hair parted in the middle, and his fair skin was heavily sunburned. Seeing Miss Rachel about to cry but unable to, he quickly stepped forward and embraced her. "Miss Rachel, what happened?" "The museum was robbed. I called in the nearby military, but it was useless. They were all killed. What should I do? What should I do now?" Feeling comforted, Miss Rachel breathed a sigh of relief and burst into tears. The blonde with the middle parted hair didn't know what to do in this situation. In the end, she could only hug the man tighter, thinking about how to distract Miss Rachel. "Miss Rachel, do you think they found some clues to something? That's why they're in a hurry." The blonde's casual remark made Miss Rachel realize something. "Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. That person seemed to have said before that they found all the clues they were looking for, and now they're in a hurry. They must have found something quite important, possibly a new discovery of civilization." Miss Rachel's voice grew more and more excited. "No, we can't let them take it like this. We have to chase them." "Wait, Miss Rachel, do you know what they're looking for? Do you know where they're going? And look at how these soldiers died. They don't have a single wound on their bodies. If we keep chasing them like this, are we sure we can get everything back?" Hearing the blonde's words, Miss Rachel realized something. While she might not have a firm grasp on some things, she knew the immense combat power of these white-skinned soldiers. They were all instantly killed by Gushi. Even if she caught up with him, she wouldn't be able to do anything. "What should we do?" "Let's go find the commander stationed in this city. He's also responsible for the deaths of these soldiers, and he knows something about the museum. He can't help out right now. We share some of the treasures with them later. I believe their commander will be willing to send troops." "Give them some?" "No, we can't. These are all relics of civilization." "Do you know what relics are?" "They're all history. I didn't ask you to give them everything. Just give them the gold and jewelry. The soldiers don't care about history, they just want money. And the history you're looking for doesn't conflict with what they're looking for." Under the persuasion of the blonde with the middle part, Miss Rachel finally understood the situation and finally agreed. "Let's do this, but they already gotten far away. How can we catch them?" "Miss Rachel, they fled, but the museum is still there. As long as we know what materials they took, we can know what clues they found," the blonde with the middle part said confidently. Chapter 2963. Back in the desert, Gushi, having determined his direction, began running at breakneck speed. In just over an hour, Gushi reached the spot where he had captured Eddie and the red-robed butler. The red-robed men's train remained in place, though everything that could be removed had been stripped from it. The red-robed men Gushi had left behind were almost all dead. Their bodies would simply be dumped into the desert. Within 2 days, they would vanish, leaving not a single bone behind. Eddie, standing atop the evil coffin, was visibly relieved. It seemed his people had all returned, and Gushi hadn't troubled them. Standing there, Gushi pulled out a map and asked the red-robed butler, who was determining his direction. "By the way, do you understand this map?" The red-robed butler took the map and glanced at it, visibly stunned. "This map is way too simplistic. How could I possibly understand it?" Just as the red-robed butler shook his head, Eddie leaned over to take a look. "I know this place." "You know?" Gushi asked with some disbelief. He was focused on completing his mission, and didn't want to let petty intrigues derail his plans. "Yes, this is a very old map, isn't it? This marking points to the Starwater Oasis. This oasis disappeared approximately 1,700 years ago. Our tribe is well aware of this." "Oh, then what do you think this location is?" Hearing that Eddie could actually recognize the markings on the map, Gushi became more convinced. The biggest reason Gushi couldn't use the map was that he couldn't pinpoint his current location. When you can't pinpoint your location, even the most detailed map is useless. Now that you can pinpoint a specific location on the map, the situation is different. With a little more comparison, you always find it. So Gushi swung the map in front of Eddie. Compare, and see where the cross is. Eddie took the map, and began to examine it carefully. Now it was the red-robed butler's turn to look over. You're pinpointing your target. What are you looking at? Gushi, seeing the red-robed butler's reaction, said bluntly. I gave you the map before, but you couldn't pinpoint the location. Now you're looking at it again. Do you really think I'm here for fun? The red-robed butler, upon hearing this, could only shrink his head and diligently determine the location of the high priest's burial. Eddie, hearing this, also laughed. Yes, that's right. Hurry and offend the true God so I can lead them elsewhere, and make your high priest miss this chance at resurrection. But as he looked, Eddie's expression changed. He slowly realized that the map Gushi had given him seemed to point to the location where the high priest was sealed. However, the high priest's men used the stars for navigation. They memorized the coordinates, and as long as they traveled at a designated time, they could find the location hidden in the desert. The map before them, on the other hand, used various oases or landmarks on the ground for navigation. There was no need to go to a specific location at a designated time. They could go there at any time. However, if these landmarks disappeared, they would lose their way. Seeing Eddie's look, Gushi glanced at him. Found it? Oh, I found it. This? Stop talking about this and that. Tell me. This is where the high priest is buried. Eddie muttered. Hearing this, the red-robed butler immediately snatched the map away. He glanced at the map. Although he couldn't quite make out the location, he still burst into laughter. Ha ha, so this is where the high priest is buried. Let's see how awesome you are, ha ha. The red-robed butler laughed, waving the map in his hand. Gushi didn't comment on Eddie's judgment. He had already had this suspicion from the beginning. After all, Gushi had already made this assumption when he had obtained the information about the giant stone. After all, the stone clearly indicated that it was used to seal people. That was why Gushi had decided to follow the map to find it first. Later, after encountering the descendants of the pharaoh and the high priest, Gushi changed his mind and decided to inquire about the situation. He had never expected that things would come full circle. But Gushi didn't regret his previous choice. At the museum, Gushi sorted out some things. Now, all he had to do was find the high priest and ask him about history, and he would have a chance of completing the quest. In fact, Gushi hadn't considered that he might have increased the difficulty of the quest. Perhaps the idea of the advancement game was simply to force Gushi to choose between the black-robed, white-robed, red-robed, or white-skinned factions. The high priest and the pharaoh weren't necessarily choices Gushi had to make. It's just that Gushi initially came across information related to the high priest and the pharaoh, leading him to believe they were absolutely involved, which is why the matter escalated so dramatically. In fact, if Gushi hadn't overestimated his own strength and revisited the quest, he'd have realized it wasn't that difficult. Searching for the high priest was a red armor quest, not a main quest. But Gushi had no idea at the moment. He then said to Eddie, "Lead the way. True God. Take me there. I don't want to ask you again." Gushi simply ignored Eddie's expression. This mission concerned him, and Gushi didn't want to give up just because of someone else's words. Besides, what was the high priest? Could he produce the red armor? If not, he was nothing more than a corpse in Gushi's eyes. After Gushi had clarified all the questions he wanted to ask, he would decide whether to let the high priest return to his proper place or revise the history of this place. After all, the advancement mission is crucial right now. Anyone who tries to sabotage it is an enemy. Seeing Gushi's expression, Eddie understood that Gushi was the kind of superior who truly cared nothing for the lives of others. If Gushi truly wanted to unleash a devastating slaughter, Eddie's 10,000-plus cavalrymen would be no match for him. It wouldn't take long, perhaps less than an hour would wipe them all out. Gushi would then have to thank Eddie, adding over 10,000 Black Blood Knights to his Knight's Blood path. After all, only cavalrymen could become Black Blood Knights. Others, no matter how powerful, could only become undead servants or undead laborers. Now that Gushi had said this, Eddie had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "I take you there." Chapter 2964. Back on the road, Gushi's speed was noticeably faster for the remainder of the journey. After all, he had locked on to his target and determined his direction. Now he simply needed to follow it. Gushi first headed for the oasis Eddie had mentioned. Gushi had just heard the name and forgotten it. After all, the oasis had disappeared for over 1,000 years. Without an oasis, there was no longer a name. After arriving, Gushi began to locate the location using the map, while the red-robed steward, with his limited knowledge of the celestial sky, used the stars in the sky to locate the location. One had to admit, these two were mortal enemies, but their coordination was truly excellent. They quickly confirmed their direction. Gushi didn't care about the dangers along the way. He drove the evil coffin at full speed, with the evil coffin guards positioned at the outermost perimeter. All obstacles and traps were simply destroyed by Gushi. Facing the sand dunes, Gushi didn't even need to take detours, he walked in a straight line. Gushi even had time to discuss some matters with Eddie and the red-robe butler. Of course, the focus of their discussion was naturally Eddie and his team's ability to raise horses in the desert, as well as the red-robe people's train. While the train wasn't very fast, Gushi still valued their ability to lay their own railway. After all, how could one describe this thing? Gushi had never seen it before, and with such a configuration, he had no idea where its power came from. Gushi simply had a feeling it would be quite useful. At least for Gushi's underworld, it was a rather interesting method. A little more knowledge was always a good thing. The red-robed steward had no intention of hiding these things. According to him, the train was brought in by the white-skinned people. The methods used to strengthen the train were local methods. These included spells and sorcery. They had spent a lot of money, but they had only built this train. But he remembered that he had left the blueprints behind. Where are the blueprints? They were taken by the white-skinned military. They're in the barracks. There's also a copy hidden in the museum director's home. After hearing this, Gushi closed his eyes. After a moment he said, "Okay, I arranged for someone to get it." The red-robed steward wondered how Gushi could have such a trick. But in reality, Gushi had simply thrown a pole star into the fate line. Now, he had dispatched another unit to retrieve the blueprints. For Gushi, these blueprints might not be the best, but he had to have them. After taking care of this small matter, Gushi turned his gaze toward the desert. A figure wearing a Huangquan dragon robe appeared behind him, pointing toward a location ahead. Following the direction the figure pointed, Gushi noticed that veins of earth, imbued with imperial energy, were beginning to appear in the desert. It was clear that this area was the ancestral tomb of the pharaohs. "What's that place over there?" "The Valley of the Kings." Eddie immediately said, "Most emperors, after their death, built their own pyramids here and were buried there." If it had been before, Gushi might not have noticed anything. But this time, it was different. Gushi asked directly, "Are all the emperors buried here?" "Yes, all the emperors are buried here." Eddie was a little confused as to why Gushi had specifically asked this. Gushi took a deep breath, and when he looked back at that spot, his eyes changed. After a long pause, Gushi asked again, "How long does it take to build a pyramid?" 17 to 20 years, the red-robed butler said immediately. As a dedicated archaeologist, he had a deep understanding of pyramid construction. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. A pharaoh, who ascended the throne at a young age and died in his teens, spent more than 10 or 20 years building a pyramid. Would anyone believe that? Do you think construction began before the pharaoh was born, or that his grandchildren and great-grandchildren continued to help him after his death? Most importantly, even during the change of dynasties, the previous pharaoh's pyramid continued to be built. I don't quite understand. After hearing Gushi's words, Eddie couldn't accuse the red-robed people of revising history. Because the Imperial Valley was right there, Gushi's question was so practical that Eddie had no way of responding. Gushi then asked, "Eddie, your tribe isn't guarding the Imperial Valley, is it?" "Aw, no, we're guarding another place. The Imperial Valley isn't actually guarded by anyone." Eddie shook his head quickly. "Then what's the difference between your pharaoh and the pharaoh in the Imperial Valley?" Eddie was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "I really don't know. I haven't asked." Gushi didn't intend to ask any more questions about this seemingly clueless answer. It's pointless to ask. I'd rather spend that time observing the surroundings. At this moment, Eddie seemed to remember something. "I think I heard about some hidden records about the Valley of the Kings. My teacher told me that. Although we never been there, there's definitely such a place." "Oh, where is it?" Eddie rarely gave out information, so Gushi became somewhat curious. "They say it's in the very center of the desert. They say some of my teachers were blown there by a storm. There's a temple of wisdom there, with some records inside." Gushi shook his head. This was useful information, but it wasn't something he could use right now. At least Gushi knew what he wanted. The most important thing now was advancing. As for the center of the desert, it shouldn't be too far for Gushi. Gushi glanced up at the desert and said nothing more. Eddie thought he had piqued Gushi's interest, and that he would immediately ask about the center of the desert. Gushi only asked one question and nothing else, leaving Eddie baffled. The red-robed butler then jumped in to slap him in the face. "Ha, what are you thinking? Trying to lure the true god away? You're really overthinking it. Can you see that the true god's purpose this time is quite clear? It's for the high priest. And he probably wants to establish the historical truth. Until he does that, nothing else can change his course. So you better just wait patiently. Wait until we resurrect the high priest. Wait until all of you tombkeepers are dead." Ha ha. Chapter 2965. Gushi had no intention of intervening in the conflict between Eddie and the red-robed butler. At this point, he had already shifted his gaze from the Imperial Valley and returned to the road ahead. Gushi felt a nagging sense of unease about this advancement. Everything seemed strange, especially the over 400 pharaohs of those years, who seemed isolated. Based on the information Gushi had gathered so far, he felt as if the world before him had been patched up. The closer he got to the high priest's territory, the stronger this feeling became. Although Gushi didn't care about all this, he himself disliked being manipulated. Gushi had silently activated his strange dragon aura and began absorbing all the negative influences around him. Unfortunately, after consuming for a long time, he found nothing affecting him. At most, it only gave him peace of mind. Soon, Gushi and his companions had already traveled thousands of kilometers. At this point, Gushi's evil coffin slowed down. Eddie and the red-robed butler stopped bickering. One focused on the details of the roadside, the other on the stars. They would eventually confirm their location with each other. To ensure Gushi was heading in the right direction. Gushi's vision grew brighter as he discerned a pyramid on the horizon. The pyramid was only the size of a thumb, but with his eyesight, he could clearly see everything. "Let's go over there and take a look." At this point, Gushi didn't even wait for the evil coffin to activate. He immediately opened a portal to another dimension and stepped through. Eddie and the red-robed butler hadn't expected Gushi to do something like this. They were just studying their surroundings when the scenery suddenly changed, and the evil coffin stopped at a certain location. Then, they felt their vision darken, as if they had rushed into the shadow of something. They were about to say something when they realized Gushi was standing on the evil coffin, looking up at the pyramid before them. The pyramid before them was pitch black, at least 300 meters high. Standing before it, Gushi felt like an ant looking at a human. It was then that Eddie and the red-robed butler realized what was happening, and they exchanged a puzzled look. "What is this? A pyramid? Look around, try to find the entrance." Gushi spoke as he took off, aiming for a higher point above the pyramid to take a closer look. Upon hearing this, Eddie and the red-robed butler sprang into action, searching for the pyramid's entrance. However, they didn't realize that Gushi's words weren't meant for them. As Gushi took flight, Eugenia's team, dressed as the White Impermanents, appeared nearby. They completely ignored Eddie and the red-robed butler and headed straight for the pyramid's perimeter and surface. It was clear they weren't searching for the entrance. They seemed intent on dismantling the entire structure. Gushi paid no attention to his subordinates' affairs. He had already reached a point level with the pyramid's apex. Floating there, Gushi could see a small black marble pyramid perched atop the pyramid's surface. The surface of this small pyramid was engraved with many different patterns. Death words. Gushi immediately activated his death words ability to read the patterns before him. These patterns were significantly different from the ones he had seen in the museum. These characters before him were not unique, they had a source. Although Gushi did not know the origin of these characters and patterns, he could clearly see that they meant suppression. It seemed that some of the stories along the way were true. That the high priest was thrown into a worm coffin and suppressed within this pyramid. The purpose was to prevent the high priest from escaping. This alone was enough to demonstrate the power of the pharaoh. Gazetting the small pyramid for a moment, Gushi slowly descended to the ground. At this moment, Eddie suddenly spoke up. "True God, could you have found this place without us?" "Yes, I came here to find out something. It wouldn't have been the same whether I met you or not. At most, I have gotten here faster after meeting you." Gushi didn't hide anything, he spoke directly. "Of course, you guys were somewhat helpful. At least with your help, I was able to learn something. Now, please step aside. I need to see if the person down there is dead or alive." While Gushi was talking to Eddie, the red-robed butler remained uninvolved. He frantically followed by Wu Chang, searching for a way to break open the pyramid. In his eyes, their clan's dream was now just one step away. Now was no time to argue with Eddie. He had to exhume the high priest's body beforehand so he could be resurrected. The thought of resurrection visibly froze the red-robed butler. Then he raised his head and gazed toward the sky. It was morning, the sun had barely risen. He kept recollecting the date, and finally, As if something had struck him, he darted over to Gushi. True God, could you ask your men to search faster? What's wrong? Gushi, who was currently conversing with Eddie, asked curiously. It is so, True God. My high priest was not mummified, he was sealed in a worm coffin. So his soul did not enter the underworld, but wandered the wastes of death. The black scripture of the dead, which can resurrect humans, is useless to the high priest. He only has a chance to be resurrected once every 1,000 years. And that chance will be tonight. My high priest's body is still buried beneath this pyramid. This is the work of the pharaoh, who is using the pyramid to seal my high priest. If we can't dig my high priest out of the pyramid's seal and suppression, he will miss this opportunity. The next time the high priest wants to be resurrected will be 1,000 years from now. Hearing this, Gushi frowned. I understand. With these words, Gushi's undead rushed out at an even faster speed. This time, Gushi no longer cared about the pyramid's condition. In his eyes, the fastest way to find the high priest's body was to demolish the pyramid before him. As for the pharaoh's seal on the high priest, Gushi didn't take it seriously at all. Isn't he just a pharaoh from some unknown era? How could he possibly come out and cause trouble for Gushi? Chapter 2966. When Gushi's men were working at full speed, their speed was truly remarkable. As soon as Gushi gave the order, the ghost squad had already dismantled the outer layer of the black pyramid, revealing the layers of stone beneath. These stones, like those Gushi had encountered along the way, looked like marble on the surface, but were actually concrete with various additives. Under each one lay a considerable number of human lives. Gushi particularly noticed that the mortar filling the gaps between the stones was a dark red, suggesting that human flesh and blood had been incorporated into the mortar. Judging from the current arrangement, the pharaoh was no easy man. Even in Gushi's city of the dead, he didn't use corpses as materials. Most of the materials were genuine. After mentally complaining about the pharaoh, Gushi watched his men dismantle the stones one by one and carry them aside. Some of these stones were the size of cars, while the larger ones might weigh dozens of tons. Normally, to dismantle this thing, one would have to start from the top, requiring a variety of tools. But for Gushi's spirit, that wasn't necessary. He simply dismantled whatever he needed. Especially since these stones held souls trapped within them. These souls had been buried here for countless years, exposed to the elements, their resentment surging to a point of unbearable intensity. To put it bluntly, if Gushi were truly ruthless, he could have used a necromancy spell on the pyramid, summoning a multitude of evil spirits. However, Gushi still had time, so he didn't need to do that. Therefore, he chose the current demolition strategy to demolish the pyramid. Gushi didn't waste the dismantled stones. With a simple wave of his hand, the Yellow Springs Road unfolded, and Gushi set all the stones into his own Yellow Springs Road. Whether the souls trapped within the stones could be drawn by the Yellow Springs Road, crawl out, and finally pass through the gates of hell was not Gushi's concern. After all, Gushi had already given them a way out. About 3 hours later, the pyramid had been largely excavated. By now, Gushi and his companions could see the interior of the pyramid. This pyramid before them was likely used to seal and suppress enemies. So, the pharaoh's layout was clearly targeted. Most importantly, the pyramid's interior structure was completely different from that of a normal pyramid. A normal pyramid has a standard burial chamber, where the coffin is placed no matter what. But the black pyramid before them was different. Gushi's pyramid had been half removed. Not only was there no burial chamber, but even the passage leading to it was missing. It felt as if the coffin had been used as a pyramid material, being pressed into the interior. No wonder Gushi's men couldn't find the entrance after searching for so long. It turns out this pyramid wasn't designed to allow anyone to escape. Its construction was based on a single purpose, to suppress the high priest. But there was still some time, so Gushi looked up at the sky and decided to send out another batch of undead transport troops and undead laborers. The undead transport troops also had mud and ice dragon carts to accompany them. With their help, the pace of pyramid excavation increased significantly. The remaining half of the pyramid was also completely demolished in a little over 2 hours. This scene left Eddie and the red-robed butler stunned. They hadn't expected such a tall and large solid pyramid to be completely demolished in just over 5 hours. What a remarkable efficiency. Given their 5 hours, they might not even be able to circle a pyramid like this. At this moment, Gushi beckoned to the red-robed butler. Come here and look for the high priest's coffin. This pyramid is quite strange. It's entirely solid. I dismantled everything I could, but I haven't found the insect coffin you mentioned. All the dismantled items are here. Come and see where the insect coffin is. If you can't find it, your high priest will miss this chance at resurrection. Hearing Gu Shi's words, the red-robed butler quickly ran over and began searching among the rocks that had been moved to the desert outside and the original pyramid foundation. However, the red-robed butler didn't know much, and Gu Shi even released the undead laborers, transformed from his museum directors to cease body, to join the search. But the pace was still slow, and as it was already afternoon, Gu Shi grew somewhat anxious. Eddie, do you know any unusual legends about the insect coffin? Me? I don't know. Then tell me how the pharaoh sealed the high priest, Gu Shi asked again. Let me think. It seems they say the coffin was wrapped in chains and sealed within a black pyramid, controlled by Anubis. Eddie was reciting a poem passed down orally within the tribe. After listening, Gu Shi turned to the undead beside him and said, Did you hear that? Go find it. Gu Shi's undead immediately rushed out to search. This time, they had a clear target, chains and the statue. This gave Gu Shi's men some idea of what they were looking for. Soon, a undead returned. Sir, we found the statue mentioned in the poem, but what? But the statue isn't inside the pyramid, it's outside. Where are the chains? Gu Shi asked immediately. We found traces of them, but they're clearly all broken. All the chains are broken? Gu Shi narrowed his eyes and began to draw on the ground. Tell me where the statues are. Gu Shi's drawing skills were incredibly useful at this point. He simply listened to his subordinates' descriptions and drew the corresponding pattern on the ground. Soon, Gu Shi had drawn a picture of 5 statues holding the pyramid with chains. At this point, Gu Shi had a few thoughts. Where is the small pyramid on top of the pyramid? After being removed, it was placed back to its original location east of the pyramid. Don't worry, sir. When we dismantle the pyramid, we position it according to its internal structure. Check the interior of all the stones in this section, and find the ones with a chain pattern on them. Then, put them back together in their original positions. Gu Shi immediately gave the order. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this order, the undead rushed out, and soon all the dismantled stones on the east side of the pyramid were being moved again. Chapter 2967. Sir, we found something unusual. It took only 7 or 8 minutes for the undead to report back. As expected, clues can lead to faster progress. Following the undead, they arrived at the east side of the original pyramid, where a large number of dismantled stones lay. The small pyramid, originally placed atop the pyramid, was also placed here. Gu Shi could clearly see iron rings beneath the small pyramid. They were clearly used to wrap chains. Then, a row of stones followed, all bore the marks of chains. Although the chains had long since disappeared after so many years, they were still quite obvious to Gu Shi's undead. And all the stones were arranged in order, with the marks continuing all the way down. Gu Shi examined each stone one by one, finally resting his gaze on a relatively large one. This boulder is where the chain finally disappeared. The chain marks on the other boulder blocks all had a beginning and an end, but on this one, only half of them were visible. It ended right there. While Gu Shi had his men search for other boulder blocks bearing the chain mark, he unleashed his 9-dragon cannon and fired a single shot at the stone before him. With a wave of his hand, a beam of white light descended from the sky, striking the boulder squarely. Boom! The stone exploded instantly. As the dust settled, a hint of a smile crossed Gu Shi's eyes. All right, there's no need to search any further. Let's have the butler and Eddie come over and see if this is the insect coffin they're talking about. It turned out that Gu Shi's previous blow had caused the boulder to crumble instantly, revealing the bronze coffin within as the fragments fell. This bronze coffin was completely black, with many rotten cloth strips still covering its surface. After clearing away the cloth strips, the condition of the coffin could be seen. The bronze coffin before him was clearly not one that had been prepared long in advance. This one was crudely crafted. It looked like layers of copper sheets had been nailed together. The best this coffin could do was to prevent leaks. Other aspects like aesthetics were beyond guarantee. Standing before the coffin, Gu Shi could only see a human figure with its hands crossed over its chest. There was nothing else. Unlike the pharaoh coffins Gu Shi had seen in museums before, each one depicting the pharaoh's appearance in life. This is too crudely made, Gu Shi muttered, circling the coffin. After this circle, Gu Shi was certain this was the high priest's coffin. After all, he saw traces of chains on the outside. It seemed the chains had originally been wrapped directly around the coffin, hanging it in the middle of the pyramid, somewhere between heaven and earth. The pharaoh had gone to great lengths to prevent the high priest from resurrecting. As Gu Shi sighed, Eddie and the red-robed butler arrived. The moment they saw the coffin before Gu Shi, their faces changed. If Gu Shi hadn't been standing nearby, the red-robed butler might have pounced on it. Eddie's eyes darted wildly. clearly considering how to eliminate the high priest within the coffin. But Eddie also understood that what the pharaoh hadn't managed, he couldn't do either. Now he could only hope to drag it out for tonight. By dawn tomorrow, the high priest would have missed his chance at resurrection, and would have to wait 1,000 years for another resurrection. You arrived just in time. Come and see if this is the coffin that seals the high priest. Gushi didn't care what they were thinking. Upon seeing them, he simply waved at them. Upon hearing Gushi's words, the red-robed butler rushed over, stood beside the coffin, and first examined the face on it. Seeing the crudely painted face, the red-robed butler was furious. Gushi didn't know why the coffins were shaped like humans, but the red-robed butler knew full well. The coffins here represented the identity and face of their owner while they roamed the underworld. The fact that the face wasn't fully painted clearly indicated a desire to prevent the high priest's identity from being recognized, and to prevent him from having a comfortable life in the underworld. Seeing this, the red-robed butler completely lost focus. He reached out and pressed down on the coffin, attempting to open it. Gushi immediately stopped him. This isn't the right place. Find an unobstructed spot. Gushi spoke as he instructed his undead to lift the coffin and carry it to a location farther from the pyramid. Gushi could sense that the pyramid's location had been carefully chosen. Although the pyramid had been demolished, Gushi couldn't be sure whether this location would suppress the high priest's body. So, he simply took the coffin to a farther location, away from the immediate area. Meanwhile, Gushi wasn't completely convinced that the coffin before him belonged to the high priest. Before leaving, he instructed his men to search for other coffins hidden within the rocks. After all, Gushi wasn't entirely sure what was happening. He didn't know if the high priest within the coffin was real. What if it was fake? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to search again? Gushi had truly considered everything. After leaving the pyramid's area with the coffin, Gushi didn't immediately lower it. Instead, he released the person wearing the Huangquan dragon robe and, using the robe's vision, surveyed the surroundings. After confirming they were truly outside the pyramid's influence, Gushi began searching for a suitable ley line to lower the coffin. This new ley line was actually quite weak. However, the feng shui of this particular location suited Gushi's needs perfectly. It was a decent burial site. As Gushi approached, he could even sense waves of Yin energy rising from the ground. This was enough for Gushi. After setting the coffin down, he walked directly to its side, stretched out his hand, and with a push, the lid flew open. At this moment, a large number of flesh beetles swarmed out of the coffin and pounced directly at Gushi. Before the flesh beetles could reach Gushi, a swarm of bone-eating locusts transformed by sacred moonlight appeared immediately, and pinned the flesh beetles to the ground. A dinging sound echoed in Gushi's ears. You have discovered a deified corpse. Red equipment quest, deified corpse progress increased. Searching for the deified corpse, completed. Chapter 2968. Did he find the right one? Gushi's eyes lit up at the prompt. The primordial hand of death dragged the corpse out. The corpse, held in Gushi's grasp, had been gnawed away to the point of leaving no trace of flesh or blood. Only a skeleton hanging from its skin remained. If it weren't for some strange power, Gushi felt that even the skin might not be left. Even someone like Gushi, who had seen many corpses, could sense the tattered state of this one. This was called a deified corpse? Is it true? Dragged the corpse in front of him and examined it carefully, feeling somewhat unsure. Thinking for a moment, he glanced up at the setting sun and turned to look at the red-robed butler. Will he resurrect tonight? Yes, tonight. Alright, I trust you this once, and try to resurrect him. But I tell you, if what comes back isn't what I want, I don't mind turning him into a corpse again. Gushi raised his hand and returned the corpse to the coffin. Then Gushi sat back on the evil coffin. The cleanup work at the pyramid continued until Gushi called a halt. Gushi's undead used various methods to search for clues among the dismantled stones. Some even set their sights on the excavated pyramid foundation. Perhaps, these undead thought, something might be hidden beneath the foundation. This was understandable. After all, a pyramid this large couldn't possibly be floating in the desert, right? For the pyramid to be stable, a foundation must be laid. And the foundation covers a considerable area, perhaps even a crypt or something. Since they have nothing else to do now, they can naturally come over and dismantle the foundation to see if there's anything else underneath. As for the stones and other objects Gushi had requested, a large number of small objects have already been found. While not every stone has a small object, there are still 1 or 2 objects used to suppress undead spirits or ghosts among the hundreds. Gushi's men didn't care about these objects, because the suppression methods used are targeted. It seems that most of them are specifically targeted, as if they go so far as to identify the deity behind them. These were clearly intended for the high priests, and the ordinary undead were merely brushed aside. Gu Shi's undead were merely a little uncomfortable, but it didn't pose much of a threat to them. In fact, they found these unearthed objects interesting and could be used as decorations, so they collected them one by one. Gu Shi wouldn't bother with this process. Gu Shi had always been generous with the items his men collected. From the very beginning of his command, he had always been willing to share the good stuff with his men. This was even more true now. And his undead men remembered Gu Shi, reporting any valuable finds directly and delivering them to him. So, Gu Shi always had great confidence in his men. He was now waiting for nightfall. Just then, one of the undead spirits accidentally picked up a small item. While checking its properties, the item struck the undead spirit, knocking him to the ground. Gu Shi, who happened to be free at the moment, sensed it immediately. He stood up and looked towards the spot where the undead had fallen. Then a ghost flower floated out, and with the infinite resurrection, the fallen undead stood up again. Just when Gu Shi thought it was just a little idle trick, he unleashed the move. But Gu Shi had no idea that just as he had resurrected the undead, the small prop over there activated, instantly killing it. Gu Shi stood up from the evil coffin. What does this mean? Is it fun? Standing up, Gu Shi reached out and grabbed, and the primordial hand of death snatched the small prop directly into his hand. As it dragged it in front of Gu Shi noticed that the small prop was simply a brass cobra. This cobra was clearly used as a crown decoration, but for some reason it was quite spiritual. The insides of the cobra's eyes seemed to be made of emeralds. When Gu Shi took the cobra in his hand, it clearly resisted, as if trying to escape. This is quite interesting. Looking up at the sky, Gu Shi realized it was still early. It was a rare moment of leisure, and he had come across something interesting. Gu Shi immediately took out the brass cobra to study it. The cobra before him was a completely fused whole, and should have been perfectly still. But it seemed to be imbued with spirituality. It could actually control its own body, twisting and turning constantly. The undead had been killed by this thing before because the undead was trying to take the cobra, triggering a stress reaction in the cobra. After the undead spirit was resurrected, the cobra, believing it was coming for another attack, attacked again. However, its combat power wasn't strong. After being captured by Gu Shi's primordial hand of death, it didn't even have the strength to struggle. Gu Shi, holding the cobra in his hands, thought for a moment, and ultimately decided to dismantle it. This wasn't because Gu Shi was afraid of cobras, but rather because he wanted to understand where the cobra's spirituality came from, whether it had a soul, and whether it was considered a living being. Gu Shi had now reached a critical point. He needed various materials to deepen his understanding of life and death. The cobra before him was unlike anything Gu Shi had ever seen, so he was quite interested. But just as Gu Shi was about to remove the cobra's eye, a voice rang out from the coffin nearby. Can you just remove one? Gu Shi immediately turned to look at the coffin. The high priest, who was supposed to be awake in the middle of the night, had already risen from his coffin. His body was still mostly bones and skin, and his eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs. But he still looked intently in Gu Shi's direction, or rather, he was staring at the cobra in Gu Shi's hand. Gu Shi immediately raised the cobra in his hand. Yours? Aw, yes, how's it going? I did a good job, didn't I? I've been thinking about this for over 700 years. By the way, my name is Imhotep. What's your name? Do you have any food or flesh? I feel like my body is failing. Chapter 2969. As the moon rose, Gu Shi sat on the evil coffin, watching High Priest Imhotep devour various pieces of flesh and blood. Although Imhotep's body was reduced to bones and skin, devoid of facial features and internal organs, his body swelled noticeably after swallowing the flesh and blood. The skin, which had previously clung to his bones, also became smoother. As he ate, Imhotep spoke. Thanks to you this time. If you hadn't dug me out of the coffin, I don't know when I'd be resurrected. If you need anything in the future, just mention my name. It'd be helpful in this land. Wait, isn't tonight the date? As long as you're not sealed, you can be resurrected immediately? Gu Shi asked curiously. To meet this deadline, Gu Shi had put in a tremendous effort to dismantle the pyramid. You're talking about the underworld open day, right? Imhotep raised his head, swallowed a piece of flesh and blood into his stomach, and then spoke. As the local high priest, Imhotep certainly knew more. He had just glanced up at the sky, and finally, somewhat helplessly, he said, they got the time right, but they missed the crucial point. They have no idea why this open day in the underworld occurs every 1,000 years. Is it because of the timing? It's because the stars in the sky happen to move to that position, blocking Ra's passage into the underworld. Ra was busy dealing with the passage and had no time to care for the spirits and gods within, so the spirits and gods within had a chance to escape. The stars are all different now, so what's the point of remembering time? If they had that much time, they'd be better off digging me out and throwing me into the desert. At least, I wouldn't have to waste thousands of years of accumulated spiritual energy clinging to some ornaments. Gushi knew Imhotep was referring to the bronze cobra. Because of Imhotep's appearance, Gushi had released the cobra. Now it slithered nimbly across the ground, not resembling a bronze object at all. Aren't you going to take your spiritual energy back? No, if I take it back, how can I still call it spiritual energy that was given away? By the way, do you have any more of this flesh and blood? Give me some more. Imhotep spoke to Gushi while devouring flesh and blood. Gushi waved his hand nonchalantly, and the gates of the city of death opened. The undead within quickly brought fresh flesh and blood to Imhotep. After 3 rounds of replenishing his flesh and blood, and consuming nearly 3 tons of fresh flesh and blood, Imhotep was finally full. After replenishing his blood and blood, he now looked like a bald, wheat-skinned, muscular man, nothing like the high priest Gushi had imagined. However, his eyes were still missing, and even if Gushi later provided him with some, he would not be able to replace them. After Imhotep returned to his normal size, the cobra crawled onto his body. My eyes are already in his body. Giving me eyes is useless. But it's okay. I can see. Thank you very much for this time. But I also know that you came to me for more than just to resurrect me. Just tell me what you want. If it's something I can do, I definitely do my best. Just promise me that after I'm done, you let me go. I need to go to the pharaoh to resolve some personal matters. Just a few things. Gushi said calmly, I'm here to inquire about history. I heard about you, but your descendants and the pharaoh's descendants have conflicting accounts. I don't know which is true. So I really want to know what happened back then. Especially those hundreds of years of history. History? No wonder you came here directly. No one else knows about this except me and the pharaoh. Imhotep said calmly. Gushi then added, by the way, your corpse is a deified corpse, which is quite useful to me. If you wish to leave with this body, I hope you can find me a similar one. Imhotep was visibly stunned by Gushi's words. Similar corpse? What do you mean by that? Imhotep didn't think his corpse had any merit, so how could anyone be interested in it? Your body has been tortured with insects, and its internal organs haven't been processed or spiced. In other words, it has the potential to become a mummified corpse, but it hasn't been mummified. I call this kind of corpse a deified corpse. I came here this time with the intention of searching for a deified corpse. Gushi explained, and Imhotep was shocked. He hadn't expected such a concept to exist. Imhotep thought carefully for a long time before finally speaking. Yes, Imhotep said decisively. In a certain historical period, there was a princess who was skilled in warfare and was destined to become empress. However, her father later had a son, and to pass the throne of Pharaoh to his son, he had her killed. He even forbade her body from being mummified, instead filling it with mercury and forcibly sealing it. Although I didn't witness this incident with my own eyes, it is recorded in official history. If you're willing to let me go, I can tell. Imhotep hadn't finished his words when he saw Gushi's gaze fixed directly on him. He decisively changed his words, saying, I can retrieve this body. Believe me, this body is set, and it hasn't been mummified. It's definitely the deified corpse you're looking for. Alright then. I leave this to you. Anyway, it's just a body for another. As long as I'm not at a disadvantage, it's fine. Gushi heard that another deified corpse was being offered, and that was also acceptable. Although this deified corpse sounded like a combat type, different from the high priest's path, it was still useful to Gushi. At most, he could delay the contracted undead of the blacksmith and educator types he needed. If that didn't work, then the corpse of Imhotep would also work. Judging from Gushi's previous conversation with Imhotep, while acting with a heroic spirit, was actually a high priest who recorded history. Letting him oversee the education was actually feasible. With the deified corpse settled, the rest of the matter became much simpler. Gushi and the others turned their conversation back to history. Gushi recounted some of the things he had discovered since arriving in this world, including the behavior of the white-skinned people. Chapter 2970. Imhotep listened carefully to Gushi's findings. Finally, he sighed, it seems that what the pharaoh did is still being done by others. Oh, you know what this is all about? That was exactly what Gushi was concerned about. After all, his advancement mission was precisely this. Imhotep sighed and said, do you feel like we're fake? At first, Gushi didn't quite understand what Imhotep meant. How could we be fake when we were all here? But Gushi quickly understood. Pointing at Imhotep, he said, "You're not in history?" "No, that's not right." "It should be." "Not in destiny," Imhotep added, adding what Gushi hadn't dared to say. "I suppose you already seen that, aside from the era of myth and legend, and excluding the era when civilization was lost, the legacy of the pharaohs is well documented. The pyramids bear witness to it." Gushi nodded, but he seemed to want to say that something about what he saw in the Valley of the Kings didn't seem quite right. Imhotep then added, "But in the records of the pharaohs, there's no mention of that pharaoh, nor of me, who lived during the same period." "Are you saying that you and the pharaoh are both fake?" "No, we're both real. In fact, the pharaoh and I both reigned for over 700 years, nearly 800. So long." Gushi paused, about to say something, but then he remembered that in the previous mythological era, the reigns of pharaohs, who were incarnated by gods, began with 1,000 years and ended up being 10,000. If this were true, then 700 years would be considered short. Then Gushi thought, this doesn't make sense. 700 years. Isn't that exactly the time those 400 plus pharaohs reigned? What the heck are they doing? "You see something wrong too?" Imhotep said with a smile. Gushi nodded. Of course, he saw something wrong, but he wasn't sure what. Imhotep then said, "It's good that you can see it. In my time, the gods hadn't yet left the earth. At most, they hid behind the scenes, managing everything on earth together with me and the pharaoh." Imhotep explained, his expression clearly, as if he were recalling a past. Gushi didn't know much about the history of this world. But from Imhotep's words, Gushi could tell it was divided into several stages. In the beginning, humans and gods probably coexisted, and the gods ruled the earth. Afterward, the gods, perhaps exhausted from their power, were forced to withdraw from the earth, though they continued to rule through the pharaohs and high priests. Afterward, the gods left only myths, leaving everything in the hands of the pharaohs. Finally, everything was lost, the continent conquered by outsiders, and all civilization was wiped out. Of course, there were many outsiders who came to conquer this continent, in waves. Alexander, the Romans. In short, they treated this land like their own backyard, coming and going as they pleased. Each time they came, they brought cultural destruction to the continent. But as he listened, Gushi sensed something was wrong. "Wait, weren't you sealed in the insect coffin long ago? How do you know this later part of history?" "I saw Alexander and the Romans. I reigned for over 700 years, not just 700 years. We should study before we take the throne, right?" "Wait a moment." Gushi interrupted Imhotep. He sat on the ground, thinking intently, and finally pulled out a notebook to calculate the timeline. Imhotep knew Gushi's timeline was confusing, so he didn't rush him, but waited silently. Finally, Gushi raised his head and placed his own timeline in front of Imhotep. "This is the timeline I drew according to your instructions. Take a look. There's nothing wrong with the time gap here, right?" Imhotep glanced at it and nodded to Gushi. "No problem. Your math skills are pretty good. Here's a current timeline I found in the museum. See if you can tell the difference." Gushi produced another timeline. As the high priest, Imhotep was quite sensitive to historical chronology. It only took a moment for him to point out some of the inaccuracies. But when he saw the huddled figures of over 400 pharaohs, he couldn't help but sigh. "So many?" Gushi's eyes lit up. "Do you know what this is all about? I discovered from the beginning that the pharaoh was fabricating history. He had been building pyramids in one place since he came to power, and he had compiled corresponding chronological charts for them. At first, I thought he was building a fake pyramid. Pharaohs had done this kind of thing before. After all, something as large as a pyramid wouldn't be left untouched once discovered, especially if it belonged to a pharaoh who was a descendant of a god. Many people would sneak into the pyramids just to garner a little blood from the heirs of the gods. Building more pyramids was normal to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed after death. Each pharaoh had hundreds of years to live, and building a pyramid only took 20 years at most. Building a pyramid didn't consume many resources, so they could even build several simultaneously. But then I discovered that each time the pharaoh finished a pyramid, he never asked me to perform the sacrifices. He even made the mummies himself. You know, the techniques for mummification have always been passed down through the high priests. At least, that was how it was back then. When we mummify, we must communicate with the corresponding deity, and only then can we create the mummies. Oh, I think I said too much. Where were we just now? The pharaoh secretly built pyramids and created mummies. Yes, the pharaoh not only secretly built pyramids, but also created mummies. All his mummies were buried according to royal standards. After that, He built a pyramid like this every 60 years. Gradually, I realized that he was diligently hiding himself, and something was hidden in the mummies buried in the pyramids. When I realized what was happening, I realized that the history of the kingdom had changed. In 200 years, the pharaoh changed his name 3 times, and sat on the throne under 3 different identities. He seemed to be in a hurry? Gushi suddenly said. Chapter 2971. Yes, it's like he's in a hurry. Imhotep slapped his thigh excitedly. I investigate this later. But the pharaoh was extremely cautious, and didn't reveal any flaws. The only flaw was that, to accommodate his different names, he needed to change his queen every few decades. And no one knew the queen's final whereabouts. I believe the queens wouldn't live under different identities, like the pharaohs did. They were definitely dead. So I recruited a queen and infiltrated the pharaoh's chambers while he was away. And then I actually found something in the chambers. What was it? A future history book, recording the names of 30 pharaohs. The pharaoh was to assign these 30 pharaohs to corresponding time points during his reign. After hearing Imhotep's words, Gushi thought about the promotion mission and couldn't help but mutter. He's revising history. Yes, I thought so too. Imhotep shrugged. And then, I just glanced at this map, and the pharaoh came back. He said there was something wrong with me and his queen, and threw me into a warm coffin. I didn't even have time to spread the news before I was immediately banned. How can I seek justice? Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected Imhotep to encounter such a thing. After laughing, Gushi continued, that's not right. I remember there were over 400 pharaohs in this time period, spanning more than a dozen dynasties. How come you only saw this fake history of over 30 pharaohs? What else could it be? It was slowly added to over the next 2,000 years. Those people are shrewd. They can't add to previous history, and they can't change later history. If they don't add to the already changed history, where else can they add it? Gushi asked curiously. Why can't we add to the earlier history, and can't we change the later history? Imhotep explained earnestly. History going back further in time contains stories about gods. It's easier to alter the timeline of history, because no one can pinpoint the exact date. But if you want to attribute the deeds of the gods to a fake pharaoh, that's absolutely impossible. The gods are merely asleep or gone, not dead. So they can't touch the gods' affairs. And history later in time can't be changed, because their history ends at that time. There were no pharaohs in this land after that. You can't just suddenly add 1 or 2 more pharaohs at some point in time. And if someone were to add to it later, then even more fake history would be added. Wouldn't the additions be further and further back, even touching upon the present day? How could they fake it that way? Gushi understood immediately. Yes, they've been fabricating history for thousands of years, not just once or twice. If all pharaohs followed this pattern, only about 30 pharaohs would be prepared in 700 or 800 years, and the remaining 400 pharaohs might have to be prepared well into the future. So, there's no room for planning further into the future, not even a single opening can be made. So, the time available for planning is only 700 or 800 years, and since the 2 pharaohs before and after are already determined, the remaining time can only be squeezed in bit by bit. Gushi could imagine the immense effort those who fabricate history would put into revising previously discovered historical data. And this wasn't just once or twice, but annually. Whenever they wanted to add people, they had to change something. At the same time, the pyramids had to be built. If the ancient method couldn't be used, modern methods would have to be employed. And various artifacts would have to be preserved, the writings on papyrus and the inscriptions on clay tablets. Copies of all these would have to be preserved to prove that they were archaeologically verified and authentic. Gushi couldn't help but shake his head at this. It seemed that Imhotep's words were about 80% believable. But what was the truth behind this history? Imhotep, why would the pharaoh do such a thing? Although, based on what you described, he's the true last pharaoh. But he's been around for at least 1,000 years, and he possesses power, even magical powers. Why would he hide himself? Imhotep shook his head. How would I know? Perhaps the gods behind him gave him this mission, or perhaps he received a revelation, or perhaps he could benefit from it. If you want more details, you have to ask the pharaoh himself. Gushi changed the subject. Imhotep, what's the name of this pharaoh? Is the road to the underworld difficult in your area? Gushi wasn't planning on searching for pyramids, or anything like that anymore. He'd simply go directly to the underworld to find someone. This would actually be a much faster route. The pharaoh's name is... Imhotep opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something, but found himself unable to produce any sound. Imhotep then realized that the pharaoh had truly hidden him. Imhotep had been trapped for over 2,000 years, emerging half-dead. And yet, a who had altered history hadn't suffered any consequences, suffering from old age, sickness, and death just as before, and had finally extricated himself from this very troublesome situation. This made Imhotep quite upset. It's okay. Isn't it just that the name can't be recorded or spoken? I don't rely on names to find people. I lived in the same era as this guy for so many years. How could I not have some means? Look at this. Imhotep reached out and pulled out a drop of something resembling blood. The pharaoh's blood? No, how could I possibly have the pharaoh's blood? This is his father's blood. I helped mummify his father, so I left some of it. This is normal. After all, the purpose of mummification is to ensure the pharaoh's life in the underworld. Leaving some of his blood behind is so we can contact him when necessary. You're a necromancer, so I give this to you. You should be able to find the pharaoh's bloodline, right? I do have such a method. Gushi thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. Gushi had learned this little trick before taking up his position. He didn't use it much later, but he definitely had the means to deal with it. Although it wasn't the pharaoh's blood, finding him wouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 2972. After obtaining the blood essence, Gushi didn't investigate it himself, but instead had his men research the location where the blood essence had locked onto. Gushi himself was still conversing with Imhotep. This time, they were still discussing history, though Gushi asked more questions. Through his conversation with Imhotep, Gushi was slowly completing his final understanding of this world. As daylight approached, Gushi stood up. Imhotep, remember your promise. Bring the deified corpse here before I return with the truth of history. Imhotep nodded silently. By this time, the black pyramid material used to suppress Imhotep had completely vanished. This also made Imhotep realize Gushi's strength. If Gushi wanted to, he could flatten the entire desert before him. Even though Imhotep was a high priest, his magical powers hadn't fully recovered yet. Furthermore, he only had a single red-robed butler under his command. He might as well have him attack civilians, but he wasn't foolish enough to turn him against Gushi. So let's just leave it as a deified corpse. Such creatures were quite common in the desert. If the one he mentioned couldn't be found, he had several other potential targets. He could assign them to Gushi when the time came. I'm sure Gushi wouldn't make things difficult for him. After making these final arrangements, Gushi lifted up Eddie. With a flick of the red string behind him, the underworld's red string dragged Gushi into the underworld of this place. Because they entered the underworld at dawn, Gushi felt the sky filled with sunlight the moment he entered. Looking up at the sky, Gushi noticed that the glowing object wasn't the sun, but a large, burning ship. Gushi couldn't discern what was happening aboard the ship. All he could sense was that it was continuing on its own, heading east. From the ship's condition, Gushi understood why Imhotep had said the gods had merely departed, not died. The ship was clearly wandering in the underworld, yet it bore no trace of the aura of death. Clearly, it wasn't a relic of the dead. Just as Gushi was about to find a way to reach the ship to see what had happened, it suddenly leaped through space and vanished into the sky. As the ship leaped away, the underworld sky quickly darkened. Instead of turning into night, it shifted to a leaden gray-black. The ground was also rapidly changing. When Gushi had come here, this place had been nothing but a gray desert, the color a bit unpleasant at best. But the situation was different now. A vast swarm of undead were crawling out from the ground, gathering in groups of 3 or 4, finally forming a single line and heading in one direction. This had a certain underworld feel to it. Gushi thought as he released the processed blood essence. At the same time, Gushi dipped a bit of this blood essence into the petals of the nether spirit flower, and the threads of the mane of death, and then released it. This was the first time Gushi had used his father's blood essence to locate someone. Even Gushi himself wasn't sure if this method of locating someone would actually work. However, Gushi hadn't worried about the bloodline issue. Because he had received assurances from Imhotep that the pharaohs had always intermarried within their families to ensure the purity of their bloodlines. Even if this essence didn't come from his biological father, the blood connection wouldn't be much different. Gushi hadn't promised to uncover the entire lineage of the pharaohs, he only needed to find the hidden pharaoh. In Gushi's eyes, this pharaoh was the mastermind behind the scenes. This time, he feared a major battle would be in store for him. That was just as well. He felt uneasy without a fight. In previous promotion games, Gushi had fought, even if the battles had been smooth. But this time, Gushi encountered fleeing black-robed men and level 1 white-skinned soldiers. Gushi couldn't claim that his promotion game world was primarily puzzle-solving. So, Gushi was certain that a major battle awaited him in this promotion game world. To this end, Gu-shi immediately released the Nether Spirit Flower and the Death Mane. He intended to set up the battlefield so he could seize the initiative once he encountered the enemy. As for finding the pharaoh, it wasn't a difficult task for Gu-shi. The aura of the blood essence had already been analyzed by Gu-shi's men. The Nether Spirit Flower and the Death Mane were stained with blood essence, so as long as the person was still in the underworld, Gu-shi could easily locate them. Just like now, Gu-shi had immediately used the Nether Spirit Flower to locate several specific locations. A strong concentration of aura related to blood essence was concentrated in those locations. It was obvious that these locations were gathering places for the pharaoh's relatives. While it wasn't certain the pharaoh would appear here, arriving here would increase the likelihood of finding him. After all, the undead here were somewhat able to communicate, and even if they couldn't, Gu-shi could still beat them into agreeing. Gu-shi was quite confident of this. After assessing the situation at these locations, Gu-shi immediately zeroed in on a larger gathering point to the west, leaping onto the evil coffin and charging in that direction. He chose this spot not because it was large or crowded, but because the essence and blood aura here was the purest. In other words, this was likely the gathering place of the pharaoh's direct royal bloodline, or even the site of previous generations of pharaohs. Gu-shi charged directly there. While he might not necessarily find the pharaoh he sought, he would definitely capture the pharaoh's entire family. Even if he didn't find the pharaoh directly, Gu-shi could still find out some information about him by asking a few more questions. At least Gu-shi could get the pharaoh's name, unlike Imhotep, who spent a long time talking to the pharaoh but still didn't know his name. However, Gu-shi didn't know that as he moved toward the gathering point of the pharaoh's aura, all the undead in the desert turned their gazes towards him, their eyes gleaming with a golden light. As they looked at Gu-shi, their direction didn't change at all. Even their turns were so natural, as if they had accidentally turned towards Gu-shi and happened to see him passing by. Chapter 2973. Gu-shi, driving the evil coffin forward, suddenly sensed something was amiss. It felt as if someone was deliberately guiding him in a certain direction. Gu-shi had experienced this feeling before, in the desert of the mortal realm, but after activating the strange dragon aura, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, so he didn't think much of it. But now, Gu-shi felt it again. This could not help but make him worried. After a moment's thought, Gu-shi stopped the evil coffin and stood there waiting. At the same time, the Nether Spirit Flowers and the Mane of Death spread out in all directions. But no matter how hard Gu-shi searched, he couldn't find the source of his unease. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. The clues that Hong Zhuang couldn't find either didn't exist, or they were more powerful than Gu-shi. Gu-shi pondered for a moment, then finally returned to driving the evil coffin forward. Now, he simply hoped he had been too suspicious, and wouldn't cause any trouble in such a place. Gu-shi, once again on his way, had no time to look around. He focused solely on the road ahead. Gu-shi and the leader of the goddesses observed every change along the way. Gu-shi even released the bearers of the Yellow Springs Dragon Robe and the Soul Nether Lamp, telling them to keep an eye on their surroundings and avoid getting into any unnecessary trouble. But Gu-shi found himself safe throughout the entire journey. Not only did he encounter no accidents, but not even a single enemy appeared along the way. This made Gu-shi wonder if he was overthinking things. Unexpectedly, just at that moment, Gu-shi rushed over a sand dune. With the evil coffin's full force charge, the sand on the dune was completely swept away. About 3 minutes after Gu-shi passed, a strong wind blew, sweeping all the dust and sand that hadn't yet settled high into the air. This happened not just once or twice, but repeatedly. Each time, the changes would occur some time after Gu-shi passed by the location. It's unclear whether these anomalies were caused by Gu-shi, or if they were trying to avoid certain situations, eventually becoming calm, returning to normal after Gu-shi left. In any case, Gu-shi was safe all the way. There was even a point where they didn't see a single undead. Although some undead appeared from behind, Gu-shi could sense that they didn't dare to approach him. Is this even a show? Gu-shi was about to release the soldiers, but the undead simply turned their heads and disappeared. It was as if they had come out specifically to give Gu-shi a glimpse. This puzzled Gu-shi, but he didn't realize that the sudden appearance of the undead had caused the evil coffin's direction to shift slightly to the left. Although this slight deviation was a significant change for long-distance travel, by the time Gu-shi realized the deviation, he had already traveled at least 700 or 800 kilometers. At this point, Gu-shi had no choice but to reverse course and head back to the location he had initially locked onto. But with this change of direction, Gu-shi's evil coffin struck a rock. Because of this rock, Gu-shi's evil coffin encountered a minor problem in its progress, causing another minor shift in direction, though this time the change was smaller. After 3 or 4 such small changes, Gushi found himself getting closer and closer to the location he had initially targeted, but the route he was taking wasn't what he had intended. This prompted Gushi to stop the evil coffin once again, ready to investigate. His previous exploration had taught him that conventional thinking wasn't applicable to the current situation, and the changes he encountered along the way were always so coincidental. Gushi couldn't help but wonder if someone was using the power of fate to target him. At this moment, a large door made of dark spirit flowers appeared behind him. Various red lines emerged from the door, dragging Gushi into fate. Gushi hadn't yet decided where to go, but he instinctively felt that he couldn't let his fate be controlled by others. After being dragged into the dark spirit flower door, Gushi was stunned. What the hell? He had entered the promotion game world without even activating any of the power of fate, so how could such a strong storm of fate form here? Gushi's first thought was to jump out of his fate and open the temple of the gods. But just as he was about to jump out of his fate, he discovered that while he was still in the same spot where he had jumped into his fate, the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. A strong wind blew directly towards Gushi, and amidst the gray dust kicked up by the strong wind, a gigantic pharaoh's face appeared. The pharaoh's face opened its maw and bit towards Gushi. Gushi immediately retreating directly into the temple of the gods. But as he stood in the temple of the gods and looked out into the void, Gushi realized something was terribly wrong. A pharaoh mummy, covered in gold powder, stood in the void, staring directly at Gushi in the pantheon. The pantheon was Gushi's safest retreat, unaffected by the external void. But the pharaoh mummy outside seemed to be able to see Gushi, its hollow eyes fixed on him. Whenever Gushi moved, his head followed. Seeing this, Gushi grew angry. You're provoking me, aren't you? If you're brave, then let's fight. Gushi's death arms spread wide behind him, and sacred moonlight fell upon him. The effects of the nether flower and death's mane activated, and he was about to burst out of the pantheon to battle the pharaoh mummy. At this moment, the pharaoh mummy, like a puppet stuck in its tracks, paused noticeably in the void. Huh? This isn't what I expected. Didn't I tell you to invite them to the Gray Sand Sea? How did you end up here? But this is a good thing, it's safer here. Gushi, can you hear me? Don't do anything. I have something I want to discuss with you. Do you remember this? As the pharaoh mummy spoke, a quiver and a necklace appeared in his hands. Gushi, with a sudden thought, pointed at the pharaoh mummy. Destiny? It seems you remember it. Good. This makes the explanation much simpler. Let me introduce myself. My name is Destiny, and you can call me Golden Destiny. Last time, because there was something in this place that I could use, I took it without even saying hello. This time, I'm here to make amends. You can ask me for what you want, like 2 red outfits, or if you're planning on changing your job. Chapter 2974. Hearing this, Gushi's face was filled with questions. Luckily, he was inside the temple of the gods, and Destiny outside couldn't see Gushi's expression, so he didn't let Destiny notice. In fact, Gushi was genuinely frightened this time. After a long pause, Gushi finally asked, Will you really give me 2 red dresses? Of course, red dresses aren't a difficult thing to do, and these 2 dresses were originally yours. It's just that these 2 dresses will have a certain influence on Destiny. If you take them, this part of Destiny will definitely change, so I'm taking them directly. Destiny explained to Gushi the reason for his action. Gushi didn't believe it. What makes you say this part of Destiny will change? Just look at how many times you caused Destiny storms, and how many times you shifted them onto others. That's enough to tell what kind of person you are. Destiny was not polite at all and directly retorted to Gushi. Gushi, upon hearing this, thought, well, in front of these powerful figures, he couldn't hide his little thoughts. He wanted to say something about how the storm of fate was too powerful, and he was a little afraid, but every time the words reached his lips, Gushi couldn't speak. Finally, he shook his head and said loudly, Okay, this is understandable. But I want to know why you went to so much trouble to find me this time. If you want the red dress, just take it. If you feel bad, just let fate guide me, and let me take 2 more red dresses. There's no need to come out and meet me in person. And I'm guessing the game world I advanced to this time is also yours? Were those over 400 pharaohs squeezed into hundreds of years your work? Fate hadn't expected Gushi's sharp reaction. He couldn't help but sigh, then finally laughed. It seems I wasn't wrong about you. That's right, this time period is where I'm patching things up. Patching? Gushi was quite curious about this situation. At this point, Fate in the Void sat down cross-legged. Yes, you have the red suit and have experienced the red suit game world. You know that every world isn't static. Due to various influences, every world will always undergo some changes. It's like three people of similar strength vying for the throne. In reality, each has a chance to win. So who do you think will ultimately win? As Fate spoke, he stretched his hands outward. A map of the game world appeared before Gu Shi. 3 avatars appeared on the map, and these 3 were engaged in battle. With Gu Shi's current vision, he could even tell at a glance that each of these 3 had the potential to defeat the other 2 and unify the world. Now it depended on who could seize this opportunity. I don't know either. Faced with this choice, Gu Shi finally said. Actually, I don't know either, Fate added. It's safe to say that no one knows. It all depends on the efforts of these 3, but Fate can provide some guidance. As Fate spoke, he manipulated the map. Without any visible movement, one of the 3 quickly gained ground, defeated the other 2, and seized control of the map. What did you see? Gu Shi was silent for a long time before finally saying, I'm a little unsure. Fate laughed at that. Then let's look at this. Then it was the same map, the same 3-person battle. Just when Gu Shi thought Fate was going to support another person in unifying the map, Fate manipulated the map, and another person appeared, unifying it at lightning speed. After this, Fate asked again, what did you see this time? A powerful storm of fate, Gu Shi said seriously. If it were me, I would definitely find a place to hide immediately. You're right. Everyone knows that anything obtained through forced fate manipulation comes with a price tag. There's no fairness here. What's owed is what's owed. Even if you don't pay it back now, you have to pay it back later. That's why, even though I could have taken the red outfit, I came back to find you. Fate couldn't see Gu Shi, but he still said this to him with a smile. At this moment, Fate pointed at the map before them. Besides the Fate Storm, what else do you see? Gu Shi thought carefully, then finally said, what about the 3 who had a chance to unify the world? That's the key. If no one cares about them, they die on this map. No one will care anyway, but from the perspective of Red Suit Game, what will happen if this happens too often? It will trigger an even more uncontrollable Fate Storm. If these people have the opportunity to unify the map, they will have their own destiny behind them. If they were defeated by their designated enemies, that would be their own business. But if someone were to cause trouble here, it would trigger a Fate Storm. This Fate Storm is even more difficult to handle. If it becomes too frequent, it could even affect the Red Dress Game world. Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask, what's in the Red Dress Game world? Why are you so worried about it being affected by the Fate Storm? You've been to the Red Dress Game world too. It's the core of a series of game worlds. If you touch anything there, it could potentially affect billions of game worlds. You mentioned a Fate Storm there. Would it affect billions of game worlds in the same series? If these billions of Fate Storms converge, what will happen in the end? Hearing this, Gu Shi understood. If such a thing really happened, what would Fate do? What would an ancient god with a fancy name do? What would Death do? He couldn't handle it. So Fate had created a patch specifically to appease those who had fallen foul of various reasons, thus eliminating the Fate Storm in advance. But Gu Shi had never imagined Fate would use this method. This wasn't just patching, it was straight up revising history. And what was going on with Fate? In just this one game world, there were already over 400 dead characters that needed to be reassigned. Although he internally complained about Fate's unreliability, Gu Shi realized that he had completed part of his advancement quest. After all, the boss behind it had personally come out to explain that if he still couldn't pass this hurdle, there would be no hope. But Gu Shi discovered that the quest to choose a side hadn't been completed. Gu Shi's heart skipped a beat. Fate must be doing something else. Chapter 2975. In the Temple of the Gods, Gu Shi remained silent for a long time, pondering Fate's intention to bring him here. He even recalled every detail of his entrance into this game world. Gu Shi thought slowly and carefully, and Fate, even outside, didn't push him. It was as if time had no bearing on them. Finally, Gu Shi narrowed his eyes, thinking of Fate's words. He finally smiled. Fate had been direct and explicit. So, Gu Shi reached out to close the Temple of the Gods. At this moment, Fate immediately realized, don't close it. Let's just talk from across from each other. It seems I was right, Lord Fate. You have an enemy. The team requirement in my advancement quest wasn't actually the Pharaoh and the High Priest's team, but yours, right? Haha, I didn't expect you to figure that out. It seems I wasn't wrong about you. You have the credentials for my investment. Fate laughed at this. At this point, Gu Shi said, can you tell me? Even if I have to choose, I need to know what I'm facing. Of course, but you must not leave the Temple of the Gods. This is where I patch my destiny, so the other 2 can't see it. But as long as you appear, you will leave a trace. After all, destiny is everywhere. Destiny is everywhere? What do you mean? At Gushi's question, Destiny laughed. Although your level is not high, you should have come into contact with the ancient gods, right? Yes. Then do you know how many levels there are among the ancient gods? Gushi wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't even tell the difference between a level 60 average ancient god and an ancient god. How could he tell the difference? How many levels were there after the ancient god? In Gushi's eyes, the ancient gods were all beyond his reach. Thankfully, Fate didn't wait for Gushi to answer, explaining directly. The level of an ancient god can be determined by its name. Those with names are ordinary ancient gods. Those with names directly refer to their core power are powerful ancient gods. As Fate spoke, Gushi compared them based on his own knowledge. Those with names directly refer to their core power are the Thunderbolt ancient gods. The names of the leaders of the ancient gods are heavy. These are beings that directly refer to their core power, so they must be powerful ancient gods. After that, there are specialized names. Gushi also understood this. The underworld and the hell were names of this kind. Finally, there's the omnipresent existence. Gushi couldn't help but raise his head upon hearing this. Omnipresent existence, if that didn't refer to death, then what about the destiny before him? Thinking of this, Gushi immediately said, "Thank you for your consideration, but I won't participate." What a joke, fighting a being on the same level as death. I'm not stupid. I'm only level 24, not even 25 yet. Hearing Gushi's words, Destiny smiled. I know what you're worried about. My enemy isn't the other strongest ancient gods, but myself. As for Destiny, I always divided it into 3 categories: Gold Destiny, White Destiny, and Black Destiny. The difference lies in how we handle the storms of fate. My approach to the storms of fate is to find ways to resolve them, and bring peace to fate. White Fate's approach is to let nature take its course. After the fate storm unleashes and consumes everything, it will naturally calm down. Black Fate's approach is to direct the fate storm to attack others, using them to dissipate its power. We noticed you after you triggered and engaged the fate storm. In fact, based on your approach to fate storms, Black Fate's side is more suitable for you. But who has it been that I inadvertently developed a deeper connection with you? As Fate spoke, he waved the 2 red garments in his hands. It was obvious that Fate's decision to seek out Gushi was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Otherwise, someone of Fate's stature wouldn't have noticed Gushi. At least, he wouldn't have planned anything for him. Even if Gushi reached a certain level, as long as he wasn't overly exposed to Fate's storm, Fate wouldn't necessarily find him. This time, it was solely because Fate had taken Gushi's 2 red garments, thus establishing contact with Gushi in advance. Gushi hesitated for a moment at Fate's statement, but ultimately chose to believe it. So what's the benefit of siding with you? Gushi only said siding, not joining. After all, Gushi knew who was backing him. Death. And he was the one Death had personally named, the final target, the underworld. Fate wasn't yet complete, so what could he offer Gushi? So Gushi only talked about siding with me, not joining. Fate understood this and sighed. What a pity. If you were willing to join me, I could help you change your class during this advancement. That's not necessary. I've been a necromancer from the beginning. I even had the potential to become a necromancer. There's no need to change direction and start over. Okay, forget about the job change. Just stand by me, and I give you 2 red outfits. But don't you owe me those 2 red outfits? If I don't accept them, won't you owe me more and more? Gushi, thinking about taking advantage of the situation, suddenly perked up, his mind working much faster than usual. I can teach you a method. From now on, when you attract a fate storm, you can use this method to avoid it, instead of being constantly pursued by it like before. Destiny didn't get angry at Gushi's bargaining, he simply displayed his strength. I think the other 2 destinies can do the same. And didn't you say my style is very similar to Black Destiny? Gushi spoke immediately, his demeanor unwavering. After all, for these ubiquitous ancient gods, Gushi's level was too low. There was no need for them to get angry with Gushi. Just like now, after Gushi made his request, Destiny was still smiling and talking. How about I give you another red dress? No, I wouldn't dare take it. You stole 2 of my red dresses, and you're still trying to figure out how to get them back. If I take one from you, I don't even know what I have to pay you back. You don't want this, then what do you want? Gushi's eyes rolled. I have someone here who seems to be playing with the power of fate. I was careless and suffered a loss at his hands last time. Can you help me find him? As Gushi spoke, he produced a painting. This was the young man playing with fate whom Gushi had met at the start of the school year at Hades University. Chapter 2976. After sending all the paintings out of the temple of the gods, Gushi sat there waiting. What had been stolen from Gushi wasn't important. Gushi had almost forgotten what it was, only remembering it was a piece of jade. However, this vengeance would always remain in his heart. Because he hadn't had the chance before, Gushi had always kept this matter in mind. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to give that guy a hard time. When he received the paintings Gushi had given him, Fate couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that Gushi's paintings were particularly good. You know, Fate wanders among fates, and has seen all kinds of people and paintings. With Gushi's painting skills, Fate had seen a lot. What surprised Fate was that the matter Gushi had remembered for so long was actually related to him. Fate turned toward the Pantheon, hesitated, and finally asked, "How far do you want to go?" "After we capture him, beat him to death, and ideally, take his red suit," Gushi said viciously. Gushi could clearly see that this young man was relying on his possession of red suit, specifically Fate-type red suit, to snatch what he had. Gushi wanted to snatch his red suit, and see what he could do. That's easy. Wait. No. Easy? Could Fate be that powerful? At this moment, Fate extended his hand, and collected the two red suits. Then, a longbow and a ring appeared in Fate's hands. The longbow, being larger, caught Gushi's attention. This longbow was entirely mahogany, and the length wasn't particularly long, only about a meter. It was clearly a short-range bow. Although he didn't know why Fate had produced a bow at this moment, Gushi instinctively felt displeased. He, Gushi, had a primary weapon. The time had come for the magic staff to incubate, and it was now transforming into red equipment. He was a serious necromancer, not some fortune-telling astrologer, nor an archer. Don't mock him for resembling an archer with a bow. If he truly had this bow, he would have found a subordinate to dispatch, leaving the ring for himself. No, didn't he say he was going to cause trouble for that guy? What does that mean? Wait, where's that person? I'm telling you, you owe me those two red suits. I won't stand by you until you find that person. You will. You understand once you take this ring. Destiny didn't immediately deliver the longbow to Gushi. Instead, he flicked his hand, sending the ring flying toward Gushi's Pantheon. As the ring neared the Pantheon, Shirhoin reached out, plucked it from thin air, and held it before Gushi. I understand once I take the ring? How is that possible? This red suit isn't bound, so there's no way to harness its power. Gushi muttered as he picked up the ring. Before Gushi could fully grasp the ring's properties, a scene he had long forgotten flashed before his eyes. The scene of the young man taking the small jade piece from Gushi's hand. Gushi's attention was fixed on the young man's hand. He happened to be wearing a ring on his hand. Upon closer inspection, Gushi noticed that the ring on the young man's hand was identical to the one before him. Could it be that the rings were a set? Or perhaps multiple identical rings? It was as if Gushi had seen many of the same rings before. But Gushi immediately shook his head. Just then, Gushi had a feeling that the ring before him wasn't just one of many identical rings. The ring before him was the same ring Gushi had seen on the young man's hand. So what was going on? Had the young man died at the hands of Fate? Had he played with Fate and killed himself? That wasn't right. If he had truly killed himself, Fate would have said it directly, not smiled mysteriously. It wouldn't have said he'd find out when he got the ring. At that moment, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. He plucked out a strand of his hair and reinforced it with Death's Mane, making it durable for 1,000 years. After doing this, Gushi wrapped the hair around the ring. Although it was just a single, not very long hair, it brought a slight change to the ring. After completing all this, Gushi closed his eyes, and the young man's appearance appeared before him again. Just as Gushi had suspected, the ring in the young man's hand had also undergone the same transformation. A strand of hair was tightly wrapped around the ring. Over time, the hair had almost merged with the ring. Looking at the ring in his hand, Gushi sighed deeply. When you're born, I beat you to death. Indeed, Gushi now understood who that young man was. He was probably a descendant of Gushi. As to which level of descent, whether son, grandson, or even 18 generations beyond, Gushi wasn't sure yet. But one thing was certain, now that Gushi had taken the red ring, it would be passed down to him. This meant that he, or at least his line, had Gushi's recognition. If that were the case, beating him to death was out of the question. But a good beating would definitely be necessary. If you dared to change the fate of your ancestors, what else could you not do? At the same time, Gushi understood that he was probably tied to fate. Otherwise, the ring wouldn't have been passed down so smoothly. However, Gushi didn't know what his future held. Would it be renamed the Underworld? Thinking of this, Gushi sighed, What do I have to do to side with you? Hearing Gu Shi's words, Fate also knew that Gu Shi had compromised. You don't have to do too much. If you don't change your class, your relationship with us won't be that deep. Just stay away from those two fates, and don't side with them. How do I know who's fate? Gu Shi felt uneasy the moment he heard this. Fate isn't like death. Death appears directly before Gu Shi, and clearly tells him that he's death. Fate is so secretive, coming to see Gu Shi, and then trying to lead him here and there. Finally, he's luring Gu Shi to this place, and even when they meet, he's keeping it a secret. If the other two fates act the same way, how can Gu Shi tell them apart? Besides, the fates are all masters of scheming. It's okay if you can't defeat them now. In the past or the future, you'd be defeated by me one day. So Gu Shi really couldn't tell which fate was which, or even who was the real fate. It's okay. You know later. Just remember who has the white and black eyes. Chapter 2977. After Gu Shi agreed to side with Destiny, Destiny changed its usual straightforward style in communicating with Gu Shi and became mysterious. In Destiny's words, Gu Shi hadn't agreed before, so he stood outside Destiny and knew nothing. Even the two Destiny skills in Gu Shi's red suit, and even the dual red suit resonance skills, were something he could have erased with a single word. But Gu Shi chose to side with Destiny, and that meant he had a connection with Destiny. That's the rule in Destiny. You can hint, I can speculate, but you can't say it directly. If you do it explicitly, who will be held responsible for the trouble you cause if you mess around in Destiny? So, after Gu Shi chose to side with Destiny, Destiny became mysterious. It simply reminded Gu Shi not to interact with other Destinies, and emphasized that Gu Shi's stance was crucial. It didn't say where Gu Shi would play a role in the future, nor did it say where Gu Shi would be crucial. Gu Shi had a hard time adjusting to this change in style. Fortunately, he was devoted to the necromancer, his goal already set, so fate had nothing to do with him. Okay, I get it. If I encounter other fates, I simply withdraw and avoid any further contact. Fate smiled. Then I won't keep you. There's no need for you to stay in the underworld any longer. Just go get your things. Gu Shi looked puzzled. How could he just go get my things? As soon as Fate finished speaking, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the wooden longbow, which hadn't been delivered yet. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed a golden thread wrapped around the longbow. Gu Shi merely glanced at the longbow, and it automatically flew toward Gu Shi's pantheon. Shirhuin reached out and took the longbow, handing it to Gu Shi. Upon receiving the longbow, the first thing Gu Shi noticed wasn't its attributes, but the golden thread. This golden thread was a kind of fate thread, created after the fate storm had been resolved. It wasn't a standard material, and was of little use to ordinary players, or even ordinary ancient gods. After all, those without the power of fate couldn't even see this fate thread. Fate's leaving Gu Shi with this fate thread served three purposes. First, with this fate thread, as long as you didn't rush headfirst into the center of the fate storm, it wouldn't bother you. Even if you caused the fate storm, you could avoid it by staying out of the way. Of course, it's best to handle the fate storms you trigger yourself, and avoid causing trouble. But at least you don't have to level up once you trigger one, as was the case before. Secondly, it's a way for players in Fate to confirm their identities. While they can't tell you where someone is, simply meeting them proves they possess the power of Fate. As for how to communicate afterwards, that depends on your own preferences. You can fight or simply make friends, it's all up to the player. If you don't want to communicate, simply don't appear in front of them, and they won't be noticed. Third, it records some of the methods and taboos for manipulating Fate. There are many details unknown to outsiders. If they weren't mentioned here, Gu Shi might occasionally violate Fate's taboos himself. Although he currently had the red suit to protect his capital, there was no telling how the power of Fate would accumulate, and even if he sacrificed Gu Shi, he wouldn't be able to recover it. It was as if the current Fate patch was just one of Fate's tactics. Gu Shi hadn't known anything about it before, but now, armed with this knowledge, he could instantly discern the situation the next time he encountered something like this. Understanding that this was Fate trying to win him over, Gu Shi didn't refuse. After all, he had already come into contact with Fate. Even if he didn't follow this golden Fate, a white or black Fate would come knocking. Gu Shi didn't know what Fate was up to, and he might just fall headfirst into Fate's trap. Gu Shi didn't believe that death would come to his aid when Fate was plotting against him. So he chose his side. At least the golden Fate sounded more benevolent. After retracting the thread of Fate, Gu Shi checked on the two red suits that had fallen into the temple of the gods. Looking at the attributes of the two red items, Gu Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fate truly is one of those people who schemes behind the scenes. Even paying off a debt involves some rigged operation. Of these two items, the ring is directly Fate's red item. Like the Death's Mane and Death's Hand in Gushi's hands, they are both specialized equipment belonging to a certain powerful individual. However, because Fate originally took away the official red item, Fate could only return the official red item. It couldn't, like Death had done, give Gushi an orange quality item to upgrade himself. This would negate the rewards for upgrading the red item himself. Gushi would have to bind the two items, completing the binding quest twice. As for the bow, the situation was different. The ring was already a complete red item of destiny, while the bow had two paths above destiny. It belonged to the red items related to destiny. If Gushi used these two red items, he would slowly embark on the path of using destiny in combat. Even if he wasn't a destiny mage, with the skills of destiny right in front of him, would he not use them? Remember, this was red equipment, and it was the kind of destiny red equipment that made it impossible to defend against. If you didn't use it, you would be content. You could say this move by destiny was an open conspiracy, a gamble that Gushi would use it and understand destiny. And even though Gushi knew this, he still carefully examined the attributes of the two red items. In Gushi's eyes, the first thing he examined was the longbow, the bow of life. Bow of death, red, longbow, unbound. When equipped, activates ultra-long range attack range, increasing the attack range of all attacks, starting at double the range, increasing based on the situation, with no upper limit. As long as the target is within range, the power of all attacks will not decrease. Equipment requirements: complete the bind quest. Special Route 1, Destined Strike. This route locks onto the target through line of sight, and fires a single strike. Even if the target is out of range, Fate will guide the strike to the target. Route Skills 1, Star Shooting, Star Rain Arrows, Ground Piercing Shot. Special Route 2, Life Severing Arrow. This route targets a specific moment in the enemy's destiny. Even if the opponent has strong defenses, there are times when they are defenseless, and there is always the possibility of being accidentally hit. Route Skill 2, Past Arrow, Future Arrow, Afterlife Arrow. Special Route 3, 10,000 Arrows. This route improves archery and bowmanship, allowing players to master various archery attack methods. While melee attack power remains unchanged, shooting speed is increased. Route Skill 3, Arrow Dance, Repulse Shot, Single String Strangle. Special Route 4, Arrow Field. This field type route opens a field, creating a shooting force field. Everyone within this field gains shooting buffs, and the presence of archery units also enhances the field owner's archery skills. Route Skill 4, Concentrated Volley, Arrow Rain, 10,000 arrows converge. Special 1, after binding equipment, players can choose one of 4 routes to bind it to. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound player, the route's most powerful skill will automatically be unleashed. Special 2, after binding the equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes as your main battle route. This route's power is increased by 150% compared to the other routes. Special 3, after binding the equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes to activate a combat aura. You can also unlock 3 additional combat auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4, after binding the equipment, you can allocate the number of uses for a particular route and lend it to other players or subordinates. Dual red equipment resonance. None, resonance generated by 2 different red equipment and different routes. Each route can only resonate once. Note 1, although this longbow possesses the power of destiny, it is still just a bow. Note 2, when choosing resonance, it is best to leave 2 resonant routes. Chapter 2978. While reading the information on the life-calling bow, Gushi's attention wasn't focused on the various paths it possessed. These paths clearly revolved around a core, regardless of fate, all aimed at the target. The most powerful path among them was the predestined strike. This path could lock onto a target simply by sight. The sight here didn't refer to Gushi's visual range, but rather his ability to actually see. For example, Gushi's current visual range reached over 80 kilometers, but that wasn't the limit. On flat ground, Gushi could see distant mountains. These mountains were beyond Gushi's visual range, but they could still be considered targets. If that still doesn't make sense, look up at the sky. The stars twinkled, and you could tell if you saw them. As long as you could see a star, it was a target. Even with Gushi's weak arrow, the arrow would still reach it. Gushi needn't worry about the attack's effectiveness. The light-destroying bow clearly states that once fired, its power remains undiminished. There are also other ways to increase attack power, and the life-severing arrow can even target the enemy's fate. In other words, any shot can kill, and if executed well, No one will even know it was Gushi who did it. From this point of view, it truly aligns with the effectiveness of Destiny equipment. However, Gushi's current focus isn't on this. Gushi is currently researching resonance. The last time the third red item appeared, due to the high quality of the head of the goddesses, it didn't resonate with Gushi's other two items, instead blending in with the hand of death. But judging by the current situation, the resonance of red equipment doesn't seem to be what Gushi imagined. In fact, there are many theories. The simplest scenario is that the ghost flower in Gushi's hand resonates with Death's mane. Adding a soul calling bow to the mix, the soul calling bow can now resonate with the ghost flower in Death's mane. The resonance technique for 3 pieces of red equipment isn't 2, but 3. This is only the resonance for just 3 pieces of red equipment. Gushi speculated that if there were more red equipment, the resonance connections might expand like a spider web. Players could seek better and more appropriate resonance strategies, rather than just resonating with 3 pieces of red equipment as they currently do. Gushi also noticed that the final tip stated that it's best to leave 2 resonance slots for the soul calling bow. This suggests that there must be something within the soul calling bow that Gushi isn't aware of. So, even if Gushi binds the soul calling bow, he can only resonate with it twice, lest he run out of resonance slots when faced with a need to improve himself. With this thought, Gushi put down the death bow and picked up the ring beside him. Compared to the death bow, this ring was more complicated. This ring, which belonged to the Destiny red item, was actually quite strange. One of the paths here was a special path, while the other 3 were ordinary paths. It felt as if this situation was specifically designed to transform the ring into a Destiny red item. Gushi wasn't sure what level of red item this ring was, so he could only treat it as a red item. 4-leaf clover ring, red, Destiny red item, unbound, when equipped, activates the Destiny constant effect, maintaining positive luck throughout Destiny, with a luck level of at least level 10. Equipment requirements: complete the bind quest. Exclusive Route 1, 4-leaf clover field, active skill, domain skill. Plant 4-leaf clovers at a designated location to create a Destiny domain unique to the wearer. Within the 4-leaf clover field, the wearer will be protected from Destiny's covetousness. Route skills: Fate Convergence, Fate Condensation, Grassland Protection, Fate Diminishing, Grassland Spirit. Special Route 1, Fate Record, an active skill that uses the Fate Clover to calculate or divine the fate of a specific person, item, or race. The more 4-leaf clovers you enter, the more comprehensive the information you receive. No detailed information is needed, as fate itself is already there. Route skills: Fate Record, Fate Divination, Locking the Future. Special Route 2, Luck Operation, an active skill that uses the power of fate to modify the luck of your enemies or allies. Lower luck values are more susceptible to negative effects, while higher luck values increase the likelihood of various benefits. Route skills: Bad Luck Haunting, Luck Arrives, Wheel of Fortune. Special Route 3, Fate Clone, a passive skill that uses the power of fate to extract a period of time from the past or future, creating a clone of your destiny. This clone can help you obtain information or influence your past destiny. The clone is not the same person, and will be ignored even if discovered. Route skills: Deploy clones to influence the past and future. Special 1, after binding equipment, you can select one of the 4 routes as a bound protection. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound player, this route's most powerful skill will automatically be unleashed. Special 2, after binding equipment, you can select one of the 4 routes as your primary combat route, increasing the power of this route by 150%. Special 3, after binding equipment, you can select one of the 4 routes to activate a combat aura, and you can unlock 3 additional combat auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4, after binding equipment, you can allocate the use of a specific route and lend it to other players or subordinates. Exclusive routes cannot be lent. Dual red equipment resonance: None. Exclusive routes can only resonate with routes of the same level. Other special routes have no resonance requirements. Note 1. This is a route influenced by fate. Due to fate, one of these routes has become exclusive. Note 2. 1 exclusive and 3 normal skills. I'm not sure how this should be arranged. It can only be considered a powerful red equipment. Explanation 3. The power of fate is actually beyond your imagination. Looking at the ring in his hand, Gushi immediately had a thought. Back at Hades University, that thing he didn't know if it was his son or grandson might have been using a clone of fate. That's why Gushi almost forgot about him when he left. Thinking of this, Gushi felt a pang of discontent. I worked so hard to finally get a piece of red equipment, and I haven't even used it yet, and you're using its effects to mess with me. Don't let me know whose grandson you are. If you know, I definitely travel straight into the future and give you a good beating. Chapter 2979. With the 2 red suits in hand, Gushi no longer complained about his fate. After all, he had already paid back everything he could. There was nothing more to say. Now Gushi had to consider whether to use the 2 red suits himself or assign them to one of his subordinates. Gushi hadn't yet fully considered this. After all, none of his subordinates had contracted undead suitable for the fate path, and this was even harder to come by than finding a blacksmith. Gushi couldn't let something like fate fall into the hands of others, at least not ordinary undead. Without a countermeasure, unleashing the power of fate would be like handing over one's future. So, Gushi had to think carefully about how to use the red suits. Besides, binding the red suits took time. It would take at least 2 or 3 months to bind each of these red suits. It would be impossible to bind these 2 without at least a month and a half. Gushi's biggest weakness now was time. The Genesis game was almost over, and Gushi had taken time out of his busy schedule to come here. Now that he had obtained the red suit, Gushi could actually leave. The key to the advancement quest had been completed. He had discovered the truth about this world's history, and he had also joined the faction. Although it sounded a bit dreamy, when Gushi looked at the quest description, it actually indicated that his quest had been completed. If he wanted, he could upgrade his rank at any time, and even leave the advancement game world directly. However, Gushi had no plans to leave the advancement game world yet. He had not yet received the deified corpse that Imhotep had promised him. After obtaining the deified corpse, Gushi left immediately, refusing to participate in the affairs of this game world. From fate, Gushi already knew the true meaning of the altered history. From either the pharaoh's perspective or the high priest's, neither was wrong. Had the high priest discovered someone altering history, he would have surely intervened. And under the pharaoh, and even after him, history was entirely tinkered with according to fate's will. In the pharaoh's eyes, fate was a deity, and as a pharaoh, it was only natural for him to obey the gods. So, both believed their actions were right. Gushi was still in the underworld, but he could imagine a fierce battle between the resurrected Imhotep and the pharaoh's men. Whether this battle would ultimately alter the altered history was unimportant to Gushi. What truly mattered was whether he could obtain the deified corpse he desired. If he didn't, Gushi wouldn't mind taking Imhotep's body back as a replacement. With this thought in mind, Gushi walked out of the Temple of the Gods. After leaving the Temple of the Gods, Gushi stood on the sandy ground of the underworld again. At this point, Gushi no longer had any desire to wander around the underworld. He raised his hand, preparing to leave the underworld. But just as he did so, it suddenly occurred to him that the energy here was so dense that fate had previously driven away some of the nearby undead to lure him here. Wasn't this the perfect place to ascend to the Netherworld Ghost Saint? There was nothing much to do in the living world now, so he might as well ascend here. Gushi then popped up his task panel. Your advancement task. True history has been completed. Advancement task. True history. Quest description. History is wisdom passed down from ancient times. Some need it, some reject it, some modify it, and some devour it. But no matter the choice, the hidden power within history remains, and no one can ignore it. Quest requirements. Seek the truth of history, complete, choose a faction to join, complete, modify history, or uncover the true history, complete. Quest reward. Advance the Lord of the Underworld to Ghost Sage of the Underworld. Would you like to advance now? Looking at the task before him, Gushi smiled faintly. Advance, upgrade. As soon as Gushi uttered these words, the nearby Enchi gathered towards him. At the same time, a voice echoed in Gushi's ears. When you become a ghost sage, what will you teach them? For some reason, Gushi instinctively wanted to say that he would teach them about fate. Fortunately, Gushi finally reacted. Through gritted teeth, he uttered death words. Good. Then the nearby chilling wind intensified again, sweeping up a vast cloud of gray sand. Amidst the swirling sand, Gushi saw countless words appear, and numerous voices were constantly reading these words. Only then did Gushi understand that the voice had been asking what Gushi could bring to the undead after becoming a ghost sage. This would also have a certain impact on the future path of the undead spiritual intelligence. Just like if Gushi had said he intended to teach the undead swordsmanship, then his undead would have become many more swordsmen. If Gushi had suggested teaching the undead their fate, professions like fortune tellers would have increased. Gushi's current teaching of the death words to the undead was a first for the Netherworld Ghost Sage profession since its creation. After all, only 2 individuals currently possess the death words: the Red Guardian, Undead Origin, and Gushi. No one else has yet mastered this unique skill. If no one knows how to use it, How can it have any corresponding impact? So, the Netherworld Ghost Sage in front of him was a first. But fortunately, the death words are at least a legitimate undead skill. Unlike Fate, which deviates from the undead's direction. If we're not sure how to handle it, we can compare it to the 3 divine skills of death. The current effect seems sufficient. As the sandstorm grew stronger, the sounds within it grew denser. Finally, all the sand was injected into Gushi's body. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Gushi's eyes, and he pointed to the ground and spoke. Paint! A battle aura, inspired by the power of painting, appeared beneath Gushi's feet. This aura appeared for a brief moment before vanishing. Then, Gushi's strange dragon aura appeared. This strange dragon aura, however, was rapidly moving upward, expanding and contracting freely, demonstrating Gushi's control over it. Gushi ignored this as a voice reached his ears. You have completed the advancement quest and officially ascended to the Netherworld Ghost Sage. Your level has increased to 25, replenishing your health and mana, clearing all negative status effects, increasing your intelligence by 2, and granting you 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. Chapter 2980. Underworld Teaching Platform. Essential skill for Underworld Ghost Saints, required. In the Underworld, establish a designated location for the Underworld Teaching Platform, unique in each Underworld. Once the platform is built, spiritual energy can be radiated from the platform, awakening the spirits of the undead within the Underworld and guiding them to learn and grow. Note, undead without spiritual energy are merely background figures in the Underworld. Only when their spiritual energy reaches a certain level do they become residents of the Underworld, and their place of residence is considered the Underworld. Dragon Transformation. Exclusive skill for Underworld Ghost Saints, a prerequisite skill, upgradable. Consume 1000 mana points to transform into a Een Dragon on the Underworld Teaching Platform. The Een Dragon can rain spiritual energy within a designated area, raising the spiritual level within that area. After the spiritual energy level is raised, the spiritual energy will gradually radiate, being absorbed and guided by the undead living nearby. Over time, new and unique spiritual veins and dragon veins will form. This is a range-enhancing skill. Necromancer Divination, a skill exclusive to Necromancer Lords. Consumes 500 mana points to summon a group of necromancers skilled in divination. Necromancers are then sacrificed to perform a divination. The result is affected by the number of necromancers sacrificed. The greater the number, the more accurate the divination. Fate River of Death, a special death skill, upgradable. Consumes 500 mana points to summon a Fate River of Death at a designated location. This Fate River of Death can be placed where Enchi gathers. When Enchi reaches a certain level, the Fate River of Death produces Fate of Death fluid, which can be used to perform divination. Death Curse, a necromancer skill, upgradable. The Fate-based necromancer skill, consuming 30 mana, imbues an enemy with the will of death. As long as the death curse remains, it will continuously drain their luck, causing them to stumble into various problems, and ultimately die unexpectedly. Under normal circumstances, after leveling up, Gushi would have immediately acquired the class-specific skill without a second thought. But after a minor setback at the hands of the Goddess of Beauty, Gushi had to review all the skills, making sure nothing was missed before making a choice. This time, the 5 skills are the same as before, with 2 essential skills for the Netherworld Ghost Saint. The Netherworld Teaching Platform is a must-have, even for other players. It can be said that without the Netherworld Teaching Platform, the Netherworld Ghost Saint cannot carry out his teachings in the Underworld. Gushi had no doubts about this and immediately decided on it. The other skill, transforming the dragon into essence, is not the same as the so-called finishing touch. It utilizes the Earth's energy and spirituality to nourish the spirit veins and dragon veins. When Gushi saw this skill, his first thought was the Corpse Witches and the Corpse Witch Ecological Park he had already assigned. Isn't this simply a way to increase the Earth veins for the Corpse Witch Ecological Park? Gushi didn't even plan to build a large dragon vein. As long as each Corpse Witch Ecological Park had a small Earth vein and spiritual vein, that would be sufficient. The spiritual energy here could be controlled and guided by the Corpse Witches, and then used to strengthen the Earth's energy. Just imagine what this strengthened underworld would be like. Normally, Gushi would be more than satisfied with what he saw. 2 exclusive skills for the Netherworld Ghost Saints, plus they were both necessary and powerful. What was there to choose? But the previous situation forced Gushi to review the remaining 3 skills. This situation was the same as usual. The skills would be oriented in the direction Gushi leveled up. A fate-related necromancy skill. This was all quite predictable, and I wondered what the underlying reasoning was. But after all, Gu Shi's last encounter with Fate before leveling up was with Fate, and he even received an item from Fate, confirming his alignment with Golden Fate. This naturally had a certain impact. Of the three skills, Death Curse was the more interesting. Gu Shi had seen it, and it was the kind that would truly kill anyone who touched it. Even if you could constantly dodge it, your luck would only worsen, and one day, you would be killed by your own luck. And even then, no one was controlling it, and the effect of 30 mana points being sped far away was unbelievable. Just imagine how this ability works. If someone were constantly replenishing Death Curse, the situation would be quite alarming. The same was true for the remaining two skills. Necromancer Divination used the Necromancer as a divination material. One or two Necromancers can only divine a few things at best, but what if there are more Necromancers? Hundreds or even thousands of them. What can they use to divine? The number of things to divine is enormous. Then, the Death River is used for production purposes, which isn't very appealing to Gu Shi. Compared to Gu Shi, it's not as impressive as the Death Witch Divination and the Death Curse. So, the Death River was the first one Gu Shi ruled out. Then came the Death Curse, the various comparisons between the Death Witch Divination and the Dragon Transformation Point. Actually, this isn't really a comparison. It's simply that these two skills are outweighed by the effects of Dragon Transformation. After all, Dragon Transformation happened to be on Gu Shi's mind, a means of strengthening the corpse, which ecological park. The rest were merely divination techniques, of little use to Gu Shi. Not to mention that no amount of divination could surpass the effects of the red equipment, and even if it did, Gu Shi wouldn't fully believe it. Back then, the little fox used his own life to divine for Gu Shi, predicting that Gu Shi would eventually battle Octopus Head in Genesis and be slain by him. As a result, the grass on Octopus Head's grave is now 3 feet tall. Not a single member of Octopus Head's clan survived. This experience also influenced Gu Shi's thinking. When it comes to fate, he prefers to travel back in time to influence his enemies, rather than using divination techniques. So, the second option to be eliminated was Dead Witch Divination. Finally, Gu Shi compared the Death Curse with the Dragon Transformation skill, sighed, and made his choice. I chose the Netherworld Teaching Platform and the Dragon Transformation Point. This time, he also missed a decent skill, but for Gu Shi, the regret wasn't as intense as it had been with the Goddess of Beauty. This time, Gu Shi was sober, having carefully compared the relevant skills with the situation before making the decision. Even if Gu Shi missed the Death Curse skill, even if he was certain he would never encounter it again, he wouldn't regret it. On the contrary, after this self-analysis, Gu Shi's resolve was strengthened, and he had a clearer idea of his path. It could be said that after this experience, Gu Shi's character was further strengthened. At the very least, on the path of the Necromancer, Gu Shi had grown. Chapter 2981. Having completed his advancement, Gu Shi's mission in this game world was largely accomplished. Now he could consider his next move. Get the deified corpse and leave. This was Gu Shi's plan. After all, the game world before him was a patched-up world of fate. Aside from the pharaohs squeezed into over 700 years of history, there were probably other places with similar arrangements. Gu Shi didn't want to set up the underworld battlefield here. Gu Shi didn't want to visit this damn place again. So he found Imhotep's location and asked him if he had found the deified corpse. Gu Shi put away his death bow and clover ring, closed his eyes, and locked onto Imhotep's location. The red thread of the underworld activated, dragging Gu Shi out. The next moment, the sky brightened, and Gu Shi appeared in the world of the living. It was afternoon, and upon emerging, Gu Shi felt the sun's hot breeze on his face. Looking closer, Gu Shi suddenly felt that the sun in the sky resembled the large ship he had seen in the underworld. Gu Shi was somewhat surprised by this. He wanted to take a closer look, but found that he could no longer look directly at the sun. Just then, Gu Shi heard some explosions nearby. Confused, Gu Shi raised his head and looked around. He saw that the black-robed men and white-robed cavalrymen, whom Gu Shi had previously suppressed, were once again in the desert. Ahead of them were white-skinned soldiers. Gu Shi narrowed his eyes, then remembered something. When he had gone to find the pharaoh, he had brought Eddie to the underworld. Later, he met his fate there. With all the events that had happened along the way, Gu Shi had completely forgotten about Eddie. By now, Eddie must have already reached the depths of Hades. Without Eddie, how could these black-robed and white-robed men attack again? And judging by their current situation, they didn't seem to be coming to attack Imhotep. Rather, they seemed to be helping him. Imhotep also didn't despise the fact that they were under his sworn enemy. When the black-robed and white-robed men were attacked by the white-skinned army, Imhotep would lend a hand. Although Imhotep hadn't fully recovered to his former strength, he already had some tactics at his disposal. At this moment, he stirred up a gust of sand, transformed into his own face, and charged towards the white-skinned army, shouting loudly, "I'm holding them back. Get out of here!" Seeing this, Gu Shi, though unsure of what was happening, knew which side he should be on. So, Gu Shi immediately joined the battle, deploying his city gates and dump trucks on the battlefield. As Gu Shi deployed his undead forces, the tide of battle began to turn in his favor. At this moment, Gu Shi noticed that he seemed to have gained a combat aura. Gu Shi pondered for a moment, realizing that this was the specialized combat aura awarded by the Mystic Academy when he reached level 25. The combat aura he had previously received was related to necromancy, creating a blood scourge aura that limited Gu Shi's ability to summon only the undead titan known as the Blood Scourge, affecting all other undead summons. This time, too, the situation was similar. After reaching level 25, Gu Shi could select one of the remaining 3 academies and transform it into a combat aura. Just like selecting the abilities of 3 schools as clones before. Those 3 clones brought Gu Shi immense benefits. Apart from other things, the clone with the dark fitness technique alone gave him a body as strong as a warrior. This time, Gu Shi didn't make any selections regarding his battle aura. He simply used a battle clone with a painting effect. Gu Shi was busy dealing with his class skills at the time, and hadn't paid attention to the battle aura. Now, with the battle aura activated, Gu Shi understood its name and function. Gu Shi hadn't expected painting to create a battle aura, and that its effects would leave him so amazed. The battle aura before him was the painting falsehood as truth destiny aura, or simply the painting destiny aura. The function of this battle aura was, to put it simply, an illusion-type battle aura. The last time Gu Shi fought that illusionist player, he suffered a heavy loss in this way. Now, turning around and seeing Gu Shi using this method, he cheered with joy. Of course, compared to the free-to-play player who used illusions last time, Gu Shi's combat aura has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that Gu Shi isn't a dedicated player. His Draw Fate aura is simply a drawing skill. Gu Shi can't transform at will, nor can he transform into anything he wants. There's no way his illusions will remain after he leaves. However, Gu Shi's drawings do have an advantage. He can draw fate. As long as Gu Shi is present, the aura of fate will make people believe that his drawings are real. This is guided by instinct, and has nothing to do with painting. Because after fate shifts, everyone will believe that what Gu Shi draws is real. Gu Shi carefully considered the effects of the fate drawing aura, and finally said, "Interesting." Then he thought for a moment, and looked towards the battlefield. Gu Shi noticed that on the white battlefield, a woman with blonde hair parted in the middle was protecting a woman Gu Shi knew. Gu Shi had seen that woman before outside the museum. She seemed to be called Miss Lay something. Oh right, Miss Rachel. According to the Red Robe butler, she seemed to be one of the people behind the museum. Gu Shi even suspected she might be acting like a pharaoh. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly had an idea for using the fate drawing aura. Gu Shi kicked the ground with his foot, kicking up some yellow sand. Just as the sand fell to the ground, Gu Shi's fate drawing aura activated, and Miss Rachel was already drawn. Most importantly, Miss Rachel's fate also hinged on Gu Shi's painting. As soon as Miss Rachel appeared behind the white troops, all the soldiers sensed something was amiss, and their gazes toward Miss Rachel changed. Only the blonde man, with the middle part, noticed something was amiss. He immediately shielded Miss Rachel behind him, his revolver pointed at the nearby soldiers. Gu Shi paid no attention to the changes in the white troops. He was contemplating his own drawing of Miss Rachel. Do you remember? Can you describe what happened? Chapter 2982. Yes. As soon as the Miss Rachel Gu Shi had drawn spoke, he knew his thoughts were correct. With destiny transferred, some things naturally transferred as well. The Miss Rachel before him was practically indistinguishable from the real one. If Gu Shi attacked Miss Rachel now, and then disbanded the drawing, the real person far away in the white-skinned army would also be harmed. This was the true use of Gu Shi's battle aura. As for drawing the person and bringing them near him to gather information, that was merely the most basic operation. Gu Shi initially entertained this idea, but with the person in front of him, his thoughts naturally changed. Alright, tell me what's going on this time. Although he had discovered the most correct use of the fate aura, Gu Shi hadn't forgotten why he had brought Miss Rachel here. Isn't it just to know what happened here? Why Imhotep was being beaten? Miss Rachel is a dummy created by Gu Shi. Although she has inherited the original's fate, she is still Gu Shi's painting. She still listens to what Gu Shi says. When Gu Shi asked this question, Miss Rachel quickly spoke. It turns out that everything started because Gu Shi had taken the relevant materials from the museum, and just happened to meet Miss Rachel, that brainless person. She became famous on this continent a long time ago. It's just that she didn't achieve fame in a good way. She has a strong destructive power. Every time she goes on an archaeological expedition, she brings back some valuable finds, but she only does so after the entire ancient site is completely destroyed. You could say he was the archaeological king of destruction. No one in the archaeological community wanted her on board. Only museums, after years of forgery, became less concerned and accepted any payment. Most importantly, museums' forgery require a complete overhaul, including the archaeological excavation site itself. Before Miss Rachel arrived, they had to meticulously prepare and maintain a timeline. After Miss Rachel's 2 appearances, they had fewer problems. Whenever they were forging artifacts, they would bring Miss Rachel along, agreeing on a specific target and a general idea of what they were looking for. Miss Rachel could pinpoint the artifact and then destroy all the other artifacts. Whenever anyone asked about it later, they would simply say it was Miss Rachel who destroyed it. This way, everyone understood the situation. Wasn't it normal for artifacts to be destroyed when Miss Rachel was involved in archaeological excavations? So, Miss Rachel found her job and established herself in the archaeological community. And the museum became Miss Rachel's fame. Now that the museum had been in trouble, it was clearly going to be closed down. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to Miss Rachel. Not to mention that she still had something to look for. Even if she did, what would become of her career without the museum? So Miss Rachel had mobilized all her connections and forcibly tricked the white-skinned troops into coming here, precisely to resolve the conflict between the black-robed and white-robed men. As for how Imhotep appeared, this fake Miss Rachel had no idea. After all, she was unaware of Imhotep's existence. At this moment, Imhotep had also noticed Gu-Shi's appearance. He immediately transformed into yellow sand and flew in front of Gu-Shi. "You're back? Did you see the pharaoh?" "I did, and I know the details. But what's going on here? Where's the deified corpse I want?" Gu-Shi's first question upon arriving was about the corpse. If the corpse wasn't there, Gu-Shi would have taken Imhotep's body back to make things clear. "I went looking for the deified corpse for you. I didn't realize that their family, besides helping the pharaoh keep an eye on me, also helped the pharaohs of past generations keep an eye on the sealed deified corpses. So I came here to inquire, and ended up encountering something like this." Although Imhotep said he was inquiring, Gu-Shi knew that his inquiry was definitely not the right one. He must have intended to use his magic to eliminate the disobedient ones, leaving behind the obedient ones who knew the situation. If the white-skinned troops hadn't attacked directly, perhaps Imhotep and the black-robed men would now be the enemy. But now that the white-skinned troops have taken action, Imhotep and the black-robed men are allies. Pharaohs of various eras? Gu-Shi perked up at that. Then can I choose the deified corpse I want? Gu-Shi's goal this time was actually to find a corpse that could be used as a blacksmith, but he never voiced this idea. Because it didn't make sense. No blacksmith would become a pharaoh's mortal enemy, nor would any blacksmith allow a pharaoh to be made into a deified corpse, and then sealed for so long. So Gu-Shi had to change his approach. He wanted one that could master the art of education. The previous Imhotep had been quite good, the high priest's position was actually quite suitable. But after all, Imhotep had been resurrected. And he was willing to help Gu-Shi find other deified corpses. So Gu-Shi let Imhotep go. Although Gu-Shi wasn't entirely satisfied with Imhotep's chosen target, one corpse was enough, and at the time, Gu-Shi didn't care too much. But Gu-Shi never expected that there would be a surprise waiting for him here. He meant a large number of deified corpses. Which one is the closest? Are there any corpses like the high priests? Hearing Gu-Shi's words, Imhotep was speechless. He had only heard of such a situation, but how could he know if there were any high priests sealed for other reasons in the places guarded by the black-robed men? After all, he was the first deified corpse to be sealed. How could he find out about those who died and were dealt with after him? Of course, now that Gu-Shi had asked, Imhotep would still say there should be. After all, the princess, prince, and priest are more likely to be eliminated. If you know more details, we can take that. Imhotep glanced around and noticed that the man named Eddie was gone. Imhotep couldn't help but look at Gu-Shi. "You mean Eddie? He got lost in the underworld." Gu-Shi shrugged. He couldn't say that Eddie might have been led away by fate. Wouldn't that reveal his fate? In the end, he could only say this. Then we have to ask each one individually. Imhotep had no choice. But Gu-Shi didn't care. "Don't worry. Just tell me which of them are the leaders of the group." As Gu-Shi spoke, he scattered Miss Rachel's portrait. He had a useful aura, so he had to make good use of it. Chapter 2983. While Gu-Shi was questioning the leader of the black-robed group, Miss Rachel, whom Gushi had released, was nearing death. Of course, Gushi hadn't used Miss Rachel as an experiment to verify the damage-transferring effect of his fate painting aura. It was simply because Gushi had overexerted himself when painting his fate, transferring all of Miss Rachel's fate lines onto his own portrait. As a result, no one knew Miss Rachel except for the blonde, middle-parted, toady who had always been by her side. In this battle, with Gushi's troops attacking from all sides, the white-skinned troops were under considerable pressure. The sudden appearance of an outsider in their ranks naturally led to an overreaction. Even with the blonde, middle-parted toady protecting her, all the attacks fell on Miss Rachel. By the time Gushi finished and dispelled the effects of the painting aura, Miss Rachel was nearly dead. Just then, Imhotep glanced in Miss Rachel's direction. Gushi, who was conversing with the leader of the black-robed men, noticed something was amiss and asked directly, "What happened?" "Nothing," Imhotep shook his head. Just now, when Miss Rachel was killed, Imhotep had for some reason had a feeling that the soul being dragged out was that of the pharaoh's daughter. But now that she was dead, and her soul seemed to have been immediately erased, Imhotep didn't elaborate. Gushi's attention wasn't focused on this either. He was earnestly asking about the deified corpse. Just as Imhotep had said, these black and white-robed men, besides targeting him alone, were also responsible for tracking the various mythopos sealed by the pharaoh. They also kept records of these mythopos. Of course, their records were based on the terrain. Some were buried farther away, others closer. When Gushi inquired, they immediately understood and explained everything they knew. Gushi couldn't possibly want all the mythopos. He was interested in the closest, the more famous, and finally, the mythopos of high priests and the like. After hearing the stories of most of the mythopos, Gushi quickly identified his target. For Gushi, distance didn't really matter. Even farther away, with the evil coffin, it would only take a few days. If Gushi initially considered distance, he later considered which one to choose. Finally, Gushi narrowed down his target to 3, all of whom were high priests, who had been processed and transformed into mythopos. However, compared to Imhotep, these 3 seemed less fortunate. One of them was Imhotep's direct disciple, the main force that escaped with Imhotep's men after Imhotep was executed, and he even considered retrieving Imhotep. Ultimately, it was for this reason that he clashed with the pharaoh and was executed. The pharaoh certainly wouldn't mummify such a subordinate. However, he hadn't offended the pharaoh too much, so he didn't use a worm coffin or anything like that. He was simply treated and sealed normally, and eventually buried in a swamp somewhere. At most, they could add some other things to suppress it, but the appearance would be nothing compared to Imhotep's. But in terms of his status and position, he was the best of all the sealed deified corpses. When Imhotep was still alive, he truly treated him as a disciple, selecting the best and most talented disciples in the country. And he did not disappoint Imhotep. Even what he did after Imhotep was sealed proved his loyalty. So Gushi was quite optimistic about this deified corpse. The other one was promoted to high priest by the pharaoh many years after Imhotep's death. At that time, all of Imhotep's disciples had left the kingdom and gone into hiding. The high priests in the kingdom did not possess much magical power, and could only serve as puppets of the pharaoh. This high priest himself was also like that, but he was talented and ambitious, and he did not want to be controlled by the pharaoh forever. So he searched for some of the records left by Imhotep. In this place, even death doesn't matter, their connection to the underworld is quite strong. As long as one can communicate with the underworld, one can obtain relevant knowledge from it. This person relied on this method to actively enter and exit the underworld, seeking the knowledge left by Imhotep, and ultimately launched a rebellion. However, by then, the pharaoh was already very powerful. If Imhotep were still alive, he might have been able to fight the pharaoh, but with his current strength, he naturally couldn't. He also tried to steal the pharaoh's hidden items to enhance his own magical powers, but ended up falling into the pharaoh's trap and becoming part of his treasure. After that, the pharaoh sealed his trapped treasure and left the corpse there. At most, he sent people to monitor it for a while. One thing is certain, he would eventually become a deified corpse. The last one happened in the pharaoh's final years. During his 700-plus years on the throne, due to historical revisions in the Valley of the Kings, few people knew that the pharaoh could live for thousands of years. Most people believed that the pharaoh could only live for 60 or 70 years. This included the pharaoh's son. The pharaoh's son believed he could become the next pharaoh, so he contacted and wooed the then current high priest. But the pharaoh kept living, and his son was beginning to feel tired. Seeing that he was about to die of old age, his son joined forces with the then current high priest to rebel and strike a ruthless blow against the pharaoh. However, how could a pharaoh, who had ruled the kingdom for thousands of years, be overthrown by a son who lived less than 70 years. This rebellion was suppressed before it even began. The pharaoh's son could be mummified and sealed away somewhere. The high priest who rebelled alongside the pharaoh's son was not so lucky. He was immediately dealt with, not even mummified, but simply poured into copper and made into a copper pillar. This copper pillar method is similar to pouring concrete into a person. This method effectively eliminated the possibility of mummification. To prevent him from causing any more trouble, he was finally sealed in a desert cave. Chapter 2984. Besides these three high priests, there were also some princes, generals, princesses, and slaves who had offended the pharaoh. In a certain period of real history, these were all elites, each with their own stories. However, they weren't as numerous as the three great priests. In the end, they either rebelled, and none of them had any profession related to enlightenment. Gushi took a quick look and gave up on these deified corpses. It wasn't that Gushi didn't want to take more, but rather that Gushi felt these deified corpses didn't have much potential. If they couldn't be made into contracted undead, but were made into ordinary undead, they wouldn't be god-level troops, heroes, or even demigod level. Then it would be a waste for Gushi to take them. Most importantly, in the deified corpse quest, only the first deified corpse received the reward. The others were just ordinary items, and Gushi didn't have the time or the inclination to bother with that. Just find one, take it, and go. As for the battle here, Gushi didn't need to worry at all. With Imhotep still here, these white-skinned troops wouldn't be able to stop them. Fate was definitely still watching here. After Gushi left, Fate would definitely deal with the situation here. Gushi didn't need to overthink it. So, Gushi determined the location where the three high priests were buried and prepared to go there to search for them himself. Hearing that Gushi was about to leave, Imhotep stopped him. What's wrong? Don't worry. My troops will stay. After they're done fighting, they return to the city on their own. Once they all returned, the gates will automatically retract, preventing any more undead from leaving behind to disrupt your environment. No, sir. Didn't we agree that I would go find the deified corpse? You're moving too slowly. We don't know when we can leave. I better go on my own? Gushi had no intention of stalling. After all, he could go faster on his own and wouldn't be affected by Imhotep's influence. Imhotep nodded at Gushi's words, but he immediately asked, just tell me what you have to say. Can I know the truth behind the history rewrite? Gushi was stunned. How could he explain this? Gushi couldn't say that this world was a patchwork of fate, and you were just a garbage dump for countless other worlds. Everything that other worlds didn't want would be gathered here. Gushi believed that if he told all this, Imhotep would definitely overturn the world before him. In his opinion, this world was already beyond saving, so he might as well destroy it. Gushi didn't want to take the blame. There are even more powerful beings behind the pharaoh. They're revising history because there are so many unknown beings who need an identity. Gushi thought for a moment, then finally offered an explanation. As for whether Imhotep would listen, Gushi wasn't sure. He had said everything he could. If Imhotep didn't believe him, there was nothing Gushi could do. Imhotep was visibly stunned by Gushi's words. He could tell Gushi wasn't lying. He frowned. Did I do something wrong? You're not wrong. You just shouldn't have appeared at this time. The pharaoh will do this regardless of you. Your presence is simply a sign that some people have noticed something unusual and are trying to escape. Your actions here are yours to take. But I must remind you that you're not the only one doing this. There are probably others doing the same thing across the sea as well. Imhotep was silent for a long moment before finally saying, You're right. Perhaps I shouldn't know so much. But after saying this, Imhotep perked up again. But this is my territory. After becoming high priest, I was taught to record everything about the pharaoh, assist him in governing the kingdom, and preserve a true history. If I were dead, that would be fine. I wouldn't be able to see this in the underworld. Now that I'm alive, I can't let this happen. Regardless of who those behind the pharaoh are, I take care of this matter. It's up to you. Do whatever you want. But I'm telling you, the one behind the pharaoh is not to be trifled with. You offended him, and if you die, there's no one who can resurrect you. Death is death. So what if I don't resurrect? This resurrection is all I gain for free. For the sake of historical truth, even if I have to fight once, what's the harm? Hearing this, Gushi stopped trying to persuade him, saying, just focus on your side of history. Don't touch the other histories that have been altered by the white-skinned people. The more you interfere, the less benefit you get. Imhotep grinned. I know I'm not a brainless being. No fool can hold the position of high priest. Okay, I won't keep you here. If you meet my disciple, tell him what I said. He's doing a good job." With that, Imhotep headed towards the army of black-robed and white-robed men. Because Gu Shi's men had taken over the battle here, the black-robed and white-robed men were cleaning up the battlefield and treating their companions. When Imhotep approached, they were all very polite to him, as if they already recognized him as their leader. Gu Shi was very curious. Gu Shi had painted these black-robed and white-robed leaders with his life-drawing aura. They really were all Pharaoh's men. From the very beginning, they had been assigned by the Pharaoh to guard different positions, to prevent the sealed enemies from resurrecting. Why are they all obeying Imhotep's orders now? Gu Shi shook his head, puzzled, but still jumped onto the evil coffin and headed out. As for the battle here, Gu Shi had made it clear beforehand. After this battle, his men would retreat on their own. Gu Shi's men were quite clever, and didn't require much management. Watching Gu Shi leave, Imhotep shouted, "Hurry up! Take those white-skinned guys' weapons. They're our tools for resistance. You all seen it. Those white-skinned guys are cutting off our roots. They're revising our history, and we all exist to protect it. Why did the Pharaoh keep you here? To protect history. Now is our time to do so. Everyone, shout with me. Defend history. Defend history." As everyone shouted, no one noticed that Eddie hadn't returned yet. Chapter 2985. At the foot of the snow-capped mountains in the central part of the continent, Gu Shi looked up at them. He had a feeling he'd been here before. Thinking more carefully, wasn't this the same snow-capped mountain Gu Shi and his companions had passed through the last time they searched for the Pyramid of Set? It was just that the mountain was clearly hidden back then. But the snow-capped mountain before him was different. This mountain was directly in Gu Shi's path. To get past it, he would either have to take a detour or climb the mountain. Only then could he reach the swamp he desired. If anyone else faced this situation, they might have chosen a detour, but for Gu Shi, there was no need. The method Gu Shi used was quite simple: the dimensional gate. This ability could be used even in the starry sky, so Gu Shi could certainly use it now. When he used it, he first saw the top of the snow-capped mountain. Then, as the dimensional gate opened, the evil coffin rushed to the summit. Later, Gu Shi stood atop the snowy mountain and looked down. Beneath the snow, he discovered forests, mountains, valleys, and swamps. Gu Shi first glanced down, then quickly locked onto his location. Another dimensional portal descended, and Gu Shi immediately appeared in the swamp beneath the snowy mountain. This swamp was clearly formed by meltwater from the mountains, mixing with mud. After years of influence, no one knew what lay beneath the silt. Gu Shi, standing on the evil coffin, was unaffected. The silt had no effect on it. But Gu Shi's undead were unable to move in such a place. The silt here is so thick that even a ghost wouldn't be able to break through. Gu Shi had only two ways to find what he wanted in this swamp. One, of course, was to drain the swamp, whether by using undead to dig it out, or by simply turning it into a road to the underworld and using that to drain the silt. In any case, the top layer of silt had to be removed. Only by exposing the underlying solid ground could one dig up everything and find what Gu Shi wanted. Another option was to recruit undead troops capable of diving beneath the swamp silt and dig out everything within. Normally, given Gu Shi's personality, he wouldn't leave empty-handed. But right now, Gu Shi had no intention of taking all the silt with him. After so many actions, Gu Shi's vision had improved significantly. Even upon reaching this swamp, Gu Shi could already tell that it had the effect of blocking undead transformations. In other words, the silt before him was problematic. Those who died here might decay, but they would never spontaneously transform into undead spirits and rise from the mud. This was a measure prepared for the high priest buried beneath. However, the effect was perhaps too strong, affecting even the nearby corpses. For Gu Shi, simply dragging the corpse out of the mud would negate the effect. However, this method, which could not produce undead spirits, was of little use to Gu Shi. After digging it back up, Gu Shi would have no place to use it. Besides, this thing had no other use. Even if it absorbed the nutrients from so many rotting corpses, it wouldn't even be enough to fertilize the land. So why would Gu Shi transport it back? So Gu Shi simply ignored the silt and unleashed his bone-eating mud troops, sending them into the swamp to drag the bodies away. The bone-eating mud troops responded with remarkable speed to Gu Shi's request. The swamp before them wasn't particularly hospitable to other undead, but for the bone-eating mud troops, it felt like home. They quickly blended into the swamp, and soon began tossing out corpses. These corpses ranged in size, from the large ones, like elephants, to the small ones, like squirrels and rabbits. After the bones were thrown out, the bone-eating mud rushed back down to search for other things, while Gu Shi watched the corpses from afar. From Gushi's current perspective, these corpses were all top-notch. This is understandable. Buried in the swamp's mud, not only was their death unjust, but they couldn't even become undead. This meant their posthumous resentment had nowhere to vent. Eventually, all this resentment naturally returned to the corpse, which then decayed, leaving only the bones to carry it. After so many years of nurturing, it would be strange if these bones weren't of poor quality. Gushi was already considering how to use these bones. Using these bones to summon spirits and turn them into blood disasters would be a waste. These bones are prime material, capable of being used to craft weapons and equipment, as well as various structures. Take it to summon the spirit? Was Gushi short of those soldiers? Just as Gushi was thinking this, the bone-eating mud that had slid into the swamp let out an excited scream. Gushi turned his head and looked over there, just in time to see the bone-eating mud crawling out from under the swamp, carrying a copper coffin. As soon as he saw the copper coffin before him, Gushi knew he had found it. The style of the copper coffin before him was identical to the one that had originally sealed Imhotep. Both were makeshift coffins, crudely crafted, without detailed features. Due to being soaked in the mud, they had acquired some green rust marks. But Gushi didn't care. He walked around the area and could clearly see that this coffin was smaller than Imhotep's. This wasn't because the high priest's status was lower than Imhotep's, so the coffin had to be smaller. It was simply because Imhotep had been imprisoned in an insect coffin, which housed insects in addition to humans. The man before him was different. He hadn't completely offended the pharaoh. He hadn't suffered the millennia-long torture of insects. Under normal sealing conditions, a coffin would have been sufficient to hold the person. This coffin, however, simply trapped the person, unable to move. Gushi circled the coffin, without any thought of performing any ritual, and simply opened it. As he opened the coffin, Gushi couldn't help but frown. The condition of the corpse before him surprised Gushi. Perhaps to prevent the high priest from struggling, the pharaoh's men had bandaged the man before encasing him in the coffin. This made the corpse look like a mummy that hadn't been successfully resurrected. But what surprised Gushi was that the body was surprisingly intact. It hadn't shriveled up from being buried for 1,000 years. Instead, it looked as if it had died not long ago. Gushi thought carefully and reached out to touch the corpse. Chapter 2986. The primordial hand of death stretched forward and dragged the corpse from the bronze coffin. The alienated hand of death slashed, and the linen bandages wrapped around the corpse were completely cut open, revealing the body within. Gushi frowned, thinking to himself that this was quite interesting. Before, the corpse was wrapped in bandages, and although he could feel it, he couldn't see the details. Now, with the bandages gone, Gushi could see the corpse's condition. Gushi's previous judgment had been too conservative. This corpse didn't look newly dead at all. It still held a trace of life. If handled properly, it could easily be made into a living dead. Excellent material. Gushi's eyes lit up, and he turned to the bone-eating silt in the swamp and said, "How long will you take?" The bone-eating silt heard this, and immediately sped up the process of moving the corpse from the swamp. They had already heard that Gushi was disapproving of their slowness. Gushi had actually asked this question because he was considering whether to take the corpse back home to dispose of it, or to create a contracted undead on the spot. Watching the bone-eating mud's movements, Gushi reflected that, given their condition, it would probably take a while. This little time should be enough. The vitality within this corpse couldn't be wasted. This was a very rare occurrence. If crafted properly, it could be transformed into a rare living corpse. Thinking of this, Gushi waved his hand, and a group of liches appeared around him. This was a power similar to that of a necromancer lord, but as Gushi's level increased, most of the necromancers he had originally released became liches. It's just that Gushi hasn't yet strengthened his skills in this area. If he had, a being like a great lich might have emerged. As soon as they appeared, they quickly began helping Gushi set up the scene without needing his orders. They were all conjured by Gushi's magic, and they knew all the spells and skills Gushi had learned, as well as his current thoughts. Gushi now intended to create a contracted undead directly here, and judging by the current situation, he had no intention of altering the corpse. After all, while the corpse before him wasn't perfect, it was quite interesting, carrying within it a sense of life. This was the advantage of the corpse before him. If Gushi had added materials to it, while it might have enhanced its properties, it would have destroyed this vitality, wasting the precious corpse he had nurtured for over 1,000 years. So, Gushi simply used the corpse to transform into a contracted undead. Although Gushi himself hadn't created many contracted undead, creating contracted undead was instinctive for a necromancer. With the help of the liches, Gushi quickly set up the transformation circle, requiring no outside assistance. Behind him, The two death hands placed the corpse within the circle. Then all the death hands coordinated with each other, some drawing various patterns on the corpse, while others brought various materials to fill the circle. Gushi also produced the contract scroll and stood there waiting. As for the incantations, the head of the goddesses would handle them all. Gushi didn't need to think too much. With this approach, the corpse was quickly disposed of. After the corpse was placed, the head of the goddesses finished chanting the incantation, and under the stimulation of the spell, the corpse slightly opened its eyes. At this moment, Gushi also tore off the contract scroll and injected the ball of light into the corpse while extending his hand towards it. My name is Gushi. I hope to sign a contract with you and borrow your strength to fight for me. My name is Robinson Vincent. I am willing to fight for you. Ding! The contract with the undead was successful. Robinson, the contracted undead, joins the player's forces. Name, Robinson, contracted undead, race, zombie, walking branch, level 25, 0/15000000, talent, vitality, innate vitality allows the undead to maintain a living state, stats, health, 3900/3900, magic, 4400/4400, attributes, strength 36, agility 27, constitution 39, intelligence 44, perception 33, charisma 31. Skills, earth magic 14, sandstorm 13, ancient rituals 11, corpse disposal 14. As soon as Robinson regained consciousness, he looked at Gushi in front of him and bowed his head. Sir. Gushi was still checking Robinson's skills at this moment, but upon hearing Robinson's words, he raised his head. Robinson, what are your thoughts on education? Gushi's goal was clear. He had summoned Robinson specifically to address matters of education. But Robinson shook his head and said, Sir, I have taught disciples before, but my teaching methods were all one-on-one or one-on-a-few. I'm afraid I can't teach on a larger scale. Gushi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly heard a voice. Sir, I can handle the education. Gushi looked up in the direction of the voice, but found nothing there. However, Gushi didn't sense any danger, he was simply confused, unsure of what was happening. Just then, a human figure appeared where Gushi was staring. This figure had gray-black skin, stood nearly 2 meters tall, and was covered in muscle. He had a bald head and a square face, and wore heavy armor. His eyes gleamed with wisdom. Gushi was stunned at first, then understood. He quickly flipped through his mission instructions and discovered that when he completed the creation of Robinson, the deified corpse mission would also be completed. This mission directly rewarded Gushi with a special contracted undead. Gushi thought the reward was Robinson, but he didn't expect it to be a real contracted undead. And judging by the situation, whatever type of contracted undead Gushi desired would be the one he received. Although the heavily armored undead before him didn't look like one with knowledge, he claimed to possess the ability to teach, so perhaps that was true. Gushi checked the status of his current contracted undead. It seemed that Robinson's prompt had given him a hint to subdue this contracted undead. Ding! You completed the red equipment quest, Apotheosis. Reward, special contracted undead, Chitro, contracted undead, joins the player's ranks. Name, Chitro, contracted undead, race, Apotheosis, walking corpse, level 25, 0/16000000, talent, spread, can spread something in all directions, centered around oneself, stats, health, 2900/2900, magic, 6400/6400, attributes, strength 42, agility 41, constitution 29, intelligence 64, perception 55, charisma 61. Skills, marksmanship 11, tactics 13, ballistics 15, logistics 14. Chapter 2987. After glancing at Chitro's attributes, and then again, Gushi finally realized that Chitro before him was a qualified educator. Be it his talent or his awareness, he met Gushi's requirements. Even though he didn't look like a teacher, his confidence made Gushi willing to entrust him with the task of educating the undead in his territory. Okay, from now on, you will be in charge of the education in my underworld, focusing on awakening the spirituality and intelligence of all the undead. Okay, Chitro agreed decisively. Gushi then turned his gaze to Robinson. You, come back with me later, and help me manage the Insha system plan. I already established the corpse which mountain god, and the corpse which land. These things need to be adjusted one by one. But none of my subordinates have time right now. Your arrival is perfect. You can help me handle this, and clarify the underlying logic of the Insha system. Listening to Gushi's words, Robinson nodded earnestly. Rest assured, sir, I will definitely complete this task. Gushi also smiled at this time, and turned his attention to the bone-eating sludge that was transporting corpses upwards. After the previous command, the speed of the bone-eating sludge's transportation increased significantly. At this moment, Robinson asked, Sir, why don't you take all the silt away from here? This silt is useless. I checked its properties, and it has a certain suppressive effect on the undead. You've been buried there for so many years, haven't you noticed? I have, but sir, don't you think the silt is the best material for preserving corpses? Gushi laughed upon hearing this. You mean to drive the corpse's original energy and resentment back into the body, right? Gushi had held power for so long that he was accustomed to considering the context for every decision. Would Gushi not have anticipated what Robinson was thinking now? But Gushi had spent so many years raising corpses in Aridov City that he knew what it took. This kind of sludge was more suitable for raising corpses, and Gushi had considered this before. But there was a requirement: time. Raising corpses beneath this swampy mud, relying solely on the output of a single corpse, would require at least 1,000 years to produce a high-quality corpse. If Gushi had that much time, his Dark Knight Blood Road could have transformed his men into legendary-level soldiers. As for injecting energy into the sludge, look at the state of the swamp before you, and you understand that's unlikely. The reason this swamp can suppress corpses from turning into undead is because it resists the underworld. If this were the case, the buried corpse would truly have to rely solely on its own energy to nurture it, and the time frame wouldn't be shortened. If Gushi had been asked to spend time nurturing the Quasi-Red suit, he would certainly have been willing, but asking him to spend so much time nurturing a corpse was beyond his comprehension. Gushi simply explained, and Robinson understood his intentions. So, without further comment, he simply watched as the bone-eating sludge carried the corpse from the swamp, where it was then dragged into the city gate by other undead. About another hour later, the corpse, along with some stones and other quality materials, had all been salvaged from the swamp. Gushi took a quick look at the situation and said to the two contracted undead, Let's go now. We have other matters to attend to. By the way, don't worry about your treatment. You definitely get all the orange gear. If we find red gear that suits you later, I definitely give you 1 or 2. As he spoke, Gushi was actually already considering the ownership of the 2 red gear he had just acquired. Gushi was wondering whether he should bind the 2 red gear. Would binding the 2 red gear be beneficial to him? And if he did, after he left, wouldn't Shinhua jump out to appease Gushi, hoping that Gushi wouldn't advertise the red gear, and that he wouldn't turn away from humanity? The 2 new contracted undead were unaware of Gushi's thoughts. They watched as the various undead troops quickly packed up their belongings and retreated through the city gates. That action gave the 2 contracted undead a different perspective. In Chitro's mind, each of the undead before him seemed quite mechanical, their actions somewhat rigid and devoid of spirituality. Educating them well would require considerable effort. In Robinson's mind, however, these undead were all useful. This was how undead were meant to be used. Their coordinated movements clearly showed the culmination of years of training. At this point, Gushi didn't dwell on this. He quickly checked the nearest exit point. Finally, Gushi looked up and said to the 2 men, You will also return with Chumin later. I already explained your plans. After returning to Aridabi, you will first learn about Aridabi, Mount Chongshi, and the other underworlds. Consider how to arrange things going forward. Once I'm out of here, my schedule will be busy. I may not be able to guide you through the entire process, so you need to come up with ideas and plans as quickly as possible. If you can't, then don't hold up your position. I replace you. Please rest assured, sir. I will do my best to educate you, even if you don't ask me to, Chutro said immediately. Robinson, upon hearing this, quickly said, Sir, I will definitely take care of everything. Gushi immediately understood the personalities of these 2. They were all contracted undead, working for him. Who performed well, and who didn't was a matter of ability. Their loyalty was unquestionable. As for personality issues, they didn't affect Gushi much. Gushi nodded at them. As long as you have confidence, I leave this to you. I go find the exit point. After handing over the tasks to the 2 contracted undead, Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin, determined the direction, and headed out. After Gushi left, Robinson turned and stared at Chutro, a serious look flashing in his eyes. After returning to the city, you better behave yourself. Hearing Robinson's words, Chutro smiled. Your words don't count in this matter, and neither do my words. Only when we accomplish our mission, and the adults are satisfied will it count. So, the one who truly needs to behave is you, young man. Although the exit point in the promotion game world wasn't easy to find, for Gu Shi, it was just a matter of traveling a few more places. With the evil coffin, Gu Shi could reach any destination within a day. This time, Gu Shi didn't travel too far. He simply followed the same path back to the city he'd been to before, then crossed the sea and reached the continent across the sea. Once there, Gu Shi finally found the exit point. At this time, Gu Shi didn't forget to check the in-game status. After confirming that all his troops had retreated and the gates of Death City were closed, Gu Shi exited the game. At this time, the Titanium Lion was already waiting outside the portal. As soon as Gu Shi emerged, the Titanium Lion quickly approached. "Sir, I'm back, Titanium Lion. You did well this time. From now on, please pay more attention to the Golden Commanded Earth Gods promotion game world. It's better to prepare first than to wait until the last minute." Titanium Lion immediately responded, "Don't worry, sir. I take care of everything." "Alright, make your own arrangements." Gu Shi no longer cared about the situation. After all, the matter was left to the contracted undead. He just wanted to know the final outcome. How they acted and how they handled it was their business. Gu Shi still had many things to do. Among them, the location of the underworld teaching platform was his top priority. The other underworld ghost saints controlled the underworld roughly the size of 3 or 5 cities. Their underworld teaching platform could be placed anywhere they pleased, without any impact. But Gu Shi couldn't. Either his twin king's underworld or his secret underworld was roughly the same size as a normal underworld ghost saints. Chongqi Mountain was even more massive. Gu Shi had to choose a better location for the underworld teaching platform. After all, Gu Shi himself could move freely within Chongqi Mountain, but his subordinates couldn't. They needed to rely on Gu Shi's transportation arrangements to travel between locations. Especially with the expansion of the Yinsha system, many undead had appeared in every corner of Chongqi Mountain. Their mobility became increasingly important. Although Sylvia's original transportation plan had been implemented, it was still relatively short-lived, and the number of vehicles available for travel between urban and rural areas was still relatively small, making it impossible to achieve universal access across Chongqi Mountain. As a result, transportation in some areas remained problematic. For some undead, who had been deployed, it took a long time to reach Aridao City. If the indoctrination platform isn't placed in a convenient location, its effectiveness in indoctrinating the undead will be compromised. Gu Shi wants the indoctrination platform to function effectively, so positioning is crucial. As for the dragon transformation ability, it's not a big deal. Given Gu Shi's ability to move freely throughout Chongqi Mountain, he could easily work on each area as he finds time. If that doesn't work, Gu Shi plans to bind his own 4-leaf clover ring and create several avatars of fate to assist him. After all, we're all acting within the bounds of fate. As long as we don't interact, it's less likely to trigger a storm of fate. Gu Shi hadn't wanted to do this before, fearing his subordinates would learn of his abilities and bring all sorts of trouble upon him. But if he really needed to meet a deadline, Gu Shi didn't mind the rush. Besides, Gu Shi still had to deal with the various tasks he'd been working on while he was away. Gu Shi had barely sat down when Li Yufeng arrived, carrying all sorts of documents. "Give me a pen. I sign. As for the data, report it directly to the head of the goddesses. If she hears it, it's as if I heard it." Seeing Li Yufeng's expression, Gu Shi extended his hand and went back to work. Unexpectedly, Li Yufeng smiled and said to Gu Shi, "Congratulations, sir." "Congratulations? What?" Gu Shi jokingly said, "Is it because I had offspring?" Ever since learning of his future, Gu Shi's thoughts had wandered somewhat. "No, sir, the magic wand has been successfully nurtured. But if you like to have offspring, I can help you." Upon hearing the magic wand's successful nurturing, Gu Shi immediately stood up. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shi realized he said something wrong. "Wait, I meant to go check out the magic wand, nothing else." Li Yufeng covered his mouth and laughed. "I know, sir, but my line is considered a zombie, and we do have fertility." Gu Shi rolled his eyes, and didn't have time to discuss this with Li Yufeng. He was more concerned with the magic wand. This item was Gu Shi's long-prepared primary weapon. Everything was crafted to Gu Shi's specific needs. It was the perfect red equipment for a necromancer. You could say Gu Shi had already laid out his plan before crafting it. As long as Gu Shi obtained the enchanted staff, he could strengthen his necromancer skills. Most importantly, since Gu Shi had obtained the staff through completing a quest and personally nurtured it, he was already bound to it. As long as he received this red item, he wouldn't need to bind it again. The moment he learned this, Gu Shi had already decided the enchanted staff would resonate with the ghost flower, but not with the death mane. Then, as his primary weapon, the enchanted staff would become the core resonance point, activating the staff's full potential through one red item resonating with 4. Death's mane resonates with the bow of life, while Death's hand focuses on the head of the goddesses. It will then be determined which one has the greatest potential, and which one will be the focal point of the resonance. Gu Shi had already figured it out. If he could truly wear all red, then even on the Celestial Clan side, he'd be able to make a name for himself. But Gu Shi was being a bit presumptuous. With his picky nature, he possessed tens of thousands of orange items, yet he still hadn't managed to collect them all. Especially his pants. From the very beginning, he hadn't gotten a single decent piece of gear. Forget orange, he didn't even have purple. This made everyone think he was forgotten. That wasn't the case. He simply hadn't found anything good. Look, he already changed his belt twice. If there were truly good ones, why wouldn't they have given Gu Shi pants? Tell the others to wait here while I get the magic wand. Chapter 2988. After giving Li Yufang a few words, Gu Shi rushed to the revitalized giant rock city. Unbeknownst to Gu Shi, Li Yufang had already started spreading rumors about Gu Shi's desire for a child after he left. It's even safe to say that Gu Shi already had a child. Gu Shi's contracted undead discussed this matter for a long time, even the two who had just joined. They had forgotten Gu Shi's initial request, and had no time to attend to the matters at hand. Kyuro even said, the master will definitely have offspring. I seen his face, and he should have quite a few. How do you know? I know divination. Isn't that normal for a high priest? But isn't Robinson the high priest? He's useless. He can't do anything. Everything depends on me. Of course, Gu Shi didn't know any of this at the moment. He had already arrived at the revitalized giant rock city. At the gate of the revitalized giant rock city, the magic wand that Gu Shi had left there for warming was now. It had changed. The staff no longer bore any trace of the magic wand. It now looked like a pure necromancer staff. The staff was completely black, its original wooden shaft now metal. The length had also increased from a little over 1 meter to 2.5 meters. When it was placed upright, Gu Shi couldn't see the tip without looking up. Gu Shi felt that even if he said it was a horse lance, people would believe it. Unlike the metal shaft, the tip and foot had nothing to do with metal. The end of the staff was a pointed mass of dark blue flame. Although its overall length was only about the length of an index finger, Gu Shi could clearly see the difference between this end and the main body. As for the head, Gu Shi had to look up. From his perspective, he could tell it was half a fist-sized skull. The reason it was called half was because the skull lacked a cranium or chin. A blue gem was embedded in the left eye's sockets. If the staff was lowered slightly, one could see a purple-gray brain within the skull, bathed in blue fluid. A dark blue object, resembling a musical staff, revolved endlessly around the skull. Notes of different colors occasionally appeared on the staff and flickered slowly. This gave the magic staff an air of elegance. Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh at the final transformation. It was truly beautiful. He had imagined this magic staff would resemble a mage or magician. I didn't expect this magic wand to be so beautiful. After circling the magic wand for a while, Gu Shi finally reached out and grasped it tightly. The next moment, a ding sounded in Gu Shi's ears. The magic wand is now fully incubated. You have obtained the magic wand, Song of the Dead, Red. The magic wand, Song of the Dead has been bound. The Song of the Dead, also known as the magic wand, Red, long staff, bound by Gu Shi, when equipped, all undead-related skills and spell levels increase by 10, ignoring the level cap. Undead spell attack power increases by 400%, and undead spell attack range increases by 3000%. Equipment requirements: complete the red equipment quest, complete the nurturing, and complete the red equipment conversion. Special Route 1, Blessing of the Dead, a passive route. This route can be used on the battlefield with a radius starting at 100 kilometers. As long as the red equipment holder is on the battlefield, all undead on the battlefield will receive Blessing of the Dead once a minute. Route Skills 1, Resurrection, Stone Armor, Bone Armor. Special Route 2, Magic Mix Blast, an active route. This route combines 2 or more different undead spells or skills with elemental spells and skills, transforming them into new magic to attack the enemy. Magic mixing only benefits, not debuffs. Route Skills 2, Will-O-Wisp Meteor, Bone Eroding Lightning, Dead Flame Volcano. Special Route 3, Death Strike, an active route. This route is the simplest yet most powerful attack route, focusing all mana on a single point and then converting it into an attack beam. The attack power can be stacked infinitely, with no upper limit. Route Techniques 3, Death Beam, Direct Death Aurora, Instant Kill Laser. Special Route 4, Death Domain, a domain-type route. This route opens a domain where all mana within it is converted into death mana, enhancing and strengthening the power of death, even shaping and manipulating it to devour life. Route Techniques 4. Death Barrier, Death Condensation, Death Rain. Special 1. After binding equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes to protect it. If someone attempts to forcibly unbind or kill the bound person, the route's most powerful technique will automatically be unleashed. Special 2. After binding equipment, you can choose one of the 4 routes as your primary battle route, increasing the power of this route by 150% compared to other routes. Special 3. After binding the equipment, you can choose one of 4 routes to activate a combat aura, and you can unlock 3 additional combat auras through upgrades and other means. Special 4. After binding the equipment, you can allocate the number of uses for a particular route and lend it to other players or subordinates. Dual Red Equipment Resonance, None. Note 1. The true power of the magic staff lies not in illusion or magic, but in the very word staff. Note 2. The magic staff isn't the endgame, perhaps one day, it can be further enhanced. Holding the magic staff, Gushi understood the various routes without even needing to read. Although he wasn't completely certain, Gushi had already formed a conclusion. Choose Magic Mix Blast as the bound protection, Death Strike as the main combat route, and Death Domain as the combat aura. Gushi was well aware of his current situation. He had red equipment, and plenty of it, but the only red equipment with direct lethality was the magic staff. Of the 4 paths of the magic wand, only Blessing of the Dead is a support path, the rest are all offensive paths. So Gushi knew his choice from the start. The magic wand was designed for attack. The most offensive of these, Death Strike, should be used as the primary attack path, ensuring maximum attack power. The most effective Magic Mix Blast should be used as a binding protection, ensuring that anyone trying to steal the magic wand will suffer an awful death. The Death Domain, as a combat aura, provides Gushi with a turret area that enhances his attack, allowing him to continue his attack. The current choice was arguably the most appropriate one. Chapter 2989. Gushi grasped the magic staff and felt it. He also sensed its repulsion from the 2 weapons he already possessed. The Secret Realm Sword Staff was fine. It was merely a temporary weapon. While it was still useful with the substandard purple flying sword, compared to the red equipment, it wasn't something he couldn't discard. At most, Gushi would no longer use the purple flying sword's negative kill system. It hadn't been used in ages, after all. But Gushi was somewhat reluctant to part with the flaming 6-path lantern in his secondary hand. Not to mention how long he had been with it, the effects within were already enhanced. Given the reluctance to let it go, Gushi felt somewhat unwilling. Just as he hesitated, the staff next to the skull on the magic staff suddenly flew up and wrapped around his left hand. Gushi explained, and the flaming 6-path lantern flew up, landing near the skull's mouth. The skull bit down again, trapping the flame 6-path lamp beneath its chinless mouth. Then, the magic staff's appearance shifted again. A tiny light appeared where the skull's mouth had been, and 6 figures, composed of lines, appeared beside the musical notes on the staff. These were the wielders of the flame 6-path lamp. It was clear that the magic staff possessed spiritual power. Under the manipulation of the magic staff, the flame 6-path lamp was enhanced. The original flame 6-path lamp was of orange quality, but to suppress the resistance of the orange armor, the wielders of the armor didn't actually unleash its full power. Even if Gushi had the means to upgrade his orange gear, he wouldn't have dared to upgrade the purple gear to orange. Things were different now. The 6 flaming lanterns had been devoured by the magic wand. The power derived from the magic wand was enough to suppress everything. So, the wearer of the orange gear could now strengthen themselves, no longer having their strength suppressed as before. At the same time, Gushi understood the reason for his previous attack. It turned out that some important information wasn't written on the roads and routes, but hidden within the instructions. The magic wand's growth began the moment Gushi received the red gear. Gushi, with a sudden thought, retrieved the Secret Realm sword wand he had previously set aside, intending to merge it with the magic wand. But this time, no matter how hard Gushi tried, the magic wand showed no reaction to it. It was as if the magic wand disdained this thing that wasn't a staff, nor a sword. In the end, Gushi simply gave up. In Gushi's opinion, he wasn't far behind the Secret Realm sword staff's limited combat power. Previously, whenever he used the Secret Realm sword's evil slash, Gushi had already reached close combat. At this point, even if Gushi possessed the Secret Realm sword staff's abilities, they would be meaningless. So let it be. So, Gushi put down the Secret Realm sword staff, picked up the magic wand, and triumphantly spun around twice. He felt that this was quite effective. At least the magic wand looked handsome. After a circle, Gushi turned to look at the empty statue. With the magic wand taken by Gushi, the entrance ceremony here was no longer necessary. However, Gushi felt a bit reluctant to have the entrance ceremony of revitalized Giant Rock City be eliminated. After all, it had been carried out for many years, and had become a symbol of revitalized Giant Rock City. Let's continue here. I find another near-red equipment to nurture later. Gushi finally made a decision. This place had already grown to such a large scale that it would be a bit wasteful to abandon it. For now, he might as well stay. However, after leaving revitalized Giant Rock City, Gushi didn't rush back to Aladovi City. At this moment, he also planned to experiment with the upgrade and growth function of the magic wand. In the open space outside revitalized Giant Rock City, Gushi activated the Death Flower Mangekyo skill. The Death Mangekyo immediately appeared before Gushi. At this moment, the ground of the Death Mangekyo was embedded with many weapons of varying qualities. These weapons were being influenced by the power of death, slowly becoming death weapons. And in the center of these weapons, embedded, was the near-red magic wand that Gushi had snatched from a free player. This was the only item left for Gushi when Fate Storm took away the two red items. Gushi had no intention of nurturing it, he simply placed it in the Death Kaleidoscope, allowing it to be stimulated by the power of death, hoping to transform it into a death red item. Even if it was just a quasi-death red item. But now that he had confirmed that the magic wand had the ability to upgrade and grow, Gushi had a new idea. He brought the magic wand into the Death Kaleidoscope. Although it had only been in the Death Kaleidoscope for a short time, the free player's magic wand had already changed somewhat. The shaft had turned a dark purple. While the design remained the same, Gushi could clearly sense some new, more death-like characteristics. Just standing before this magic wand, Gushi could almost understand that in just a year or two, it would reach the level of a near-red death-level magic wand. Gushi would then send the magic wand to the revitalized Rock City for incubation. After another 1,000 or so months, he would receive a new red-level magic wand. But Gushi wasn't ready to wait 1,000 years. He pointed his magic wand at this one. Gushi saw the spiraling staves at the end of the magic wand fly into the wand. Inspired by the staves, the magic wand glowed with a dark purple light, and illusions danced in unison. Gushi understood that these were some of the arrangements left behind by the original free player. That free player had pursued the art of illusion, and this magic wand was indeed crafted according to that philosophy. Although it was only near red level, and stimulated by the power of death, the foundation was still there. The illusion now stimulated by the staves was the ultimate core of the magic wand. However, this core was now stained with too much death power. Gushi's magic wand readily absorbed and strengthened any energy it could absorb. Through the stave's guidance, these illusions were ultimately absorbed into the wand's skull. Although Gushi couldn't see the changes within the skull, he could clearly sense that two paths within the magic wand had already advanced from normal to powerful levels, and this change and growth continued. Chapter 2990. When Gushi emerged from the Death Kaleidoscope, the magic wand in his hand underwent subtle changes. At the tip of the wand, beneath the skull, two slender dark purple ribbons occasionally swayed in the wind. These two ribbons were the result of Gushi's absorption of the free player's magic wand. Illusion and death. For this reason, these two ribbons appear inconvenient, but if you reach out to touch them, you find nothing. This is because they are all illusions, and death is untouchable. For Gushi, as long as they don't obstruct his vision, they're all fine. What he valued more was the transformation after completely absorbing the opponent's magic wand. In the end, while Gushi's magic wand didn't reach its full power level, 3 of its paths had become powerful. The only missing link was the death domain, but judging by the information Gushi had checked, progress on that front was already about halfway complete. After Gushi leaves, I find some reinforcement materials for the appropriate route, and I can catch up on the remaining progress here. Gushi had made a huge profit this time, so to speak. So when he emerged, his face was practically beaming. Carrying his magic staff, Gushi quickly returned to Arida City. At Gushi's chambers, his contracted undead had received the news and gathered again. Seeing Gushi enter, carrying his magic staff, all the contracted undead congratulated him. Gushi smiled happily, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness. But don't worry, after we finish this matter, I focus on our own game world and retrieve the new red equipment. By then, everyone will have at least one red item in hand." Seeing the contracted undead so enthusiastic, Gushi made a small promise. However, Gushi had already thought about it. When he returned to the real world, he would go to Shinhua and ask when the humans would give him the red item they promised him. He had successfully nurtured his magic wand, But the red item still hadn't arrived. What was going on? Could it be that he had to wait until Gushi was completely red before he gave him a red item? Was he pointing out that Gushi had too many red items and wouldn't choose any of them? Wasn't he worried that Gushi, having seen so many red items, would become too picky and wouldn't appreciate the ones they sent him? Just as Gushi was muttering to himself, Shea suddenly spoke. My lord, Moore is back. Gushi was visibly stunned by this. She come back if she wants. Wait, are you saying the dragon blood bottle was a success? Yes, it was. Furthermore, Moore and her bone dragon have become one through this opportunity. She no longer rides the bone dragon, but appears as a woman. During battle, she transforms into a bone dragon and fights in the sky. Where's she? Gushi also laughed. Moore's return meant Gushi had another piece of red equipment. And the dragon blood bottle wasn't just any red equipment. It was for dragons, so its power was definitely much stronger than normal red equipment. Although the dragon blood bottle's properties were still unknown, Gushi was certain that the undead dragon core would be able to join Gushi's regular forces. And Moore wouldn't have to keep running to Poison Peach Mountain. In the future, when Gushi needed red equipment during a major battle, Moore would lend a hand. Gushi finally didn't have to let the Corpse Mountain god of war travel so many places alone. She's back in Dragon City, asleep, but she did say she's available anytime, as long as the master has a mission. Then let her sleep. By the way, Princess Anna, are the undead dragons involved in this reorganization of the regular division? Gushi changed direction upon hearing this and asked Princess Anna directly. The undead dragons previously residing in Dragon City have been reorganized. We're handling their organization the same way. However, the undead dragons that have been out for a while haven't been relocated. They're still staying near Dragon City. If they're not doing well, they find a place to bury themselves outside Dragon City. They're not easy to manage. Gushi turned to Robinson. Robinson, I leave this to you. Go and relocate the less powerful undead dragons to the Earth Veins and Dragon Veins of Changshi City. Have them guard them there. Eve, ask the humans if they can provide me with a method for undead dragons to guard the Dragon Veins, similar to what they do at the Corpse Witch Ecological Park. If so, help us design one. Gushi immediately arranged a destination for the undead dragons. Sir, I can do that too, Eve said immediately. I know you can research, but how long will it take you alone? How long will it take us to find someone to work with you? Eve, research isn't just for you. We need to learn to share things with others. That way, we can accelerate our research progress. Eve knew this, but she was still a bit of a loner. She wanted to be in control of everything. As for fatigue, she never worried about it. She was an undead, so what was there to be tired of? However, since Gushi had a request, Eve had no choice but to agree. She planned to find time to submit some of the work to the Human University. Afterward, Gushi inquired about Robinson and Chitro's recent preparations. Sir, I'm ready. This is my plan. Upon hearing this, Robinson immediately pulled out his own plan, rapidly outlining his requirements and the desired final level. Gushi listened, nodding his head. Though Robinson's work was a bit crude, he had truly considered everything he could think of. Most importantly, he didn't simply repeat Gushi's instructions, but instead incorporated many of his own ideas. There were also some supplementary ideas. Some things hadn't been considered before the standards were met. It was clear that Robinson was the type of undead with a keen work ethic. This type of undead was quite rare among Gushi's subordinates. After Robinson finished explaining his plan, Gushi still gave him a few more glances. Okay, I give you 3 years to follow your plan. I demand that within 3 years, all locations outside Chongshi Mountain City be under the unified management of my Insha system. Yes, Robinson said seriously. At this point, Gushi turned to look at Kutro. What about you? I plan to go to the education platform and spend a year there teaching 100,000 undead to read. After that, I arrange for these 100,000 undead to be taught elsewhere. We ensure that the literacy rate in the underworld reaches over 98% within 3 years. We then consider awakening spiritual intelligence. Chapter 2991. 3 years is 3 years. Gushi stared at Kutro for a long moment before finally agreeing. If this goes through, you definitely benefit. I want red path enhancement materials. Chiotua's words were light, but they shocked Gushi. You have a red path? Gushi immediately stared at Kutro. No, I was just born with a red path, a fate divination type. I need to tell you this in advance to avoid separation in the end. Gushi was stunned for a moment before realizing what Kutro meant. At the same time, he also understood how Kutro got his red path. I was saying that a red quest wouldn't just give you an ordinary contracted undead. Otherwise, why would it be called a red quest? Fate divination type red path enhancement materials, right? If there are any, I keep an eye out for them. Gushi thought for a moment, but ultimately didn't mention giving Kutro the 4-leaf clover ring or the bow of death. Kutro had only just joined Gushi's ranks, and Gushi wasn't familiar with him yet. Even if Gushi had the red dress, there was no reason to give it to Kutro first. Gushi also thought of the 4-leaf clover ring, and knew he wouldn't choose to give it to the undead. If he had given it to his contracted undead, that grandson wouldn't have bothered Gushi with the 4-leaf clover ring. Kutaro didn't say much about Gushi's reaction, he simply nodded and sat aside. Also, because of this incident, Gushi's contracted undead stopped gossiping about Gushi's child. They all cooperated with Gushi's actions, and sorted out the tasks at hand. He arranged the next tasks. For the next period of time, Gushi would remain relatively quiet. Whether it was the red suit binding issue or matters in the real world, Gushi would not leave. After all, the most crucial matter now was Genesis. This period was Genesis's most tense, and Gushi had to be there to help at any time. Everything else had to be postponed. In his free time, Gushi would spend some time wandering around Chongqi Mountain, applying his dragon transformation essence, and conducting research on new topics. No matter where he went, he could guarantee his subordinates would be able to contact him within minutes. About 10 days after Gushi returned to Arida's city, Shea suddenly found him. Gushi was currently writing his research report. Seeing Shea enter, the head of the goddesses still lowered her head, controlling the hand of death, while Gushi stood up. Is there something going on at Genesis? This was the news Gushi had been waiting for these past few days. No, sir. Do you feel like someone is targeting us? What's wrong? Gushi's expression grew serious. If anyone else had asked this, Gushi might not have reacted, but Shea was Gushi's intelligence chief, so she had to have a reason for asking. Well, starting yesterday, all sorts of accidents have been happening all over the place. We encountered this kind of thing before. Shea had only just said this when Gushi realized what was happening. He immediately recalled the time he wanted to help at the Creation Bridge, when the Death City was under attack and the magic wand was affected. Anyway, that day, within just a few hours, Gushi received bad news from all directions. You can imagine Gushi's mood at that time. Now that Shea said this, Gushi was well aware of what she meant. Are there more troubles? No, but there are already some signs. Shea said decisively, that's why I came to you in advance, sir. Should we concentrate our forces first to avoid any complications later? Gushi stood up. Wait here for a moment. I go ask someone. Gushi dodged and fled, appearing near the Hell's Reincarnation platform in the next instant. The Hell's Reincarnation platform was some distance from Arida's city, but conveniently located. At this moment, there was only the newly lowered Hell's Reincarnation platform. Nothing else was there. Chutro was personally constructing some buildings here with the 30,000 undead that had been assigned to him. Gushi was somewhat puzzled by this. But Chutro explained that this was to allow the undead to learn while working. With the existence of the underworld teaching platform, if these undead truly wanted to learn to read, even the skeleton soldiers could learn to read in just 10 days. But literacy doesn't guarantee knowledge or the ability to teach. Kutaro doesn't just need a few literate undead, truly teaching all the undead isn't that difficult. Kutaro wants these undead to learn to think and teach. Once these undead have reached maturity, Kutaro will distribute them to other people, sending them back to Chongqi Mountain to pass on these teachings. Ordinary undead awaken their spiritual intelligence through literacy. If some naturally gifted undead seek to learn more, they will naturally come to the indoctrination platform. It can be said that in just a few days, Kutaro has completely calculated everything about the indoctrination platform. He has even considered future development strategies. Regardless of whether Kutaro possesses the red path, for this very reason, Gushi can consider him a think tank. This time, Gushi came to Kutaro to ask about the situation. Upon meeting Kutaro, Gushi asked directly, "Can you help me see if we've been affected by fate again?" Chiotuo looked at Gushi, his eyes flashing red. Then he said, "It's the influence of fate, but it's not fate's own hand." Though the word sounded strange, Gushi immediately understood. What Kutaro meant was that Gushi was affected by the power of fate, and all the troubles had been brought together. But this matter has nothing to do with the Master of Destiny. Although Gushi has chosen a side, he's not one who specifically chooses that path, and his strength isn't particularly high. Master Fate doesn't take Gushi seriously, and certainly wouldn't actively target him. Gushi's current situation is merely a normal fluctuation in his destiny. If you don't want to go to such trouble, I can temporarily suppress these matters for you. No need. These are just minor inconveniences. I know a thing or two about destiny. If I ignore them, they're probably just normal fluctuations. If I suppress them, it might be a relief now, but later on, it'd be a fate storm. Chapter 2992. After understanding why all these troubles were coming at once, Gushi no longer cared. As he had said, this was a normal fluctuation of fate, so he shouldn't worry about it. Deliberately suppressing it would only cause a backlash from fate. By then, he feared even more troubles would come at once. Rather than that, it would be better to just leave it as it is now. Alright, sir, please do as you please. Seeing that Gushi had no intention of letting him take action, Kutro led the undead back to work. As he worked, he explained to the undead the significance of this action. He didn't care how much the undead listened, he just did it anyway. This was clearly a subtle way to elevate the undead's intelligence. Although there were no results yet, he believed that the power of this education would slowly influence Gushi's entire underworld. Although Gushi's territory was relatively large, the impact would be slower. But for Gushi, time wasn't that important, what mattered was that he could see the direction. As long as we're heading in the right direction, Gushi won't keep pushing us. Back in Aridov City, Shea was still waiting for Gushi. Sitting down, Gushi spoke directly to Shea. I just asked around, and it seems no one is plotting against us. We just happen to be caught up in some major events. Fate will fluctuate significantly. This kind of thing will continue to happen for a while. Pay attention. Many things accumulate from small things. If we can deal with some of these things while they're still small, we can avoid a lot of trouble. Shea understood the implications, but the information before her was complex and tangled, with numerous minor details, many of which were minor. Normally, Shea would have simply glanced at them and let them go. But now, it was different. No one knew what would happen if these minor matters weren't handled properly. Seeing Shea's embarrassment, Gushi said, "You can ask the Destiny Compass to divine which matters, if left unattended, would lead to major consequences, and which matters, if left unattended, would have no significant impact." Destiny Compass, can he do that? Probably, Gushi said after a moment's thought. Since encountering Destiny, Gushi had a certain understanding of divination. The Destiny Compass was orange equipment, but he still had some self-protection skills. While it might not be possible to divine the details of future events, it was still easy to tell whether this matter would cause major trouble. Shea hadn't normally interacted with the Orange Armored Guardian, Destiny Compass, so she wasn't aware of this. After hearing Gushi's words, Shea quickly went downstairs. Gushi now realized that with all the events coming together, Genesis was almost complete. So, Gushi had Princess Anna mobilize manpower, and had Catherine prepare weapons and equipment. He even made a special trip to the Void Ghost City. If the Genesis Bridge encountered problems in the Void Ghost City could be used. For the next 5 days, Shea didn't come. She only occasionally sent updates, many of which contained updates on changes. It was clear that Shea had been diligently handling matters these past few days. She sorted out a number of issues that were about to arise in the next few days. After that, the major events that were about to occur gradually faded away. But early this morning, Gushi sensed that time was almost up, so he checked with Princess Anna to confirm the status of the various troops. And he prepared for the attack. "Sir." Just as Gushi was getting everything ready, Mary rushed in. "Is there something wrong with Genesis?" "No, the Genesis Bridge is being erected for the final time, and the humans want you to attend the ceremony." Hearing Mary's words, Gushi couldn't help but smile. These people, if they wanted Gushi's help, they should just say so. Why would they need to attend the ceremony, but they still had to give the humans some face? "Alright, I go over now. You go inform Princess Anna, and then keep an eye on Shea. If anything unusual or serious happens, help me put it off." After saying this, Gushi reached out, picked up his magic wand, straightened his clothes, and left. The last time Gushi came, he had used Polestar positioning at the Genesis Bridge to ensure more accurate delivery next time. This time, Gushi went directly there using Polestar positioning. With this move, he appeared directly at the foundation of the Genesis Bridge. Gushi's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the human leaders, and staff immediately rushed to Gushi's side. The human leaders had long known that Gushi possessed this teleportation ability, and had already arranged for personnel to be waiting. This time, they had truly invited Gushi to witness the ceremony. It wasn't yet time for Gushi to appear before the public. Gushi had just appeared at the Genesis Bridge's foundation, and glanced up at the situation. Before he could determine what had gone wrong or what kind of enemy was blocking it, several human players arrived nearby. "Your Majesty, please come this way." "What's going on?" Isn't the Genesis Bridge about to undergo its final phase? Seeing these people approach, Gushi immediately confirmed their identities. However, Gushi was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't they been asked to help with Genesis's problems? At this moment, one of them spoke up, "Yes, the final step to connect to the real world has been completed. All we need to do now is clear the last game world and activate all the games, and Genesis will be complete. Now we're all waiting for an auspicious day. Many people will be present to witness the ceremony. Your Majesty, as the most important guest, will be among the first to step onto the Genesis Bridge." The implicit implication was that now was not the time for Gushi to appear. If Gushi appeared now, there would be no sense of ceremony. Hearing this, Gushi was speechless. "I've been worried about you guys every day in the city. As soon as I heard the news, I rushed over. And you said you already reached the real world. Why are you waiting for a good time? Why not just activate the Genesis Bridge and get the red equipment? What are you stalling for? Isn't the red equipment great? Isn't the real world good? Or should you pick a better time to visit the grave?" Gushi grumbled inwardly. He had a feeling that something was going to go wrong with Genesis this time. Chapter 2993. 3 days later, on an auspicious day, Gushi, dressed in new clothes, was escorted to the Genesis Bridge. All the players in Uinzu City, whether native or foreign, as long as they weren't in the Genesis game, gathered in front of the Genesis Bridge to witness a grand moment together. During these 3 days, Gushi had seen the old antiques of Uinzu City. Some of them had actually survived the fall from Beiludi into the depths of the game. They had contributed greatly to the completion of the Genesis Bridge. If it weren't for them, Genesis might have stopped midway. They were also the ones who knew Gushi's identity best. After all, the legend of the red suit existed before their fall. They hadn't seen Gushi clearly before, but the last battle at the Genesis Bridge had made them realize that Gushi was definitely what the real world calls a red suit boss. From that moment on, their attitude towards Gushi changed. Over the past 3 days, these old-timers had devised countless schemes, forcing women of their own lineage to Gushi's side. The goal was to preserve a trace of their bloodline. These old-timers knew full well that if the holder of the red garment died, the garment would automatically transfer according to the order of succession. This inheritance right usually circulated among disciples, or bloodlines. Although Gushi's level was still low, and he was still young, he could logically live for many more years. But what if, in the gaming world, nothing could be predicted? What if Gushi were ambushed by a monster in the game and died in battle? The novel would be ruined, and Gushi's bloodline would have the opportunity to inherit the red garment. Although such matters are highly uncertain, what if, right? What if one day, a descendant of the bloodline, somehow related to Gushi, wakes up one morning to find a red dress falling from the sky? Everyone should always have dreams. To ensure that Gushi's bloodline continues, these old-timers have gone all out. They can provide whatever hobbies Gushi has. They also arranged a variety of services for Gushi. For example, the clothes Gushi is wearing today were handmade for him by their descendants. If Gushi hadn't needed them, the hand of death and the head of the goddesses floating behind him would have been polished and waxed. Now, when he came to watch the ceremony, Gushi was standing right in the center, and he was being praised all the way. But Gushi had long been accustomed to such days in the real world, and he remained calm about the situation. This morning, Gushi woke up and felt his eyelids twitching. However, to ensure a good start, Gushi didn't say much. Gushi was merely a spectator today. No matter what happened, he wouldn't intervene. The rest of the story was simple. It was the same old routine, a leader's speech. Then, there were performances. When the appointed time finally arrived, a player who looked quite young, but was wearing clothing from an unknown era, stepped out. "I now declare the activation of the Genesis Bridge to have begun." With that, he placed his hand on the first tile of the Genesis Bridge. Then, Gushi watched as all the tiles on the Genesis Bridge lit up one by one. The tiles on the bridge represented conquered game worlds. As each tile lit up, a golden light emanated from it, landing on the nearby bridge surface, tinting it a pure golden red. When the 10th tile lit up, the golden light didn't disappear into the bridge, but instead transformed into a golden figure. The player who had activated the Genesis Bridge looked at the golden figure and began to introduce it. "This is the founder of the Genesis Bridge, and the first leader of Genesis, Su Chung of the Su family. He built it from scratch, laying the foundation for the Genesis Bridge and guiding players through 10 game worlds. When the players were reaping the rewards, he sacrificed his last breath, forever guarding the Genesis Bridge. This is the second leader, by Lei of the Bai family. At the time, the Genesis Bridge was not mainstream, but through his own efforts, he led players to forge a new path for Genesis, making it the norm. This is the 10th leader, Su Sure of the Su family. He discovered the instability of the Genesis Bridge. To ensure its stable growth in the void, he built this entrance to the Genesis Bridge. He also used the Su family's twins to lay the foundation for all the games. Because of this incident, the Su family lost the accumulation of several generations, and the situation continues to this day. It can be said that without the Su family, the Genesis Bridge would not be stable today. As the young player walked, he described the humanoid figures formed by the golden light on the bridge. He remembered every incident involving the Genesis players vividly. Even Gu Shi, who had been following behind and listening, was moved by the qualities of his ancestors. Gu Shi also understood how much these ancestors had sacrificed for Genesis. After falling into the depths of the game, escaping back to the real world alone isn't particularly difficult. If a player is determined to return to the real world, willing to invest the time and find the means, they will always find an opportunity. But the people in Beili Yuanzhu City weren't thinking about returning alone. They wanted to bring everyone back to the real world. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves for this goal. Though Gu Shi didn't fully understand this spirit, he was moved by it. Gu Shi, following him onto the Genesis Bridge, listened to the stories of these ancestors and surveyed his surroundings. Gu Shi's mind was already focused on all possible locations where accidents could occur. Although things were calm at the moment, Gu Shi didn't think they would remain this way. Genesis had been plagued by trouble since its inception. There was no reason why the final step should be so peaceful. Something must be happening after this. Before, Gu Shi might have helped out, then let it go if things didn't work out. But now, things were different. Gu Shi had made up his mind. No matter who tried, no one could disrupt the completion of Genesis. If not for himself, Gu Shi would fight for the humans who had left Beili, for the players who had contributed to the Genesis Bridge, and even sacrificed their lives. He would protect the Genesis Bridge. That was what Gu Shi had said. Chapter 2994. Soon, everyone reached the halfway point of the Genesis Bridge. Gu Shi and his companions could now see the situation in the void from above the Genesis Bridge. Gu Shi could even see his own Void Ghost city from afar. Ever since Gu Shi had captured this city, it had been stationed in the void, guarding the Genesis Bridge. Gu Shi could be considered someone who had made significant contributions to Genesis. He felt no regret for the courtesy he now received. As Gu Shi followed the group forward, the leader of the goddesses behind him suddenly changed direction. At this moment, Gu Shi also saw something unusual. In the void, a portal opened directly towards them. Gu Shi's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward. The player who was describing the Genesis Bridge immediately sensed the anomaly of hypocrisy. He continued to speak, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Shi. Gu Shi didn't make any major gestures, simply signaling the player with his eyes. After all, this was the Genesis Bridge activation, the player's home turf. He was merely a spectator, and under the circumstances, Gu Shi couldn't possibly interfere. Sure enough, at Gu Shi's reminder, the player also noticed the situation outside. While he continued to tell the story, he made several movements with his hands. Then Gu Shi noticed that some players had quietly retreated, apparently to prevent the enemy from approaching. Gu Shi didn't say much about this scene. He had long known that things wouldn't be so simple. But now that other players had taken action, Gu Shi didn't need to rush. Let's wait until the human players were outnumbered. So Gu Shi lowered his head again and followed the player again, listening to the story of Genesis. But this pleasant moment passed in a flash. When Gu Shi and his team were 2 or 3 nodes away from the end of the Genesis Bridge, the enemy simply stopped acting. A large number of enemies appeared directly near the Genesis Bridge. At this point, not only did Gu Shi see it, but so did the human players who had followed him onto the Genesis Bridge. Even the players watching the ceremony from the foundation of the Genesis Bridge saw it. The player telling the story also changed his expression. And at this moment, Gu Shi realized that he had no choice but to step forward. He stepped forward. Elder Su, please continue. The creation bridge only has a few steps left to activate. If you stop now, everything will be in vain. Now you move forward, and I take care of the rest. Gu Shi spoke as he walked towards the guardrail of the creation bridge. At this point, the leader of the goddesses had already locked onto the enemies trading through the void. Although this time the enemy was a large force, it was the players within the group that truly captured Gu Shi's attention. Though they were well hidden, Gu Shi could tell that one of these players was clearly a Celestial Clan player, possessing a red suit. 3 other players wearing red suits appeared on the battlefield. As for their identities, Gu Shi had no way of determining them. He didn't know if they were from the Myriad Spirits clan or other mercenaries hired by the Celestial Clan. However, Gu Shi understood that these 4 red-equipped players were not so easy to defeat. The humans before him had no other red-equipped equipment to use, except for the Creation Bridge, which was undergoing final activation. And now that the Creation Bridge was activating, it had no offensive capabilities other than self-defense. The humans in the real world were probably aware of the current situation by now. But the Creation Bridge wasn't yet complete. Although the Creation Bridge had been built in the real world, and although humanity knew where it would appear, they simply couldn't send anyone to help. The Celestials were exploiting this time difference. As long as they could interrupt the activation of the Creation Bridge, they still had time to destroy it. Gu Shi's current task wasn't to kill these enemies, but to stop them and buy time for the player, who was still explaining. Finally, only 3 players remained to be introduced. Once the last 3 were introduced, the Creation Bridge would be considered fully activated. This player was already accelerating his introduction. Gu Shi could still distinguish between a fight to the death and a delay. Open the gate, hold them off. At Gu Shi's command, the Void Ghost City, which had been flying near the Creation Bridge, immediately crashed into the enemy army. Moving through the void is no simple matter. Last time, Gu Shi's bone dragon was nearly dragged to death by the void. The same was true now. Gu Shi only had this Void Ghost City to move through the void. But Gu Shi took a different approach. When Gu Shi spoke of opening the gate, he didn't mean launching a gate to a city of death into the void. That would be useless. Gu Shi was well aware of the conditions within the void. Gu Shi directly launched an extra-dimensional portal, sending the already extremely slow-moving Void Ghost City directly into the enemy's void fleet. Inside the Void Ghost City, Gu Shi had already amassed a large number of corpse wizards and blood-scourged troops. They had received orders long ago, and after rushing through the extra-dimensional portal to the center of the battlefield, they immediately launched their full-scale attacks. The corpse wizard's poisonous mist might not have been as destructive, but the blood scourge's lightning attacks were incredibly effective within the void. A single lightning bolt might not have been a significant threat, but the combined power of a large number of them was so devastating that Gu Shi could even feel it from the Bridge of Creation. This single lightning strike wiped out a tenth of the Void Army. The commander of the Void Army, upon witnessing this situation, grew furious. This trip was plagued by numerous setbacks. First, the required troops were insufficiently manned, and many of the agreed-upon races hadn't arrived at their designated locations by the appointed time. Then, there were the complications of getting people into the void. First, there was a shortage of transportation vehicles. Then, they encountered various other problems within the void. After finally reaching the Genesis Bridge at the last moment, they were attacked directly into the team's main camp. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Left Area 11 and 12, activate the Void Wings and attack the city below. You have 1 hour to destroy it. Just as this order was being issued, a player from their team suddenly stood up. Do you still have those Void Wings? Give me one. When the commander saw this person speak, he couldn't help but say, Mr. Daming, why are you still asking? Chapter 2995. Let him go. I send twice as many troops out to hold the enemy city. The rest of us should charge forward with all our might. We don't have time to wait for you here for an hour. At this moment, the celestial player in the team suddenly spoke. The team commander immediately realized, Sir, is the city down there? Is there something wrong? Of course it is. How else do you think an ordinary city would dare to charge right into you, trying to crush you to death? Didn't you see the undead dragon about to take flight from the city? The person standing in the front, the smell of dragon blood practically wafts over to me. To say she didn't get the dragon blood vial is truly blind. The dragon blood vial, I heard, is a treasure of the dragon clan. An orange-quality dragon blood vial placed with a dragon clan member will automatically produce the effect of a red equipment path. No wonder Mr. Daming wants to go down. He's really picky. The commander muttered to himself. Mr. Daming, the player who wanted to join the battle, was a red-armored player who had been invited to join the battle. He had received numerous benefits, yet only had to make a single move. Now, he must have seen the dragon blood bottle below, and was looking for an excuse to join the battle. This way, he wouldn't have to deal with the red-armored enemies, and he could still gain benefits. If he had known such a good opportunity was coming, he would have gone and gotten a red-armored suit. The commander grumbled inwardly, but he didn't stop it. Instead, he followed the Tianran player's instructions, and dispatched twice as many troops. This effectively surrounded Gu Shi's Void Ghost City. The remaining troops dispersed from all sides, still rushing towards the Creation Bridge. Their target remains the Genesis Bridge. The only thing they need to do is prevent it from fully activating. We now reach the final 3 characters on the Genesis Bridge. Even if their stories are long, they only take a minute or 2, and all 3 together will only take 7 or 8 minutes. They don't even have an hour left. They must rush to the Genesis bridge as quickly as possible. As long as they get close to it, the 4, no now 3, red-suited players on their side can prevent its final activation. Then, they can charge onto the bridge, kill all the spectators, and finally destroy 1 or 2 of its tiles, and the matter will be over. Even if the humans' resolve isn't crushed, repairing the bridge will take at least a year or 2. By then, they have plenty of time to eradicate this human force from the depths of the game. As for the humans in the real world, they weren't afraid. Although they ranked 3rd, the gap between them and the Celestials was enormous. Even if humans knew it was the Celestials doing, so what? If you have the guts, build the bridge yourself. At that moment, on the Genesis bridge, Gushi was observing the speed and force of the incoming enemies. They're getting anxious. Gushi calculated, chuckled inwardly, and turned to watch the players on the bridge. The player who had been introducing the Genesis heroes had reached the second to last player. Gushi also knew this player. He had once competed for an opportunity with the third to last player. Gushi initially disliked Yuenzu City because of their intense internal strife. Now that he had become a part of Genesis, Gushi no longer felt the same resentment he had felt towards him before. After all, not all players were willing to take this step. Becoming a part of Genesis, forever trapped in a game world, using one's body to bridge the depths of the game with the real world. Gushi didn't think he could do it anyway. So Gushi nodded to the player he had previously despised, then stood up and looked up at the charging enemy. Death Strike, the magic staff, which had only recently been in Gushi's hands, began to drain his mana. Gushi's gaze was fixed directly on the enemy commander. After a few seconds, a dark purple light illuminated from the tip of the magic staff. Followed by a beam of light, it shot out. Death Strike was not some kind of instant death spell. The principle behind this thing is incredibly simple. All mana, regardless of any other considerations, is concentrated on a single point. There's no upper limit, no range, and no consideration for long-range power reduction. This technique is a continuous stacking of attack power. Anyone touching this straight line is dead. Unless you're lucky enough to block this attack, find a way to escape. Gushi's attack, naturally, unleashed his full mana. But no one noticed that Gushi's body also floated as he launched this attack. He was blessed with the effect of the Sky King. Unlimited mana while flying. This allowed Gushi to continuously draw mana to power his Death Strike. At the same time, the various magical powers granted by the magic staff, along with the death domain Gushi had activated, the hand of death behind him, and the head of the goddesses, it could be said that Gushi now had the full support of all mana. With this strike, everyone saw a dark purple beam of light emanate from the tip of Gushi's magic staff. While it was called a beam, it was actually initially even thicker than Gushi's. After the laser was fired, those nearby dared not approach Gushi, fearing they would be annihilated by the laser if they weren't careful. The situation was different for the troops charging towards the Creation Bridge. They had no way of hiding. To move through the void, they either relied on the void flyers they were currently using to travel quickly, or used void wings for short-range deployment. The void flyers were flying at full speed towards the Creation Bridge, and the incoming laser made it impossible for the soldiers aboard to escape. Where could they escape to? Leap into the void? Without the appropriate aircraft, even undead dragons couldn't fly in the void, so how could they? As for escaping behind their companions, look at the players struck by the death blows lasers, and you know it's useless. Not to mention escaping behind their companions, even the front few void flyers were instantly destroyed by the laser-like attack. Because Gushi's attack was aimed at the commander's flagship, all the void flyers blocking the flagship were hit. Even if they weren't immediately reduced to ash, the affected void flyers immediately lost their power to fly through the void. Countless enemies fell into the void like dumplings, seemingly struggling hard, but unable to move a muscle, and ultimately vanished in the aftermath of the death blow. Chapter 2996. Seeing the commander about to die from Gushi's fatal strike, the celestial player, who had been following nearby, immediately stepped forward and dragged the commander backward. Then he flipped his hand outward, and something like a handkerchief flew out. Transfer. Gushi's fatal strike landed on the handkerchief, unexpectedly changing direction and flying into the void. Though it narrowly avoided destroying a few void craft, several red-clad players managed to survive. The celestial player set the commander aside and said seriously, "How long will it take? 10 minutes? No, 8 minutes will be enough." The commander hadn't expected something like this to happen again. He had assumed he could just make a move, command his men, and bring them from the void to the Creation Bridge. He hadn't imagined there was someone on the Creation Bridge who could kill him. It's too late. There's a red-suited player on the bridge. He's warning us not to approach the bridge. How could a red-suited player appear here? Are all the people in the intelligence department idiots? So what do we do now? The commander couldn't help but ask. What else can we do? We can only teleport over. Lu Quan and I will hold the guide back, while Su Nianwan attacks the ordinary players on the bridge. This feud is about to get serious. The Tianren player quickly made arrangements. In his mind, the red-suited player wasn't a big deal. What was scary was Gu Shi's delay. They were already arriving much later than planned. If they delay a little longer, the creation bridge will be completed. If they then attempt to attack the creation bridge, they'd be attacking humanity. Humanity has no way of defeating the Celestials, but they can still defeat these 3 or 4 red-armored players. Believe it or not, some of the human red-armored players are already waiting at the creation bridge's hookup, awaiting its final activation. By then, they will not only be in dire straits, but will also become the first sacrifice for the creation bridge's completion. So, even though the celestial player knows that an active attack will be reprehensible to the humans, he's already offended. He must at least complete the quest given by the Celestials. That way, the Celestials will protect him once he escapes. If he hasn't completed the quest, why would the Celestials protect him? Just because he holds a red armor? Kill him, and the red armor will automatically pass to the next bound person. The remaining 2 players holding red armor reacted differently to the celestial player's command. One of them, Lu Quan, immediately stepped forward, ready to force the release. But the other, Su Nianwan, didn't react. The Tianren player, seeing this, was somewhat annoyed. Su Nianwan, are you still able to do this? I can't do this. I took your deposit, and now I'm returning it. This matter has nothing to do with me now. With that, Su Nianwan raised his hand and tossed something into the Tianren player's hand. The Tianren player didn't even take the object. Instead, he said to Su Nianwan, aren't you afraid that the race behind you will suffer a catastrophic disaster? I'm a descendant of the Su family, a southern white-blooded clan of the Wanling clan. Come on if you're capable. If I weren't trying to stop humanity from building a bridge connecting heaven and earth, I wouldn't be getting involved in this bullshit. Besides, do you think we don't know? The creation bridge was originally an idea conceived by you, the celestial clan. You failed miserably and wanted to stop it. I'm just here to see. If you can succeed, I make some extra money. If you can't, I leave. What's wrong with that? Upon hearing that Su Nianwan was a Wanling clan member, the celestial clan player's expression changed. Su Nianwan? Su Nian? No wonder. You're a core member of the Wanling clan, so you put the character Wan in your name. I should have thought of that a long time ago. It's not too late to think of it now. What? Do you still want to stop me? Su Nianwan asked the celestial clan player. No, go ahead if you want to leave. I still have Sir Daming to help. The Tianren Wanjiao looked towards Mr. Daming, only to find him being pinned down by a pure white bone dragon. With every attack, the bone dragon's body flashed red, clearly a powerful red armor enhancing it. It could be said that the bone dragon hadn't even used its red armor skills yet, and it was already nearly overwhelmed. Mr. Daming was struggling to protect himself, and coming to help was practically impossible. It was obvious to the Tianren players that there was also a red armor expert in the city Gu Shi had thrown them, and that this red armor might even be the dragon blood vial. Thinking of this, the Tianren players broke into a cold sweat. He still remembered his teacher telling him that dragon gear was a level stronger than normal gear, and obtaining red gear was equivalent to powerful red gear. Furthermore, dragon red gear could only be used by dragons, and in their hands it could be even more effective. If you encounter a dragon equipped with red gear, fight it. If you encounter a dragon with red dragon gear, find a way to escape. If you encounter a dragon holding a red quality dragon blood vial, find a quiet place to die and avoid bringing trouble to the Celestials. Thinking of this, several thoughts flashed through the celestial player's mind. This place can't stay. A player with red gear, plus a dragon with red gear. How can we defeat them? Su Nianwan also noticed the celestial player's expression. He glanced back and couldn't help but say fuck. After that, Su Nianwan said nothing and simply leaped into the air. Unbeknownst to him, he activated something and teleported away. Gu Shi, atop the Genesis bridge, also witnessed their actions. In fact, he hadn't just seen them now, he had been keeping an eye on everything since the opponent had taken out a handkerchief to block Gu Shi's attack. As the celestial player gathered the other red-clad players, Gu Shi had even prepared for a 1-on-3 fight. In fact, it didn't have to be a 1-on-3 fight. As soon as they showed signs of charging, Gu Shi would summon the Corpse Mountain War God, and if possible, you could also join the fight. However, a fight between these two wasn't suitable for the current situation on the Genesis bridge. At least, the Corpse Mountain War God wasn't suitable for the current environment. Gushi feared that a single attack from the Corpse Mountain War God would destroy the Genesis Bridge, which would be an interesting situation. But he had never expected that the 3 red-clad players among the enemy would actually start a fight. What was going on? Should he take the initiative and stop them all? Chapter 2997. Before Gushi could decide whether to attack, the Celestial player had already made his decision. Suyun Banner. The Celestial player threw the handkerchief in his hand, and it unexpectedly transformed into a massive canopy, enveloping most of the troops in the void. Seeing this, Gushi couldn't help but understand the Celestial player's intention. He was trying to escape. Gushi launched a fatal strike and gave chase. But it was too late. When the fatal strike reached the location of the void troops, they had vanished along with the giant handkerchief. Gushi's strike missed, and all his attacks were lost in the void. In the direction the void troops had advanced, only Gushi's Void Ghost City remained. Oh, by the way, the soldiers sent into the Void Ghost City by the void troops were still there, staring around in confusion, unsure of what had happened. However, Gushi's troops in the Void Ghost City, upon realizing this, became even more ruthless in their attacks. Maul, transformed into a bone dragon, immediately rushed to Mr. Daming. She had already seen that the Celestial player had escaped. Not only had he escaped, but he had also taken part of the void troops with him. Now, the troops that had entered the Void Ghost City were isolated, and Mr. Daming had become a pawn. Previously, Moore had only suppressed Mr. Daming, fearing he might have reinforcements and could escape at any moment. Now that he was trapped, there was no need to think about anything else. They would definitely go all out against him. Then, Moore's body spun in the air, transforming into the form of a young girl, a red potion bottle in his hand. The red potion bottle looked quite inconspicuous, but within it lay a young dragon swirling within the potion. This was the upgraded dragon blood bottle, now in its red state. As soon as Moore produced this object, Mr. Daming's expression changed. He immediately sensed its danger. The Celestial player's escape had made him realize he had been abandoned, and he was just about to flee. But just then, Moore flipped his hand, and a single drop of the potion from the red potion poured out. Dragon space. Then the entire Void Ghost City was enveloped in a red space. The sky was filled with blood-red clouds, and the ground was flowing with a bright red liquid. Even the enemies and allies fighting there had turned a fresh shade of red. Mr. Daming attempted to activate his teleportation ability to escape, but found that no matter how he tried, he couldn't activate it. This situation caused Mr. Daming to miss his initial attack opportunity. As the entire space turned red, a variety of dragon heads began to appear in the sky. These dragon heads all had a single target, Mr. Daming, who was at the very center of the space. They opened their mouths and belched out beams of light, balls of light, flames, lightning, ice, acid, every conceivable dragon-like breath effect. This attack could be considered a truly concentrated attack. All of this dragon breath came from the giant dragons that Maul had slain. It could be said that this single strike alone contained the breath attacks of tens of millions of dragons. With this level of attack power, let alone a player, even a smaller planet would melt in half. Mr. Daming before him was merely a red-suited player, not a god. He truly couldn't withstand such an attack. This was like Gushi's fatal blow, with an infinitely stacking attack effect. I don't care what your defenses are, I just stack my attacks. You can't dodge, and if you're hit, you're dead. And this attack immediately blocked your ability to dodge. It locked you in this space, preventing you from leaving. There were even various curses cast in advance, weakening your defenses and increasing your damage. Before the attack landed, everyone could sense they were overwhelmed. But to save his life, Mr. Daming prepared to fight hard. Mr. Daming's red suit was a common functional red suit, somewhat effective, but not a primary weapon. Against orange equipment, no matter how inferior the red equipment, it's a crushing defeat. But against red equipment, the lack of combat effectiveness of this functional red equipment becomes apparent. The most frustrating thing is that it's not just lacking combat power, but also insufficient defense, and no means of survival. In the current situation, Mr. Daming couldn't even achieve a counterattack, let alone a mutual destruction. He even considered self-destruction. But no matter who it was, faced with such a situation, no one wanted to die. Not to mention Mr. Daming was a red equipment player, so in their eyes, their own life was even more precious. Given the chance to escape, he refused to die. So Mr. Daming shouted, "Please don't attack. I'm a mercenary, and I demand." Before he could finish his words, the dragon's breath erupted from all directions. Tens of millions of dragon breaths erupted simultaneously in the same direction. From the perspective of others, The scene was magnificent. From Mr. Daming's perspective, the scene was nothing short of terrifying. He was still trying to convince Moore not to attack, but the attacks from all directions had already reached him. And he had no defense against such an attack. Attacks of all attributes and effects instantly struck him. The blow caused only a flash of red light to pass through Mr. Daming's body. The red suit in his hand offered a token resistance. Then, a loud bang echoed from Mr. Daming's position. A small mushroom cloud rose, then retreated inwards, and a blazing white light emanated from Mr. Daming's direction. But Moore had been prepared. Standing on the ground, he roared at the spot where Mr. Daming had exploded. "Get out!" With this roar, the blazing white light that was about to spread outwards suddenly dispersed. Mr. Daming's body also dissipated, leaving only a jade bell where he had stood. The jade bell was only the size of a fist, made entirely of white jade. Under the blazing white light, it even had a certain translucency. A faint red glow shone on the bell's surface. It was clearly the red suit Mr. Daming had worn. Although it looked feminine, you could tell if it was a red suit, and if anyone wanted it. Glancing at the jade bell, Moore reached forward and grabbed it, then looked in the direction of the fleeing celestial players and said, "What a pity." Chapter 2998. Escaped? Gu Shi, standing on the Genesis bridge, was stunned when he saw that his fatal attack hadn't hit anything. Then, he saw the devastating explosion in the Void Ghost City. After seeing this, Gu Shi's heart finally settled. Gu Shi knew that this wave of attacks was over. Several red-clad players, who had intended to attack, had fled for unknown reasons, leaving only the enemies that had entered the Void Ghost City to be eliminated. It was unknown what was happening inside the Void Ghost City, or whether the attack had killed any powerful enemies. Gu Shi wanted to take a closer look at the bridge a few more times when a player approached him and gently patted his shoulder. Gu Shi looked back and saw that the player who activated the Genesis bridge had already explained the situation to the last player and was now finishing up. The entire Genesis bridge turned bright red, and the void before him was split open, revealing the real world outside. Gu Shi could even see numerous human spaceships docked in the real world across from him. This was the human contingent coming to greet them. It was done. Genesis was accomplished. A flash of enlightenment struck Gu Shi. He knew that after so much talk about Genesis, it was finally complete. At this moment, all the players raised their hands or weapons to the sky. What were they doing? Gu Shi was puzzled, but as the first spell shot from their hands shot skyward, he understood. This was the human players celebrating, and the spells and skills unleashed by the players were the ultimate fireworks for celebration. This excitement also fueled Gu Shi. He laughed heartily, raised his magic staff, and fired a barrage of elemental magic into the air. Gu Shi didn't hold back his strength. He truly unleashed whatever he had. Even undead spells, as long as they looked good, he happily unleashed them. As he unleashed these spells, Gu Shi realized that his spells, whether his own or those of the red-suited player, seemed to have lost their lethality and were merely aesthetically pleasing. The player in front didn't intervene, and even didn't dodge when a spell landed on him. Gu Shi suddenly understood that the Creation Bridge had the ability to negate spells and skills. At least on the roads of the Creation Bridge, it was forbidden to attack others at will. At the same time, Gu Shi could feel something being drawn away from him, flying into the Creation Bridge. Then, a large number of streetlights appeared on both sides of the Creation Bridge. These streetlights didn't have a uniform pattern, but rather adapted to the personalities of the nearby hero players. Some were traditional streetlights, others resembled corpses, and still others simply resembled balloons. As each streetlight appeared, the shadowy figures of the hero players that had previously appeared on the bridge slowly vanished, returning to their own game worlds and entering eternal slumber. When everything was settled, Gu Shi felt a flash of light before his eyes. The void before him completely opened, and a human fleet flew past the Genesis bridge, seemingly announcing their arrival to the human players aboard. With their protection, the safety of human players was no longer a concern. At this moment, a player Gu Shi was relatively familiar with appeared at one end of the Genesis bridge. It was Su Wanyu, who had accompanied Gu Shi to deal with the Thunderbolt Ancient God incident the previous time. Gu Shi remembered that he possessed the ability to lay paths in the void, and he also possessed considerable diplomatic skills. With a single thought, Gu Shi understood why he had come to handle this matter. Su Wanyu hadn't expected to encounter Gu Shi here. When Xinhua had initially assigned him here, he had simply been told that a lost human city had returned from the depths of the game, and that he was to greet and arrange some matters. He had even been given the exact location of this human city. Su Wanyu had assumed that someone had found a path to the real world, or at most, that a leader had led his people through untold hardships, fighting their way all the way from the depths of the game. For human players like these, arrangements were actually the easiest. All he had to do was record the star region they had left from when they fell, and then check to see if their original star region still existed. If they were there, they could be sent back. But the current situation was clearly different. A tunnel had been built leading directly into the depths of the game. Standing outside the Genesis bridge, Su Wanyu peered inside, and saw a bridge-like passage leading directly into the depths of the void. Apart from anything else, the stability of this void bridge surpassed the effects of his red suit. And the number of players celebrating on the bridge, casting magic spells, was also different than he had expected. Putting aside other things, there were at least nearly 100,000 players on the bridge, and it seemed the number was increasing. The number of players behind this was likely over 100 million, right? How would they manage this? Just then Gu Shi, standing on the Genesis bridge, waved at Su Wanyu. Although Su Wanyu was somewhat surprised to see Gu Shi on the Genesis bridge, he nodded and headed towards the player who had introduced him to the Genesis bridge. In Su Wanyu's eyes, this player was the leader who could lead people out of the depths of the game. He needed to discuss the matter of these human players. As for why Gu Shi was here, he would discuss that matter again after he had dealt with these humans. The last time he worked with Gu Shi, he had already seen that Gu Shi was a man with a plan in mind. While he didn't know how he trained himself, Gu Shi was definitely someone who understood priorities. In this situation, he first communicated with the human leader to clarify their needs, then reconnected with Gu Shi. But after meeting Su Wanyu, Gu Shi immediately remembered the agreement he had made with the humans. Now was the time for Gu Shi to step in. He had to maintain the White Deer Wilderness's control over the Creation Bridge and arrange for their living conditions. Gu Shi was well aware of the number of humans in the White Deer Wilderness. Although some humans hadn't yet planned to migrate, the number of those returning to the real world already exceeded 100 million. A single city would surely not accommodate all these players. Furthermore, their professions conflicted with one another, so they couldn't all be accommodated in one city. To accommodate them, a medium-sized or larger star region would be required. This was what Gu Shi needed to discuss with human society. Chapter 2999. Watching Su Wanyu converse with the veteran player, Gu Shi smiled and walked over. Standing beside the two, Gu Shi didn't interrupt immediately, but simply listened. Gu Shi noticed that Su Wanyu wasn't very familiar with the situation at the Genesis Bridge, and his presence must have been ordered by Xinhua. His conversation with the veteran player hadn't quite hit the mark. At this point, Gu Shi sighed, raised his magic wand, and silently muttered, "Xinhua, look, another red outfit. Register it for me." Then, Gu Shi vanished from the crowd and reappeared in Xinhua's private space. Facing the fire before him, Gu Shi said helplessly, "Xinhua, long time no see. You think I want to see you? I don't even know how to tell those people right now." Xinhua's voice was somewhat helpless. Xinhua had actually noticed Gu Shi's several red outfits before. How could he not have seen something so obvious as the head of goddesses? However, Gu Shi hadn't mentioned it publicly, and Xinhua hadn't publicized it. When he mentioned Gu Shi, it meant that Gu Shi had 2 red outfits. Plus, Gu Shi had already been rewarded for finding the ancient god corpse, so the human players who had red outfits hadn't jumped out. But now that Gu Shi had brought out another piece of red outfit, he couldn't help Gu Shi. He could only pretend he didn't know. Who would have thought that just as the head of goddesses incident was over, Gu Shi would come up with another magic wand, and even demanded to register it. How could this be possible? Once this thing is registered, the red garment's expansion ban will collapse. Just as Xinhua was thinking about how to refuse Gu Shi said, "Xinhua, look." Gu Shi loosened his grip and released the magic wand. The magic wand fell into the fire, revealing some information to Xinhua's eyes. "Did you nurture it yourself?" "Yes, according to the red equipment expansion ban, you personally completed the red equipment quest, nurtured it yourself, and finally succeeded in nurturing it. There was no binding process. Everything is in the red equipment information." "That makes sense, right? I think humans currently have many near-red equipment items being nurtured. Among these near-red equipment items, some are like me. But why aren't these near-red equipment items being nurtured at an accelerated pace? Remember, humans produce quite a bit of void spirit crystals each year. It's probably because there's no role model. If there were a role model, I'm sure many players would be tempted to try nurturing red equipment." Xinhua listened to Gu Shi. "You have a point. Okay, that's a reasonable approach, but I need to think about it." Gu Shi didn't comment much on Xinhua's choice. His coming here to register the red equipment was just an excuse. If he hadn't said that, Xinhua wouldn't have dragged him into this dimension. What Gu Shi wanted to discuss with Xinhua was actually the affairs of the Beili humans. Gu Shi had actually mentioned this matter before, when he met Xinhua. And this matter also involves the matter of the creation bridge. Gu Shi was definitely trying to help the Beili humans fight for it. They couldn't possibly invest countless efforts, and so many players, only to have the Genesis bridge snatched away by other players. After putting away the magic wand, Gu Shi explained his intentions. I already discussed your situation with a few of those old guys, and they also discussed it in a meeting. The Genesis bridge issue is the easiest to resolve. Humanity will not interfere with the binding inheritance rights of the Genesis bridge. It will be handled entirely by the humans of Beilui. However, the location of the Genesis bridge cannot be moved for 10,000 years. At the same time, it must be fully open to humans and protected by human forces. If it remains unchanged, both opening it to the public and accepting protection are fine. But there will be a toll for crossing the bridge. This must be written into the agreement. We can't just build a bridge, and you use it for free without paying anything. Also, the human forces protection only applies to the real world. What about that side? I protect it, and they also leave some personnel. After all, they wouldn't be willing to give up such a large piece of land like that. Xinhua has connections to various lost human cities. He certainly knows what lies deep within the game. If Gu Shi says he protect the Genesis bridge, then trust him. I know Bai Lui is doing very well in the depths of the game. If I send people there to live, would they accept? Of course they would. Bai Lui has already mentioned this. Look, this is the agreement I signed with Bai Lui. I have the final say on certain matters. Gu Shi said, as he placed some of the agreements on the fire. Flame only had to glance over the agreement, and Xinhua knew the depth of Gu Shi's connection with Bai Lui Yi. Very good. With you helping the Bai Lui Yi humans, returning to the real world will be much easier. I understand your point. I discussed this matter with Su Wanyu. I have him cooperate with you to stabilize the Genesis bridge situation first. Then we proceed with the human relocation. But you also have to participate in this relocation. Your current strength is among the top human combatants. Suppressing a star region shouldn't be difficult, right? Not difficult. Leave it to me. Gu Shi also understood that having received so many benefits from the Bai Lui Yi humans, he had to contribute. It was impossible to expect to get it for free without contributing anything. Gu Shi also understood that after this incident, the humans would definitely assign him some tasks. After all, he was already level 25, and with several pieces of red armor, he was more than capable of handling it on his own. If I don't grab something I enjoy doing ahead of time, I'm afraid I'd be relegated to some remote place. Gu Shi would then be left to waste time there. You be responsible for all the arrangements for these humans going forward. 3 years to select a site, 3 years to capture it, 4 years to relocate it, and 20 years to defend it. What do you think? Fuel of fire. Gu Shi thought for a moment and asked, what if I have more important things to do during this time? For example? For example, the advancement game world, the red suit game world, the battles deep within the game, the red suit binding, and so on. Oh, when you leave, just leave a red suit player behind to take your place. I see. Isn't it just 30 years? I can handle that. But what about the star field? You don't want me to search for it myself, do you? I remember I already reported the White Deer Wilderness humans affairs long ago. Chapter 3000. About 10 minutes later, Gu Shi returned to the real world, and Su Wanyu had already arrived before him. The veteran player who had previously activated the Genesis bridge also looked towards Gu Shi. It was clear that the two had been dragged into the Xinhua space, and knew most of what had happened. Now their eyes were fixed on Gu Shi, eager to see what he would do. Gu Shi then approached the veteran player and said, Elder Su, we can now proceed with what I promised the humans. We need to have a good discussion. Okay, the veteran player said decisively. He had seen that if Gu Shi hadn't blocked the external forces, the activation of the Genesis bridge wouldn't have been so smooth. Especially the final explosion in the void, the veteran player believed he couldn't withstand it. He was now incredibly grateful that they had won over Gu Shi and asked him to come and protect them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take the final step in their Genesis journey. Now that they return to the real world, they still need Gu Shi's help. It's safe to say that he agreed to anything Gu Shi says, then consider the benefits later. Gu Shi also addressed the veteran player's attitude. You already discussed this with Xinhua. I don't care who is bound to the Genesis bridge, but he must sit between the real world and the depths of the game. This position requires a person to be present. The military, and I can only protect the 2 bridgeheads from attack. The Genesis bridge itself requires your personal maintenance. Gu Shi quickly outlined his plan. Also, starting today, all players below level 20 will be retrained according to their class. I already discussed this with Xinhua. No matter what, first learn what you can. Catch up on what you missed, and then showcase what we developed. Don't be afraid of embarrassment, we're doing a great job. You may not remember the Black Pole City back then. The Arrow Tower Hunter they developed is now a popular class among humans. You learn for 3 to 5 years, and I already found a suitable star region. When I take it, all players can move to the new star region. The veteran players immediately understood what was going on. The humans had no intention of dispersing them, but Bailui's previous star region was definitely gone. She had to help them find a new star region to live in. If they couldn't find one, they would be automatically dispersed. Your Majesty, we can send someone to help you. That's absolutely necessary. I can't monitor the initial star region search all the time. And from my perspective, the places I select are over 80% likely to be inhabited by the undead. Even if they're suitable for human habitation, they might resemble Balian City. I don't think many players would like such a place. The selection of star regions must be your responsibility. At most, I make a few trips to the locations you've chosen later to ensure they're trouble-free. Hearing Gushi's words, the veteran player laughed. At first, he actually been afraid, fearing Gushi would use this opportunity to force something down on him. Over time, these humans would become Gushi's vassals. Thankfully, Gushi wasn't that kind of person, or perhaps, Gushi had already gotten what he wanted. These human players, along with their descendants, would appear on Gushi's road to the underworld after death. Their souls ultimately belonged to Gushi, so who they belonged to in life wasn't really of concern to Gushi. By this time, Su Wanyu had already understood Gushi's position among these humans, so he told Gushi something directly. The three parties immediately engaged in a discussion. The discussion focused on the development of the game's depths, as well as the flow of supplies and people into and out of the game's depths via the Genesis Bridge. As he spoke of this, Su Wanyu whispered something to Gushi. You better have more people guarding the Creation Bridge. What's wrong? Any gossip? It's not really gossip. I just heard there are only 3 such large-scale passages that directly break through the void and connect the real world to the depths of the game. 2 of them are in the hands of the myriad spirits, and 1 is in the hands of the Celestials. Your Creation Bridge is the 4th. I also heard that the Celestials originally planned to develop something called the Genesis Project, digging tunnels from both the real world and the depths of the game simultaneously, ultimately connecting them into a single, massive, fixed passage. But for some reason, that plan failed. Everything prepared and designed for this massive fixed passageway was scattered. At the same time, some information disappeared. The Celestials finally sealed the Genesis Project and forbade anyone to use the name. Your Genesis Bridge. Hearing this, Gushi turned to look at the veteran player. The veteran player's face was filled with frustration. He finally shook his head. There are no Celestials undercover agents among us. That one sentence was enough. Our Genesis Bridge has nothing to do with the Celestials. But I take your warning into consideration and arrange for personnel to come and protect it. Alright, whatever you say. Although he was internally complaining about this, Su Wanyu smiled and said, That's not my intention. I just wanted to remind you that the Celestials are quite sensitive to terms like Genesis or even creation. They might think you were provoking them. While you can fend off attacks from the Celestials, you can't always defend the Genesis Bridge. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask, What do you think, Brother Su? Should we change the name when promoting it? The Creation Bridge has a nice aura, but changing the name can guarantee safety for hundreds, even thousands of years. What's wrong with that? Gushi turned to look at the veteran player. The veteran player shook his head. The word creation is the root of the Creation Bridge, the product of the sacrifices of all the players. If the name is changed, the very foundation of the bridge will be destroyed. Gushi and Su Wanyu exchanged a glance. They could both see that the people from Bailui must have gleaned some information about the Celestials. Otherwise, how could they have managed to survive for generations? Seeing the veteran player's serious expression, Gushi made a mental note to prioritize defense against the Celestials. Chapter 3001. After establishing the general direction, the next steps became much simpler. The humans on Bailui's side had already prepared some things, and the veteran players immediately handed over the roster of all players to Su Wanyu. This marked the return of Bailui, who had been missing for who knows how many years, to human society. Although reintegration would take time, he was somewhat back. Also, a map of the human-occupied territories deep within the game was delivered. Now that humanity had returned, these maps naturally had to be handed over to human society. Even if these territories were still controlled by the humans of Bailui, at least human society needed to include them within its sphere of influence. Additionally, there were a series of issues to discuss, such as troop stationing and travel costs on the Genesis Bridge. These matters required more than just an hour or two of discussion. Gu Shi immediately released Mary, allowing her to represent him in the negotiations. The veteran players also dispatched the Beili human negotiation team. This matter was handed over directly. Su Wanyu and the military were also generous, arranging a planet near the Genesis Bridge as a temporary base for the Beili humans. Here, they could register their identities and freely enter and exit human society. Of course, since everything was temporary, transportation issues needed to be addressed. When Gu Shi finally left, he heard that Su Wanyu and his team were planning to contact several void train companies to build a temporary station on this planet. This would facilitate the Beili humans' travel to other star regions of human society. The current arrangement is a relatively good choice. If the humans of Beili hadn't wanted to gather together, they could have easily integrated into human society within a few years. However, when that time comes, it's hard to say who will own the Genesis Bridge and the foundations deep within the game. This is precisely why the human leaders of Beili, knowing that reconquering the star region will require more time and effort, are determined to do so. Gu Shi has taken on this matter, and will naturally handle it. This is why he sent Mary here. As for Gu Shi himself, he plans to walk the Genesis Bridge again, and visit Yuanzhou City once more. Having previously promised to protect the Genesis Bridge, Gu Shi will naturally fulfill his promise. In the real world, the human military has stationed red-clad players here to guard it. Furthermore, this area is considered halfway to human society. Even if the Celestials are unhappy, they won't attack. But things are different deep within the game. Judging from Genesis's behavior during its final days, the Celestials' obsession with it is like a mad pursuit of flesh, a relentless pursuit. Gu Shi wasn't sure whether the Celestials would give up after the creation bridge was completed. So, Gu Shi would shoulder the entire celestial defense, as well as the defense of the various human cities and territories. This wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Gu Shi needed to consider the arrangements and deployments. At the very least, he couldn't let the enemy lead him by the nose. Gu Shi needed to develop his own plan. In addition, the 2 pieces of red armor in Gu Shi's possession needed to be bound. The time required to bind the red armor would likely be quite long. During this period, Gu Shi certainly couldn't attend to the battles deep within the game. Arranging his men to handle matters in Yuanzhou City beforehand became Gu Shi's primary task. Also, with Bai Li's return, Gu Shi's identity could be made public, allowing him to begin work on Lu Yongqing's side. Gu Shi still needed to personally attend to this matter. There were many other matters to attend to here, and Gu Shi wouldn't waste any more time here. After explaining his situation to Su Wanyu, Gu Shi prepared to leave. Listening to Gu Shi's plan, Su Wanyu glanced at him. "Brother Gu, your idea of going it alone isn't going to work. Look, you can't even find a single reliable subordinate. You don't look like a red-armored player at all." Gu Shi, somewhat helplessly, responded to Su Wanyu's words. "It can't be helped. I've only been in the real world for a few years, and I've been studying at Hades University all these years. I rarely even team up when I play games, so where can I find anyone to meet? That won't work. Without trusted people in key positions, others will try to take advantage of you. If you can't find good friends, then taking on disciples or having offspring are both good options. You don't even need to cultivate suitable disciples or offspring. As long as you have the intention, they will understand your intention and eventually quiet down." Gu Shi was somewhat tempted by this, but he also understood that humanity's upper echelons were now deeply intertwined. If he just charged in headfirst, he would surely be completely devoured. He must establish his own base. Before the Genesis Bridge was built, Gu Shi didn't even have the chance to establish his own base. Things are different now. While human players are entering the real world through the Genesis Bridge in droves, deep within the game, there are still many players who remain. They constitute Gu Shi's base. And then, there are the human players, who have just returned to the real world. They need Gu Shi now. That's why Gu Shi instinctively wanted to find Lu Yongqing. After Su Wanyu's words, Gu Shi understood what he had to do. So Gu Shi thanked Su Wanyu. "It's okay. We're all brothers. Your business is my business. And I didn't do anything. I just gave you a few pointers. Everything else is your own judgment." Su Wanyu smiled at Gu Shi. This was a kind reminder. This reminder wasn't about Gu Shi's strength, but about the potential of Beili's human players. If Gu Shi couldn't hold them, the human leaders and aristocratic families wouldn't care about Gu Shi's personal combat prowess. They would devour Beili's human players like wolves, embracing all the cities and territories deep within the game. Finally, they would devour the Genesis Bridge. If they couldn't control the situation, they might even devour Gu Shi and steal all his red armor. Su Wanyu didn't want to see that happen. He also hoped that Gu Shi could handle this incident smoothly and peacefully. Humanity wasn't the strongest race in the real world. Even if it were, they couldn't withstand repeated turmoil and internal strife. Chapter 3002. When Gu Shi appeared before Lu Yongcheng, he immediately greeted him with a smile. He said confidently, "Sir, I thought you'd come to see me by now." At this point, Lu Yongcheng bowed to Gu Shi. "Sir, you've been keeping me here. I thought you were just joking and had no intention of promoting me. I didn't expect you had a reason you couldn't express. I apologize to you. You know everything?" "Yes. Although I left the AI, I'd still be the first to know any new news. Especially the news about you helping the Beilui player break out of the depths of the game. That's official propaganda. You're glad you know. I came to see you for this very reason. I taken over the management of the Beilui players from Xinhua. Here's what's going on." Gu Shi explained the current situation in detail, even the written agreement and some of the future plans. Finally, Gu Shi said, "This matter is very important to me. The Beilui players are my base. If someone else takes them, not only will my future development be ruined, but even my reputation will be trampled upon. So Lu Yongcheng, you must help me this time. I don't care what method you use, but you must keep the Beilui players. Once the new starfield is built, I will give you a quasi-red outfit or a red outfit." Before saying this, Lu Yongcheng was full of confidence. He felt that Gu Shi had explained everything clearly, and was indicating that he was going to use him. But as soon as he uttered these last words, Lu Yongcheng's face changed. "Sir, are you telling the truth? Really? I'm not afraid to tell you. The reason I always focus my work on the depths of the game is because I have an ancient god's head there, where at least 20 pieces of red armor will be found. Also, the depths of the game aren't governed by the real world. The red armor ban doesn't apply there, and there are beings whose power I can't quite describe. Snatching a piece of red armor from there is quite easy. If you don't mind, there's even a red armor graveyard over there. I can craft and assemble red armor, and I have the skills to craft it. Snatching a piece of red armor isn't a difficult task." Hearing this, Lu Yongcheng knelt down. "I'm willing to die for you, sir. Thank you for your help. I have other things to attend to." At this point, Lu Yongcheng exercised his initiative. "Sir, are you worried about the Celestials? How do you know?" Gu Shi turned to look at Lu Yongcheng. "When the news arrived, I specifically looked up the relevant information. It contained some fragments of the Celestial Tribe's Genesis plan. But I could already see the Celestial Tribe's seriousness in regards to the Genesis plan. Although there's no detailed explanation of how the White Deer Wilderness humans returned, even if there were, it's classified. But the name Genesis Bridge easily brings to mind the Genesis plan. The Celestial Tribe is now so powerful, many smaller races make a living by flattering them. If they knew about this, they would most likely take the initiative to destroy the Genesis Bridge." Gu Shi nodded, but he had more in mind than Lu Yongcheng. He knew the situation was even more serious than Lu Yongcheng had suspected. At the final moment of the Creation Bridge's activation, the Celestials didn't even bother to act, they attacked directly. In other words, if anyone attacked the Creation Bridge, the Celestials would definitely attack directly. Where do you think they attack from? Deep in the game, at the other entrance and exit of the Creation Bridge. Lu Yongcheng said decisively. "Sir, think about it this way. The part of the Creation Bridge that's within the void can even ignore the void. It's highly likely that it won't be damaged by attacks." Gu Shi nodded. When the Creation Bridge was completed, he celebrated by casting spells on it. All his spells and skills were just for show, but they had no real power. This proved that the Creation Bridge was immune to all attacks. At least, as long as both ends were stable, it was immune to attack. If the Celestials wanted to attack, they could only attack the two ends of the Genesis Bridge. One of these ends was located near the core of human society. If the Celestials wanted to attack, they would first have to cripple human society. Even if the Celestials were vastly superior to humans, they wouldn't do so, not to mention they had their own priorities at the moment. So attacking the foundations deeper within the game became the only viable option. To attack the foundations deeper within the Genesis Bridge, they wouldn't need to attack all of human territory, they could simply target the origin city. And if the Celestials truly launched an attack, they wouldn't resort to the usual small-scale tactics of the past. They would undoubtedly gather all their superior forces and destroy the origin city in one fell swoop. It would be normal for red-armored players to make a move, and there might even be 2 or 3 red-armored players making a move. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's face grew serious. It seemed he needed to speed up his red armor transformation. And surely had been binding his red armored gear for so long. Has he managed to get it done? If he had, surely and more could defend Yuanzhu's city together. That would at least hold out for a while. Watching Gu Shi's expression change again and again at his words, he was secretly delighted. He assumed Gu Shi had taken his words to heart, and was currently thinking of a response plan. Sir, there's no need to rush. Oh, what do you mean? We actually have a response plan. Go ahead. Gu Shi was curious about the response Lu Yongcheng was talking about. Sir, although I haven't been to the deep game, I heard of it. It's considered a dangerous place, the burial place of powerful figures and influential forces, and the exile of abandoned races. It's probably quite large. The Celestials have only one permanent passage leading to the deep game, and there may be some temporary passages or smaller paths. But the number of troops that can be sent through the temporary passage is limited, and the distance to send troops through the permanent passage is likely quite far. So, they are likely to lure or hire troops to attack the foundation of the Genesis Bridge. We can deal with such an enemy through division and ruthless means. Also, I heard that the Celestials' mortal enemy has appeared recently for unknown reasons. This means that the Celestials can't devote their full attention to the Genesis Bridge anytime soon. Lu Yongcheng analyzed the situation for Gu Shi. As Gu Shi listened, a plan formed in his mind. Chapter 3003. What did you say? Gu Shi, having just returned to Arida's city from the real world and about to discuss with Princess Anna how to incorporate the remaining human territory into his own defenses, was immediately met with shocking news. An unexpected red suit? That's right. As soon as Gu Shi returned, Moore had directly tossed the jade bell she had found to Gu Shi's side. While it wasn't particularly impressive, it was clearly a red suit item. All four paths contained ordinary red suits. Their most significant feature was their ability to calm the mind and provide immunity to the effects of psychic magic, making them categorized as enemy equipment. Of course, this immunity varied in strength, offering immunity to psychic magic from ordinary to even powerful red suits. However, Gu Shi was not immune to the psychic magic of the Nine-Tailed God, which he was about to complete. At the same time, the immunity was incomplete. It could only be dispelled by the sound of the bell, which also enhanced the combat effectiveness of nearby soldiers and players, boosting their morale. This was precisely why Gu Shi hadn't displayed all the attributes of this particular red item. It wasn't because there were so many red items that he didn't even bother looking at them. It was simply because, aside from immunity to mental magic, this item didn't meet Gu Shi's needs in any way. Gu Shi's first thought upon looking at it was whether he should take it to a human and exchange it for a piece of red equipment he could use. Failing that, he could simply use it as a carrot to attract Lu Yongcheng. After all, humans in the real world weren't picky. For them, red equipment was enough for them. Changing one's class for a red armor isn't impossible. Only players like Gu Shi, with several pieces of red armor on hand and dozens more in their possession, would disregard it. But this time, Gu Shi had a new appreciation for Moore. After all, this battle was a rare one for Moore, and she went all out, instantly annihilating a red armored enemy. Hadn't Moore's combat effectiveness against the dragon been this strong before? But Gu Shi simply thought about it and let it go. He still had a lot of red armor to deal with. He hadn't even visited the treasure trove of the God of Fire and Craftsmanship yet. He hadn't assigned anyone to the Crucible yet. Everything was so busy right now, and many things were delayed. Gu Shi was focused on getting the Yuanzhu city done as quickly as possible. No, it wasn't called Yuanzhu City anymore. Since the connection with the real world was established, the original city has changed its name. The people of Beiluyi simply renamed it Beiluyi. At the same time, humans who planned to remain in the depths of the game, as well as those preparing to enter the depths from the real world, were preparing to reunite their remaining forces. A new city, Baijin City, was built some distance from Beiluyi. This city, in essence, served as Beiluyi's port. It primarily handled the transfer of supplies and people between Beiluyi and the foundation of the Genesis Bridge, as well as custom settlements. In the future, various resources from the depths of the game would first arrive in Baijin City, then be sent to Beiluyi, and then to the real world via the Genesis Bridge. Real-world resources are also transported to Baijin City via this route, and then distributed to human cities. This will arguably become the most important transportation artery outside Beiluyi City. At the same time, it will also serve as the first line of defense outside Beiluyi. No matter where you go, as long as you're not flying or drilling underground, you must go through Baijin City to reach Beiluyi. This was the final arrangement made by the humans before they left. Before Genesis was even completed, they had already considered everything, considering what they would do if Genesis was a success. Now, all this is in Gushi's favor. Gushi only needs to deploy additional troops to defend Baijin City, which will prevent over 80% of the trouble for Beilui. As for the remaining 20%, it will be flying troops or red-clad enemies. Gushi plans to a Corpse Mountain War God, Moore, and Shirley, who hasn't yet emerged, take turns defending Beilui. Then, Gushi can guarantee that there will be a red-clad person guarding Beilui. Even if they encountered an attack from the enemy's red armor, they could hold them off for a while. As for Gushi's territory, Eve wouldn't leave. With the Black Throne of the Griffins, Gushi didn't have to worry about the safety of his own territory. Initially, Gushi considered having troops patrol the major human cities, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Because the major human cities are so widely scattered. If they didn't take the train, relying solely on walking, it would take 2 or 3 years to complete a complete circuit. Gushi's current plan was to focus on defending the 3 main cities of Changzi City, New City, and Demonic Chaos City, and strengthen management of the border cities. Gushi would consider sending some blood plagues and corpse witches to garrison the other cities. After all, Gushi's troops would improve in level and equipment over time. As long as they could survive the first few years, they could handle any trouble later. Gushi would need to personally visit these cities and deploy the appropriate troops, even including dump trucks. After all, not all cities are undead, and the undead would live in those cities, so their placement would need to be carefully considered. Gushi also considered deploying troops at the gates of dead cities. Gushi couldn't guarantee the safety of other cities, but he still had to ensure the safety of some. If a city encountered trouble, Gushi couldn't mobilize troops and wait 6 months to arrive. If he did that, the city might be completely destroyed. All of this took time. Without help, Gushi feared it would take months to visit all the cities. Thinking back on the timeline he agreed to with Shinhua, Gushi felt he didn't have enough time. So many things were beyond his reach. Should we find someone to help us, or perhaps try a different approach? After explaining the troop selection and deployment plan to Princess Anna and sending her off to prepare, Gushi finally summoned Sylvia. After hearing Gushi's proposal, Sylvia thought carefully. Your Excellency, is it best to visit all human cities within a single day, so we can deploy the gates of the death cities and protect them? Chapter 3004. In front of Sylvia was a map Gushi had obtained from a veteran player. It recorded the locations of all human cities deep within the game. This included cities that had previously existed. The last time Gushi had looked at this map was when he was searching for Black Pole City. He had only read a portion of it. This time, Gushi had the full map, which even included a train route map and a safe route map to each city. Gushi himself was dizzy from reading it, but Sylvia could see it quite clearly. Finally, Sylvia looked up and said to Gushi, "Sir, there's a way to handle this." Sylvia pointed at the map before her. "Here are portals, teleportation arrays, ancient teleportation arrays, and detailed coordinates and location points. This isn't difficult, actually. Sir, look at the location markings. If we simply connect all the cities. Let me see, look at this route I've drawn. Using the red lines of the underworld as transit points, we can complete the journey in a day." Sylvia was an expert in transportation. The locations she identified had many practical possibilities. Most importantly, while there were some detours, they would still allow for teleportation. This meant that Gushi could easily cross many places. Sylvia had also mapped out how to deploy the red lines of the underworld, how to use the coordinates, how to locate and send Gushi himself, and which underworld to use for the transition. As long as Gushi followed this strategy and had enough stamina, he could truly reach all human cities in a day. Of course, he could finish the run, but whether he could deploy everything was another matter. Deploying the city gates and dump trucks would also take time. Thankfully, when Gushi returned, veteran players and the human leadership had communicated the tripartite agreement signed with Gushi to every city. Now, those humans willing to remain in the game knew that Gushi would take over all defenses within the human territories. Gushi could deploy his troops directly without having to explain anything to them. Otherwise, he would have to explain his identity, and why he was deploying troops in each city, and then have to communicate with them. This would take at least 2 or 3 months. Gushi didn't have the time to drag this out. Seeing that everything needed to be deployed could be deployed in just one day, Gushi was quite satisfied. "Okay, I deploy the troops tomorrow." "Sir, there's no rush now," Sylvia said, seeing Gushi's eagerness to leave. "Our troops aren't ready yet, and we don't have enough city gates, and the dump trucks are too small. Most importantly, we can't just focus on the city. We also need to deploy troops to key transportation routes and strategic locations in the wilderness." Sir, look at this map. These locations are key defensive points. These locations are resource centers. If we give up like this, then what's the point of staying and occupying human territory? Sylvia pointed at the map as she spoke. It was clear that she had already given it a lot of thought. Of course, the most pressing issue here was the road. At this moment, she was already thinking about how to recruit the human trains into her fold, and also considering how to build a railway from Chongxi Mountain to the human territory. If this plan succeeded, Sylvia's strength would be further enhanced. As for the train speed and railway safety, these were manageable challenges. Gushi pondered Sylvia's statement, and it was indeed the case. Gushi couldn't let a moment of swift action lead to complications later. Princess Anna also needs to mobilize troops. How about this 3 days? I give you 3 days, and I be back to handle this matter in 3 days. Gushi considered the other tasks currently pressing on her. Finding the red suit would take at least 3 months, and searching for a star region suitable for human habitation would take at least a year. Participating in the game would also take more than 10 days, and Gushi didn't have that much time for leisure right now. But she wasn't willing to work or study hard during this time. After some thought, the only things Gushi could deal with during this time were the red-clad tools of the god of fire and the god of craftsmanship. These items were in a fixed location, and Gushi could easily get them by going there. Besides, the whereabouts of the god of fire and the god of craftsmanship were unknown at the moment, so no one would stop Gushi from taking the items. Even if there were, they would probably be some big, strong fellows, and Gushi would just take them out. It wouldn't be like going to the goddess of beauty, where he would stay there for 7, 8, or even 10 days. This was the best way to improve himself in a short period of time, and it was also the best way Gushi could think of, allowing for quick departure and return without wasting time. After making up his mind, Gushi quickly explained his plans and headed out. Unbeknownst to Gushi, not long after he left, Mary's undead spirits arrived. Where did the master go? The master went out and said he'd be back in 3 days, but he didn't say where he was going. Sylvia was studying a map. Her men had been sent to find Princess Anna. With no one to stop Mary's men, they rushed in. Sylvia wasn't particularly angry about this. She simply glanced at the undead spirit and explained Gushi's whereabouts. Within 3 days? It's too late. What do we do now? What happened? Sylvia asked immediately. In Gushi's absence, the contracted undead could actually make many decisions. However, Mary had been sent to the real world to conduct final discussions and negotiations with humans and those from Beiluyi. She had sent someone to Gushi at this time, most likely because the negotiations had reached a critical juncture, or perhaps something had occurred beyond Mary's control, requiring Gushi's approval. At this point, Sylvia stood up and said, "What are you still doing here? Go find Lingxi. Only Lingxi can contact the master at this time." Upon hearing this, Mary's undead immediately fled. Sylvia, watching the undead's departure, couldn't help but feel worried. Sending someone back at this moment, instead of sending a message through some other means, could something really be going on? Chapter 3005. The treasure trove of the god of fire and craftsman wasn't actually hidden. Anyone who knew the coordinates or location could find it directly. At most, without the password, ordinary people couldn't enter. But the problem was, Gushi knew the password and method. The goddess of beauty, fearing that Gushi wouldn't receive her reward, explained everything in great detail. This explanation was exactly the same as when the goddess of beauty had left Gushi the address. The key point was that once you heard it, you knew exactly where to find it. So, this time, Gushi had no trouble finding a modest volcano in a hidden location in the void. This volcano, like any other volcano in the void, looked dull and lifeless. It seemed as if in a few years, it would completely extinguish itself, disappearing into the void like dust. But here, it seemed as if nothing had happened. The nearby volcano appeared and disappeared, vanishing and reappearing for who knows how many times, yet this volcano remained in the void, as if it would continue to exist forever. This situation was discovered by some elderly demons, who voluntarily left their race and fled here to spend their final days. After their death, their bodies would become part of the volcano. While they couldn't reignite the volcano, they could still ensure it glowed red. For so many years, this place was regarded as the burial place of the void demons, unknown to all, but it was actually the treasure trove of the god of fire and craftsmanship. The things Flame and Craftsman invested before reaching their highest level of achievement, along with the various tools he used to craft his artifacts, are all hidden here. Gushi knew the situation here, but now, looking at the volcano before him in the void, a trace of doubt crept into his heart. The goddess of beauty had previously stated with certainty that the god of flame and craftsman was a worthless blacksmith, with no brains beyond forging iron. He couldn't make any mechanisms, and even if he did, they were simple, disorienting illusions. That was her ability. Just go there, and set the volcano on fire, and the various tools of the god of flame and craftsman will appear. You can then take whatever you like. Even if you took everything, it wouldn't matter, the god of flame and craftsman was nowhere to be found. Besides his shadow appearing in the dungeon, he had no trace of him in the real world. But the situation before him seemed different from what Gu Shi had known. Gu Shi stood in the void, looking at the volcano before him. He could sense that the flames before him had completely died. All flames vanished quickly upon approaching the volcano, a sensation reminiscent of the situation at the Bridge of Creation. Only the appearance, nothing else. Everything about Qin Huiyan was obliterated, leaving no possibility of him ever appearing here. Gu Shi wasn't stupid, he immediately recognized that this was the effect of the active red suit. And it was an effect only available to red suit of at least the advancement grade. Just like the Temple of the Gods, Gu Shi could simply hide from the storm of fate. Yet, the one in front of him was completely ignoring the flames. This situation startled Gu Shi. The hidden, unactivated red suit was completely different from the one activated by its owner. It seemed like another battle was imminent. Just as Gu Shi was about to release the Temple of the Gods, pondering his next move, his vision blurred and Lingxi appeared before him. What's going on? Gu Shi knew instantly that he was dreaming. Lingxi rarely used this method, except to deliver food. After all, she understood that Gu Shi always had to maintain his lucidity, and couldn't be dragged into sleep whenever he wanted. Most importantly, since Gu Shi acquired the title of the head of the goddesses, dreaming had become much more difficult. If Lingxi weren't Gu Shi's contracted spirit, and normally only served to deliver food to Gu Shi, she might not even have had the chance to dream. Lingxi had been debating whether to deliver food to the Temple of the Gods. This sudden appearance by Lingxi must have been a major event. What's wrong? Gu Shi asked without hesitation. Sir, Mary just sent someone back from the real world with a message. Hearing this, Gu Shi's expression grew serious. Mary had sent someone from the real world with a message, which had to go through so many different routes. This message was either too important to be delivered by courier, or something had gone wrong, preventing the messenger from reaching Gu Shi. Judging from the current situation, the message Lingxi had sent was likely too important to be delivered by courier, or perhaps Mary didn't trust the messenger. This news might be related to humans. Could it be that humans are planning to abandon us after we served our purpose? At this point, Lingxi stopped Gu Shi from speculating further. Sir, Mary overheard a piece of news while negotiating with Su Wanyu. The Celestials have issued an order to conduct a void cleansing of the void. The target is the Creation Bridge. Su Wanyu has some experience with void cleansing methods, but most of these are speculation or untested methods. No one can guarantee whether the Creation Bridge will survive the void cleansing process. The three-way negotiations with humans and Beiludi have reached a stalemate over this matter. Gu Shi's expression changed upon hearing this news. He wasn't worried about the deadlock in the three-way negotiations. After all, for some Beiludi players, the Creation Bridge had already taken effect. They had returned to the real world, and their ancestors' efforts had paid off. If the Creation Bridge didn't survive the void cleansing, they could still be part of human society, no longer trapped in the depths of the game, living a life disconnected from human society. And even if something went wrong in the void, the foundations deep within the game were still there, as was the bridgehead in the real world. By establishing a new passage through the game, they could easily build a new Creation Bridge. With their previous experience, this wasn't a difficult task. If Gu Shi was even more ruthless, he could even rebuild the Creation Bridge himself. What really made Gu Shi's face grim was that he was currently in the void. Mary would send someone to alert him, fearing that the void cleansing had already begun, and the connection between the real world and the depths of the game might have been severed. And Mary had finally managed to send a message, but not only did Gu Shi miss it, he even ran off into the void himself. He was just jumping into a trap. Upon hearing this news, Gu Shi immediately blinked open his eyes, and prepared to return to the city. But it was too late. Chapter 3006. By the time Gu Shi realized something was amiss, he had already seen a blinding light nearby. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed something else. The volcano before him, housing the treasure of the god of fire and craftsman, seemed to come alive, absorbing everything in its vicinity. Numerous nearby active volcanoes were drawn into this volcano, forming layer after layer of flaming armor around it. The transformations from these volcanoes eventually formed into flaming shields, or other flaming forms. Although only a glimpse, Gu Shi could clearly sense that these layers of flaming armor were made of temporary red equipment. It seemed the god of fire and craftsman's power was not to be underestimated. At least when it came to crafting equipment, his reputation was well deserved. And the reaction of the volcano housing the god of fire and craftsman's treasure must have been due to its repeated cleansings by the void. He knew how to deal with the situation. There was still hope for salvation by going to the volcano. When Gushi discovered the red line of the underworld and the Polaris positioning was unable to teleport him out of the void, he immediately made a judgment. He then activated the dimensional portal and prepared to fly towards the volcano. But as the dimensional portal was activated, the space between Gushi and the volcano began to distort. Gushi immediately closed the dimensional portal. At the same time, he quickly rushed into the temple of the gods. Then, the flame shields and flame armor surrounding the volcano were slightly damaged by the distortion caused by the dimensional portal. This cleansing of the surrounding area directly breached the volcano's defenses. Gushi saw a meteorite approach from afar, slamming heavily into the volcano. Boom! The entire volcano exploded, sending countless magma balls wrapped around various objects, flying in all directions. Gushi was relatively close, just as two massive magma balls slammed directly into Gushi's pantheon. The smaller of the two magma balls was the size of a giant cruise ship, while the larger resembled an aircraft carrier. As they flew over, Gushi could clearly sense that darkness was approaching. Luckily, Gushi was inside the pantheon, his own territory. Even the storm of fate couldn't affect him, let alone the magma before him. Gushi simply watched as the magma pelted past him, its bright red color instantly staining everything outside the pantheon. At that moment, Gushi discovered that each of the two magma balls contained an object. A silver object, resembling iron felt, flowed past Gushi, and behind it, charging toward the temple of the gods, was an ornate chest inlaid with various gemstones. These two objects had flown from the volcano. Gushi immediately understood their purpose. At this point, Gushi's mind shifted. Hadn't he come here just for a few red tools? Now that the objects had flown out on their own, right in front of him, wouldn't Gushi be foolish to miss them? So Gushi reached forward and pulled them. Gushi prioritized the ornate chest. But just as he grabbed it, he suddenly felt a surge of pressure nearby. Gushi looked up and saw another meteorite hurtling towards them. The previous meteorite wasn't actually that large. It had hit the volcano and caused an explosion simply because of the immense energy accumulated within it. But this meteorite was different. It looked the size of the moon, and it was hurtling towards him just as Gushi was reaching out from the pantheon to grab something. Even if Gushi, who had just snatched the ornate chest, had immediately retreated back to the pantheon, it would have been too late. He felt the pantheon tremble in the void, and then he felt as if he were being pushed forward. He had been struck. He watched the silver iron felt flash before him, disappearing behind him. As the images raced by, Gushi instantly understood what was happening. He was being pushed through the void, deeper into the game. Don't ask how Gushi knew. He had seen this scene countless times. Gushi had seen it once when he obtained the ancient god's head, and again when he checked the fate of the octopus head. And the last time he used the axe of creation to break open a certain passage, he had seen a scene similar to the one before him. The current situation actually made Gushi feel more at ease. Putting the ornate box he had just dragged back aside, Gushi immediately closed his eyes. Linksy, what's the situation at the creation bridge now? Due to the effects of the void storm and the void meteorites, the creation bridge has been temporarily closed. The connection between the real world and the depths of the game has been temporarily severed. The only thing we can be sure of is that the passageway on the creation bridge remains stable. As long as the void storm subsides, the creation bridge can be used again. Contact Mary and Li Yongcheng and have them find out how long this situation will last. Also, have Princess Anna mobilize the troops quickly. I left a door open at Beilui, and I can't return right now. Have her secure Beilui as planned. As long as the passage to the creation bridge remains in our hands, there's still hope. Gushi immediately issued the order. By this point, Gushi already knew that the entire void was affected by the current situation, and the connection between the real world and the depths of the game had been severed. But this situation wouldn't last long. Gushi was well aware of what lay within the void. Not to mention the location of the treasure hidden by the god of fire and craftsmanship, the abode of the goddess of beauty was also hidden within the void. In other words, some powerful beings, such as gods, would establish a home there if they could freely roam the void. As long as you don't reveal your coordinates, even if outsiders know you reside in the void, they won't be able to find you. Precisely because of this convenience, the void could be said to be the backyard, the small villa, or something similar, of many powerful beings. Although the Celestials currently rank second in the real world, they aren't the strongest. For some reason, a void cleansing is no problem. They could do it if they had the strength. But you can't keep dragging it out. The void isn't your home. 1 or 2 times, or even a day or 2, is fine. If you cleanse the void for a year or 2, then you see if your celestials still exist. So, Gu Shi speculated that the celestials were likely carrying out the void cleansing to mobilize humans, or Gu Shi's forces, allowing them to launch a surprise attack on the foundation of the massive creation bridge. As long as the front and rear entrances are destroyed, the creation bridge will be destroyed. At this point, they can restore the void to its original state. Chapter 3007. Gu Shi suspected that the humans must also be aware of the Celestials' plan. After all, the current situation was an open conspiracy. Anyone could see the underlying scheme, but dealing with it would be quite challenging. The real world was somewhat more secure. The entrance to the creation bridge was located slightly outside the human core. For a small number of outsiders who wanted to come, they would either risk infiltration or go through various procedures to send a small number of people over. There was no third option. As for attacking, not to mention whether humans would resist, even attacking human territory would take more than a day or 2. If humans were truly so easy to defeat, the Celestials and the myriad spirits wouldn't have watched them grow stronger under their noses. So the real world wasn't a problem. The Celestials' primary attack direction would then be the depths of the game. They weren't sure how many red suits Gu Shi had, nor did they know if he was trapped in the void. Time was on Gu Shi's side. That was why Gu Shi immediately asked Princess Anna to dispatch troops and personnel to Beilui. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's first secure the foundation of the Genesis Bridge. The rest will be dealt with once Gu Shi returns to the depths of the game. As for returning, Gu Shi glanced up at the situation outside the Temple of the Gods. He felt it should be soon. Although Gu Shi didn't know how long the void would be sealed off, based on the current situation, in about a day and a half, this meteorite would carry Gu Shi deep into the game. No matter where Gu Shi landed, he would be able to return to his home city immediately. At that time, he could take over the attack on the foundation of the creation bridge by the Celestials. As long as he could stall until the Celestials could no longer hold out, this matter would be over. As for whether he regretted coming to seek the treasure of the God of Fire and Craftsmanship, Gu Shi had no regrets. He came and finally got a chest. If he hadn't come, by the time he went back after everything was settled, there might be nothing at that coordinate. Now he had a chest. Thinking, Gu Shi slapped the chest. Gu Shi had already seen the properties of the chest. Gu Shi had never imagined that the God of Fire and Craftsmanship could have hidden such a treasure. Pandora's box read a special treasure chest assembled by the gods of a certain pantheon, using the power of all the deities in that pantheon before attacking the ancient gods. After opening the treasure chest, you receive 1 piece of red equipment, guaranteed, random attributes, 3 pieces of red road reinforcement materials, guaranteed, random attributes, 10 random materials, red, and 100 units of various spirit crystals. Note: the magic box may reveal some unpleasant items. Please pay attention to your location and your own strength when opening it. After taking a look at the situation outside, Gu Shi realized that he couldn't leave for the time being. Now that he was in the Temple of the Gods, Gu Shi didn't have to worry about his safety. But if he dared to leave, a meteorite the size of the moon would crush him to dust. So, opening the magic box in the Temple of the Gods, Gu Shi suddenly had this thought. But then he thought, it wasn't impossible. The Temple of the Gods was Gu Shi's territory. Besides providing him with abundant blessings, it also provided him with a pleasant space. Before Gu Shi confirmed the effects of holy moonlight, he considered sending the enemy's red armor here to unbind it. This shows just how much Gu Shi believes in the Pandora's Temple. Now was also a day when Gu Shi truly believed in the Pandora's Temple. Seeing that it would take a long time before he could leave, Gu Shi decisively opened Pandora's box. As the box opened, Sher Wanchen immediately stood in front of Gu Shi. Then, the relatively small Pandora's Temple was instantly dyed red, and a fist-sized bubble flew out. The bubble radiated a crimson glow as it flew out. From Gu Shi's perspective, he could see that it held the power of chaos and destruction. Winning, Gu Shi immediately laughed. Just now, he'd been wondering if he encountered something unfortunate while opening the Pandora's box. He never imagined that such an item would appear upon opening the box. Is this the red suit self-destruct effect someone's been saving up for ages? Just one glance at it gave the impression it could destroy everything. Gu Shi didn't think much of it. This thing wasn't a living thing, and since it hadn't been destroyed yet, it wasn't fully activated yet, so Gu Shi still had a chance to control it. So, Gu Shi simply raised his hand and sent the bubble outside the Temple of the Gods. Gu Shi had thought, just tossing it into the void would be enough. But Gushi hadn't expected that the bubble would collide directly with the meteorite outside the Temple of the Gods, pushing it forward. The moment it hit, the bubble exploded with a loud bang. From Gushi's perspective, he could see the massive, moon-like meteorite instantly dyed red. Then, the void began to ripple, and even Gushi's pantheon began to shake. Gushi couldn't help but cry out inwardly, "Not good. Contract the pantheon's defenses." Gushi roared, dropping directly to the edge of the magic box. At the same time, divine moonlight appeared within the pantheon, adding another layer of defense. Gushi failed to do this correctly, and the meteorite pushing the pantheon inwards retracted. Boom! The meteorite immediately exploded, triggering a series of explosions in the nearby void. Amidst the explosions, Gushi felt the pantheon swaying back and forth, like the heaving of waves. Thankfully, the pantheon's defenses, combined with the divine moonlight, were still strong enough. This explosion only blew Gushi off course, and increased the Gushi pantheon's speed to its limit, but nothing else happened. This was a blessing in disguise. However, compared to Gushi, the others within the void fared worse. Just as Gushi had initially sensed, the object just released from the magic box was filled with the power of chaos and destruction. This wasn't someone's red suit being unbound, but rather the pantheon of the god of fire and craftsmanship, gathering the most chaotic auras from the beginning of the universe. It was through this that they sought to embark on the path of the ancient gods. What Gushi had unearthed was the last of that pantheon's collection. If this object truly exploded, its power would be far greater than the unbinding power of the red suit. Most importantly, the void was currently being cleansed. This energy truly stimulated the cleansed void, causing the entire void to explode.